Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 41, Playing Games with a Goddess, not edited. I quickly noticed the changes to Atlanta. Not mentioning the obvious increase in the size of her assets. But the way she moved. It reminded that of a feline. Before that, it wasn't like that. She didn't have that grace of feline but that of a seasoned hunter. Where one walks elegantly in stealth, the other one is like a predator stalking the prey. While it's nice for her since she will be able to mix it up and adjust to this later. It also gives more sexiness because she is now properly using her tail and those hip movements. How does it feel like? I asked her while walking over towards her. She looked at her hand for a moment. Moving it for a bit. Standing on one leg then on the other. Testing out her balance for a bit. Apart from feeling ridiculously more powerful, and very comfortable with myself, there is no other changes. Well, there is that feeling that I am having a pull towards you. Not in sexual sense, more like something like a gravitational pull. Is it powerful? I asked with a thoughtful look. This means my new much more powerful soul pulls like the sun pulls planets towards them. Is this the effect of powerful beings attracting other powerful beings thing? Not very noticeable. One can ignore it. She said with a thoughtful look. Her tail moved from one side to another. I did notice that it moves much more now. Good. Because I went through one session myself to adjust my soul. I explained to her with a shrug. Oh, I see, so, it's not my thing, but it's yours. She said that while approaching me. Moments later she was in front of me. There was a certain look in her eyes. Fascinating enough, her pupils were slightly cat-like. Not truly visible unless one is in front of her, and looking directly into her eyes from a close distance. There is some sort of gravity around you. I felt only like this in front of a god. Did you feel something like this from Goddess Artemis? Atlanta asked me as she inspected me. What I felt from her is a need to do things to her. I said with a shrug. And yes, my sadistic tendencies magnify around her. Maybe it's because I know that she is. I'm an hater and I just want to do things to her. There is that pull towards her, maybe it's that her soul is much stronger as a deity. Right. I don't want to know that, however, if you have a pull, similar to that then it's God's natural power of a soul. All powerful beings have that. I do believe this is most noticeable towards the heavenly dragon's sacred gear users. They can be not as powerful as gods but they have the pull regardless because of the dragon souls and energies around them. Atlanta explained as she used that moment to lean on M. That moment her tail wiggled more to the sides. It would seem she has awakened a like to cuddle, which is a good thing. As I used that moment to wrap my hands around her. Pulling into a hug, that moment she slightly purred. Only one gear has that now. The other one is fixed. The energy dispersal is minimal. I said to her remembering what I did to the boosted gear. I see, well it doesn't matter. Now master, shall we test the upgrades? Her tone quickly changed into a hungry one. She lifted her head and looked at me with quite a lustful tone. I could only smirk at her. I squeezed her bum quite firmly, that moment she experienced the side effects of the alterations. Her whole body twitched hard. Sweat appeared on her forehead. Followed by some spasm. Sad to say, sweetheart. But, you are in no position to do anything steamy. Your body just went through changes at the foundation level. While new adaptation helps a lot. By a lot, I mean you can walk and do things at a regular level. If we didn't do adaptation upgrades you would be spending at least a week in deep sleep adapting to the changes. As I explained, Atlanta just experienced what is called nervous overload. Her body is going through hot and cold periods every few moments and that lasted at least 20 seconds. And that was just from me firmly squeezing her incredible ass. Well, do you want to do some steamy stuff? I asked her this time. I was extra gentle with her. And no, maybe, when this is over, I will make sure to do extra hard. She said with haggard breathing. She looked like she just finished the whole marathon run. I will be waiting for that day, however you will have 2 more sessions before the changes are finished. What? 2 more? She asked with disbelief and annoyance. Indeed. Eternal youth and life is not that easy to craft into DNA. We going quite a bit against nature. I explained to her. She simply nodded and resigned to this fate with a sigh. Fine, how does this work? Atlanta asked while leaning into me. 1 week break between sessions. So by mid-October, you will be done with this. She hummed in response. After that, there was no more talk. Instead she just behaved like a cat. My actions to her borderline purring was simply stroking her back. Later. When Latia returned to the base, she did her rituals, like getting some food, checking out on the maids, catching up with whatever her master is doing. Thankfully or not, the current project he is working on is quite tame. Tuning up the car is quite tame compared to what is to come. This is what is worrying for her. Because he is waiting, it means he is bored. Or should be. Turns out he is not bored out of his mind and is finding things to do. The dock's construction, the space station's core are big things, especially the space station and the prelude to the point where Marcus will point the barrel of the gun to the world. Well, it's some time away, and there is a chance to pick sides. Her clan and its allies are with Marcus. From the sheer curiosity to lifting their boredom, they will be on human side for this. She has no idea what to think about this. Well, she doubts there will be another civil war. The Devil Council simply don't want to do anything with him. So, they don't care and Marcus doesn't care, so, they simply can coexist. From what she knows, fallen angels most likely will come to him with friendly terms. This will cause a chain reaction which will most likely lead to a peace treaty. The blonde devil massaged her forehead. This is so weird and is so baffling. All she can do is just be there and make sure she can mitigate if some sort of fallout happens. Honestly, the only fallout she can see is something coming from the Baal clan for mass usage of P.O.D, but there is no proof that it's Baal pod in the first place. No demonic energy is used to create the black destructive force. Marcus' usage in this thing reached the point that it's more of his thing than the Baal clan itself. With another sigh, he just decided not to think about this. It's not her place. There is Satan Leviathan for this. She should just do her thing and be done with it. However, one thing is on her mind. With her current position, she can use it to get the title of Astaroth heiress. That waste of devil blood has been treading on thin ice with his constant abduction of female saints from churches. How has no one connected the dots that he is the one who is messing with the church? Which is the heaven faction in turn. If any exorcist or priest would notice a devil skulking around, it could cause some deep mess with the peace talks. This is quite a good opportunity for her to rise in ranks within her clan. She has the perfect means to do so. SPBA can be deployed with a moment of notice. Even better, so she has some proof that he was abducting those females from the churches. The only thing that is needed is visual proof and a witness who can talk. In the end, Latia decided to wait for the right moment and then ask for some help from Marcus. Before that, she can only wait and continue to rack up her brownie points with him. When she arrived at his bedroom, she was of course being smart with this. If there is no girls there, she will do her girlfriend duty and sleep here. If it's something steamy going on, well, it depends on the situation. So, she did not expect to see Marcus just cuddling with the lion girl in bed. There was no steamy session going on. Instead, the huntress was just using his body as a heat source, hugging him, while deeply in sleep. While the teen inventor was napping too. As the moment Latia entered the room, he opened his eyes and looked at her. Moments later, she heard his voice in her head. Assuming he is using his powers to talk to her directly, as he didn't want to wake up the girl next to him. Come. My other side is empty, he said to her with quite a lazy tone. The blonde beauty nodded at him and went over to the empty side and sneaked under the blankets to cuddle with him. Isn't it just me, but Atlanta is stronger, Latia whispered to Marcus as she sensed an obvious increase in her power. Indeed. And you can talk in your head. I will hear it. He answered back to her via his telepathy. Oh, okay, can you hear me? She said that with an uncertain tone. Yes. And Atlanta went through genetic alteration. I fixed her lion and human part and made her seamless being as before, that it was half-baked work. She was changed through God's magic. It was not properly done. You could say, it's like a wooden house extension done to a brick house. It works, but it's not as good. Now however, it's properly fixed. Latia nodded to his explanation. So, he has used the biochambers. This is good. Maybe she can push him to start the medical side of his company sooner. That's of course all the extra hype settles down, or, if it even can settle down, as the technology disparity will start. It might even lead it to be the forefront of the news, daily. So, this, interesting time for the human race. I see, and her power, is from. I gave her the basic, perfect, human upgrades, same ones Quinella has. He explained to her quite casually. The blonde beauty could only dumbly nodded at him. This was so unreal she decided to just sleep. Since when basic strength is considered ultimate class? Even devils are not that crazy. While some can be born with absurd potential like the Crimson Satan. But, even he needed to train for at least 30 to 40 years. The men fought in the war when he was 60. But now. One only goes through a chemical session and just like that, that person becomes an ultimate class being. Just thinking about this makes her want to forget. The beauty just snuggled into Marcus and decided to sleep. The teen inventor just wrapped his hand around her and pulled her closer to him. Before long she was already sleeping. Same night, north of the base. Purple energy manifested in the makeshift camp of SPBA. The infantry gathered quickly to greet their leader. Sure enough, this energy formed into Marcus. Their leader's psionic avatar was here. Sir. We did not expect your arrival here. The leader of the squad said with a salute. At ease. Athena has found my town. Which is not surprising and quite expected. I did however want her to play more of the game, the psionic avatar said with crossed arms. Do you want us to do something to make her journey longer? The infantry squad leader asked. Not really. I want to her tomorrow regardless. However, there is a way to test her powers either way. Marcus said with a thoughtful look. The SPBA infantrymen looked at each other. They already had the idea. They are the most versatile with the inventor's technomancy after all. Sir, are you sure? The field version of Realitas is in alpha stages. There is a lot of things that needs to be tested, and our protocol doesn't quite allow of the use of such experimental technomancy. The leader of the squad said with quite an unsure tone. He was fighting between following his protocol or following his creator's wishes. While Marcus could only shake his head internally, he can feel Quinella's influence seeping from them. The only reason she doesn't allow technomancy of alpha stages to be used like that is because there is a chance it can fail and I will embarrass myself. The chances of them exploding is quite non-existent nowadays, as the energy source is disabled first before it can reach a critical point. A lesson the teen inventor learned and doesn't want to repeat. Pretty sure we can classify this as a field experiment. It will be logged as a field experiment. So your protocol allows this? He said with a casual shrug. Very well. As you wish, sir. What about the Greek goddess? What will happen if it fails? They asked for clarification on Athena's part in this. After all, she is the variable in this. I will take care of her. She is here for me after all. So, begin with the test, I will go to meet her. He motioned for them to move out. And soon enough they all started to move and the preparations were on the way. Something strange is going on. Athena said as she looked around. Her sixth sense has picked something up. The goddess was in deep thought when she realized that the teen inventor most likely does have means of perpetual energy. The more she thought about it, the more it made sense to her. However, her thinking time was interrupted when out of nowhere it started snowing, in rainbow-like colors. It was surreal. Before long her surroundings morphed, and she was standing in a white plain of sorts. Then, she heard a male voice behind her. Well met, Goddess Athena. She quickly turned around and was met face to face with a male teenager dressed in casual modern clothes and a lab coat. He didn't look like someone who has the means to wipe a faction or a pantheon. That's where one should not judge a book by its cover. Because apart from his clothes he looked handsome, like approaching supernatural levels of it. You are not in person here, are you? I can't sense anything from you. Instead, you are a construct of energy of some sort. The beautiful goddess said while fixing her glasses. A sigh escaped from Marcus' mouth. He already got seen through it. I should have known. Supernaturals don't need glasses but they choose to wear them anyway. I bet that you're C's energy. The teen inventor said with a thoughtful look. He did remember that he was thinking to make HUD contactless for his eyes and the girls. Now that some of them have a psionic interface it's even easier. Indeed. All I see is energy from you. This means that you are not here in person. I assume you came here to test me yourself because I already figured out where you live most likely. The goddess of wisdom said that with a self-satisfying nod. This means that she is indeed close to finding where he lives. Indeed. That is a point to you. Since it took longer for Artemis to do what you just did, and she had her small army with her. For a second Athena had a smug look which she hid quickly. In her eyes, hard facts and logic is much better than some gut feeling the hunters rely on constantly. I see, good to know. However, you didn't come here to praise for such simple things. What kind of test do you want to do? She asked him. Simply put, he is going to test her. Which by all means should piss her off that human is doing that to a goddess. While she has that feeling she buried it deep. The man is way too dangerous to be treated like some casual annoyance. No one in history before turned a goddess into a maid. That's why Athena is treating this with as much caution as possible. Using regular means of transportation instead of her power or her chariot. She has no idea what can provoke him. Honestly, it's embarrassing but same time a novel experience. Traveling by bus is quite refreshing, and a reminder that humans achieve quite a bit without supernatural powers. Let's start with something casual. In front of him, a table with 2 chairs appeared. On this table was a set of chess prepared. Athena's eyes widened, for the simple reason that he did this without any sort of energy. Once again she looked around. She could not sense anything or see anything. That moment she remembered the rainbow snow. Impressive, isn't it? What you see is not real. The realitas technomancy which I created is based on biology mixed with a little bit of magic and science. While it can't intercept your sixth sense, the original 5 are very much easy to manipulate. With a casual hand wave, the surroundings morphed and turned into quite familiar surroundings. What she saw landmarks from the city named after her. On the horizon, she could see the Mediterranean Sea. However, she knows this place quite a bit and she can see that while it looks nearly identical, it's not the same. Impressive, very impressive, however, I can still discern the truth from false, she said with matter-of-fact tone. Thought so, after all this is still in alpha state. Not a perfect piece of technomancy. Using it in the field like this is something we testing it now. And you just pointed it out for me, that it's not perfect. He said that with quite a happy tone. Someone pointed out. Finally some feedback. This made the goddess of wisdom sweat drop, she can discern this because it's her city surroundings. And she watched over it for thousands of years. All she can say is that some of the surroundings look fake. Like the current modern image of the surroundings was taken and guessed how it looked thousands of years ago. Only someone who has been there all the time can tell what is fake and what is not. All she can say is that the technomancy is up to par but the historical facts are not. And he is still treating this as alpha stage. What madness is this? This guy is more of a perfectionist than her. I see. I can already feel that my sixth sense is telling me that I am not walking but I am walking. This is confusing. The goddess pointed out the difference here as well. To which Marcus nodded. He is very satisfied with what she pointed out. He already knew this. But having real proof instead of theoretical one is even better. More feedback. This is just great. Yes, thought so. Let's get this game started, shall we? He motioned for her to take a seat while he did the same. Once again Athena followed his request. Moments later they ended up sitting while facing each other. In front of them were the chess set. Any preference? He asked her. No. I don't mind. You can pick it for me, she said simply. Just like he is observing her, she doing the same. Chess will allow her to dig deep into his personality and from there out, she will be able to advance accordingly. Sure enough, he had black pieces and she had white. Moments later they started their game. There was no talking after that. Still, though the goddess was a little bit disappointed that she was started winning quite rapidly. She started taking his pieces out one by one in a matter of moments. However, Marcus then started his counterattack. A smile crept up on the goddess' face. Little by little she started having fun. Much more advanced tactics started to get used by the goddess of warfare. This kind of games are up her alley. While it was fun while it lasted, one had to win and one had to lose. And this time Marcus lost. Another one. He asked her. The teen inventor was not disappointed. More specifically, the game served a higher purpose than just winning or losing. Yes. I mean yes, she said while fixing her glasses. When was the last time she had this much fun? Forgetting even that she just embarrassed herself like a silly girl. Marcus just nodded and they started another game. This time it was intense from the very beginning. The goddess was sweating buckets thinking of a bunch of tactics in advance while the teen inventor just like her was doing the same thing, making up tactics. Honestly, he wasn't that good with tactics, but he is rapidly adapting to her. The second game was much more intense and longer. Going down to a very small amount of pieces left for each. However, once again, Athena won. While she was having fun, she did learn quite a bit about her opponent. The beauty now can safely say that yes, she won't getting her half-sister back, her pantheon is safe for now and he won't be attacking. Same time, however, she would like to stay more around him. Maybe something like an ambassador from the Greek pantheon. Something to think about in future. One more, he said with an amused tone. The goddess of wisdom quickly nodded her head in agreement. Duh. The more games like these the better. Sure enough, the next game has put the goddess on edge. Her opponent was now using her tactics and utilizing new which she didn't expect he will do. While the game was long, she was on the defensive from the very beginning. A very satisfying smile appeared on her face when her king was surrounded. Oh, she was annoyed that she was losing, but same time she was very much satisfied that there is someone who can put her in such a place. And with this, it's checkmate. Marcus moved his last remaining rook to intercept the white king. Indeed. I have lost. Your learning curve is absurd. Even by my supernatural standards, the goddess said with a bitter tone. However, there was quite a bit of happiness. The goddess of wisdom has finally found what she has been looking for as long as she can remember. Someone who is perfect husband material. Not too cold, not too soft, absurdly intelligent, handsome, most likely building his faction. This means she could just run away to him if she gets tired of her over-the-top eccentric family. My thanks. I haven't played chess with someone of your caliber. The teen said with a satisfied tone. Yep, he found someone good. Likewise. Assuming you learned what you wanted about me. Because I already did what I wanted. Still though. I want to meet you in person and talk face to face. She said that with quite a cute pout. Well, it came out as a sexy pout. Especially the way she did with her lips. Yes. I learned what I wanted, and I do want to meet face to face. Because I do want to show you some things. And there is no doubt you want to talk with your half-sister. For a second Athena's mind went to the gutter when he said that he will show things. However, her logical side quickly took it over from her female side. Yes, of course. I do wish to talk about Artemis. The goddess of wisdom got reminded about her sister. Honestly, she forgot about her. She had too much fun with her dream men. This just shows how much she is taken in by the male sitting opposite to her. You want to hear my side of things? Marcus asked her. Yes. Then I will ask her side of things as well. What you did is quite absurd. No one in the history of mankind has turned a goddess into a maid. Athena said that those two words should not be said in the same sentence. Goddess and maid should not ever mix. It wasn't like that from the beginning. Nearly a year ago I just finished my first ever scale mail armor. Marcus motioned with his hand, and not far from her, the mark I appeared created through Realitas. It's a pseudo-sacred gear based upon boosted gear and divine dividing scale mails. However, they are much more state-of-the-art and are not purely solidified energy like the originals. Combined with some of my technological as well as magical advancements, this armor could fight ultimate class beings with brute force alone. However, with some of my more nastier techniques, I was able to seal off the energies of Artemis and her hunt. Athena patiently listened how he explained. Just like she expected, he has a lot of passion for his creations. Honestly, she could just listen to him explain and wouldn't get tired of this. Still, though now she understand what happened to her half-sister. You humiliated her and she wanted revenge by any means necessary. Leading her to another humiliation which turned her into your maid. Athena finished this for him. Exactly. Just like you, she entered my lands and was planning to do some questionable things to me. In the end, she wanted a duel of pure skill. This time Athena's eyes widened. Her brain tried to understand how strong he is. If he has beaten Artemis in duel, Artemis is stronger than her in pure physical fight. She is one most powerful gods just below the trinity of Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades. Yet, this man beat the goddess of hunt in pure skill. She knows that Artemis is most experienced in fighting in physical sense, as she is always active in the wilds. This is big. Someone of this caliber, and is right under their noses, is worrying, well, should be worrying. But she already knows as long as she leave him be, he is not that dangerous. She lost and now she is my beautiful maid. He said that quite simply. And, is it possible to get her back? Athena asked casually as well. Trying to get into his type of conversation. Nope. She will die if she is to return to her old position. Marcus once again explained with a casual tone. Making the goddess of wisdom gulp from nervousness. That casualness is a bit too much even for her. A contract? The brown-haired goddess asked respectfully. Yeah. To make sure she never tries something like this again. While I love cat and mouse games, chasing the same mouse can be boring after some time. He explained quite simply to her. However, this doesn't mean you can't speak with her. Tomorrow when you arrive at my hometown you will be able to spend some time with her. She nodded at him. Thankfully she will be able to have a proper image of the situation. Good. Now, why don't we play a better game? And test the limits of this version of Realitas? He asked her with a grin. For some reason, she started to get excited. Is it going to be something big? I am fine by all means. Never played such game, she wasn't able to finish her sentence as she saw her surroundings change into simple plain, but what truly shocked her was sounds of footsteps, a lot of footsteps, armed footsteps. She turned around and saw blue and white armed men. Dressed in classic hoplite armor, she could see their allegiance being to ancient Athens, as they have her symbol of owl on their shields. She then looked back and saw men from Sparta dressed in bronze and red armors, and the ancient symbol of Sparta on their shields. This is... Her brain tried to catch up with what she saw. This was like she was transported back to the old days. And this was simply amazing. Most importantly, there were thousands of these soldiers. The Peloponnesian War. Your side is the Athens. My side is Sparta. The way to use it. Marcus brushed his finger down and a holographic window of the battle from Eagle View appeared in front of him. Units have points. Each of us has 4,000 points. We use them to buy troops. Once we send them out we will start our clash. He explained to her before grinning with a silly grin. ready to play God who leads their mortal men into a war. Hearing that, she started laughing silly. Some tears started to fall from her eyes. Goddess, but yes. This is going to be very interesting. Countless times I had the urge to just descend and lead armies myself, now I can do that. Honestly, you just granted one of my old-time desires. She said with quite a bit of heat. Marcus didn't know, but he just scored very big in her heart scales. Good to hear. Why don't we start with this? He said that with a grin, and she gave her lustful grin back to him. Chapter 42, Battle Simulations and Some Talking, Not Edited. Marcus looked at the army in front of him. It was twice as large as his. Athena has mustered around 4,000 Athenian soldiers. Her corps has around 400 picket hoplites. The elites of ancient Athens, another 800 regular heavy hoplites as well as 200 phalanx heavy armored hoplites. Followed by 200 citizen cavalry, 200 Tarentine cavalry, which is the javelin-throwing horseback units. While the rest were grunts like slingers, cheap archers, and light peltast. Simply put, she has around 2,000 soldiers to annoy his ones. And she is smart, knowing that Marcus will most likely plays how Ares plays. And that is heavy units. And she is not wrong. Most of his army are heavy armored hoplites, the elites of the ancient Greek world. The Spartan elites. Not only do they have heavy armor and tons of skill, they can slaughter their way through the battlefield. That's why Marcus has twice as less soldiers. Sparta only uses spears as the main weapon and secondary as a sword. That's why they only have spearmen and nothing more for close-range combat. For auxiliary and ranged units they use slaves, which are named helot. However, Marcus didn't bring any helots for this. Instead, he went with perioikoi peltasts. The only ranged unit where Spartans themselves would fight. The reason for this is that slaves have pathetic morale and realitas did its thing. Which is realism. So his army is full and proper Spartan. With 500 elite Spartans, nearly 800 regular heavy Spartan hoplites, followed 500 perioikoi peltasts and 200 citizen cavalry. Thus an army of 2,000 versus an army of 4,000. Odds are not in Marcus' favor. However, half of Athena's soldiers are farmers with weapons, and where is the black-haired teen's army? It's a fully professional army, full of war-obsessed zealots. My king. Athenians are approaching, what are your orders? One of the elites asked with a respectful and a battle-hungry tone. Where they have the numbers, half of them are farmers. Our goal is to smash through them and destroy the core of the army. Once it's gone, the rest will scatter. Marcus said with crossed arms. He started to think how to get this done. Form a shield wall. Peltasts behind them, while the third line is the elites. Cavalry to protect our flanks. The teen quickly orders the Spartan soldiers. By your command. The elite quickly nodded at his leader, then looked at the flag bearer. Sound the horn. And quickly started issuing the commands. Moments later, all the Spartans, like well-oiled machines, started to move and get into positions. Form shield wall. The elite roared the command. The hoplites in the front roared back, and all at the same time moved their right leg back while positioning the shield, which was on their left hand, forward. Moments later, the entire hoplite line formed into the infamous phalanx. While it was not the sarissa of the Macedonian, it's not needed here. The fighting style is slightly different. After them, it was the perioikoi peltasts, followed the Spartan elites. Once everyone were positioned, Marcus started to think how to get the edge in this. Well, for this, let's get into the role of Spartan king, as I said before. YOLO. You live only once. Let's get the most of this. Soldiers of Sparta. Tell me, what do you see in front of us? Do you know what I see? Peasants and farmers. How many of them is a soldier? Out of those 4,000 in front of us, only a handful even know how to hold a spear. There was some snickering coming from the elites when they heard the last words of the sentence. I say, let's teach them a lesson. Let's show them the might of our armies. Let's show them the might of Sparta. Marcus roared himself. He got quite good into the role mid-sentence. He was not quite done. He remembered what Artemis said not long ago. Let's show them that we are favored by Ares himself. Forward. That was what was needed. The moment Marcus mentioned Ares, the floodgates opened and everyone released a war cry which most likely could be heard kilometers away. For Sparta. For Ares. For Sparta. For Ares. For Sparta. For Ares. The 2,000 Spartans released a war cry as they started to move in a perfect formation. Olympus. Quite confused, Ares for a second felt 2,000 pseudo-followers appear out of nowhere. It was strange. As he was quite bored, he focused on this new source of energy and was only able to see glimpses of things. All he saw was nostalgia, pure nostalgia. His Spartans, about to face the old Athenians from the old days. Instantly reminding him of the age-old conflict between his followers and Athena's free people. While he saw only images and glimpses because of massive interference, he was able to discern what was going on. It would seem Athena is having fun, Ares said dully. But there was an undertone in his voice. He was jealous. Athena. Fun. Those words don't mix. Where did you even pull that out from? A blonde goddess with an incredible body and supernatural sex appeal said with an amused tone. Her purple eyes were shining with curiosity. Where did Ares hear that? Wasn't Athena on a diplomatic mission of some sort? They do when it involves war tactics and coordination of armies. She is leading armies. Where? How? Why? The blonde goddess was baffled, even jealous. Seeing guys killing each other and sweating and doing crazy feats of martial arts. She missed those good old times. She is, in that land where that inventor comes from, my guess is. She is allowed to test something. The god of war said with a shrug. He doesn't care what the goddess of wisdom does. What he cares about is that she is leading a mortal army. Something even he didn't do. And he is god of war. Sure, he might used to fight in some supernatural wars, but those are not as beautiful as mundane human wars from old times. No superpowers, no hidden energies, only pure martial prowess and weapons crafted from a fellow mundane blacksmith. The good old times. And now, the goddess of wisdom is enjoying that to the fullest. He is jealous. Fascinating. I do wonder what he has stashed in his workshop if he can pull out something like that. The blonde goddess curiously asked. She is wondering what Athena will do. The goddess of love divinity can't reach there, and she can't see what the goddess of warfare is thinking or feeling. Pity. We are on the same page here, Aphrodite. I wish to visit this human and bless him with my blessing. The god war said with a bloodthirsty grin. Heh? The last one you blessed was that musclehead from Sparta. She looked at the ceiling trying to remember his name. Leopold. She said one of the names which came to her mind. Leonidas. Ares said that while massaging his forehead. Why this blonde has to be like a bimbo sometimes. While from time to time she is smarter than most of the Olympians. Right. Him. You haven't blessed anyone in centuries. Because I think he is worthy. Not only did he make Artemis become a maid. Aphrodite giggled hearing that. It's hilarious. And she most likely will laugh from this for many years to come. He made Mandalorians into reality. He is even leading Spartans into victory as we speak. This guy is more than worthy of my blessing. Ares said with a heated tone. The goddess of love could feel how his passion is flowing from his words. It was touching, if not silly. The blonde goddess just rolled her eyes. She just realized that her lover just wants some fun and lead some humans into a war. Back to the realitas simulation. Goddess. The Spartans are going nuts. One of the picket hoplites said with some concern. Athena took off her glasses and massaged her forehead. She wanted to bang her head into a wall. The beauty forgot about morale and the human element. She can already see her front lines getting nervous as the armies are getting close to each other. Sound the horn. Everyone get into positions. The goddess quickly started ordering her men. Her soldiers quickly got ready to engage. The missile units are good to engage. The picket hoplite said to the goddess. Open fire. She quickly ordered, and the order was relayed. Soon enough the archers, peltast, slingers started shooting at the incoming wall of shields. Order them to shoot higher. Athena quickly ordered, seeing the incompetence of these missile units. She quickly realized that she should have gotten some more experienced units. For a moment she thought about using her Turrentine cavalry, but they are needed to take care of Marcus cavalry and the flanks. But it was too late as the shield wall opened and hoplites rushed forward, starting to slaughter the missile units. One hoplite like a machine started cutting them. It was one side butchering. The archers quickly switched to their knives, but it was pointless. Against heavily armed Spartan hoplite. Send the hoplites. And start flanking. Athena said with a pissed-off tone. This was bad. These peasants should have been harassing and tiring the Spartans. Instead, they were making them warm up. Horns soon sounded and the goddess of warfare hoplites started rushing forward, but then javelins started flying from behind lines of Spartans. And there quite a bit of them. Most of all, they were quite accurate and deadly. Defensive positions. Athena quickly ordered with hiss. This was much different from what she has envisioned. The Spartans fighting with much more heat than she has expected. And her flanking is quite pointless as Marcus' citizen cavalry was engaging her Turrentine cavalry. While her citizen cavalry was engaging the Spartan elites, it was one-sided slaughter. The elites don't even spare the horses. With a quick thrust of the spears they were down before the soldier can stand up. They were rattled by the shields, and with another quick thrust from the spear the cavalrymen were killed off. Before long her cavalry was dead and Spartan elites started flanking her units. The numerical advantage she had at the beginning was gone in just a few moments. It was absurd. Only a few moments into this her core units were only left. Only her elite picket hoplites had some chance to fight off the mad Spartan elites which were similar number to her elites. The problem was there were over 400 more of Spartan regular hoplites left and Marcus still had his cavalry and peltasts. It was a riot on her side as her soldiers started running away. Whatever could, as they were encircled. Well, it would seem it was my victory, Marcus said to her as encirclement opened and the teen inventor walked towards her. Athena was the only one left in the corps of blue and white Athenian soldiers. Yes. I misjudged several factors. The goddess said with a sigh. She forgot about morale, this was not pure hard logic. And numbers on paper. Marcus abused the Spartan morale, put them in a frenzy and then let the floodgates deal with the rest with minimal commands. The key to his success was that quick charge from the shield wall to her frontliners. Her frontline purpose was harassment. Athena forgot that these people were peasants. She was operating on budget after all. That's why I request a rematch. She said this with a pout. The teen just shook his head at her. He got her hooked on this little game. While I would love to fight you again in this game. It's already 4 in the morning and I should be waking up soon. As he said that the realities started to get cancelled. The rainbow-colored snow started to be seen again. Athena realized that she didn't even leave the small area she was before. Before long the snowing stopped leaving only him in front of her. There was no more grassy plains or the Spartans. I see. I do hope we can play this game again. Otherwise, I will haunt you after showing something incredible as this. And then not allowing me to use it again. She said that quite seriously. Marcus just snorted amusingly. He has no intention of not allowing this not to be used. Especially if he can spend time with this beauty. Honestly, he learned a few tricks and tactics from her in progress. Don't worry, we will play again. With a much more realistic system in my home. The teen said with a smile, before deciding to return to his sleeping. Anyway, I will see you in a couple of hours, yes? He asked her. Yes. Good, see you soon. After that, he turned into purple energy and burst like a bubble. Leaving the goddess of wisdom to stare at the distance for a bit. She then moved her hand on her face and removed her glasses, then massaged her forehead with her other hand. There was a blush on her cheeks. The beauty is trying to control her raging emotions. Next morning. I slowly opened my eyes. A yawn escaped from my mouth. Realities can mess with one's perception quite a bit. If my understanding is right, I spend several days in a span of several hours, and on top of that, I only spend several hours sleeping. Now, I am having an internal battle. Should I use my adaptive powers to fix my sleepiness or I should go with coffee? Yawn. Hearing such a cute yawn, I looked to my side. It was Atlanta whose tail was moving lazily from one side to another. She was awake, partially, as her eyes were half opened. She stretched out like a proper cat. Dressed in my t-shirt and simple shorts, she looked like a proper cute girl. No one even believed that she is a huntress for a very long time and has countless ways to murder someone. Nope. All there was from her is a cute lion girl who likes cuddling now. As the moment she stretched out, she returned to her snuggling. Her head was just below my chin, her right hand was hugging my neck. The beauty was laying on top of me. And there was no indication that she wants to move anytime soon. How is my beautiful girl feeling? Marcus asked her while his hand moved on her back, starting to stroke it. Lazy, you turned me into a lazy person. She said with a slightly annoyed sigh. Not quite, the right word should be not a morning person. I clarified it for her. I haven't seen any genes which make her a lazy person. The only thing which comes to my mind is that she got some influence from the lion side. HNNN. I see, well, it doesn't matter since you like this kind of thing anyway. She said while rubbing her cheek into my nape. This beautiful cat girl surely learns quick how to snuggle. Indeed. However, this day is going to be a long one, meeting with Athena and such. I said that with a sigh. A burst of purple energy manifested not far from me. A copy of me appeared dressed in my school uniform. My soul senses were telling me that Athena was already in the town on the other side. With my diamond core heart connection, I found her not far from the largest supermarket. From the looks of it, she just arrived there as the largest bus station is there. It's quite amusing seeing her do it. But, from her facial expression, she doesn't care that she used a bus to come here. From the looks of it, she was in her world and the bus traveling just was a convenient way to get her where she wants while thinking about some things. Yes, I completely forgot about it. Do you want us to come along too? She asked softly, there is a certain amount of amusement in her tone. Atlanta wants to be there. My bet is she wants to see the reaction of the goddess of wisdom when she see the maid goddess. Sure thing. The first reaction of the moon goddess when she saw Atlanta was sheer disbelief. The beautiful silver head didn't care that the huntress got a massive power boost. She didn't care that the blonde was much more cat-like. All she noticed was the assets becoming much larger of this lion girl. You asked master to make your boobs bigger? Hippolyta asked with disbelief. How absurd is this? The huntress asking for bigger assets. Since when? How? Why? Did the blonde have some sort of realization and now she wants bigger weapons? No. I didn't, it was part of genetic alterations. Atlanta simply answered back. Honestly, it was hard to believe. Both Hippolyta and Artemis were especially conflicted. Both of them saw the lion girl behaving a lot out of character, and now her boobs are bigger. This is fishy beyond belief. While Jean and Lu Fei didn't even believe. From the very beginning, they thought Atlanta asked for bigger assets. If it was the old huntress, she would be annoyed that no one believes her. However, the current one honestly doesn't mind. She doesn't care. All she wants is to snuggle and be pampered by her master. A cat-like behavior. Most likely. She is becoming much more selfish. The blonde only thought about it for a bit before returning to eating her apple-based stuff. The lion girl nonchalant behavior was noted by the goddess of hunt and the Amazon queen. They wondering if Marcus did something to her. To make her behave like that. Did you do something to her? This is not like her at all. Artemis asked the teen. There was some concern for one of her oldest huntresses. I smoothed her DNA, altered her soul to fit with her body. And this is the result. He simply explained to Artemis while his hand gently rubbed the lion girl's hair. This made Atlanta close her eyes and enjoy the attention she was receiving. Her behavior didn't go unnoticed by the rest. The blonde huntress became easily affected by their master's attention. The silver-haired goddess slowly nodded. This was unexpected. Very unexpected. The whole board just got shuffled with this simple change. Now Atlanta out of nowhere became closer to Marcus than some of the older girls, simply because she was behaving like a proper pet. Well, the goddess of hunt could only wait for her time to strike again. Later. The goddess of wisdom finally found the town where Marcus Goldman should be living. Now, however, she needs to find him. Thankfully this town wasn't as big as the one she was before. This place could be even considered rural. There are only 7 bus routes here. That alone tell her how many people are in this place. However, she doesn't need to look far for the right directions. With her glasses, she saw where she needs to go. Because even if the magic emitted is neutral, she could see torrents of magic flowing into the air. It was like a river of magic spreading like a tree in all directions. This means she found the place where the barrier center is, and it was enormous. It only proves to her that Marcus Goldman knows how to make perpetual energy. To run such a barrier system, one would need a lot of power. If it was a different color and it would be visible, then it would look like a miniature Yggdrasil in sheer size. That's why it's so insane that she only saw the tree-like barrier energy only when she arrived here. Why? Because of the neutral energy it blends with the surroundings. If it was much weaker in power, then it wouldn't be even visible. However, Marcus went with more power and dismissed the whole idea of disguising this. With this revelation, she simply went towards that location. Crossing the only bridge in the town towards a much more residential area of the town. According to what learned about this town is that this area was constructed in recent history over the past 100 or so years. To house people who were working in the concrete slab factory just a few streets away. Apart from that, there is nothing there. It is so rural that even the supernatural would find this place boring. Unless they want to live regular lives. However, soon enough she arrived there, rainbow snow started falling again. However, this time instead of affecting her, Athena saw that it was affecting the people of this town. Simply put, Marcus Goldman is making sure they are not disturbed. And of course, testing this on a group of people as well. After looking around, the goddess of wisdom finally saw him standing on the other side of the road. Moments later, the green signal for her glowed on the traffic lights. The brown-haired goddess was amused that he is doing such a thing. Even then it shows that he is the one who is controlling the traffic, or it's the reality morphing simulation he just deployed. Well, it doesn't matter, she just crossed over to his side. By this point, she has dismissed her armor and instead wearing much more casual clothes. She won't be telling him that she spent quite a bit of time in the morning sorting through whatever shops she found in the previous town. Looking at him for a bit, she finally saw 3 maids behind him. They were dressed quite provocative, especially seeing Artemis in such clothes. Honestly, she has no idea, should she laugh? Or be jealous? Unlike her, the goddess of moon and hunt is with him all the time. While she won't be able to stay long here. The goddess of wisdom has no idea when she will be able to come back here after doing her recon and making some sort of alliance or non-aggression pact. Marcus Goldman. It's a pleasure seeing you in person. The brown-haired goddess respectfully greeted him. Earned several baffled looks and a little bit of confusion from the trio of maids behind him. Even Atlanta looked confused. She was expecting the patron goddess of Athens to be annoyed. Instead, Athena was extremely happy to see him. It's like meeting a family member in the airport after not seeing him for years. Likewise, Goddess Athena. Please, call me by my name. After having so much fun yesterday, I already see you as a true friend. She said with quite a bit of blush on her cheeks. Seeing how Goddess of Wisdom is behaving around Marcus, instantly started sending warning bells to Hippolyta and Artemis. This goddess is smitten by their master. And unlike the rest of the maids, this brown-haired beauty can keep up with Marcus in intellectual level and is a goddess, a pure and single goddess, making her a perfect target for the title of wife. Very well, then you can call me by my name as well. There is no need for titles. Marcus easily accepted her request, making Artemis grimace internally. Does this mean Athena is already higher in the hierarchy than she is when it comes to her master? My thanks. This way it feels that there is northwest obstructions in place and we can talk properly. The goddess of warfare said with a pleasant smile. Her words had multiple layers of meanings, or at least that's what Artemis and Hippolyta thought. The pair of women thought that Athena just stabbed them and told them that they already are below her. None of his maids ever call him by his name. Orders of the head maid. So even Artemis has to make sure to call him by his title. That of course can be easily solved if Marcus tells them to call him by his name, and honestly, he doesn't care. There is a certain amount of satisfaction when they call him by a title like Master. Most likely Solomon's influence rubbed off when he summoned his devils and was called Master for a few years by them. Right, now that pleasantries are done, why don't we find a place to talk? Marcus motioned for the beauty to follow him as he offered his elbow. Athena's eyes instantly shined with satisfying glee. She quickly accepted his offer and linked his hand with hers. Now they looked like a couple of intellectuals as Marcus dressed properly this time, which quite baffled his maids. They even wanted to contact Quinella and ask the meaning of his behavior because they can't understand him anymore. Is he preparing to go on date? Does he even do such things? The reason is quite simple, he wanted to do something like this with a goddess. Especially intellectual goddess. At first, he was thinking with Artemis, but he quickly threw that out of the window when he heard what she was planning to do to him. So, he decided just to keep her as a maid. Maybe when he forgets about her original plans he will allow her to move up on the ladder. Instead, he will go on a date with Athena and see what she has to say to him. Of course, lead the way. The brown-haired beauty said with a smile. Hugging his hand even more, Marcus could feel her assets even more with this. The teen inventor just smiled at her behavior. He can safely say that he has this beauty interested in him. Marcus took her on a small trip, around 10 minutes of walk. While there is nothing to look at, the goddess do know that there is a specific destination to their walk. Eventually, they arrived at something similar to a small marketplace, with several kiosks and stalls. Over there my parents used to buy potatoes. When the harvest used to be bad in the countryside. The teen pointed at the several stalls. Funny how my father used to complain about the prices, even when he used to hate the idea of working in fields. Unlike my mother and sister. Do you know what he preferred to do? Marcus asked the brown-haired goddess who was listening to him attentively regardless how mundane it sounded. She knows that he is getting at something. Some sort of different craft. She asked with uncertainty. Indeed. He simply nodded at her, continued to walk forward. He didn't say anything, instead they arrived at some sort of square. It was quite a simple square made of stone tiles. In the middle of it, there was a statue of a girl and a wolf. That statue over there, my grandfather was one of the 20 who worked on it back in 1960. While he had no interest in engineering or machinery in general, he preferred carpeting, brickwork and other things related to architecture. The most absurd thing is that he is the one who built our house. Most of it he built alone, excluding electrical stuff. He did everything himself, from windows, doors, floors with his bare hands. As Marcus said with a nostalgic look as he looked at the statue. The girls simply listened to what he said. They finally realized where his talent for building crazy stuff is coming from. And unlike my grandfather, my father on the other hand prefers machines, lots of machines. He joined the army with open arms Southwest that he could drive tanks, trucks, or heavy armored cars and run maintenance for them. Before he was even 20. Once the Soviet Union fell, he left the army because my birth country military sucks. Instead, he joined the first auto service shop he could and continued to work there. Funny thing, he on free time decided to fix a totaled trunk. The black-haired teen said with a smirk. An amused snort escaped from Atlanta, who finally knows where his absurd fascination with cars appeared from. While Artemis just rolled her eyes at this. Even to this day, that trunk is carrying metal junk for smelting. More than 10 years passed since he fixed it. For a second he remembered a blue Mercedes truck with a shitty gearbox on which his father has released his whole vocabulary of swearing words. So, it's a family thing. I have heard of similar things back in the day, blacksmithing families, or any artisan ones. Athena said that with realized look. One of the mysteries have been partially solved about Marcus. Indeed. However, were they like their work? I, on other hand, was obsessed with this ever since I could remember. When I was 5, there was one of those times when there was no one who could watch over me. Mother was at work, my sister, well, she did her thing what teenager girls do. Far too complex for me. The female rolled her eyes at him. Grandfather was in the capital doing something related to his craft, leaving me with my father. At that time he was still working on his truck. As you can imagine, he gave me some things to do. Some wooden toys my grandfather made. Funny how I never touched those and instead went to nag my father to the point that he allowed me to assist him. Do you think I remember anything from that time? Nope. Nothing. Only that my father said that I was mesmerized when things just come together. Ever since then I was partially living in the garage. I would always smell of oil or metal, tinkering with things. That lasted till I was 11. Marcus told his tale while looking at the statue. Remember what his gramps used to tell about this statue and how it came to be. After 11th birthday things changed. I learned of the supernatural. It awed me, it truly did. Where ones are afraid of the unknown. I was not. I only thought about things I could make with this knowledge. This is what it leads us to today. The teen stopped looking at the statue and instead turned towards the listening goddess. Let me show you what I crafted, your arrival is perfect for reveal of something. He grinned at her as he is itching to launch something extraordinary to space. Chapter 43, Ars Almadel Salomonis, not edited. Master, you never said that you had a sister. Hippolyta said with a somewhat annoyed tone. The redhead can't believe he never mentioned anything about his family member. What for? She is a regular human being. Doing her thing. She doesn't belong with the supernatural, neither my parents belong there. He said with a shrug. Marcus wants to keep them far away from the other side. Even so. You are about to open your mundane company with Leviathans and that Astaroth help. They are bound to be exposed to some of the things you do. Artemis pointed out the obvious. This new information about Marcus being in contact with more devils made Athena even more curious. So, he is close to Leviathan, and an Astaroth. Who is she? The goddess of wisdom was very much curious about the inventor's life by this point. Oh, yes. She doesn't mind playing the mundane side of things if she can get several important approvals from his family. Indeed. That is why we taking our time to prepare. Latia and Sarah are making sure the shock is controlled to a certain extent. Once the company is revealed, my parents will be receiving a portion of the money without even working there. In other words, they will be retiring from any sort of work. And once the medical side of my company opens, I will be introducing DNA and body treatments. Marcus explained to them. He indeed decided to open that side too. Medical treatments. With some rework on biochambers, he will be able to make them for public use. Of course, he is not planning to go through any sort of regulations. Like hell, he is going to show what is under the hood. So the World Health Association can go fuck itself. He is either going to make Latia's people take over the government, or they're going to brainwash the Health Association and make them sign papers that it's approved by the experts. When that part is open, then I will give my parents the treatment. They will be able to enjoy healthy bodies and prolonged lifespan. The maids nodded at him. To a certain extent, they can understand him. Sorta. Neither Athena nor Artemis had what is considered childhood. While Atlanta is even worse, she was abandoned and then forced to marry because of her parent. While Hippolyta was raised by her mother to be a strong warrior. So, they don't have what is considered proper childhood and deep affection for their parental figure. Especially the pair of goddesses, so, they can't truly understand why Marcus is going out of his way to do some stuff to his parents. Not eternal youth. Artemis said from behind. She was confused. Nope. Not unless one has a drive, and a regular human lifespan is not enough. Otherwise, there is no point in immortality and eternal youth. Boredom will consume that individual and he will eventually grow insane by constantly trying new things. That is why many call it a blessing and a curse. I doubt as a goddess you can understand that. Marcus said the last part with a pained smile. It's like talking to a billionaire who had money all of his life about the woes of having too much money. If you say so. The silverhead could only nod with a frown. She disliked the fact that she can't grasp what he meant. While Athena watched the interaction between those two. She wanted to know how close they are. The goddess already noticed the diminished power of Artemis. Which only means one thing. The silver-haired goddess lost one of her powers over a specific domain, in other words, the goddess of moon and hunt lost her maiden status. Unlike Athena, however, Artemis does lose power when she loses her maidenhood because the goddess of hunt was the goddess of maidens too. While goddess of wisdom doesn't have this kind of issue. Even if it was amusing in a way, Athena is more interested in their relationship level. She was quite a bit impressed to what level the silverhead was subdued. There was no over-the-top arrogant woman she used to see. While Artemis was still holding her head high, there was no high and mighty look there anymore. Whatever Marcus did truly has taken her half-sister down from her high horse. Which impressed her further. Now she wants to know how he did it. In more details. We are at the epicenter of the barrier system, but I don't see anything. Athena said that while taking off her glasses. There was no point in having them when magic was so potent and it was everywhere. She is more blind with them on than off. Even with her regular vision, all she could see is a suburban area of houses built close to 50 years ago. There is nothing there, just regular houses. The road is quite bad as well. One would never believe that this area is special in any way. Because it's underground. Follow me. Marcus clarified to her as they entered into what she most likely guess is his house's yard. But instead of going to the house, they walked towards the garage. Which is not unexpected. The amount of time she heard him mentioning the garage, she shouldn't be surprised that he will take her there. However, she was more baffled that they went behind it, and then she saw the ground open and she could see stairs going down. Sure enough, she saw a room similar to a living room. With couches, a black glass tea table, a large extremely thin TV on the wall. On her left, she saw another room which looks like a kitchen and a corridor. Behind her she saw another flight of stairs going down. Meaning another level. However, what got her attention was the things in front. A large workshop with a car under repairs, or is it upgrades? There was a lot of magic there as well. In fact, there is a lot of magic everywhere. This is my first workshop and now a garage, let me show you. Marcus gently pulled the goddess of wisdom into the workshop. The moment she was there she saw the car properly. Apart from exterior, there was nothing else of regular human. Her senses were telling her that the engine, or what's supposed to be the engine, is not an engine at all. It was a box of some sort of magic fit in place of the engine. While the car interior was much more familiar to what humans use now. At least for the seats part. As the dashboard, it was more or less a screen, and on the side, there was an even bigger screen. What are you going to use this car? She asked softly while looking at the car more closely. Is this car anymore? It has all-terrain usage. Space and underwater included. While this is not the end model. It will be finished once it can travel back and forth in time. Marcus explained to her as he looked at his silver and blue BMW. Based on Back to Future. Athena said with some sweat rolling down her forehead. More than anyone she knows how much math one needs to do to time travel properly. Indeed. Still have some kinks to do before it's properly usable. He said that while thinking about what he needed to do. Like summoning certain someone, as well solving a few riddles, then adjusting a few technomancy-based systems. Once those are done his car will be ready. You do know that even gods of time don't mess with time. Sure, they can use it a few minutes into the future and back. Gives them an incredible advantage in battle, but nothing like time travel shown in Back to Future. Athena explained quite seriously. There was some sweat rolling down her forehead. She truly does hope that this man knows what he is doing. Oh, I know. Let me explain what I discovered and what kind of calculations I have been doing. He said that while pulling her towards him and gently leading them to the back of the workshop towards where the maglev train is waiting for them. The brown-haired goddess with some satisfaction smile. Seeing his action. The distance between them is shrinking by the minute. She can't wait for it to be even smaller. Like for example. Sitting on his lap like how that lion girl does. Once the pair went down the stairs, the trio of maids looked at them. Atlanta was most relaxed about this. She would be nervous if Marcus had another cat girl of some sort, but Athena is gunning for a different spot. So the blonde lion girl is relaxed. While Hippolyta and Artemis on other hand. Hippolyta feels threatened, double so for Artemis. The silver-haired never thought she will see Athena as a threat. Not only she is a fellow goddess, but she has much more in common with him. The goddess of hunt always had that superiority to other girls for being the only goddess around, and Marcus would always look at her with that heated look. Now it has diminished with the arrival of Athena. What should we do? Hippolyta asked the moon goddess. Artemis only shook her head. She has no idea how to progress and counter the goddess of wisdom influence. Nothing. There is no need to do anything. Just because goddess Athena getting along so well with our master, it doesn't mean she will be his wife. You two forgot that he can create life and could easily create a perfect wife for himself. He already created Quinella, who by all means fits even better than goddess Athena. Atlanta said with a sigh. She started walking right after those two. The lion girl simply started to think from a different angle and started to think how would Marcus think. Honestly, it's hard to think like him. But as a hunter, she did something similar before. 3,000 years of hunting experience made her quite capable of thinking from the shoes of different beings. Especially from the shoes of her prey. Well, the concept is similar, only that she needed to watch and observe him for an extended amount of time. All she came up with doesn't quite make sense. While Marcus is no doubt a genius. Only someone like Big G can compete with his talent. Even so, what she found baffling is that he has too much experience. His recent tale she heard only solidified that Marcus is not a teenager. No amount of talent can cover several decades of life experience. Not even once did she see some sort of teenager naivete from him. And he even speak as if he had a lot of life experience, which should not make any sense because from what she understands he never left his workshop for an extended amount of time. In the end, Atlanta concluded that he is either reincarnation or some sort of big shot. Like Solomon or even original Lucifer, because some of his contracts are worthy of a seasoned devil. Seraphal Leviathan herself noted that. Oh, maybe biblical God himself, if rumors of being dead are true. The lion girl frowned for a second. This sounds much more plausible. Because it would make more sense. The biblical God created heaven himself from the scratch. As well as angels and of course, Lucifer. With that thought, the girl descended the stairs after Marcus and Athena, leaving Artemis and Hippolyta behind. The redhead thought more about what Atlanta just said. It made a lot of sense. Marcus could easily create a girl of his desires if he would want. So, if he wanted a wife he would create one. She is right. Let's go. You don't want to lose points for being a bad maid. The Queen of Amazons teased her old boss for a bit. It was refreshing. The silver-haired goddess nodded at her words, her eyes were narrowed. She doesn't like this kind of tease one bit. Especially now, when her old hunt members can tease her without any sort of repercussion. When Athena went down those stairs behind the garage, never in her very long life expected to end up in some sort of underground system. However, she immediately realized that it made the most sense. The reports with the spies in the Teeps faction reported that the airship was several hundred meters long. It means it needs enormous space for maintenance. Now it made sense that it's underground. With the amount forests and empty fields this nation has, one could easily build such facilities without worry. However, where does the manpower come from? My theory so far is that time is similar to space. It started when the Big Bang happened. While it's not quite solid theory, a lot of calculations I did come to it. It's like it's ever expanding, moving forward. From there I realized that traveling back in time cost more energy than going to the future. It's like fighting a river current. It's better to flow with it, instead of fighting it. Athena nodded hearing that. It's so fascinating with someone who is not just talking about ego measurement. I came with the same conclusion some time ago. When I said that to fellow Olympians they laughed at me. Telling that it was Kronos who started time. The brown-haired goddess said with a sigh. If it's true, then time should have stopped when Zeus chopped him to bits. Marcus said with raised eyebrow. The goddess of wisdom shrugged her shoulders. According to him, it can't be stopped once it starts flowing. She said that with a deadpan voice. The teen inventor looked back at her with a deadpan look. Then it makes Kronos a time user, not a god of time. The black-haired teen said while shaking his head from disappointment. Don't tell that to Zeus' face, otherwise he is going to get angry. He doesn't want his achievement of defeating Kronos to be lessened in any way. Athena said with an amused tone. We'll keep that as ammunition. The goddess giggled for a bit before looking forward, seeing a railway station. You have a railway under your house. Maglev, more specifically, I am thinking of upgrading them to the next level. Adding some firepower. He said that, as bronze and white-colored Maglev arrived just on time. The doors slide to the sides. Marcus motioned for her to enter. Athena happily did so. She likes his gentleman-like behavior with her so far. It's refreshing. No fear, no awe, only friendly attitude, which she likes quite a bit. No over-the-top goddess treatment. Honestly, if she showed some animosity by arriving here, she most likely would have ended up as his maid. Which she would have loved quite a bit, perfectly honest. No more dull meetings. No more politics, she would only have Marcus to serve, that's about it. Oh, and she would have a proper person to talk to. Delve into interesting things as his research assistant, now that dream life. The problem with that is, her Greek pantheon would most likely cease to exist. This is what she understood from their chess game. In the end, she decided to make the best of both sides to make sure her home is safe from him and same time spend some time with him. Let me guess, you going to make them into some sort of transformers? She asked with an amused tone. She remembered that the men has jet fighters that can transform into robots based on transformers. Sigh. Now that is boring. You got it right from the first try. Marcus said with a fake disappointed tone. I think it was obvious. As the maglev is already good. So, the most obvious upgrade would be the transformer route. The teen could only nod after hearing such a reasonable answer. True. I suppose. Anyway. We have around 15 minutes to talk. Why don't we take turns while asking questions? The black-haired teen asked with a huge smile. Now he can finally learn some stuff from the past. Especially from Athena, as she is a very good and reliable source of information. Very well. She easily nodded at his request. Well, ladies first. Marcus motioned for her to start. The goddess of wisdom nodded happily. She was satisfied that he sees her woman first then goddess. Even though it should be reversed. But, she likes this much more. Very well. Let's start with manpower. From where did you get this much manpower to build this much, this quick? She asked with a very curious tone. Robot labor. At the moment there are close to 100,000 robots. Also known as Aurora bots, they are working tirelessly ever since they were created. Maintenance is easy, and the OS is constantly monitored. To make sure they don't develop self-awareness or anything related to that. The teen answered her question, to which Athena has more questions. I see, makes sense, you already have robots as fighting force, very well, you may ask me anything you want. She said that with a very serious tone. I will start with an easy one. Trojan War. Was Helen worth it? Her beauty great enough for war? His question earned him a deadpan stare from Athena. You have a goddess sitting next to you and you asking about another woman. Are you sure you are not related to my illustrious father? She asked in turn with a snappy tone, but she controlled herself. No. I checked my genes. Traced them back many generations. I don't even have Greek blood in the first place. Marcus answered with a shrug. Nope. He is not related to Zeus in any way. This was not the answer she was expecting. Still, it amused her greatly. Sigh. Fine, I will answer that. Since we had a deal. The teen got on edge, honestly, it's a silly question. But, he wants to learn the truth. Back in the day, Ares had a little project going on. Sparta. I know. Artemis told me about it. Athena smiled for a bit. It's so nice that she doesn't need to explain everything. Yes, so, as you may know, Aphrodite and Ares have a thing going on for centuries. So to help with his little project as a good lover, Aphrodite found a beautiful woman and blessed her with beauty, making this girl even more beautiful. Simply put, she was an 8.5 out of 10, and with the blessing of the goddess of beauty and sex, Helen became 10 out of 10. The Spartan king was so mesmerized by her that he immediately took her as his wife. Aphrodite's goal was to make sure that the next Spartan rulers have extra beauty to their martial prowess. To put it in simple perspective. Helen was very beautiful. Was she worth the war? No. Not to me. Apart from being beautiful, she didn't have any other talents above average. She was just a beautiful girl Aphrodite selected for her lover's project. But since she is easily swayed, she got pulled in that little argument we had. And to make sure she would win, she offered to the teenager Paris her little girl Helen, regardless of the consequences. As you can guess, when a teenager teen sees a hot girl, well, you know the rest. Athena explained with a shrug. Marcus nodded several times as he heard about it. Yes, this sounds like classic gods playing with human stuff. Well, more like a family playing their games only on the scale of gods. Since the Greek pantheon in the end is a family. And when they bicker it affects regular people. Even when they do not bicker, instead have a simple argument, even then it will involve humans living under them. Thought so. Now it's your turn. The teen motioned for her to ask her a question. Honestly, the pair by this point forgot that they were not alone. Space Center. Once they arrived at the center, the goddess of wisdom mouth slightly opened in shock. She quickly hid it. It's hard to accept that less than an hour ago they were in some borderline rural town talking in front of a simple statue, and now they were here. Sure, she could accept this from another pantheon where few gods working on something big and divine energy pouring without restraint. But this was a pure human thing, done in less than a decade. Even here the amount of magic is overflowing. Yet, it's not used. Instead, the robots are using their inbuilt magic to construct this large thing. Wasteful, so much magic just wasted. You don't care that this place has this much magic is in the air? You could do something with it. Athena said while massaging her forehead. Should she advertise herself as project overseer? To fix the wastefulness of this. Whatever he is building. Oh, that. Don't worry, it will be used soon. The saturation is on purpose. Marcus clarified for her. He can see the frustration from her behavior. Oh. Okay. So what is this? She asked him now that she got over the idea of wasted magic energy. A holographic window appeared in front of her with pictures of what this is. The goddess' mouth slightly opened again. What she saw is a massive gun, and if her hunch is right, it's a space gun. Opsos class station. It's for all purposes. From assault to healing, to general observation to simple deterrent against other nations, pantheons. This is only the core and it will be launched, now. As he said that the ceiling started to open, the magic in the air started rushing, to form huge magic circles above the core of the future space station. Have you ever seen someone launch a 100-meter-long object into space? I didn't, today I will rectify that. He said with some giddiness. As Marcus said that, his body got surrounded by purple energy. Athena paled, like really paled, sensing the amount of power this man has. What level of control over his power he has. And what is this power? She can sense magic, and is that too key? What is the third energy? Most of them, all the amount of energy he had was enormous. Hell. He doesn't need a faction or minions. With this much power, he could rule everything just with his energy alone. Yet, he does all these side things. Thinking for a bit, it did make sense to her, he was similar to her. She quickly calmed. Moments later a platform appeared underneath them. Marcus didn't forget about his 3 maids who followed him, even though they were slightly annoyed that he behaved like he didn't see them. Slowly the platform on which they were standing started to raise. Going up towards the outside. Athena saw how many massive magic circles were appearing one above another. Won't people going to see this? The goddess of wisdom asked him. Such a catchy circle would be visible from kilometers away. She said that as she looked at the circles going several hundred meters up. Just look in that direction. Marcus pointed for her. It's the closest town from this location. The brown-haired goddess did so. I see, so you used that reality warping technique there too. It's called realitas. And it's not technique. More like a particle that interferes with human senses. He clarified for her as they returned to look at the massive core of a station to be launched to the space. It was shaped like a classic football ball with those hexagons in it. There are 5 stages to this. First is the core. Once the core is in space, the deflectors will come online and will form barriers around it, allowing the Aurora bots to work in peace. The second part is the boosters, hangars, and the assembly line. The third part is the command center and the habitable areas. The fourth is the barrel, and the last one is the addition of areas where the extensions could be built for future attachments. In total it will be 370 meters long. And around 120 meters wide. It's quite small, but that's because it's just the first model of such a station. As we move to space we can build much bigger things later on. Marcus explained to them as he was looking at the core. While Athena was nervous of such a thing hanging above everyone's heads, surprisingly Artemis had a dreamy look. She remembered what the inventor drew for her. The bow-shaped station. The amount of awe it could generate towards her. The goddess of moon would have a large amount of believers once again. However, the beauty snapped out of this delusion. As she knows that this happening is almost impossible. Marcus not fawning over her, and simple seductions are not bringing her anywhere near this dream station. Maybe once this one is done he could build bigger between Earth and the moon. The silver-haired goddess thought to herself. While she was in deep thoughts the teen inventor looked at his phone. The last remaining preparations are nearly done. The Aurora bots moved away from the core, the section underneath the core started to open up, there was a circle there. Meaning that it will use gravity to launch this thing into space. At least this is what Athena saw. Well, here it is, 3, 2, 1. Marcus said as he looked at the timer. Once it hit 0 he quickly looked at the launch himself. The core of the station first started falling into the open section below. But, the moment it hit the circle below it started accelerating up. The speed continued to increase with each circle it passed. Soon enough it was at Marcus and his group eye level before rapidly going up. The moment it reached the last circle it glowed for a moment before with a loud boom the whole core launched up into the sky. You used inertia to launch 100 meters wide object into space. Athena said that while trying to fix her glasses as she just processed what she saw. The problem was she doesn't have any glasses at the moment. And the maids nearly laughed seeing that. The trio of maids on other hand tried to forget what they saw, too much to process. Only Artemis saw this as the first step towards her bow-shaped station. There was a small satisfying smirk on her lips. This was almost like a promise to herself to try harder. Impressive, isn't it? Marcus nodded at Athena's words. That's why he likes this goddess. She didn't even check the accelerator circles. Yet, she already saw through their real purpose. There was so many things which could have gone wrong. Each of those circles need to calculate the force, and The brown-haired goddess eyes were nearly spinning as she realized how many calculations needed to be done. On top of that, she realized that those circles were human-based magic ones, meaning it was pure math. Eventually, she lost her balance and dropped on her ass. She tried to process this. Are you sure you're not demigod? Related to my divinity? Athena asked as sweat started going down her forehead. So you understood. Fantastic. Honestly, you are the first person who saw through this. And saw it as not just some simple inertia launch. Marcus exclaimed happily. The goddess just sweat dropped more after hearing this. The gravity, inertia itself, wind conditions, weight of the object, each of those factors come into play with every single circle. To put it simply, there are hundreds of thousands of calculations needed to do this. Even the slightest of miscalculations could mess the inertia effect, slowing the speed of the launch. Worst case recoil. As Athena was explaining, the maid sort of understood what she said, while Marcus simply nodded multiple times. What she said was almost like music to his ears. This goddess understood it perfectly. In other words, if that failed, that thing would have smashed somewhere on Earth, most likely explode. The brown-haired goddess said with a nervous look. She has no idea what was inside of it and how big the explosion would have been. While explosion happening is impossible because of the diamond core heart inside of it. The construct integrity is way above something as casual as an explosion. But if it somehow magically explode, well, my suggestion is to get some warm clothes for several decades. Marcus grimaced while saying that. He did some casual math in his head. If that thing would go boom, it could rival Yellowstone's supervolcano in sheer force. His diamond core hearts are not meant for explosions. Especially the much larger than normal diamond core heart inside that space station core. So an ice age. You are far too reckless. The goddess of wisdom said while slowly getting up on her feet. Honestly. She was expecting some incredible stuff. But not something which could blow her off her feet. Literally. It's strange, hearing that from a Greek goddess. Marcus said while shaking his head in an amused fashion. A Greek goddess called him reckless. He should type that down somewhere. And make it into a poster. Athena rolled her eyes. A huff escaped from her lips. What's that supposed to mean? She asked with narrowed eyes. Even Artemis looked at him with a similar look. Nothing. I mean, I could pull a whole book of stuff you guys did in history. Marcus explained with a comical eye roll. None of those events had the potential to bring an ice age for the whole planet. Athena defended herself with embarrassed blush. And neither this one had the potential to do anything. Marcus pulled out his phone and showed to her the percentage of potential failure to launch. It was below 0.01%. In other words, it was a perfect launch. Chapter 44, talking about blessings, not edited. Once the station core was in place, and the holographic reflectors were deployed, Marcus returned with the group to the base. He brought Athena to the living room. Do you want me to show you around my current house? He asked her as they entered the living room. No. Maybe next time. Honestly. I give up. I need to rest. The beautiful brown-haired goddess sighed. She was tired, mentally, and for some reason physically too. Trying to keep up with this man, honestly, it's hard, even for her. That space station launch thing, it blew her mind off. It's so basic, simple inertia, but the bigger the thing is, the harder it is to do the simple method on it. That is the reason why the current civilization has so much micro and macro management going on. It's a planet-wide thing. But this guy, he simply did it anyway. It's like presidential elections with the president-to-be knowing the exact number of votes he is going to get. This is what just happened with that launch. Okay. You rest here if you want. He motioned for her to sit on any of the 3 couches available in the living room. Athena nodded at him and walked over and plopped in the one facing the enormous TV. Marcus, sit with me. It's boring doing it alone. The beautiful goddess said with a pouty, but tired voice. The teen easily accepted that and got to sit not far from her. But then the goddess of wisdom moved to his side and casually put her head on his lap. Much better, now I can rest. She said that with a happy voice. For a second the teen tried to process what just happened. He looked at the brown-haired lady's head on his lap. Well, he is all up with cuddling. His hand gently went on her head and started stroking it. The beautiful goddess smiled to herself when she felt his hand on her. Yep. This is good. A few minutes passed peacefully like this, but then Marcus used his psionic abilities to summon the TV remote and turn on the TV. Do you know why I am here? Athena asked Marcus as they were watching a documentary about their solar system. Because of Artemis. He asked her as he continued to stroke her hair. Partially, another one is the destruction of Teep's faction. My fellow Olympians wanted to know where you are standing with them. She said that while looking at the TV. Especially since you have Artemis as a maid, they want to know if she is going to be released. But, you already explained that part. I will try to mitigate whatever response they will have. I only ask not to send that airship of yours to Greece. Athena said at the last part with a sigh. She now remembered that she will have to return and explain things. Honestly, you already know about my character. Why are you even asking? He said with a sigh one of his own, the whole idea of political bickering. Well, he doesn't like that. Because, I want to talk. And I need to hear this from you. Chess can cover some parts but I can be wrong. She said with an exaggerated tone. Even one in a lifetime genius can be dense. Doesn't he know she just wants to talk? She wants to cover her work first. Then they can talk whatever they want. Fine. Well, Artemis is staying with me. While the whole thing of me being a threat to them, to you is absurd, unless they coming to me, well. I think you know how that part is going to end. Athena nodded. Simply put, you just want to do your thing in peace and Artemis is the one who did this to herself. I will tell that to them. Still, you know my family. They will come to you either way. Not to fight, more like get some stuff. Trade things. What about those? She asked with more curiosity than ever before. I don't mind that at all. It will be interesting interacting with them. As Marcus said that he imagined himself talking shop with Hephaestus and making Ares test out some destructive weapons. Only the goddess of wisdom snorted internally from amusement. Honestly, this guy is nuts. So they might get along far too well. Good, because I know Ares wants to talk with you about those mandarins. For a second she was thoughtful, she couldn't recall the word. Mandalorians. Marcus deadpanned at her. This woman, it's like mispronouncing a cult leader's name on purpose. If he was a hardcore Star Wars fan she would be receiving a spanking by this point. Oh. Yes, those. She nodded at him, missing the whole deadpan voice on purpose. Oh, the goddess noticed his dissatisfaction with her messing with the word. But, it's just too amusing. He wants to meet you and talk about them, according to him he wants to bless you. Which is quite something else, he didn't do that for centuries. She said that with quite an amused tone. And, what does this blessing do? Marcus asked curiously. He does wonder what blessing from a god could do to one. His last blessed person was Leonidas. And if you know Spartan history then you know what he accomplished with just the blessing. For a second the teen eyes widened. He recalled what the Spartan king did. So it's true. He stopped the whole Persian army, around 1,000,000 with 300 Spartans. He asked that with raised eyebrow. Indeed. If it was not for the betrayal of some of the bitter locals he would have halted them long enough for the main army to prepare and send them back in one single swoop. According to my observations back in the day, Leonidas had absurd capacities for a human to lead armies and his presence alone would make everyone listen to him. Like some sort of avatar of war itself. Without any magic support, he could fight for days and even influence everyone around him. Marcus had thoughtful look when he heard that. He recalled the capabilities of Artemis huntresses. With the blessing alone they were around high-class devils in strength alone, not to mention other powers which comes from their goddess. They could wield a lesser version of divine energy. A very handy thing. Impressive, amusing, it was only things related to war. Not quite. Everything martial was included to a certain extent, but true power came when it was time of war. As one can expect from being blessed by God of War. Athena clarified to him. I see, what about you? He asked her while his gaze moved down from TV to the beauty using his lap as a pillow. Oh. You want my blessing? She quickly lifted her head and very swiftly ended up sitting on his lap, facing him. Her arms wrapped around his neck, the beautiful goddess pulled herself closer to him. There was quite a bit of embarrassment on her face. Her cheeks got quite red. The goddess of wisdom never did anything like this before. It was awkward, however she saw this as the perfect opportunity to proceed forward. Marcus was a little bit baffled by her abrupt actions. However, this was very good for him, since the goddess herself took the next step and not him. His hands went quickly towards her incredible rear and squeezed it. Feeling the form of it. Here is the deal. I will give you my blessing for a kiss, not just any kiss. A perfect one. The more perfect it is, the more inclined I will be to give the blessing. What do you say? She said that with a whispering tone, like she is telling a secret of some sort. But, that can be explained by the fact that she finds this whole thing embarrassing. The teen just smiled with an amused look. Shouldn't this be reversed? A guy asking for a kiss? Well, whatever. It's a double win for him. A blessing to study and a goddess to kiss. So without wasting any more time he leaned forwards and claimed the expecting goddess lips. Her eyes slightly gleamed from excitement. This was it. Quickly enough the simple kiss accelerated into a make-out session. Their tongues were dueling. Well, more like Marcus was teaching the very green goddess how to kiss. Surely enough, the goddess of wisdom started to get hot and bothered. However, this was not the time to proceed to the next stage. So, she quickly channeled her divine energy, and at that moment she blessed Marcus with her blessing. At that exact moment, Marcus' psionic energy reacted. It's like it received a supercharge in its ability. His eyes slightly widened because he could feel the range of his sensing ability going up. All the way to Japan and beyond, like it could circle the globe if he was trying to. Athena's blessing has extremely impacted his psionic capacities. The beautiful brown-haired goddess pulled back from the kiss. Oh, she wouldn't mind going all the way, but it's far too early in her eyes, and she doesn't want to be known as some sort of cheap goddess like Aphrodite, who would have the men doing things to her on their first date. What do you think? She asked hotly, forcing herself to rein in. Impressive, it has increased the potency of my psionic powers, Marcus said with slightly widened eyes. He wasn't expecting to get some sort of power-up. Honestly, he wasn't expecting any sort of power-up. He is already one of the most powerful beings on this planet. While Athena's blessing didn't give him more power, it increased his potency. Well, more like increased his brain faculty, which in turn made his psionic capacities greater. Oh. Psionic? So that's what it is. The beautiful goddess of wisdom was excited to hear about this. Mental powers. Even she doesn't have it. I wonder, could I unlock something like this? She thought to herself. There is no doubt she could use psionic energy. It's related to brain activity. And she is the smartest one from her pantheon. Indeed. While kissing for blessing is great and all, I think it would be more fitting that I would teach you how to access psionic powers. He said that while squeezing her bum with his hands. Oh. I can accept that. She said that quite hotly. The beauty could feel positive shivers going through her body from his actions. Marcus slightly nodded. One of his hands moved away from her incredible rear and ended up on her forehead. Now. For this to work, I will stimulate certain parts of your brain. While this normally wouldn't work on regular humans unless they are gifted in mental faculties. But, we are not here to discuss that. Focus on the stimulated part to manifest this energy. Marcus said seriously the last part, and Athena quickly nodded, trying to get serious instead of more turned on. The team then sent some of his purple energy, and Athena felt part of her head getting warm and she could feel something. For a second she tried to pull it. A couple of times, before getting annoyed. Shoo, just relax, it won't going to manifest that easily because you trying to pull it. As Marcus said that his other hand went on her back, he stroked it up and down, trying to help her relax. The brown-haired goddess slowly nodded. She leaned into him and closed her eyes, focusing on this stimulation and trying to grasp this new type of energy. Well, are you going to laugh at me? Artemis said at her half-sister, as she got comfortable in her seat. Across from her was her fellow Olympian. Finally, Athena was away from Marcus. This whole thing rubbed annoyingly to the goddess of the hunt. The goddess of wisdom is getting far too close to them, and the silver-haired beauty is gunning herself. Laugh. I am jealous. Athena said that while frowning. One could see jealousy and a sour look on her face. Jealous, what are you talking about? The goddess-turned maid asked. With a deeply confused look, this had whatever fire she had blown away. You no longer have to attend those boring meetings or any other responsibilities. Hell. You don't even need to worry about your hunt. Even then, the best part is that you can spend day in and day out with Marcus. Tell me, why I shouldn't be jealous? Athena rant slowly got more and more heat as by the time she was done she was breathing heavily. Artemis had a dumbfounded look on her face. It finally hit her that the goddess of wisdom was in truth infatuated with Marcus Goldman, not for his inventions or abilities to make gears, but in the purest of sense. Hell, the brown-haired woman in front of her was wanting to be a maid. It took several moments for the fellow Olympian to process this outburst. I see, so, what is that Olympus will do? Don't tell they are organizing to move on, my master. The goddess of hunt almost slipped there and called Marcus by his name. Like hell, she is going to lose her points. Athena noticed that but decided not to comment on it. She would rather use this as a question for Marcus on their second date. No. They are not. I am here as recon. And no, I will tell them not to move. It's suicidal no matter how one look at this. Marcus alone could destroy Olympus with one hand behind his back. Even if Hades would pull everything he could from the underworld. The goddess of wisdom said with a sigh. Good, there is no need for pointless death. What are you going to tell the council about me? Artemis asked Athena. She was somewhat nervous about this. First tell me your part, how you ended up as a maid. The brown-haired goddess asked sharply. A sigh escaped from Artemis as she started telling from her side of the whole humiliation. However, she skipped the part around his threats, since it's embarrassing. Her explanation was very simple and straight to the point. I see, it's identical to what Marcus said to me. I am going to report just that. Won't, Father, take offense to this? The goddess of the moon said with a nervous tone. To what? That you lost in proper duel where you waged yourself. Athena said that with raised eyebrow. That I was turned into maid instead his wife. You did say that you will do whatever he asked, and Marcus did say that he wanted you as his maid. The brown-haired beauty said with an eye roll. The answer made Artemis frown for a bit. She wanted to argue with her half-sister but, at this point her new master had too much power, and her family couldn't make him change his mind. In the end, you dig your own grave as they say. And Olympus can't help you with this. I will make sure to tell them that, this is purely your fault and that Marcus was simply defending himself. Athena explained simply. The goddess of hunt sighed internally. Well, she can't have her reputation preserved, she hoped to salvage this in some way. Fine. Make it so that they don't have any sort of ideas to attack him because of me. The brown-haired goddess nodded at her. Now with this, her mission is finished. Pity, she would want to stay around longer and maybe have 1 or 2 more fights in that reality system. Marcus with a frown looked at the latest update on the station's core. The magic energy from the holographic reflectors is leaking. This is ridiculous, who would have thought that magic is affected by Earth's gravity? Should it be magical? Ignores everything, but then again, it's created from the planet's core. So it falls under the control of the cosmos in general. Perfectly honest, everything should fall under cosmos rule. The size of planets and celestial objects is simply too enormous. The teen stroked his chin as he was thinking. This discovery about void and no gravity affecting magic flow in his exterior. Tech means that he has to patch up some things once he goes to space. Aurora. Did you start on the patchwork and upgrades? Marcus asked his AI. Already started the moment the sensors picked this up. While the holographic deflectors leaking magic, it's nothing significant to worry about. We have around 30 years until they start failing. As the AI explained to him, the teen frowned more. 30 years. That's quite a failure of calculations on his part. Sir, by that point Ars Almadel Solomonis will be finished and the holographic deflectors will no longer be needed. The AI said with a flabbergasted tone, she knows that this doesn't need to fix. The artificial intelligence already knows that Marcus' perfectionist and his obsession with items that should last for an eternity are rubbing off on him. His technomancy should not be limited to a 2 digits life expectancy. While her protocol tells her to fix this. And she did that already, she knows it's not needed. But, for the sake of science and the need for perfection, she won't going to complain. However, she will notify Quinella just in case Marcus decides not to return from space, for some time. There is a high chance that he will decide to explore the solar system since he was already in space. Yes, I know. Regardless, start manufacturing the upgraded holographic reflectors, I will take them to space myself. The teen inventor said that as he closed the holographic window and got up from his couch. Understood. Beginning the manufacturing process according to the new data. As the AI started to manufacturing process, Marcus' mind started to wonder about the idea of exploring the space. Just like the AI predicted. Quinella's upgrades already showing their colors. Artificial intelligence can predict its master quite a bit. However, she still has records of him behaving out of the predicted path. This energy is quite fascinating, Athena said to Marcus as she made items float with simple hand motion. This energy is far more flexible than her divine energy. I'm glad you find it interesting, but you didn't explain what your blessing does apart from making my psionic energy more potent. The teen inventor asked the goddess. The beauty in question had a smug look on her face. Well, I could just leave you like this so that you could find out yourself, she said with a teasing tone. The teen slightly furrowed his eyebrows. This woman, she is being naughty. He quickly appeared in front of her and his hands wrapped around her waist, pulling her closer to himself. Or I could get those answers myself, all I needs is the right method, as he said that his hands went lower to her perfect rear. Starting to squeeze it. I will answer it. She quickly snapped out from this pleasurable thing. The beauty realized that she is going to be carried away by pleasure and most likely going to end up in his bed. This is far too soon for that. This made her quickly pull away from him. And take a deep breath. Right. So, the blessing is based on my domains. Like wisdom, warfare, handcraft, affinity towards smart animals. Especially the owls, dolphins, primates, whales, you get the picture. I have no idea how much the other ones will help since you already have a lot of talent for handcraft things. But, wisdom and warfare should be of some use. She said that with a hopeful voice. Yes. Wisdom already has helped me quite a bit. Marcus said with a nod. He inspected his hand. For a second, purple aura surrounded him. His power felt much more potent than before. However, he has no idea about warfare. Maybe he should try some combat strategy games. Good. Good to hear. Now, however, you need to tell me some things about my power as well. She said that as a similar aura to Marcus, only blue surrounded her, showing her psionic powers. The teen could feel that with her awakening this power, she most likely went up in the hierarchy of Olympian gods. Sure, let me explain, he said as he pulled her into his hug. Once more they ended up sitting on the couch. The goddess of wisdom quickly started to realize that she might end up getting eaten soon. This means she has to run away as soon as possible. Later, same day. After spending some more time with the inventor, the goddess decided to run away. Let me take you home, Marcus said to the goddess as she was preparing to teleport back to Olympus. Her details were added to the diamond core heart so she can now visit him anytime she wants. Now it's only on the Olympus side that she needs an excuse to come here. Athena smiled hearing the proposition. Oh, yes. This sounds good. Okay, she offered her hand and Marcus took it. He took her to the teleportation point. Moments later his golden and white circle appeared underneath their foot. He activated his teleportation circle. Olympus. One teleportation later Marcus and Athena appeared at the entrance of the marble-decorated village in the mountain. It was picturesque. Temples were everywhere from white marble, and it looked like it was built just above the cloud level. I do not want to know how can you bypass the boundaries between world like this. The beauty said that as she realized that Marcus can just simply appear in her home. One part of her wonders if he will kidnap her and do things. Internally she just shook her head. Her mind started to get into the gutter far too much for the past couple of days. Understanding of space. I have been studying space phenomenon alongside time in more detail recently. He casually explained to her as he took a picture of Olympus with his phone. Now he is feeling like a tourist. I see, you do have dimension lost after all. She said that with a nod. The goddess of wisdom remembered that he does have that gear. Not bad. You guys have good recon teams if you know about the stuff I have in my showcase vault. Marcus said that with some surprise. How did they pick up that he has dimension lost? Showcase vault. Sigh now, I am annoyed with myself that I didn't accept your invitation to check your house. Athena massaged her forehead with frustration. No sweat, you can always visit again. He said that with a smile, making the goddess smile as well. Is that an invitation I hear? She said that with a smug voice. This sounds like what regular people say about having a satisfactory first date and already inviting to the second one. Why yes. You can't escape now that I found you. Marcus said with quite a self-assured tone. The goddess of wisdom slowly nodded with a satisfied nod. Yep, even though she is amateur in the whole art of relationships. She was able to make this man interested in her to this point. Internally she is quite smug about this. Because she is already better than Aphrodite. That woman can't have a proper relationship even when a good male specimen drops in front of her. Honestly, she might be biased but, at the moment Athena doesn't care. She was successful in her hunt and all that matters. I am not planning to escape. However, you need to go as, well, you are here without permission and, kind of. Well. The goddess was feeling quite self-conscious. If her father finds out that Marcus is here, well, she is feeling like a teenage girl who is hiding her boyfriend from her parents as it's not the right time to reveal him. I understand, no worries, one day I will visit you. Maybe we will have dinner aboard the station. Being the first people who have romantic dinner in space. He said the last part with a thoughtful look as he realized that no one before did anything like that. For a second Athena's eyes widened. Hell, that sounds amazing. Yes, that sounds good. She said that with a dreamy tone. Moments later she took a couple of steps forward and kissed him on the cheek before quickly taking some steps back. I will speak with you later, Marcus, she said while waving her hand for a bit and then starting to walk toward the interior of the Olympus. The black-haired teen touched his cheek. Honestly, it's an interesting experience to date a goddess. Especially someone who can keep up with him. Anyone close to this comes is Latia, who Marcus has soft spot for. The blonde beauty is quite the wife material. Hold it. I want to speak with you. Marcus snapped out of his thoughts as he heard a male voice. It sounded like someone from their mid-20s. It's an adult voice but, it's not as gruff as males have in later ages. Plus the aura, it was, soaked in blood, and war. Ares. For a second Marcus thought, as he finally saw a man dressed in red and bronze armor. Black hair and golden eyes similar to Hippolyta's. Definitely, Ares. Ha. The man took a deep breath as he finally arrived in front of Marcus. Man, thanks for the wait. I can finally meet the one who conquered the high and mighty, bitchy Artemis. Men. Your power is off the charts. The man said with a whistle as he saw through the teen. The teen's eyes slightly widened. This guy can see through his perfect control. What the hell? Don't be surprised. I am God. Even though you have 10, no, at least 30 times more power than I do. I can still see someone's fighting strength. The men said with a knowing look. I see, well, then nice to meet you, mysterious God. Marcus lifted his hand in a handshake. Ah, where are my manners? I am Ares, god of war and patron of the city-state of Sparta. Well, it's defunct and gone now. But still. I know you like them, so it's good to mention. The now-named Ares took his hand and shook it. Nice. I have based my soldiers from Mandalorians and they are based on your Spartans. The god of war quickly nodded, hearing that. Yep, this is the guy. I know. This is why I wanted to meet you. I want to talk about your soldiers. Anne. Ares turned around and looked at baffled Athena, who was staring at her half-brother. The battle you two had. I want to participate in that. The black-haired man said with some heat and bloodlust. You sense it? Athena asked with some disbelief. How Ares sense battle in such a heavily magic-disturbed place? Marcus had thoughtful look for a second. He remembered the chant. You picked up when Spartans were shouting your name. The teen said with wide eyes. Damn, he never thought that realities can do reality warping to this level. Even gods can pick up on the simulation as if it was real. Hell yeah. When Spartan shouts my name, I will always hear it. It was strange when out of nowhere around 2,000 people started to believe in me somewhere in Europe. Way out of Olympus-controlled lands. Ares explained with a slightly confused look. I see, makes sense, so you want to participate in those kinds of battles. Marcus said with a thoughtful look. This is a great opportunity to study a god of war. Of course. All right, it's not going to be for free as I will need to set up equipment for you. No sweat. If you want, I can give Aphrodite to you if you want. The god of war said with a shrug. War is more important than some sex goddess. Athena's and Marcus' eyes widened to a massive degree hearing how Ares wants to just hand over another goddess. No. The goddess of wisdom stomped over to the black-haired god and was about to pull him away by the neck. I will have to decline. She sounds far too big of trouble. Sigh. I wanted to get rid of her. Fine, there are other ways. I, Ares, god of war. Hereby bless Marcus Goldman as avatar of war. The living embodiment of war. As Ares said, that crimson blood-like aura surrounded the teen inventor, who felt another energy rush through his very being. Impressive, this time, ho! It reacts to Athena's blessing. Marcus thought to himself as he felt divine energies easily bonding into one. Ho! Athena, you blessed him too. Interesting. This is the first time warfare and war were blessed in the same person. The god of war had fascinating look as he observed Marcus. This is going to be interesting. I did. It would be silly not to bless someone of his caliber. Snort. Is it hard to say that you did it because you want him as your boyfriend? Ares teased her with a knowing look, making the goddess blush. This time Athena grabbed his ear. You better stay out of my business. She said that with a hiss as she pulled his ear. Ow. Okay. Release me, you feral woman. Moments later Athena released his ear and sighed from frustration. Why are they figuring out her love life so quick? Well, this will suffice. Tell me, Ares, do you have a villa or manse somewhere in Greece? So that I could install my reality system. For a second Ares had a thoughtful look. I do have some land in old times. I need to speak with Hephaestus to rebuild it. But, yes, I have some land where Sparta used to be. Marcus had fascinating look for a second. Hell yeah, installing realities and checking out ancient city. Now that sounds like a great weekend. Chapter 45, Space and Finding Enterprise, not edited. Great. Then I will come to visit your place, this weekend. Marcus said with a thoughtful look. Sweat. I gonna prepare some stuff for this kind of event. Ares said with a giddy look before returning into a thoughtful one. Still, I need to check up on some things. Do you have some sort of means to keep in touch? The god of war asked the teen. The black-haired teen thought for a moment before snapping his fingers. Now that you reminded me. On his left-hand index finger, a ring appeared. Moments later he pulled out two futuristic-looking phones with hand stroke. Is that a storage ring? Ares asked with disbelief. Oh. Do you know of them? Marcus asked with a shock. Ha. So it is one. Holy shit, man. You even turning Xianxia stuff into reality. Can you make flying swords? The god of war asked with a giddy look. Hold for a moment. You known of Xianxia? The teen asked with a baffled look. Duh. It's a Chinese fantasy. They have shit ton of martial arts, massive wars, and power scaling is whack. Ares said with an eye roll the last part. Even gods don't have that kind of firepower those wacky humans write in their novels. Marcus that moment wanted to facepalm. Of course, gods are weebs and otakus. Seraphal is an obvious weeb. So why not divinities of his world? Can't you just make your weapons fly on your own? Wait. Can't you just fly on your own? The teen asked with a confused look. Can't just gods fly themselves? Sigh. Marcus, there is a reason why we use chariots to travel large distances. Not only our chariots are much faster but we conserve a lot of energy. Athena said with a sigh. What my sis said is true. There is a reason why my old man is the chief god and god king of Olympus even though he is the youngest of his generation. Ares nodded at his half-sister before explaining more. God of the sky. Marcus said with raised eyebrow. Indeed. Back in the day when Uranus was still around. According to my old man who heard it from Kronos himself, Uranus was in the upper echelons of the top 10 world's strongest beings. Alongside the true dragon and dragon god and the Hindu god Shiva. Whoa, he had around as much as strength as I have. Marcus who knows his destructive power could tell just how much power this primordial had. Most likely. Anyway, back to the tale. Authority over the sky is very powerful because it's extremely related to humans' beliefs. The teen finally understood why Zeus is powerful and Uranus was a beast. Human beliefs who can fly, especially beings who look like humans. They are powerful beings, like the strongest gods. So when my old man finally could he usurped at that time empty authority of sky. And became god of sky. At that time his power even exceeded Kronos. Ares explained with a casual shrug. That's why when gods fly with their power we consume a lot of power. Only my old man has no consumption in his power when he is flying. We, his children can fly and use less than other Olympians. But someone like my uncles, they use around 5 times as much just to fly. That's the reason why you will never see my old man in their domains because they will make him waste that much energy to fly there too. Ares snorted with amusement. Zeus never in his life was in Underworld or Atlantis. That's why while divine energy is one of most powerful energies in the world it has its perks and downsides too. Athena chipped in from the side. She knows quite well that Marcus is studying energies. Marcus seriously listened to what the war god and goddess of wisdom said to him, he then picked up something from Ares's words. Wait. I can understand Underworld, but, see. Oh. Right. You guys still believe Atlantis is a myth, right? The teen nodded at the Olympian. Well, it's my uncle's city. Both of my uncles have a seat of power. Atlantis in truth is quite similar to what Aquaman comic series describe. Ares said with a smirk as he saw the reaction of Marcus. The teen inventor's eyes widened. Unlike Ares, he remembered the movie, it was amazing, if something like that exists, damn, he really should try getting entrance to that place, hell, he should try getting Poseidon's blessing. Nothing beats feeling as natural as possible underwater. He has no doubt his adaptation could make him feel good underwater, maybe even breathe there. But God of Sea's blessing would be better, he has no idea if he out of nowhere will develop gills if he stays underwater for too long. After all, as they say, life finds its way and with his adaptation, it might going to overwrite the lock he has on his DNA. Cool, anyway. Thanks for the explanation. I had my guesses why your old man is that powerful. But you confirmed it for me. Marcus took a few steps forward and handed over the phones to Athena and Ares. With these, you can keep in touch with me. And there are some good games on those. Both of them inspected the phones. Damn, these are fully touch screen. I was planning to steal some of the American Army technology since I heard they had something like this in their Area 51. But, I guess I won't need it. The god of war said smugly about his intentions. Which made Athena deadpan at him. This, however, made Marcus pick up on this. Area 51, heh. Yeah. Much more than the stuff you heard about in Area 51. According to the current technology level, it's around from 2040 to 2050 in capacities. This however is with the current projected curve of the technology. Marcus explained to the pair as they were checking out the phones. And batteries. Ares asked him as he saw that there is no battery percentage on the screen. It runs on perpetual energy, which means that these phones could be even considered from 2100 or even above that. It's true sci-fi. Athena said sharply. Marcus was underestimating his inventions. The energy part is yes, but the capacities. Anyway, I can sense your family is on move. So. The teen appeared in front of Athena. Neither the pair of gods could even see him move. And kissed her on the lips before disappearing. The goddess of wisdom was blown away by this, her eyes slightly widened, as she realized what just happened. He just stole a kiss from her. And she didn't even see it. Moments later the Olympians started to teleport one after another around Athena and Ares. Who was it? Athena, you back? Zeus asked first, then realized his daughter was back. It was Athena's boyfriend. And for once I approve. The god of war said quite smugly. Making everyone, even Hades, look at him as if he was nuts. Ares. I am going to kill you. Athena roared with a pissed off tone. This bastard. Why he revealed it now? It's too early. What? Who? Zeus, just like Athena, roared with a pissed off tone. Showing that apple doest fall far from the tree. Should be obvious, old man. It's the same guy who has Artemis as maid. That brat. I will kill him. The god of thunder summoned his master bolt. Then you will die. He is at least 30 times more powerful than me. Ares said that simply. Impossible, Hades said with disbelief. No human has reached such heights of power, Hephaestus said very plainly. He doesn't believe. I used my god of war authority to discern his fighting power. As I couldn't sense any type of energy from him. The only thing I could see is his fighting prowess. As baffling as it sounds, he would turn me into minced meat. Ares plainly said as well. The war god words made everyone try to process what they just heard. Is it true? Athena. What did you learn? His power, is it what Ares said? Zeus asked with a sigh. What the world is turning into. Now they have humans more powerful than gods. What Ares said is his combat capacities, and on top of that Marcus is building a faction. And it's run on perpetual energy. How? How such a thing is possible? Hephaestus asked with a baffled look. Perpetual energy is closely associated with the Dyson sphere. A sci-fi stuff when humans can fully turn their sun into a battery. But that is. Well, pure sci-fi stuff from a novel written around 1960. I never had a chance to ask such things. My goal was to discern his threat level and find out the truth about Artemis's situation. Athena explained sharply. And fall in love in process. Aphrodite said casually from the side. As she can sense what happened with Athena, she is very curious and even sort of jealous. The blonde goddess has not sensed such love from fellow gods for quite some time. The brown-haired goddess growled at Aphrodite for a second. I think Marcus should have accepted that offer, Ares. At least he would have another blonde maid and this place would be more peaceful. The goddess of wisdom said sharply. What are you talking about? The blonde goddess of love said with a small frown, she doesn't like being out of the loop like this. Ares offered you in exchange for an extremely advanced realism entertainment system. Athena very simply explained to her, as if discussing the weather. Hearing that, the blonde snapped at Ares, who simply shrugged at her. War is far more important than her. Son. You can't offer fellow Olympian god for the simple entertainment system. Zeus said sagely to his son. Even if it gives borderline true realism, it can even boost power for a bit. Athena over here enjoyed a true battle from Peloponnesian War. The god of war said that with a jealous huff. He is a god of war and he can't play war games. What madness is this? This doesn't sound like a recon mission to me, Aphrodite said with a frown. Now she was jealous. Can this system reenact some of the greatest events in the world? Some of the parties she had no chance to check herself out. It was. I learned everything I wanted to learn about him. Athena defended herself. The blonde bimbo is no match in words games when she is not prepared, and at the moment the blonde certainly is not. Let's discuss this in the throne room. Zeus motioned for them to return to their thrones. Everyone was very quiet after hearing the report from Athena. Frontal assault sounds very much suicidal if what the goddess of wisdom has described. Same with getting Artemis back. Well, this is a pickle they were in. For one, Olympus can't just do nothing, it will make them look weak in front of other pantheons. But, war is not an option, the men is very much prepared for them. And if what Athena said is true, then it would be a pointless war. They can't win because that man does have one of the most basic things called attrition. With endless energy, this human inventor could just produce an endless amount of robots to fight for him. Not to mention these Mandalorians and whatever tools he can pull out. Hell, Athena didn't even mention the massive space gun he is building. I propose an alliance. Poseidon started talking first. He took Artemis as a maid and bound her to himself, Apollo said with a pissed-off tone. The twin of Artemis pointed out the obvious. As much as I dislike the fact that my niece is a maid, Apollo. She did that to herself. Marcus Goldman was defending himself. Even then she chased him down through the whole of Eastern Europe. While I understand the need for revenge, she should have notified the council before doing anything rash. The god of seas explained his reasoning. The god of sun just snorted and looked away. Clarify what kind of alliance you propose. Zeus asked with a thoughtful look. He doesn't like the idea of negotiating from a weaker point of view. No one does. Let Marcus Goldman marry Athena. It will solve the majority of issues. Poseidon said with a casual shrug. The ruler of Atlantis already saw the infatuation Athena has. This solution will solve a lot of issues. His words made the whole council room silent like a graveyard. Athena was blushing a storm, Ares barely controlling himself not to start laughing. Hera sagely nodded. It was about time the girl is married off. Aphrodite didn't know how to feel about this. This sounds like a marriage she would want for herself. The rest were. Zeus was baffled, Hades, well, no one could read him. Hephaestus, Demeter were neutral and Dionysus was more interested in his wine. Only for Apollo looked like his uncle was nuts. This is. I agree with Poseidon, Hera said with a nod. It's about time Athena is married off, not only that she sees a lot of benefits to this. The boy is incredibly talented. Not every day someone just builds his faction like that and is strong enough not to get destroyed by other supernatural factions. But he is a human. Zeus said with a frown. Hell. His wife is on Poseidon's side for this. This is nuts. She was always on his side. Really? Father. Human. If I was a betting man and had to bet between Shiva and Marcus, I would bet on Marcus 10 out of 10 times. Ares said with a smirk. He recalled the reading of the teen's fighting prowess. He has never seen such power and ability to adapt, it was beyond supernatural. While he does not doubt that Shiva has more destructive power at the moment. Marcus could just adapt. That's him not counting the ability the teen has to negate divine power. Sigh. I am talking about limited lifespan. Zeus clarified with his issue here. You do realize that he invented perpetual energy which on its own can be considered more difficult than prolonged or eternal life, Athena explained with raised eyebrow. The beauty does not doubt that Marcus is no longer someone who will die just because he gets old. I see, well, then, let's vote on this. Who is up for Athena to get married to Marcus Goldman? Raise your hands. As Zeus said that he didn't raise his hand. But Ares, Hera, Hermes, Poseidon, Demeter, Hephaestus, Dionysus, Aphrodite, Athena herself, was up. The ones which were not were, only Hades, Zeus, Apollo. With Artemis's seat being empty, well, it was overwhelming that Athena is to get married to Marcus, well, at least the council agrees with this. However, now the difficulty is to approach the teen with this proposal. Now we need to discuss how we going to approach him with this, Athena said with a smile. Honestly, no one can remember the goddess of wisdom being this happy. For a second Aphrodite regretted that she voted yes for this. For a second that is, as the blonde already started to think how to seduce this man after he married Athena. After all, this kind of relationship is much more forbidden. Steamy. As goddess of love and sex, she knows it far too well. Marcus. The teen had no clue that Olympians already planning to marry Athena off to him. Simply put, such an idea never crossed his mind. All he ever expected from this is that he will get more visitors and will be able to have couple more dates with the goddess of wisdom. After all, he would never see Zeus legitimately marrying off his daughter to him, that's like, absurd. Then again, he never cares about politics. Instead, he decided to push the issues about the Greek gods aside for now and focused on things he needs to do. Once he was back in his base, he started to walk quickly to his armory. Aurora, prepare Mark IV. Understood. Once there, he quickly suited up his final version of Freedom Scale Mail. Walked over to the recently finished holographic reflectors. They looked like hexagon mirrors with unique-looking dull glass. There was quite a bit of them. Marcus stored them in the storage ring. With preparations done, he quickly left the base and started rushing up towards the space. The journey to space wasn't that long. Even locating the place where the core is wasn't long either. However, this was the first time the teen had been in space, which is not a reality simulation. He was quite satisfied that his body had not even reacted to the rapid change of temperature and void of space. Even though the temperature is not existent in space normally speaking. Since there is no atmospheric pressure in the void of space. There was no reaction from his body even in such change. While the temperature was one of the things he checked out. The teen was more interested in the picturesque look of Earth. After taking several pictures and taking in the blue world below him as well as looking at the curve of the world as well, making sure no one saw him. Aurora, you can begin taking the readings of the space, Marcus said to the AI. Already on it. This is the first time proper reading has been done. The majority calculation I did before confirmed most of the things with a very small percentage being wrong. The teen simply nodded at her. Obviously. We might predict a lot of things, but nothing beats real data. Marcus said with an obvious tone. While he likes his technomancy and its calculating abilities. Nothing can replace real stuff collected from field expedition. After looking around for more, he finally decided to move on towards the station's core. Once inside the area where deflectors are deployed, Marcus started placing the new upgraded ones. Since the station's core is quite big on its own, it took him some time to put them all in place. When he was done with this, he activated the new deflectors and the old ones were turned off. Once that was done, Marcus started quickly collecting the old mirrors. He did this much quicker with his psionic powers. With a burst of his energy, he made them all fly to him. After collecting them, he looked around, seeing the Aurora bots working rapidly with the first expansion. If his math is right, they should be done with this just around November. He could accelerate the progress by bringing more bots for the completion of the first stage, but that is not needed. He is in no hurry to finish the station. Right, this is done, and I am in space. Let's explore a little bit. As thought about that, he looked at the moon in distance. With mere thought, his space ring appeared and he ripped the space itself, moving several million kilometers with simple motion. His gaze went to the gray lifeless world below. Let's see what is so special about the dark side of the moon. His scale mail wings glowed as he started flying there. Honestly, I was expecting at least some traces of aliens, or maybe even a Nazi base. A sigh escaped from the teen's mouth. He spent around a half hour exploring the dark side of the moon. But there is nothing there. It looks the same as the other side. Aurora, did you pick up any residues of unknown energies or anything of value? Marcus asked with a little bit of hope. No. Nothing from the limited range I possess. I doubt the moon has anything of value on its surface. Otherwise, the largest nations on Earth would have already sent teams to start the extraction of moon's resources. The AI reasoned with him. Indeed, well, we should not mention to Artemis that her symbol of power is worthless. The black-haired teen said that with an amused tone. I was programmed to be a sadist, sir. I might accidentally mention it one day. The AI without shame said that to Marcus. The teen inventor just rolled his eyes in amusement. He can feel Quinella's influence in this. While he made the original Aurora sadist, it was not to this level, or was it? After all, Quinella now is a proper person. Well, I am sure it only can come out when we discuss space and symbols of power. It's quite a specific theme. Anyway, moon is worthless, let's check out Venus. As the black-haired teen said, his gaze turned towards sun. That moment his helmet reacted and he got more shade to cover his vision. The source of life and the light is insanely bright. With another hand slash, he warped the distance. However, the distance between moon and Venus is much larger compared to Earth and moon. Sir, according to my calculations, it's going to take from 5 hours to several months to reach Venus like this. I have no idea where the planet is and I doubt your senses can find it as well. That was enough Marcus to stop in his tracks. Damn, even with my power output and understanding of space I still need that much time to travel to Venus. The teen said with wide eyes. He started to grasp the distance between worlds. Sir, while you have a considerable amount of power, but you still are just a speck of dust when we compare it to the cosmic scale. That's if my understanding of space is accurate. Marcus for a second grimaced. He just got owned by his AI, while it is sour. He can understand what she means. Well, I suppose I could return to drawing board. He took a deep breath, pushing down his annoyance. Hell, he thought that he finally got his freedom and became unchained from most of the constraints and limitations. But, that is just him being free on the planet's surface. Now he got reminded what those zeros truly mean when he was reading the distance between planets. Even now he is millions of kilometers away and he can still easily see his birth world. After swallowing the bitter pill, he slashed the area in front of him with his hand, warping space. Moments later he was in Earth's atmosphere. From the looks of it, he was above the Pacific Ocean. Even now he got reminded that one could fit the whole of Mars in just this ocean. That's just how big the biggest ocean on Earth is. Before long the teen started to descend into the world below him. As he was re-entering into Earth he remembered something. Since he was in the Pacific, well, why not some more exploration? A single check later on watch he saw that it was just around 1900 hours in his country. He has still some time left. And at the moment it's early morning in the Pacific area. This reminded me of that episode where Freedom is launched for the first time and MC showcases the mech for the first time. Especially the easy ability to enter Earth's atmosphere. Let's reenact that. Marcus said that as he remembered the setting was quite similar to this. Hell. He even was in the Pacific in a suit based on Freedom. Sir, you are off by over 10,000 kilometers. If my knowledge of Gundam Seed is right, that scene happened in Alaska. Marcus groaned hearing that. He was pumping himself up after that sour moment in space and his AI is beating him up again. Woman, at least give me some amusement from this. As the teen said that he slammed into ocean with speed high enough to cause quite a big tidal wave. Soon enough he was deep underwater. Yet, he didn't even bother with this and just started descending deeper into the depths of the ocean while moving towards northwest since he was in the southern hemisphere not far from South America. Once he was deep enough the scale mail wings glowed and Marcus rushed forward at extreme speed. Since he was underwater there was no need to hold back. With helmet switching into night vision, and other visions for cross-reference to give perfect vision even if he was deep underwater. Around an hour later he was not far from Japanese territorial waters. More like 8,000 kilometers from where he re-entered into Earth. "Sir. What are you looking for?" Aurora asked him with a curious tone since she noticed Marcus just floating in one area and looking around. "Enterprise, she sunk somewhere here," the teen said with an excited tone. "Let me check the GPS coordinates, it could help." Hearing the request the teen rushed to the surface for a bit. Once he was above the water the AI quickly connected to the satellites. Scanning, accessing US government databases, leaving boogies behind, cross-referencing with known location, the teen smirked hearing that. He is wondering what kind of presence did Aurora left in the Pentagon servers. It should be around 100 kilometers north of this location. Since it's not far from where Yamato sunk as well. The AI clarified where to go and Marcus once again dived into the water. A few moments later the teen was diving to the depths of the ocean. And deployed his powers to use as makeshift sonar. He did that several times until he got a ping from a metal surface. "Found you." With a burst of extra speed, he rushed toward the location where he got the ping from. Seconds later his eyes widened because he saw a massive metal construct laying on its side. He could see multiple holes in its structure. There are several World War II planes laying on ocean bedrock not far as well. "So, this is Enterprise." The teen floated forward and removed one of his gauntlets and touched the ship. He used his psionic powers to keep the water from flowing in. However, he quickly realized that it was draining him, rapidly. After all, he was nearly 4 kilometers underwater and the pressure of the water was enormous. Without wasting much time, he summoned his storage ring and pulled the ship into it. One moment the shipwreck was there, the next moment it was gone. For a short moment, there was a pull forward as a huge object just disappeared and water very quickly filled that place up. A smirk appeared on his face as he realized that, yes, the ring could hold such a size object. To make sure it was alright he drained all the water from the ship and sent it back to the outside world. "Sir, I think we should return to the base. It's nearly 21 o'clock a.m. clock and your girls are getting worried." The AI reminded him. More like she doesn't want him to do more crazy stuff. They went to the moon already and now they diving with just a scale mail. The AI has no idea if anyone saw him, as the teen was quite the high profile with those golden wings. And flying at enormous speed all over the place. "Sure. I got what I wanted." As he said that he quickly rushed to the surface. Blasting out of the water and then rapidly starting to fly mainland Asia and towards Europe. The base. The maids and Marcus Pillars were somewhat nervous. Their master disappeared somewhere. Well, they know he went to space, but space is a very big place. Aurora has lost contact with them when Marcus decided to go to moon. "I just got a notification that master just entered the atmosphere in South Pacific." That was quick. "I am pretty sure it takes quite a bit of time to travel between moon and Earth," Latia said with a thoughtful look. He used the space ring with his considerable energy reserves. He appeared there instantaneously. The blonde devil nodded at her. While the rest like Artemis was quite jealous. She never was on moon before. Sure, she is the goddess of the moon. But those two are different things. She more or less holds the conceptual power of the moon. Nothing like having some sort of power to travel there. "Did he get something from the moon?" the silver-haired goddess asked her. "I don't know. I didn't get much of updates as he submerged himself in the Pacific Ocean. I don't have a direct connection to the scale mail when it's underwater." A groan escaped from Artemis's lips. This is quite an annoying tease. "At least he is back on Earth," Jean said with a smile. She was simply telling to the goddess to look at the bright side. "Isn't Pacific quite big?" Lu Fei said with raised eyebrow. "One could spend months there." "Very, almost half of the Earth's surface in the Pacific Ocean. And on top of that, there is barely any islands. Thankfully, he is one of the most powerful beings around. So, we should worry too much," Latia said with uncertainty. The rest could only sigh and wait for his return. Around few hours later Marcus finally returned. They didn't expect him to be depressed sort-ish. He walked over and took a seat on the couch facing the TV. He quickly pulled Atlanta to his lap and started stroking her long hair. The girl looked at each other trying to understand what the hell is going on. "Girls, did you know that we have a concept of time because the sun is fat?" He said that while looking at something, he looked like he was spacing out. "Fat? How does it make any sense?" the goddess asked with confusion. The rest just shrugged at her. They didn't know what to say. Simply put, sun's weight is what allows planets to spin around it, creating time. For example, 1 year on Earth is 365 days, while 1 year on Mars is 687 Earth days, as Mars spins differently around its axis too. In other words, we are completely and utterly dependent on the big and fat ball of fire in the center of our solar system. Chapter 46, Gene-Altered Maids, Not Edited. Quinella sighed. Marcus is on loose. She knew better than anyone to let him without any sort of supervision. Well, supervision is the wrong word for this, since one can't supervise someone who can easily overpower the supervisor. That's why distraction is a much better word. If the silver-haired assistant was there, she could have used herself as a distraction and made sure he came back after replacing the holographic deflectors. However, that didn't happen. She is around 3,000 kilometers away supervising the upgrades for the vampire nation. Well, at least he will be busy for a considerable amount of time, Quinella thought to herself as she played with her long hair. The assistant just finished checking the report Aurora filed for her. He has his ship, then the car upgrades, followed by girls' genetic alterations he is planning. This should be enough time for me to return and make sure he doesn't do anything too reckless. The beauty sighed to herself. Being away from him after coming to life is quite big punishment. From her calculations, this is the price she has to pay for her haste. Well, whatever. She huffed before looking back at the map of Balkan countries. The first upgrades to the villages are almost done, Carmilla said to the fellow Silverhead as she entered the bridge of Confiscator. I see, how is the list menu for the stores? The assistant asked the vampire queen. It went through several changes. Even now we having some debates about the prices and how many items one could get. A sigh escaped from the XAI when she heard that. This is why absolutism is the best form of government. Debates are only for beings who have nothing else to do and just talk. The beauty thought to herself with a frown. I see. You can tell them that if they can't decide I will do it myself. Quinella said straight to the point. I know. We are still some time away from the deadline. I am thinking to let them feel that they are part of it. The Queen of Vampires said with a knowing look. The assistant thought for a moment. She instantly understood what the vampire woman meant. Another form of control. Let them have an illusion that they are part of something bigger. Fine. Let them know that they have a deadline on which they have to decide. Quinella said sharply. I will. Good. The Diamond Core hearts soon will be coming online, so do mention that they should not try to teleport in areas not meant for teleportation. The beauty said with a slight sadistic tone. Just imagining splashing them into a wall, and flying back several kilometers makes her smile. Don't worry, they will know. Is there anything else I should know? I still have my duties as Queen of Vampires. The other silver-haired beauty said to Quinella. Nothing you should worry about. You can return to your duties. I still have my things to attend to. The assistant motioned for her to leave. The queen simply nodded at her and turned around and left, making the silver-head assistant frown, seeing that her bait didn't work. Quinella is annoyed that her methods of making the vampire queen mad are not working at all. While Carmilla with satisfaction smiled as she sensed the frown on the younger silverhead. The recently created beauty is far too expressive and inexperienced. Sure, the vampire queen can't hold a candle to assistant's capacities as being, but she has experience in spades. Once the vampire beauty was gone, Quinella turned around and a bunch of holographic screens appeared around her. She didn't leave the confiscator and is not planning to. For things like sightseeing, she only likes it when she is with Marcus. Alone it's not worth it. Their DNA is a strange mix of human and supernatural. Very specific supernatural powers and weaknesses. If I was clueless with this, I would say someone just pulled out a pen and decided their powers and weakness on a whim. The silverhead thought as she crossed her hands. Honestly, she is bored. She already planned out the whole upgrade schedule, and could easily return to the base. But, she is the overseer. Internally she decided that she will never going to sign up for such a mission ever. It's a punishment. And yes, she doesn't need math to know that it's something akin to a personally tailored for her as punishment. Her master and creator know her better than anyone and simply knows what is something she would dislike. And thus he used against her. While she can easily run things and wouldn't mind doing it. That's with key factor that Marcus should be next to her. Her design is like that. She is his assistant and exists to do what he doesn't like doing. Sigh. Marcus. Sound of predator clicking. A message. I pulled out my phone and checked the screen. There is an icon of mail. Someone just messaged me. What was that? Atlanta asked me as she was on my lap. She even slightly jumped hearing the predator clicking sound, which I use for my message tone. Someone just messaged me. The only people who have this number are only the girls and, oh. I realized that I gave the phones to a couple of gods. Quickly opening the message, I saw that it was from the phone I gave to Aries. Yo. I just want to say that the council decided that you can marry my sis if you want. My eyes widened to an absurd level when I read the line. Master. The lion girl saw my reaction. As curious as she is, the beauty decided to read the message herself. Who is this person talking about? She asked with some unease. This can be bad for her in some ways. Aries, talking about Athena. As I said that, I tried to process what I just read. You marrying Athena? Atlanta said with wide eyes as well. She wants to understand this just as much as I want. How on earth did this stuff lead to this? Zeus accepted this. How? With what kind of threats? I didn't threaten him. What? How did things come to this? Artemis appeared from somewhere as she was now standing in front of me with a panicked look. I am not Olympian god. How the hell do I know what happened in the meeting? I said with a baffled tone. She is the goddess here. Use your godly powers. No. I am supposed to be your wife. The silver head said with a panicked look. I could only raise my eyebrow hearing that. Heh? Truly now? I said with an amused tone, making her pale quite a bit before getting hold of herself. Of course. Unlike Athena, I am here much longer and know you better than her. She said that quite seriously. While she is here longer, Athena knows me better than this silver head in front of me. Is it now? Then if you know me better than her, why are you panicking? I asked her with a raised eyebrow. For a second she stiffed. That moment she had knowing look. If you know me better than her, then you wouldn't be panicking. Honestly, Atlanta partially understood me. I said with a shrug. My words made the lion girl on my lap slightly annoyed. I am. Athena clicks very well with you. But then again, Quinella does as well. And she is not your wife or fiancée. I nodded at her words. Indeed. That's why I won't be marrying Athena. Not anytime soon. I clarified to her. So you don't decline the offer, but you don't agree either. However, knowing my family, they will want some assurance. So, most likely, they would want to make her your fiancée. That, I don't mind. Honestly, it sounds amazing having a goddess as a fiancée. I said with a thoughtful look. Artemis's eyes once again widened. Some panic appeared there. But I can be your fiancée. She said that hurriedly. Not really. I don't see you as future wife material. I shrugged while saying that. This is perfectly true. While Artemis is hot and demands attention to be ravaged, she is not wife's material to me. Atlanta could barely control and not start laughing when she saw the reaction of Artemis. But, why? I am just as goddess as Athena. Goddess is just a bonus. First and at most for me, the wife should be something which should fit with me like a glove. Something Athena fits quite a bit. We only needed a couple of chess games to understand each other. While you, my beautiful maid goddess, still struggle. It's fundamentally things related to personality. Everything else is just bonus points. I explained to her while stroking the hair of the lion girl sitting on my lap. I see. Goddess, you do know that our master doesn't care about religion or cultural things. So, he most likely won't going to mind taking multiple wives. Atlanta said from my lap with a very assured tone. I looked at her with a raised eyebrow. I thought for a bit. While I technically should be a Christian, I haven't been in church in decades. Well, aren't you reading too much into my character? I asked her with a curious tone. I am wrong. You believe in the ability to build yourself out of everything. The lion girl said with an obvious tone. Now that she mentioned it, yeah, the first thing which comes to mind when I encounter obstruction of any kind is to create or build over it. True, and true on the part about the whole multiple wife thing as well. The blonde huntress had a smug look. And what if the girls don't want that? Artemis said with a frown on her face. From the looks of it, she still doesn't understand. Then I will create the ones which will like it, I said simply, and Atlanta nodded at my words. Her eyes slightly widened as she finally understood. For a goddess, she is quite slow. I see, now I understand. She nodded while taking back a few steps. I need to return to my duties, master. I will see you later. She then turned around and walked away, leaving me and Atlanta alone. She will have a hard time accepting this. She has a lot of pride as a goddess of hunt and moon. The lion girl said to me, with a sigh. And how does that mean anything to me? She is the one who wants to become my wife while I am satisfied with having her as a maid. I said with an eye roll. This was after all the deal which we agreed upon and the contract was sealed. True. For now, I decided to write back to Aries. Quickly writing a response back. Mary. I am not even 30 yet. Reading it one more time, I sent it to him before returning to laze around with the very huggable kitten. Somehow I was able to make it happen. I got myself a goddess as fiancé, and the Olympians didn't push some sort of crazy marriage thing. The only thing I could think of is that Ares told them of my fighting prowess and they are most likely afraid of confiscator. Well, it doest matter. I got Athena as my future wife, which is kind of cool. No human before married a proper goddess, to my knowledge. So, why we are here? Jean asked me as she with the rest of the maids were with me in the genetic wing. I am going to put you two into the biochambers for alterations, I explained plainly. For real? You going to do it for free? The blonde said with disbelief. Yeah. You are very vulnerable at the moment. Think of this as a precaution. I said quite seriously. For a second she was confused before getting flustered, and slightly annoyed. Besides, after getting all that extra information on souls, both of you are quite interesting in that regard. We are. Lu Fei asked him. Indeed. Simply put, your souls don't quite match with the bodies. So, in a sense, that inconsistency is halting your progress in strength. I explained to them. I see, because I am Joan of Arc Spirit Holder and Lu Fei is some way related to Morgana. Jean said with some realization. Indeed, in some way. Most likely that you are the reincarnation of Joan and Lu Fei could be the reincarnation of Morgan or Morgana. We could. Do you think that their souls went through some sort of circle? Like Buddhism? I thought those who believe in biblical religion go to heaven and that's it. Lu Fei was sort of confused here. Indeed, normally. That would be the case with regulars, but sacred gears go through a circle. Some of them are more unique than others, like Jean's gear is special as it was the very same gear wielded by one of the saints. While I no doubt that the original Joan of Arc is in heaven as we speak. The gear has her spirit or will of hers, while you. I have no idea what kind of magic Morgana or Morgan did to herself which most likely impacted her whole descendants line. So it's not normal reincarnation you speak in? Lu Fei said with a thoughtful look. Who knows? We can discuss this once I have more data. I looked at the biochambers with the rest of the maids. I was expecting that Serafal or Latia will be here or Graphia, but the girls are busy. Honestly, I never expected my single move will give them so much work. Well, in my blonde girlfriend's case it was the mundane business to take care of. Not much time is left until my company opens its doors. So, she is busy, however the rest, like the trio of my huntresses, they are all here with me. Observing Artemis is especially interesting after that conversation we had. While there was no true changes, there is still that look on her face. Something akin to internal battle. Is it about her pride? This is quite interesting because I thought I already dealt with it when I defeated her in our duel. But, then again, she is a goddess and a female, even studying genetics in detail and biology I still lack a crucial understanding of their species. Even when I created Quinella her behavior still had some anomalies. Well, one day for sure I will grasp it. As I was thinking about the mysteries of life, the genetic alteration to match their soul was underway. Fascinating enough, Aurora patched up some of the issues they had with their souls. It was more like cleansing of some sort, like polishing and taking off the rust. Well, what do we have here? I looked at the reading I got from Lu Fei. Her soul age is way above what it should be. So she is, the Morgan Lu Fei. Instead of dying she simply made it so that she would go from generation to generation in her bloodline. This explains her talent in magic sorta. If my memory is right, she contracted Fenrir and some sort of golem from Dimension Gap. Well, her talent is impressive, which turns out is not genetic but soul since she is Morgan. While Jean, her overall magic signature went up. And has some tint of holy. Interesting, her connection with Blade Blacksmith should be much stronger now. I thought curiously while watching this on the screen. Lu Fei. The blonde witch was seeing imagines, locations and was feeling like a passenger watching some of these events which she is trying to understand. But father, I am the eldest. Just because he is a man it doesn't mean he has the right to be the king. Lu Fei realized that these words came from her mouth. She sounded much more cold and slightly older. In her 20s. It didn't make sense to her. He is born with an affinity towards holy energy, he will unite the lands with the holy sword. She heard a male voice saying it to her. His words only make her much more angrier and even furious. My magic is more than enough to do it. She snapped back at the men. You know more than enough that people frown upon usage of magic in open. You will be branded as a witch. She got angrier even more. And holy energy is not. What bias is this? You can make miracles happen regardless. She snapped back again. Enough. We discussed this before. The succession will remain as it is, Morgan. Lu Fei felt an enormous amount of anger wash her over, followed by hate. These memories, they are my ancestors. How? Is it as Master said? I am the reincarnation of Morgan. Did this session somehow reawaken those memories? The blonde witch thought to herself. How dare he? I am a far better choice to be the queen. My magic is far superior to some pathetic ability to wield some silly toy made by a foreign god. Once again Lu Fei was plagued by an angry voice that sounded very much like her. I will get what I want one way or another. Gasp. Lu Fei's eyes snapped open, some cold sweat went down her forehead. She could hear the familiar yet same time not familiar voice of Aurora. It's like she knows this voice yet same time she is hearing it for the first time. It was strange. First out of 3 genetic altering sessions is over. The girl slowly got into a sitting position in her specifically prepared medical bed. She immediately noticed a slight increase in her height. It wasn't by much, but it was there enough for her to notice the difference. Another thing was her hair. It got longer and slightly more paler than before. Most importantly, she was slightly confused with herself. Lu Fei, are you all right? She heard her master's voice, which made her have a weird feeling, like she doesn't like calling him master anymore. No, she wants to call him by his name, and study him, and learn all his secrets, and do other things, which makes her blush hard, just imagining it. What the hell is this? Where are these ideas coming from? Control yourself. I am like an ant in front of his power. Lu Fei reasoned. She was horrified by these weird ambitions popping in her head. It's like she is not afraid anymore and that she doesn't mind being risky with her situation. Thinking for a bit, she realized that difference between Jean and her is that the holder of the Saint Spirit is bolder than her. Which she could change. Honestly, the blonde witch knows she can be more useful. Once again Lu Fei put her hand on her face, she realized that she has more arrogance now. Why yes, I am fine. The blonde witch quickly got on her feet and walked out of the biochamber. She immediately saw Jean, who came out before her. She could see some changes in this girl too. Her aura is slightly different. Less tomboyish, and more friendly. Saintly of some sort. Part of Lu Fei finds it annoying and even repulsive for some reason. As a witch, she finds the whole saint thing distasteful. Those are saber faces. I am the one who is resurrecting the saber face thing. While not fully there, I can see some of the traits of saber face. However, this means that Lu Fei is slowly turning into Morgan. Her magic signature has gotten slightly colder. There is a high chance she is reawakening some sort of connection with the long-deceased witch. Marcus thought to himself as he observed the blonde witch. He could see right in her eyes that the majority of the naivete the girl had was gone. There was a polar shift of some sort. Either she got some sort of memories or experiences of the long-dead witch, or there is some sort of other thing. You sure? You look quite pale. Marcus asked the girl in front of him. I am fine. I think I need some time to rest. I can assume we are excused from any sort of work. The girl asked him with quite a serious tone. Indeed. Don't worry, you're gonna get paid. I suppose you can treat this as sick leave. He said with a thoughtful look. Oh, this is quite nice. I heard barely anyone likes paying sick leave. Jean said with quite an ecstatic tone. Her voice was slightly different as well as her behavior. She didn't have that tomboyish attitude, instead it was more like an honorable worker who just got raised in her salary. Yeah. However, it's different for me since it's a point-based thing. Which I can add or remove on a whim. Marcus said simply as he looked at the pair of girls. I see, makes sense. However, I would like to return to my quarters. May I excuse myself? Lu Fei said quite formally, earning several weird looks from the maids, while Marcus looked neutrally at her. Of course, go rest for now. The teen motioned to her that she can leave. The blonde witch nodded and started to walk towards the living quarters. One could see that even the way she walks is much more elegant, like royalty. Once Lu Fei was out of the view, everyone looked at Marcus. Is it just me, but is Fei-chan much more different? Jean said with a frown. It's her soul. It's quite an old one. I guess that she is holding Morgan's soul. As he said that, he turned towards where Lu Fei walked over. Activate surveillance protocol on her Aurora. The teen said as he looked at the retreating figure. Internally he was quite intrigued by this development. Lu Fei was a great catch, but if it turns out that she is the Morgan Lu Fei, the weight of this catch is magnified many times over. His curiosity has been piqued quite a bit. Same with the girl next to him. He simply could feel a certain warm energy radiating from her. It's like Jean awakened some sort of saint-related power. Not only that, he could see some similarities between this Jean and the Jean he knows from certain franchises his world is mixed with. Honestly, it feels like this world is a crossover set up by a being who reincarnated Marcus into this place. This means once the alternation is done, she will look like that Jean. This is interesting on its own, because he will see that Jean in maid uniform, daily. So, you saying she is now Morgan or? Lu Fei is turning into Morgan. Very confused, Hippolyta asked him. Honestly, I have no idea. I don't have enough data at the moment. All I know is that the soul itself was polished, adjusted, and reinvigorated to fit with the body. There is a high possibility that Morgan all those years ago used some questionable magic to revive herself in future. But it didn't work. Now, however, with all these alterations to fit soul with body and augment her, reawaken something in her. He explained one of his theories to them. Should we watch over her more closely? In case she does something. Morgan or Morgana doesn't have the best history. Atlanta said quite seriously as she looked with a frown where Lu Fei walked away. Don't worry, she is under tight surveillance. Marcus waved her concerns off. She is his pet, not some guard. If you say so. The lion girl just shrugged at him. If he doesn't care, then she should not care too. Anyway, Jean, for now go and relax. No entertainment dome when sessions are happening. Instead, watch some television or play some games. Jean's eyes widened to a comical level when she heard that. What? But why? Isn't it illusion-based? It doesn't affect the body. She said that with a devastated tone. Are you arguing with me, sweetheart? He asked that with raised eyebrow. No. I won't going to visit the place then. She said that with a hollow tone. The blonde maid looked like someone just killed her whole family, and her dog was not spared either, right in front of her eyes. Honestly, Marcus was quite baffled that she was this taken in by the entertainment system. He might went too far in the system's creation. Humanity might not be ready for such a huge step forward. With the boundaries of reality blurring this much, some might not be able to handle it, especially the faint-hearted. Well, he is an inventor, not a psychologist. He cares about pushing the limits of his tech, not checking if humans can handle it or not. That is why he altered his genes, so that he could use his inventions without worries. He can leave those pesky problems with other experts. Good. Be a good girl and you will be able to use it again. She quickly nodded, hearing that. Now he can see that she wants to just leave this place and brood somewhere else. I will, don't worry. The blonde maid said with a serious tone. Marcus simply nodded at her. Then looked at the rest of his maids. Girl, you can all return to your duties. There is nothing else planned for today. Artemis and Hippolyta nodded at him, then they turned around and left. Jean followed suit after them. She was much more broody than the pair. After they left, only the lion girl remained, who simply stood there. Her tail went from one side to another. She had quite a coy smile on her face. I could see how you looked at the pair. Jean now looks more similar to that farm girl who led the French troops, and the other girl started to look like the Dark Witch herself. The lion girl said with a knowing look. She took a few steps and now she was in his personal space. They slowly becoming much more valuable pieces of your collection, the blonde said with a smug smile. Aren't you reading too much into me? I thought such a thing will even make you angry. He said with quite a curious look. I would, my old self, before you turned me into this, would be angry, but now. I don't truly care, most likely my feline side affecting me, or you did something to me. She said all that with an uncertain tone. Well, I didn't do anything, only straightened out your DNA. I guess that your feline side cares more about comforts, increasing your selfish side to some extent. Marcus said that with a thoughtful look. Atlanta simply nodded without care. She just leaned forward and used his body as a source of heat. She closed her eyes and started to enjoy the heat of his body. Simply put, the blonde truly enjoys this comfort. While it annoys her that Marcus calls her his pet, that annoyance isn't strong enough to overcome other things she gets. Honestly, she should be baffled that he tamed her through some materialistic things. If it was her older self, she would be appealed by what she saw and would want to beat up this domesticated cat version of her. In the end, she simply decided that it's Marcus' fault alone and it's him who has to take care of her. End of story. This is what he wanted and this is what he is going to get. Seeing that Atlanta doesn't want to move anymore, Marcus just pulled her up into Princess Carrie and used his psionic powers to float to the closest seat. Once these he got comfortable. It was time to check out the reading he got from the pair after the alterations were done. Just energy readings are enough to tell what is going on with them, to some extent. Jean's body and soul has been readjusted to the spirit of Joan of Arc, which is the residue in the Blade Blacksmith sacred gear. Now that the girl's body and soul starting to closely resemble the original saint, the girl's attitude slightly changed as she most likely got influenced by the holy energy she started emitting. I wonder if she even realizes that she has some sort of power over holy energy. Like to make small-scale miracles. As that is what the saints are all about. Apart from the miracles, the more obvious thing is that her natural magic reserves has increased. Which is the regular package Marcus gives. But, it would seem all this increased holy energy capacity. Simply put, I increased the fuel tank size, so now natural reserve size is much bigger. I do wonder what angels will think that a human has quite a large amount of natural holy energy in a body. Marcus smirked as he was reading the report on Jean's energy. He then looked at the other interesting reading, and that is Lufei. The girl's magic reading has changed quite a bit. One could say that magic is a representation of its person. That can be felt in humans, especially since they are neutral with magic in a sense. However, with Lufei's reading, it went cold. Not only that, but the whole alteration procedure was like he is polishing and fixing an old artifact and bringing it to its perfect condition. If this is true, then I am bringing back the Dark Witch herself back from the dead. I do wonder what kind of shitty magic did she use to escape death and become a soul which goes from one body to another. It would seem it's not even safe, as her consciousness most likely didn't even surface for a long time. Master, your smile, it's creepy. Sorry about that, just thinking about some things. Chapter 47, Completion of Docs and New Projects, not edited. Valerie Teep slowly opened her eyes. She saw an unfamiliar ceiling. It looked far too smooth for the one she got used to seeing. Slowly she got into a sitting position. Very quickly she realized that she was asleep for some time because of how stiff she was feeling. You are up. Master said it's going to be soon. The damper quickly looked at the source of the voice. It was the very same one which she met before falling asleep. That moment her eyes widened as she realized that this was the very same woman who invaded her family castle. She quickly got defensive, or at least tried. Snort. That's cute. But, I am not here to hurt you. The redhead said to the blonde girl. Why I was kidnapped? She asked with a confused tone. But, then she realized, her sacred gear. From looks of it, you already concluded yourself. Your gear is powerful and my master needed it to continue his research towards life and souls. For your safety's sake, the gear has been removed. The Sephiroth Grawl make you exposed to the natures of life and death, something not recommended even for a powerful being. The redhead explained to the girl. Oh, I see, so, what now? Since the gear is taken, there is no use of me. The blonde damper said with realized look. The redhead smiled, seeing how quickly she realized her uses. The girl is quite sharp. We can always find some uses for you. The Teep's family is gone. You can return to vampire nations, or you can serve my lord as a maid. Hippolyta said with a smile. What happened to my family? She asked with a frown. The Teep's line is gone, however servants and children are left alive. They are taken care of by other vampire families around the vampire nations. The redhead explained to the girl. I see, you want me to serve someone who killed my whole family. The blonde damper asked with a baffled look. They've been mistreating you, and you would have ended as drooling husk from overusing the Grawl. Not only did my master save you from that fate, he even healed your soul which was damaged from its usage. And as I said before, you can just return to the Balkans. Carmilla faction can take care of you. It's up to you. The redhead maid once again reminded that. I need time to think. Very well. If you need anything, just ask Aurora, she will get anything you want. The Amazon Queen said as she turned around and started to walk towards the doors. Wait. You didn't say who you were. I can sense that you are, powerful being, yet, you are a maid. The damper asked as she felt, power, quite a bit of power flowing from this maid. Now that she mentioned it, the whole place reeks of magic. Oh. My apologies. I forgot the basic manners. It seems my master's character is rubbing off on me. I am Hippolyta, I was Queen of Amazons once upon a time. Valerie's eyes widened. She put those two quickly together. But, how are you alive? I thought. I was dead. I was, and then I was brought back. Things like that happen when you live under the Greek pantheon. However, after a certain event the previous summer, me and Artemis, followed by her hunt, are serving Marcus Goldman now. He is an inventor. The redhead very plainly explained to the girl. The blonde girl nodded to her explanation. It was sounding very simple until she understood the scale. Greek goddess is serving someone. Then this guy, he should be very good. Artemis is serving someone. Valerie needed confirmation here. For a second she believed that she misheard what the Amazon Queen just said to her. Indeed. You didn't hear this from me, but she got her ass whipped, and now she is dressed in this uniform, just like me, and is trying to find ways to seduce Marcus. Far cry from what she used to be. It's very amusing in a sense. Hippolyta explained with an amused smirk. The beauty is enjoying her time here. Even though her success in becoming the wife of the inventor is as bad as goddess of hunt. I see, this is, well, strange. Valerie was more than baffled. Artemis is a maiden goddess, but now she is a maid. Does this mean she is not maiden anymore? This is quite groundbreaking. Gods don't change that much. Since they are not as active as they used to be. There hasn't been any modern changes for the past 2,000 years. So, it's strange to hear how much Artemis, of all, the goddess has changed. It's amusing. Anyway, just ask for Aurora if you need anything. Hippolyta said that as she left the blonde damper alone. Aurora. Who is she? Valerie asked with a confused look on her face. Who is the one redhead was talking about? Me, I am artificial intelligence of this place. Eep. The blonde nearly jumped out of the bed when she heard a female voice coming from the walls. Marcus. Beautiful, isn't it? I asked the girls which were with me. We were standing in just recently finished docks. The place, just like the majority of my facilities, was underground. At the moment the water is being filled up by a massive opening in the ceiling. So it looked like the water from the Baltic Sea is falling, like a waterfall in the distance. At this moment the dry docks in the harbor were empty. The size of harbors were being adjusted so that ships of size 250 meters and above could dock. In total there is around 15 spots where ships of that size could dock. Meaning this place is quite a huge cavern underground. With multiple water lifts built in the distance which will take the ship up. While above this there is an artificial island where the ships are going to leave. However, all that is under powerful holograms. Simply put, I just broke a bunch of human construction records and no one even know about it. The water falling from the ceiling. Artemis asked with confusion. She most likely believes that I am talking about the ceiling which looks like something from Minecraft. No, you silly. I am talking about those docking magnets. I pointed at the equipment in the docks itself, not the water filling up the place. Magnets. Indeed. They are based on several gears and the holy sword Caliban. She was once again more confused, most likely can't see how this is happening. These magnets will pull up the ship from the water, surrounding it with gravity-canceling technomancy. Once she is up then it can be moved for repairs or upgrades, or a new ship can be lowered into the water. It's much faster than any classic dry docks. I explained to her. She finally understood from the looks of it, as she nodded multiple times. And so, you just reinvented how docks and harbors work, Sarah Fall said with a sigh. Latia next to her nodded as she was looking at the magnet cranes with a discerning eye. From the looks of it, she was looking at the value of the new technomancy. Indeed. I find the current methods extremely outdated. The way ships are launched remained the same since ancient times, only warships have the privilege of dry docks. I said that while remembering some YouTube videos about catastrophic first ships launches. Honestly, fail videos are the best reminders that some things need reinventions. That's because of the size of the ships, tankers and any other large ships are simply too big, Latia said with a thoughtful look. Indeed, the size is always the issue. That's why these magnets create barriers with space-based technomancy which are based on Dimension Lost and Caliban. They nullify gravity in general, in this specific area allowing to pull out ships that normally weigh more than 20,000 tons without any issues. I explained in more detail. I see, does this mean we will go to the sea? Sarah Fall said as she started to see the angle I am working at the moment. Underwater, and treasure hunting more precisely. Oh, now that is going to be interesting. The black-haired devil clapped her hands happily. I could feel an alternative motive here. But, that is most likely another of her schemes to advance in the invisible hierarchy of my harem. Well, I guess Solomon rubbed more on me than I thought. Indeed. I have already the schematics for the ship we will be using. With my hand motion, I showed the design of the submarine. Scavenger. Attila-class underwater command center. Except for Sarah Fall, everyone looked at the schematics with wide eyes. It's 325 meters long submarine, powered by 6 diamond core hearts. 6 hearts. The girls interrupted me with a loud exclaim. Yes, 6, now if you would. Why so many? Even your confiscator has 4. Sarah Fall squeaked her question. Look, see my finger. I showed my right hand pinky. Now imagine at least a few elephants standing on it. Do you know how heavy it will be? I asked her and she somewhat understood what I mean by this. But, still didn't see the whole picture. The pressure of water. If we will be going to pick up Titanic, the pressure there would kill even high-class devil. It is several kilometers underwater. The pressure over there would crush the organs of most land dwellers. Latia explained to the clueless Leviathan. Strange how Sarah Fall doesn't know about the pressure of water. Especially since she is holding a title related to the evil sea being. Even Sarah Fall will die there, as the ship is around 5 kilometers underwater. I would. No way. There is somewhere on Earth that I could die. She asked in disbelief. Of course. The deep sea is even more dangerous than some space elements. By that depth, not even regular submarines go. Specially built diving instruments which are not big size-wise could only be sent there. Anything else will be crushed by the pressure of the water. Hell, it's like using the Empire State Building as weightlifting with your fingernail. Can you do it? I asked her and her eyes went big when I used the comparison. And no, I don't think so, but I could survive there with my sacred gear. No. She asked that as Serafal remembered that she has her sailor winter uniform. In Balance Breaker you could survive for several minutes before you would need to get some air. I clarified to her. The only reason she could survive in that kind of environment is because of diamond core heart she has in her gear. Yeah, the air. Anyway, you mean every inch of our body would have to hold an Empire State Building? Serafal asked me for confirmation as she had the look of some understanding finally. Yes, now you understand. That is why there are 6 diamond core hearts. 2 of them will do nothing more than make sure the submarine is negating the crushing pressure of water. The rest 4 will be running the similar stuff as Confiscator does. From thrusters, energy wings, to assembly lines and biochambers. I motioned at the areas in the design. Strange, will this submarine be able to hold the whole of Titanic? I can see that it's bigger than that cruise liner, but the cargo hold, or is it hangar bay, is too small. Latia pointed out as she looked at the design schematics. Nice. You saw through it. And nope, it won't be holding the wreckage. Instead, it will be holding much smaller submarines which will be used to carry Marine's version of SPBA and the underwater matches. While I will be collecting the wreckage and storing it in my storage ring. I am however planning some alternative methods as well since it can't hold all the ships. I said that while thinking about some ways to miniaturize the ships and store them in some sort of containers. Now it makes sense, it's more than just a submarine to collect the wreckage. You planning to run some tests too? The blonde saw through it as well. Which is nice. Not that it's difficult, but unlike others, those other maids of mine don't even try to think, they just accept as it is, which is sad in a way. Indeed. Deep water is very good to test the durability of some things. And of course, discover some other stuff we have no idea exists. After all, humans barely explored the bottom of the ocean. I explained to her, who nodded at me with satisfaction. Without wasting any more time I pressed the green button which says, Construct. Sure enough, the assembly line here in the docks came to life as multiple metal hands came out from the ground. Multiple white and gold circles manifested around them. Soon enough the pieces of submarine frame started to appear, while the Aurora bots started creating the pieces for the interior. The progress was rapid and extremely efficient. It's like each piece knows what the next is and how it's going to come together. And it's done at a rapid pace. The scavenger will be done in a few days. As I said that, I started walking towards one of the empty dry docks. Once I was there I activated my psionic powers and started floating above the dry docks. Moments later I was in the middle of one. On my left-hand index finger, a ring appeared. Then I activated it and pulled out. Enterprise. Quickly enough I activated my psionic powers and engulfed the massive ship. Multiple drops of water started falling as I was holding only the ship and not the water. Slowly, I lowered it into the dry docks. Some sweat was on my forehead. This was quite something else. Simply how big it was. And I am not used to pulling massive things of that size out. Hell. I nearly missed and dropped it on the side of the dry docks. It would have damaged the hull more. Anyway. The aircraft carrier was in place. You already have a ship recovered. Serafal squeaked. As she jumped and her devil wings manifested behind her. She quickly flew forward and started inspecting the ship. Yep, the CV-6 Enterprise. I recovered her when I returned from my trip in space. I said with a smile as I looked at the rusty ship. The wreckage is quite heavily rusted by this point. The command tower is partially gone, the superstructure is heavily damaged, there are multiple holes in the hull. Oh, and there is some fishes, a lot of sand, but we are not here to talk about the extras I collected. Her, did you just say her? Should I be worried? Serafal said with narrowed eyes. What is she? Oh. That moment, I smiled at her. My mind started to come up with ways to make this into reality. I have all the tools, and some new ways to make her better. Maybe, you are up to something, Sarah. I know I can always trust you to give me some ideas. As I said that I appeared in front of her with a smile and patted her head. Her mouth opened wide and her eyes widened to comical levels. The maids and my other pillar on the ground facepalmed. And no. I didn't. She tried to defend herself. No, it's all right. I was just thinking of making the ship state-of-art, but you gave me more ideas on how to make them usable in a bigger range. I said with a smile. Several ideas popped into my mind. Oh yes, this is going to be epic. Master, wait, for a bit. There is no need to rush. Serafal with a panicked tone tried to do something. I am not rushing anywhere. Honestly, this weekend is going to be busy. I got some stuff to do in Greece by Ares' request. Then meeting with Azazel, so as you can imagine I will be busy, not that much time to work on Enterprise. I said with a shrug. Now that I think about it, my life once again is getting busy. As I said that I thought for a bit, before I got an idea, with a burst of purple energy a psionic clone of mine appeared next to me. I am kind of jealous. But you will save me some time. As I said that to my clone. The clone simply smirked as he descended towards the ship wreckage. Seraphol just watched this with trepidation. I have no idea what kind of ludicrous ideas she is coming up with since her imagination is much more imaginative than mine. Well, we will see in the future what she has come up with. As Marcus was going back to the base, Atlanta was on his lap while the rest of the girls were staring daggers at Seraphol, who wanted to find a hole and hide. She has no idea what kind of insanity she has unleashed. Turning ships into girls? Or is it more like creating girls according to the ships? However, these are not the issues. The issue is that it was the Leviathan who gave him the idea of doing it. And now the maids and the pillars are going to suffer from less attention. Which is not good for their plans. Well, let's just hope that he won't be creating a lot of those, Latia said with a sigh. There is a lot of ships sunk since times immemorial. Artemis said with an annoyed huff. We shouldn't worry about those early ships. From the looks of it, our master only cares about ships from the last century. Even then it's the most significant ones too. The blonde girl reasoned with the goddess. Well, if this is the truth then the number is not that big. The goddess of Hunt said with a sigh. Even if the number is not big, he will be creating several new lifeforms in form of females which will look no less than Quinella, Hippolyta said with a heavy tone. Making the girl much more serious about this. Can we stop this some way? Artemis said with a frown. You can try, but the more you try the harder he will try to make them reality. I suggest much more subtle actions would be in order. Latia said with a thoughtful look. Making the goddess of Moon frown even more. Subtle stuff is not her thing. But, she knows he will be more amused than anything if she is about to be blunt with him. All she could do is just brood at this point. While the girls were doing their thing, Marcus got his enterprise scan done. He quickly started reworking the interior of the ship, removing a lot of stuff, since it was outdated and is not needed. Instead, he was putting the systems of his design. Now however this is a challenge for the simple reason that he is working with an already existing shell and he wants to keep it as it is. The weaponry changes were the easiest since all he does is to change the barrels to his ones. Put some MTM-based barrels and it's done. The more complex is to link up the guns to a single system. Then the hydraulic lift, some basic math, how many Starscream jet fighters this one will have. I should make them custom. That moment he quickly went through the whole idea of how the ship will transform into a humanoid form. Those jet fighters will be able to merge and add to the form by becoming the large mech wings. While the 5 bombers he is planning to add will be able to transform into a sword, with a few more alterations Marcus make the humanoid form of the aircraft carrier ship look like Destiny Gundam. As the teen was making over 100 meters tall mech, the lion girl on his lap could only shake her head internally. One thing for sure is that she is pitying whoever is going to face her master. She could only imagine that if this massive robot gets destroyed, then the teen would simply return with an even bigger and more destructive one. Accompanied with a big smile on his face. Later. After coming back to the base, certain someone was already waiting for him in the living room. So, you are the one who is called Marcus Goldman? The nervous and shy blonde damper asked him. The teen looked at the blonde girl. She was beautiful. Short blonde hair, quite developed body, a supernatural kind of attraction. Not in the goddess type of way but more towards that of a vampire attraction. More dark and seductive, leaning towards what Carmilla is. Yep, that's my name. If you are here then it means you have decided what you want to do. The black-haired teen inventor asked her curiously. Yes. I have. I understand that you have deep connections with the devil race. If I am to work as your maid I will be able to interact with them. She asked quite an odd question in Marcus' eyes. However, he quickly remembered that she has some sort of connection with Rias Gremory Sealed of Bishop, which is a trap. I do have connections with the devil race. More precisely I have quite a pull on them. He said that with a shrug. He could quite easily propose a change of the laws through Seraphol. This can be considered quite a pull in a government. Then I will become your maid. If it's all right with you. Valerie asked him hopefully. Sure, let me prepare a contract for you. The blonde could only nod. Same time she was quite confused. Contract? Is this going to be some sort of work contract? She wasn't expecting that. The girl only thought such a thing only happens in a capitalistic world, and he didn't strike someone who follows some sort of rules. Her perception of that comes from the fact that he just invaded her home, and did whatever he wanted to do. The predator clicking sound. Marcus pulled out his phone and saw that it was a message from Ares. Sup. Check out how the villa is looking. I pulled out some old and classic and mixed up with some recent tech. The teen read through the message and checked out the pictures of the place. It kind of did look like a Greek-style mansion with some cutting-edge stuff one could get from the current world. The teen inventor quickly transferred the images to his base computer and with a few hand motions made it into 3D. With a few hand swipes and some modification with his editing app, he was able to beef up the things he saw, and then, "If you want I can modify your house as well, here are some samples I could do in that mansion of yours." The teen sent the modified pictures back to the God of War. Now to wait and see how he will react to that high-end 8K Extreme 3D TV, the holographic walls, the kitchen upgrades, and many other small things he has put. Grease. Whistle. Damn, now I need that stuff. What to offer? What to offer? For a second the God of War was in deep through. It's annoying to use his brain for non-war related stuff. But this is for his house comforts. And besides, it's cutting edge. He wants it just for that. As he was thinking he quickly remembered something. His eyes widened for a bit before a grin appeared on his face. The guy has a thing for lions. So he will get him a lion. And not just any lion. The best one there is. With a burst of red, the God of War was dressed in his armor. Time to hunt some lions. Ares spoke loudly as he was pumping himself up. Completely ignoring the woman which was in his room. What are you mumbling about? Aphrodite asked him with a confused look on her face. Ever since Marcus left that phone, Ares has been ignoring her. Not only that he was giggling like some little girl. And now he is speaking about getting lions. What the hell is going on? I am getting some upgrades for my villa. Done by Marcus himself. So, I need something for a payment. He said with an eye roll. Why else he would be going to get a lion or two? Hell, he should get one himself. It was been some time since he had a pet. Last time it was a hydra, this time he should get a lion. The God of War thought. For a second. He then imagined himself next to a big golden lion. It's gonna look cool. Besides, hydra was quite annoying to take care of, but lions should be different. Sure, getting the meat could be annoying, but unlike hydra, he could pet it properly at least. And they are quite cuddly if those videos online anything have to say bye. Hey. That's not fair. I want him to upgrade one of my mansions in Paris. Aphrodite got his attention back to her. She had a pouty look. Woman. The lion most likely only going to be enough for one house. If you want to tune up your own house then you need to pay him as well. The God of War said with a shrug. Hell, he is not sure if a lion will be enough in the first place. While it's quite powerful and was quite difficult for his half-bro to take down an adult one. It should be enough for a simple home upgrade, right? The blonde goddess huffed for a second, she crossed her arms under her breasts. Fine. I could just offer myself. Ares just shrugged at her. Don't know about it. I already offered you before. He said you are quite a handful. The God of War quite simply as if he was discussing something casual. You, *I**. The blonde goddess was out of words. Anyway. I have to find a couple of lion cubs. I will see you later. As Ares said that his circle appeared underneath him. It was in red and bronze, in the middle of it was the symbol of Sparta. Back to Marcus. The teen was relaxing in his chair back in his workshop. The back of his right hand was holding his chin. He looked like he was in quite deep thought as in front of him were a pair of DNA strands, they were spinning slowly. They were extremely barren looking compared to human ones, and a lot of pieces were missing. Marcus' left hand moved towards a hologram on his left as he picked a small ball-looking hologram and added to one of the DNAs. The next moment the whole thing shook and disintegrated. Impossible combination resulting in critical failure. So it would lead to this. Cross-species are quite a difficult branch of DNA, sir. What you are planning is not possible for the simple reason that we do not have enough data. What you making is not quite human and is connected to a machine. At least to understand some of it we would need some sort of reference. Aurora explained to him. For a second Marcus sighed as he brushed aside the shattered DNA and made a holographic image of a silver-haired beauty appear in front of him. This was Enterprise. The official name of her is Biological Battle Model, Enterprise. The inventor's idea is to bind the ship like it's something akin to a noble phantasm from fate. But there are several issues and riddles he needs to fix. First is to store the ship in a place where Enterprise could access it, and another one is to make it so that she could control it seamlessly. This means a connection so deep that it's embedded in DNA. However, he never did something similar to a cross-species like creation before. Hell, Quinella is a human with special powers linked to his technomancy. It's quite different at a fundamental level. Thinking for a bit he brushed aside the image of Enterprise and went to another DNA. He started to work. I suppose I could finish this and then work on Enterprise. Dragon and perfect human crossbreed. Indeed. We could use this as reference to see how it works, before progressing forward towards the ship girls. Ship girls? As in several of them? The AI asked with quite a baffled tone. Indeed. A navy of legendary ships from a bygone era. Which are controlled by girls with simple thought. Now that is man's romance. I am maybe an AI, sir, but I don't think romance works that way. That's because you are a girl. Females and males don't truly understand each other. He said with a shrug. He has been studying genetics for some time now, even now he can understand certain anomalies. If you say so. My programming tells me that I should not pursue this any further. Indeed. You should not. Quinella did impressive work with her patches. Marcus nodded with an approving nod. He quickly started drawing how his dragoness is going to look once she is all grown up. As dragons, one way or another have to go through a growing period. This might going to help him in his ship girl's creation. Especially since DNA grows just as much as the dragon. Marcus smirked seeing what he has drawn. He didn't go far from enterprise design. It's another silver-haired beauty with purple eyes. And yeah, she will be just as hot as his beautiful ship girl. The predator clicking sound. Response from Ares. Well, he took his time. Marcus pulled out his phone and checked the response from the god of war. I want those upgrades, bro. In return, I will give you one of these. As Marcus read through the text he saw the picture which was attached at the end of the message. Is that a Nemean lion? He is planning to give me a Nemean lion, cub. Damn. Damn. I can't say no to that. The teen said with wide eyes. The god of war just got himself an upgrade he wanted. Chapter 48, Visiting Greece, not edited. Lu Fei was sitting in the leisure room with multiple holograms windows surrounding her. Her facial expression was that of neutral. If anyone tried to read what she is thinking it would be difficult. Her blue eyes were on the holographic screen in front of her. It was information Aurora has given her about her master. What she was studying about him is very simple. It's his birthday, year of birth, the place where he was born. Those are key details on something she will do soon, and that is astrology. Since ancient times, even before her, star reading connected to a person is one of the easiest and straight-to-the-point way to get a reading on someone's character. Especially weaknesses. All she needs is the date of birth, location of birth, and time of birth. And thanks to Aurora who is obsessed with perfection, she even has time recorded of his birth. Talking about obsession, she nearly rivaled the level of Morgan had on Arthur. Lu Fei internally rolled her eyes before focusing on the readings she got from this. Fear of being forgotten. Well, that explains his obsession with making his technomancy this long-lasting. Distaste for rules which are not his own. This could lead to World War III. Thinking about this from a different angle and at the world stage, this could truly lead to World War III. He has quite the obsession with materialistic things, which makes him a collector. This is something I already knew, but this just proves how deep it runs. Then his strength and talent is concentrated in his hands. Which is something I don't need to check, his inventions speak for themselves. Followed by a deep interest in classics, either movies or in general. Well, that explains his interest in sacred gears and collecting relics. And what is this deep urge to stand out from the rest? It's almost like something related to the need to be different from the rest. An urge to prove something. A childhood trauma. Well, this explains the dislike for rules. Since he wants to stand out, he won't be able to fit with the rules, since they get in the way. Or is it more than the rules tie him down? Whatever the case, I now know enough. Lu Fei stroked her chin as she looked at the map of the stars. She was quite satisfied with what she read from this. Now she has quite the grasp over his character. She could start tracing down the rest just from these. The witch for a second smirked as she probably knows more than Seraphal now. Once she got the general idea about what is happening with his character, Lu Fei could start to move out and start moving up in the hierarchy she ended up herself in. She won't going to stop until she is sitting next to him. Quite a menacing smile appeared on her face, as she imagined herself somewhere where not even her previous self could not achieve. Valerie was laying in her new bed while looking at the sky created by the holograms. Multiple times today she thought to herself that she was in a different world. Or even in a different time altogether. From the looks of things she saw, they all pointed to her that she was in a completely different world. However, she spent most of her time extremely seriously listening to what the other maids told to her. Turns out, the oldest ones can't help her because they are busy resting after going through genetic alterations. Again she was baffled hearing that. Are they doing genetic alterations in this place? That sounds like some plot from a heavy sci-fi novel. Even after that, she was able to get over the day of exploring the underground base. Again, this sounds like some sort of villain's lair. Another thing she got understanding is that most if not all maids here are gunning for their master. They all working. To her it sounds like some sort of excuse to be close to him. So, that reminds her of some of the romance novels she read. Who would have thought that I will end up in a sci-fi/romance comedy flick turned reality? Sigh. Now I only need to find a way to get in touch with the devil kind. How could I get him to help me to find Gasper? The damper girl couldn't truly think of ways he would just help her. There is no function where she could use her points to get some help in finding him. Then she remembered that she could use the holographic window she saw maids use. Slowly she lifted her right hand, and used her index finger to brush it down. For a second she wanted to blush from embarrassment doing something as weird as that. But to her small surprise, a white and gold window appeared in front of her. It was like a setup of some sort, like she can customize her window. Is it my personal computer of some sort? She thought very much curiously as she saw several options. From shop, to search to options, customization, even room customization. Everything was there. Interesting. Once she saw that she can change the colors of the window, she started going through that. I can always think about it once I get over this. Saturday. Marcus looked at his car, which was finished partially. Well, he won't going to call it finished when it can't travel through time. He has quite tuned it up. The most interesting thing he did so far is the wheels of the car. As the wheel spins, it deploys small barriers underneath it. This allows the car to go through any surface theoretically. However, so far he found out that he can't do it with the air. It is related to the mass in the air and that the barrier can't hold a car's weight. This means that he still needs some work to do. Which is good news in a way. However, the solution is that the car can fly, so he doesn't need to drive through the air. Not that he is going to stop with trying to find the solution to this issue. We are done with our preparations. Marcus turned to face the source of the voice. It was Hippolyta. The redhead and Atlanta are coming with him. It would be interesting if Artemis went with them, but the goddess decided that she wants to skip this outing. While he could make her come, he decided not to. There will be another chance to take the moon goddess back to Greece. Good. Now that looks nice on you. The teen inventor said with a nod. As he saw that Hippolyta was dressed in tight jeans and a simple sweater, while the lion girl next to her was dressed in a simple skirt. It is not surprising that Atlanta is coming with him. She wants to see her new opposition. A Nemean lion. Honestly, she is quite baffled that Marcus will be getting such a beast. However, part of her is not that intimidated. Atlanta knows quite well that she is a lion and a girl. Something the Nemean lion is not. So, in the end, she will be superior either way. Thanks. I want to show that I look good in many types of clothes, not just maid uniform. She said that with a smile as she walked over to him and show off how good the clothes looks on her. Not complaining. Are you two ready? He asked them. Yes, however are we going to drive to Greece? Hippolyta asked with some confusion. Portion of it. I will test how it drives before jumping to Greece with a space warp. He explained with crossed arms as he looked at the car. Space warp. You can do that? Hippolyta asked with a slightly raised eyebrow. Don't be surprised, while teleportation is quite similar. Teleportation is a set in stone from point A to B. Space warp sounds it doesn't follow that rule. Which means you invented something new. The redhead interrupted him with a smirk. Making Marcus hand itch, he wants to spank her for being this naughty for interrupting him. Yes, it's based on a technique I employ when I use my space ring. Isn't space locked down in this nation? Are we going to cross borders? Atlanta asked him as she looked at the car. Indeed, that's what I said about testing the car. Isn't the closest border around 200 kilometers from here, and it's with Belarus? The lion girl said as she remembered the map. Indeed. We going to cross that one? Are you sure? It's going to be difficult without any magic, or are you going to use magic? The Amazon Queen said with some confusion. She knows well enough Marcus doesn't like casual hypnosis unless it's very important. But using hypnosis at the border? It has tons of cameras there and the car stand out on its own. Neither, you two will see. Now get in. He motioned for them to get in as he walked to the driver's seat. It's kind of a late question. But, do you know how to drive? Hippolyta asked him with an uncertain look. You afraid I am going to crash the car? Marcus asked with an amused look. A goddess afraid of crashing cars? Now that's amusing. I am more concerned that you're going to kill someone by accident, and I dislike bumpy rides. She said that with an eye roll. Even though she gave a reasonable excuse, he simply smiled at her and gave his answer. Who knows? Which only annoyed the pair. Marcus has put the key into the ignition, then turned it. The tuned-up car's dashboard, which looked like a custom-made computer screen, turned on. Unlike normal cars' dashboards, this one didn't have petrol or oil meters, not even the temperature one is there. Instead, it had different things. Like car modes, which is road, all-terrain, underwater and flight. Followed by the speedometer, there was the image of a green diamond on the corner. Apart from those, there was a touch-screen tablet attached where the radio was supposed to be. While the pair of huntresses haven't been inside many cars, they know such a tablet-like thing is not common for any current cars out there. Even then, there are touch-screen buttons for the image of a flying car, an underwater car, and a car driving a vertical wall. They decided not to touch those buttons. "I suggest putting on the seatbelts," Marcus said with a smile. Both of them quickly did that. Internally he smiled to himself seeing how quickly they did that. He does love messing with them. "Good, now let's go." As he said that, he turned the engine on. Weirdly enough, the sound was there, but the car didn't even react to it. It's like nothing has happened. Moments later the ceiling lowered itself and Marcus could finally leave. However, before he did that, he pressed a few things on the tablet, activating something. Once that was done, he started driving. Honestly, both girls were quite fascinated by the fact that the inventor could drive it as if he did it for years. This didn't go unnoticed by the lion girl. Her theory that Marcus has the experience of someone much older just got confirmed by what she saw. She did on purpose check with Aurora to find out if he ever driven before, and according to the earliest data, the AI has Marcus flew first before he drove anything. Again, this proves that he has more experience than he should. Honestly, this makes Atlanta much more curious than it normally would. After all, she is trying to figure out who is her master in truth. Greece. Space itself warped as a silver-blue BMW blasted itself out of it and continued to drive as if it didn't just do several thousand kilometers jump from East Europe to South. Before long it arrived at a small town by the name of Sparta. While it has around 35,000 people living here, it is quite small in comparison to his town, which is bigger than this but has around the same amount of people. The best explanation is that it has quite a bit of flats instead of a single house with land around it being personal. It's either they don't want people to own that much land because the land is extremely rich in history, as in this was Sparta. The city is built just a little bit south of the ancient city's foundation. Marcus focused on his senses and found several signatures. He could sense two familiar ones. One feels bloody, the other one feels like books. Those are the familiar ones, but the third one, it feels like perfume. Ah. She is here too. Well. It was a stretch to believe that she won't be here. For a second he frowned, realizing that the goddess of love is there too. Well, there is a couple of extra goddess waiting for us, he said to the girls with a tired sigh. Athena. I suspected as much, Hippolyta said with a neutral tone, while Atlanta frowned for a bit. Aphrodite is there as well, I think. That aura is of someone who loves perfume. Once they heard that, they both frowned. The goddess of love is a handful. Thankfully, their master is much harder to seduce, hopefully. And since Athena is there, the blonde goddess won't going try. Right. After locking on their signature, Marcus turned on the all-terrain drive and started driving towards that location, disregarding traffic laws and such. The reason the teen doesn't care about that is that his car is invisible to regular people. And if any camera picks him, Aurora deals with that footage. Soon enough the pair of girls braced themselves as the teen started driving against the traffic, then ditching the road completely, as he started going through grass. They expected some discomfort, but there was no reaction from the car at all. Just moments later they passed through a barrier of some sort and arrived at a Greek-style mansion. The front of the mansion had some of the aesthetics of Greek style, like the columns from pure marble. It looked fresh, like it was recently built. All Marcus could think of was that it was a miniature version of the entrance to the Parthenon. It would seem they still use the classics even after so many years have passed, Atlanta said with a sigh. However, she was quite nostalgic seeing that. Hippolyta nodded at her as she noticed some statues of Ares, and other statues which looked like Spartans. It would seem her father didn't change at all over the years. Soon enough, with 3 bursts of lights, the 3 Greek gods appeared at the entrance. Marcus turned off his car engine and exited the vehicle, followed by the pair of his maids. Leading the front was grinning Ares, who looked at the teen and then at the car. Marcus, is good to see you. And damn, did this car just use space magic. I felt it just popping in the city. The god of war approached with giddy steps. He then offered a fist bump which the teen accepted. Is he becoming friends with God of War? It's kind of weird because one of his maids is his daughter, who is going to become his wife, which in turn would make Ares his father-in-law. Same, and yeah. The car can use what I call space warp. It's a much more loose version of teleportation. It can be used while driving. You could say it can jump over obstacles, Marcus explained as he turned towards the car. By this point, the God of War was inspecting it all over it. You forgot to mention that it uses quite a bit of math to do that, Athena said as she walked over. One could see that she is fighting hard not to just start blushing hard. This is her first time speaking with him after she officially became his fiancée. It was so sudden for the goddess of wisdom that it took her multiple days just to process what was happening to her. I have a gadget to do all the math for the jumps. I only need to press on the panel. Marcus clarified it to her before taking couple more steps towards the brown-haired goddess. Okay, it's nice to see you again. Marcus, Athena said while fiddling with her dress. The blonde goddess not too far from them was grinning like crazy seeing how the goddess of warfare was behaving, same with Ares who stopped looking at the car and instead looked at what his sister was doing. It is. This time however you are my fiancé and not just some diplomat representing your faction. He said with a small smirk. Making her more embarrassed. Athena realized that this might be a bad idea to come here while these two were around. The goddess's eyes were on the other two who were just looking at her with amused smiles. Relishing in her embarrassment. Why yes. I am still trying to get over it. She said that while fighting over this. She was imagining stabbing those two with her spear. It helps quite a bit. Good. Now show me the manner. The team turned around and looked at the god of war. Marcus realized that he should stop embarrassing his future wife. Ares nodded at him and started to walk towards the manor. Marcus followed him. After him was Athena and the teens' maids who were quiet the whole time. Leaving Aphrodite who realized that she was ignored. A huff escaped from her mouth. Damn. I will show him. How dare he ignore me like this? The blonde stomped with one of her feet. It's a classic two-floor building with one floor underground. It was built for me some time ago when gods still mingled with humans. For a time I forgot that I had it. So it has fallen to disrepair. With Hephaestus's help, I patched it up. The ground floor has a big kitchen, living room, indoor swimming pool, a study. I don't know why there is one. Anyway, a bunch of rooms for guests, second floor has bedrooms, large bathroom, a library. I think. Haven't checked it all, so yeah, it's a classic mansion. The god of war casually explained to Marcus as they entered the spacious-looking mansion. He could feel divine energy in the place, meaning quite a bit of it was used to fix this place. So, how are you going to do it? Do you have the stuff stashed up in the storage ring? He asked the teen inventor. Yeah. I have everything I need in my ring. As he said that several bursts of purple light happened around him and his psionic clones manifested. I am going to start. While you can give the lion cub to one of the clones. As Marcus said that he started walking towards the first room he saw. Cool, you can make clones of yourself. I haven't seen that ability before. Ares for a second was shocked before getting over it very quickly. Psionic clones. Anyway. Can I see it? One of the clones said with an excited tone. The god of war smirked seeing the reaction of the teen. Yep, he was right. And he can't fault the inventor, the lions are awesome. Sure, follow me. I thought that there was only one Nemean lion. Marcus curiously asked the Greek god as he looked at a pair of golden lion cubs sleeping in separate cages. It was. The original Nemean lion was raised by my mother and later was sent down to terrorize Nemea countryside since they pissed her off. Sometime later, quite a bit of time earning quite a bit of fame, my bro was sent to slay it in one of his labors. We later learned that my bro labor's quests got some fame. Mother decided to use that to make more of the lions. Her excuse was that she missed the golden furs. But, I guess that she just wanted to show off that she was part of something extremely famous. The teen just rolled his eyes. Even gods want that camera spotlight. And so magical species of lions came to be. Marcus finished for the god of war. Indeed. And I stole a couple of those. Anyway, we shouldn't worry if my mother going to get furious. She doesn't follow the numbers of lions living in her enclave. I think. The Greek god said with an uncertain tone. You sure it's fine? I shouldn't worry about getting a visit from her. Marcus questioned with a raised eyebrow. Hell, the one goddess he want to stay away from is Hera. He likes hot and evil girls. One of the reasons Quinella is here. But, Hera is something else entirely. She is not evil, just a bitter woman lashing out at anything remotely annoying. While yeah, he is more powerful, but now he is engaged to Athena. If she does come I could just knock her out and send it back in a package to Zeus, but, how would he react to that? Or just message Ares to pick her up? That sounds much more plausible. Nah. It's cool. Don't mix her up with stuff she did more than 2,000 years ago. Over the years she has reigned in my father. After that, she stopped most of her scheming. The only person who still does any sort of scheming is Aphrodite. Even those are just to have some fun in Las Vegas and Paris. The god of war said with a shrug. If that's the case then it's fine. I doubt I will be showing the lion to the public anytime soon. Ares grinned at him when he heard that. By that point, you can come up with a whole list of excuses where you got a Greek mythical beast. The Greek god said with a smirk. Marcus could only sweat drop. This god is reckless, even more than he is. The teen inventor at least does his math before doing anything remotely reckless. If you say so. Honestly, he can't say no to this lion cub. Stolen or not. After all, it's Nemean lion. A fully grown one is Longinus gear worthy. Marcus walked over and picked up the cage with the lion. He won't be opening it in his psionic avatar form. How long will these upgrades going to last? The god of war asked him. They will be done by tonight. I have a meeting with the fallen angels leader tomorrow. Marcus explained while looking at the golden lion cub. Oh, they start to move on you. It was only a matter of time before other factions will find you. It is. I have a bunch of contingency plans in case of anything weird happening. The teen said quite seriously. There won't going to be any war. As avatar of war yourself, you can sense any possible war happening. That power should be even more powerful for you since you have my sis's blessing as well. Ares explained about his blessing. It's like a sixth sense, for war. Marcus asked with quite a baffled tone. How does this work? Indeed. Since you have an incredible amount of magic energy, it should help you sense possible fights. The teen nodded slowly hearing that. He should test it. For a second he uses his senses. He could feel the concentration of multiple divine energies in a single location. They were behind a wall. His senses quite easily passed it and he focused on the gods he can sense. Trying several different ways he finally sensed what he wanted to sense. Only Zeus was annoyed. The rest of the gods didn't even think of fighting him. Well, this is good. At least he won't going to worry about them. Oh. Following another trail Marcus found something. The Greek underworld, Hades, now this god was a different tale altogether. The god of the Greek underworld is thinking of ways of neutralizing the teen. In other words, Hades is itching to find a way to deal with the teen. Interesting, let's see what he is going to do. Should I start with my preparations? Interesting. It works. Only a few of the gods I sensed have some misgivings. Marcus said what he sensed, and the god of war nodded at him. Nice. You picked this up quick. So, what can you tell me about the tech you're going to put in the basement? While Marcus and Ares are talking about the realities, the four females were left alone and an awkward atmosphere very quickly consumed the place. This led the blonde goddess to skin a pair of maids with her senses and her divine power. She quickly found out that Hippolyta was madly in love with Marcus while Atlanta was not far from Amazon Queen. This development has quite intrigued the goddess of love. Not only that, but she found that they are not maidens anymore. Tell me you two, how good is he in the bed? The blonde goddess quickly walked over, closer to the pair. Her purple eyes were digging into them trying to find out more just from looking at them. Aphrodite. You don't just ask stuff like that. Athena with a red face quickly got in between Marcus' maids and the goddess of love and sex. And why not? I am doing this for you. I need to make sure your sexual life is up to the standards. The blonde Olympian said with quite a serious tone. This made the goddess of wisdom even more embarrassed. I can find out that myself. You are not part of this relationship. So you should rather stay away from it. The brown-haired goddess said with narrowed eyes. Don't be a spoilsport. We haven't had anything fascinating as this in centuries. Aphrodite complained with a huff. To answer your question, goddess Aphrodite, he is good, very good. Because of his genetic upgrades, he adapts to anything at record speed. Atlanta said that simply. The blonde goddess's eyes slightly widened before she realized that she might have miscalculated. She should have got him for herself. But, annoyingly so, she is still married to Hephaestus. And knowing Hera, she would never break that thing up. And from the looks of it, Atlanta knows it. That's why she told about Marcus' real capabilities in the area, which blonde goddess finds interesting. This even attracted the goddess of wisdom's interest. After all, if this is true, then she will have one hell of life as his wife. This is interesting, you are not lying. Then again, you don't have previous experience to compare to. Aphrodite said with a small thoughtful frown. Not that you will be able to test it, Athena said with a smug look. One thing for sure, Marcus has no interest in this blonde goddess. Aphrodite's reputation is more than enough for him to stay away from this woman. We shall see, no one was able to resist me for long. The goddess of love said with confidence. You never tried to seduce someone much stronger than you. The brown-haired beauty said with a confident tone. Which made the blonde frown. Athena just hit the bullseye, and that is the truth. Her powers won't be able to influence someone much stronger than her. Not now. Maybe in future, once he gets tired of you. I will be there for him. The blonde said with her confident tone. Moments later, under the goddess of love's feet, a red circle appeared. The next second she was gone. Well, this is ominous. Hippolyta said with some sweat on her forehead. One thing is for sure, that Aphrodite is dangerous as she can manipulate emotions. Thankfully, Marcus is not living in our territories. That is why I am not afraid she will do something. Athena said with some nervousness. Not that she could appear in his territory either. I doubt she can drive a car. Atlanta said with some amusement, as she tried to imagine the blonde bimbo trying to drive. Her tail movement from one side to another, showing that she found it greatly amusing even though there is only a small smile on her face. True to that. After saying that, the situation once again got awkward. Especially between these two groups. Athena is an intellectual, while Hippolyta and Atlanta are someone who prefer talking about action. One could say there is very little that they could talk about. So, it's true that you and Artemis did it with him? The brown-haired beauty asked with some curiosity and even annoyance. Most of the maids under him have already experienced our master's touch. Only Lo Fei and the new girl have not done it. Hippolyta quite proudly said that. The goddess of wisdom frowned quite a bit. But, then again, he spent a lot of time with devils. Which means they taught him the pleasures of female bodies. Something she tried to use herself, but it seems it's not that efficient. Because of how much experience he has by this point. Girls. Check out my new pet. Marcus entered the living room where the girls were staying. He showed the cage with a golden lion cub inside. Ah, Ares. Are you for real? Athena roared with a pissed-off tone as she saw the Nemean lion cub. She quickly went to find her brother. Well. I am not giving it back. The teen said quite seriously. As he saw his fiancée running off to find God of War and give him an earful. Chapter 49, Finishing Ares' Manor and New Guests. Wait, sis. Ares dodged a spear thrust from Athena, who looked pissed. You stole a Nemean lion and gave it to Marcus. Do you realize how much chaos you can cause? Athena was pissed that this could lead to misunderstanding and she could embarrass herself in front of her future husband. Hera could throw a fit and the brown-haired goddess would end up at the crossroads of this misunderstanding. Chill. It's not like the lion is big. It's a cub. Besides, it's not like mom will notice that the cub is missing. The god of war reasoned with her as he continued to dodge the goddess of wisdom's spear thrusts. Do you want to bet on it? Athena hissed at him as she stopped trying to stab him. This wasn't going to lead to anything. She can't kill Ares here, nor can she seal him away for a couple of years. I won't kill you or maim you for this. Since Marcus is your guest. For now, you are off the hook. However, the moment Hera smells something bad and comes here, I am throwing you under the bus. The goddess of wisdom said that while dismissing her spear and fixing her glasses. She turned around and proceeded to leave. In the meantime, Ares sighed in relief. He didn't look angry or sad or anxious or anything. It was just another day for him being the god of war. This stuff happens so often that he barely reacts to it anymore. Well, for now, I am safe. Time to check out the progress. The golden-eyed Greek god giddily went to see the progress which was happening in his Greek-style manner. He survived the anger outburst from his sibling, which is a common occurrence. Now, more importantly, he can focus on entertainment. Upgrading a home with his tech is quite a new experience for Marcus. He had never done anything like this before. Because all of his creations are most of the time done from scratch. While not difficult, he had this feeling of doing something partially new. One psionic clone would add cables to the walls, and the second would follow with realitas projectors. Setting the basic holographic system was smooth and quick progress. What needed more of his attention was the power itself, a small diamond core heart. The heart was the only means to power the entertainment dome. If Ares were to connect to the power grid, he would bankrupt the country. The output would depend on the simulation, so if he is to fight massive armies, he would fry the grid. Just to be clear. You can't fight supernatural opponents. Your basement would not hold it. If you want that, I would need to come back here again and upgrade the main structure of this place. Marcus explained to Ares as they looked at Diamond Core Heart and the computer panel. I don't care about that stuff. Bro, I want war. Not a fight, if you catch my drift. Ares said with a hard look. Fighting one-on-one is boring. I had enough of those fights. What I want is a battlefield. Blood. Hundreds of men slaughtering each other. I want to experience the times when we slaughtered each other with simple bronze and iron weapons. With discipline harder than steel. The more Ares spoke, the more he got passionate. Bloodlust started to roll from him. Showing that this guy was the god of war. The ugly side of it. Nothing that he felt from Athena when they were having their strategic fight inside the simulation. I see. Well, it's a good thing that I am prepared. I have an AI prepared for you. Artificial intelligence. Yep. He will help you run simulations and assist with running the manor for you. As Marcus said that, he proceeded to demonstrate. Strategos, are you up? Ready and waiting, sir. A male voice said from the walls. It sounded quite serious. Like a general or commander in the official military. Strategos, huh? The strategist. I can dig that. You went whole Greek on me. That's cool. Ares looked quite intrigued by the whole idea of this. Yeah. He will help you to set up the matches and other things. Like air conditioner, TV, audio system, and food processing in the kitchen. However, it's still not connected to my Aurora network, so he won't be getting updates for a while. But, once the satellites are on, then he will get his updates. The god of war nodded a couple of times. He can't use the phone network. Marcus grimaced upon hearing that. Yeah, about that. I don't think you want to break it, do you? The compatibility and the size of data would melt the phone network. That's why I am saying satellites. But we could switch to bits and pieces of data exchange. He pondered about that for a bit. Before shrugging at this idea, he could not decide. I am not in a rush. All I want is those simulations. Ares didn't care either. Fair enough. Let me show you how this works. A grin appeared on God of War's face when he heard that. Marcus took him to a room adjacent to the Diamond Heart core. It was a simple and empty room. Only Realitas projectors and air vents were in this place. Since I am working with already preset rooms, I had to adjust with projectors and the vents. Ares didn't say anything, he was simply grinning and waiting for the fun part. Seeing that he was in a different dimension, the inventor decided not to bother with explanations. Instead, he decided to start the show. Strategos, start the entertainment dome. Certainly, sir. Dispersing Realitas particles. Activating light prism. Adjusting temperature. Soon enough the room shifted, the rainbow particles reacted to the light prism, and distortion of surroundings started. It shifted to grasslands stretching in all directions. Amazing. If not for my battle sense, I could easily pass this as reality. Ares snapped out and looked around, marveling at the technomancy. That's the idea. What you see is what the particles want you to see. This stuff can't work without AI. In place. How did you even come up with this? Gundam Seed. An anime. Yep. Mirage Colloid, a technology they created in that place. I copied the idea. Think of it like small glass pieces which reflect colors from a prism. Add some sprinkles of magic and you make anything you want. Marcus explained to him as he lifted his hand and made a flower bloom, then it turned into a squirrel. The squirrel jumped off his hand and turned into a 3-meter-tall squirrel monster with a huge amount of drool before it shattered like glass. Not bad, I like JoJo's as well. Ares saw through the reference the teen just made. The teen snorted with amusement when he heard that. Who doesn't like the weirdness of JoJo's? Who doesn't? Anyway, since we are here, why don't we test out the system? Ares grinned from ear to ear when he heard that. Let's do it. As a suggestion, I want to face those Persian fuckers. It's an old festered wound. With pleasure. I did come here prepared. I got all the relevant ancient history installed in Strategos. Sweet. The surroundings shifted into a mountainous area. Marcus was building a familiar Battle of Thermopylae. Yes. Yes. You know it. You read my mind. Let me give you the details. Sure enough, the god of war started to tell him in detail how everything went down. The inventor was baffled at how Ares recalled everything in minuscular detail. Perfectly honest, this is what he wanted. He wanted to meet Ares so that he could do just this. Give him the details of such historic moments. So that he could add it to his collection. And indeed it happened. The god of war for his perfect war told him how Leonidas looked, how Persian immortals looked, and how Xerxes looked and behaved. Ares observed this whole war from Olympus. Marcus is still curious about what other gods were doing when the Persians were invading. Regardless, he didn't comment on any of this. He simply collected his data for his Realitas simulations. Atlanta looked at the golden lion inside its cage. This was a Nemean lion. She has heard about it before. After all, she was part of the Argo crew and knew the original Heracles who had the fur cloak made from it. This thing can grow into a massive beast. The biblical god even made the original Nemean lion soul into a sacred gear. So it can grow quite powerful, but it's not a threat to her, not a threat to her position as the cat of her master. This thing is a regular pet. Not something like her, who has more value. Amazing. To think that father got something like this for my future husband. Hippolyta said with a wide smile. She is amazed by her father's genius. Such a gift would surely raise Marcus' opinion of her father and in turn her. The redhead didn't even realize that Ares was not even thinking about her. As he wanted to customize his manner. And Nemean lion was the best offer he could make. And this is because he heard rumors about Marcus' fascination with lions which came from Atlanta, who was sitting on his lap when Marcus' forces were invading Teep's faction. The whole thing went through a circle and the girls didn't even realize any of it. This is one big pain in my neck. Athena said as she entered the living room, dropped onto the couch and started to massage her forehead. Goddess Athena. Apollo and Father are getting burning feet. What do you mean, burning feet? Atlanta is getting a bad feeling about this. As you know, Apollo is quite protective of his sister. He was one of the few who declined the engagement between me and Marcus. So now he is getting ideas to spar with Marcus while my father is thinking of testing him out. As you may know, I declined any of these ideas. I don't want both of them to die, or get humiliated. As the goddess of wisdom explained, a female voice replied from the surroundings. This sounds just like my brother. With a burst of red, a circle with fire inside of it appeared in the room. Seconds later, a beautiful woman with brown hair and red eyes which looked like flames appeared in the room. She wasn't as tall as Athena. More like she was of a smaller size compared to other Olympian gods. Aunt Hestia. Yes. I am here to make sure Apollo or Zeus don't plan something stupid and try to provoke our guest. The oldest Olympian goddess smiled at the goddess of wisdom. My thanks. I don't think they will plan anything stupid with you around here. They have far too much respect towards you. You give me far too much credit. Hestia brushed the compliment away and instead looked at the other pair in the room. Hippolyta and Atlanta swiftly got on their feet and became much more respectful towards this goddess than Athena. The goddess of wisdom pouted internally as she realized that these two respect the goddess of hearth more than her. It's annoying and she can't do anything about it. You two were with Artemis before the whole debacle. Yes, goddess Hestia. Atlanta swiftly answered. I see. I can sense that you are happy where you are. This is a good thing. I suppose, Athena, this whole marriage deal you have is not bad. Yes. Hestia smiled to herself as she heard the tone of that answer. It was amusing in a sense. Good. Well. Anyone want some tea and snacks? The goddess of hearth clapped her hands and food started to appear on the table. The trio gulped down when they saw a selection of homemade food. Atlanta especially. She saw apple pie. Her tail wiggled from one side to another with rapid speed in quick succession. Food made by a goddess. What a treat. Of course. What a feast. HNN. In the shadows cast by the old land of Greece. A skeletal man was sitting on his throne. He gazed upon what was happening in his homeland. This god hoped that the madness which his family was moving towards would change its course at the very last second. But it wasn't so. He hoped that his brother and nephew would intervene and cancel this stupidity at the very last second. It wasn't so. What a disgrace. To become the first pantheon which will have a goddess leave its pantheon. To be intimidated by a mortal. A mortal who is nothing more but a pawn used by that disgusting upstart pantheon. Even if he is not a pawn, he is still helping those upstarts in banding together. Such a thing simply can't be allowed. Skeletal God said with a bitter and angry voice. It has been over 2,000 years since he was given a job he had no interest in. It may have given him more power. But just like always he has been treated the same, nothing has changed. Well, it has changed for the worse. And he is tired of this. Call Nyx. There is something we have to discuss. It's time for us to cleanse them once and for all. Blue flames started to burn in the skeletal god's eyes. He will deal with them on his own. They send more than enough souls to his domain. So he will use this power to purge this upstart pantheon. Their god is dead. He has more than enough proof. That human brat was good enough as a test. The brat collected an array of powerful sacred gears. And heaven did nothing. He was not stopped or intercepted. However, this new faction could be pesky. One thing is for sure, he needs more firepower and grunts. Nyx will help him with monsters. But it's not enough. All he can think of is to get a source of new monsters. Ah, yes. Skeletal God had an idea. Marcus with a grin left the basement of Ares Manor. He was super happy with what he got. The inventor wouldn't mind upgrading another tens of manors if he could get this much data. Though his gaze went on the new arrival. He never sensed such a soothing aura before. It was like his house on Saturday mornings. He curiously walked over. What he saw were 4 girls talking among themselves. Stopped playing war games with my nephew. This woman noticed Marcus and asked with a sweet voice. I am finished. But, I don't think he will come out anytime soon. The teen inventor explained as Hippolyta made some space for him to sit. The redhead of course used this opportunity to get close to her beloved future husband. That much is given. Modern times have made my nephew quite dull and bored with his life. Now that you brought him such a gift, he will remember this for the rest of his life. You could say you have earned an ally for life. The brown-haired woman explained to Marcus. who slowly nodded at her words. He did ponder on this. But, never to such a degree. Though Ares' daughter was grinning from ear to ear. She never cared about her father, but she doesn't mind the extra brownie points in this situation. I see. My thanks, Goddess Hestia. Her eyes widened for a bit and she looked ashamed for a second. Where are my manners? My apologies. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Goddess of the Hearth, Hestia. The oldest Olympian. My pleasure. I am Marcus Goldman. An inventor and engineer. She smiled with some amusement when she heard his introduction. You didn't mention your other titles. Hestia somewhat teased him for a bit. This was quite an opportunity for her. She will be his aunt-in-law after all. I mention those when I fight enemies. Oh, I see. So you act humble around your people but flaunt around your enemies. She pretended to think while looking at the ceiling. One of her fingers was on her chin. Indeed. Infuriating enemies is one of the basic tactics one can employ on a battlefield. Athena smiled when she heard that. What he said is true, and she approves of such tactics. I see. How curious. No wonder Athena is so in love. You have similar traits to hers. Hestia proceeded to tease Athena when she realized this. Aunt Hestia. Don't tease me in front of my future husband. The goddess of wisdom went on total defense. This was embarrassing. One of the reasons she never found herself a husband before was because she would be teased very daylight by her family. That reminds me. I do need to get something for you. Marcus casually interrupted the whole tease. What do you mean? I mean an engagement ring or something. The inventor clarified. This made the goddess blush quite a bit. Hestia smirked as she gently elbowed her niece. Did you hear that? Dear Marcus wants to get something nice for you, what you should say. The goddess continued to tease the poor goddess. It was obvious that this was a new thing for her. Aunt Hestia. I know. Okay. Athena exclaimed as she pushed her glasses up, trying to hide her embarrassment behind her glasses and hand. This was not the end as Hestia continued with more tease. The tease switched to whispering, which only made the goddess of wisdom blush even more. As this was happening, Atlanta and Hippolyta were enjoying this. Finally, the annoying goddess is getting back. Karma is a bitch. This continued for a couple more hours until Marcus heard Aurora's voice. It was getting late and Ares didn't leave the basement. Ladies, it appears we won't be able to explore the ruins. Our guide is stuck in the basement and we are running out of time. The conversations have ended. Hestia and Athena sighed in disappointment. Apologies for my brother's actions. No worries. I just have more excuses to visit Greece. Marcus smiled at Athena, who smiled back with a thin blush. Then next we should visit Athens. If Ares is not available. The goddess suggested to her future husband. Good idea. We can do that. Next day. Is there a reason why we took a plane? These things are absurdly slow. It took us 15 hours to arrive here. A white-haired teen dressed like a punk said with an annoyed tone. Now. We can't teleport into this country and flying is just asking to provoke the whole faction. A black-haired man with blonde tips said with a jovial voice. He was excited to be here, to say the least. This faction. Do you think he is strong? Can you take on the whole of the Greek pantheon? No. Not with my current strength. The punk kid said with a frown. Well, there you have it. By my estimations, he is one of the most powerful beings in the world. If it's true that he took Artemis without any gadgets of his own. Isn't he around my age? To have such power. The white-haired teen was impressed and at the same time intrigued. What kind of methods does he use to wield such power? He is. The issue is that we haven't seen him fight properly before. He is like me and the old man. He is a creator and a builder through and through. This is why he has a faction of his own. Old man. You are comparing him to that individual. To think that the leader of fallen angels would compare a teen who is around his age to the biblical god. I am. He invented an array of sacred gears already. I see, so he might be worth fighting. Fighting. Valley, you are coming with me as an offering of friendship. Huh. I will ask him to skin your divine dividing and fix it. Fix it. Valley was baffled to hear that. What is there to fix? The gear is working perfectly. According to Sona Citri, balance breaker is not built in naturally. This means you are constantly forcing it to do what it is not supposed to do. Bringing you to Marcus Goldman will allow him to scan it. This data alone will be an offering of friendship to him. Of course, we will be getting something out of it. He will allow divine dividing to achieve balance breaker naturally. Azazel, the leader of fallen angels, explained to him. Albion doesn't quite agree on this. We have no idea if this will work. Marcus Goldman could potentially allow you to fight the Red Dragon Emperor as much as you want. The fallen angel said with a grin. A victorious grin. Fine. Valley agreed the very next second. Hold it. Valley. Don't just jump into this. A pair of wings appeared behind Valley. It was a pair of energy wings made from blue energy. It looked draconic. Now you did it, Azazel said with a serious look as he looked around. They haven't even passed border control, but all the people looked spacey. What is going on? You triggered the security system. The leader of the fallen explained as he looked around. He sensed a ripple spreading in all directions. The security in this place is very tight. It's like a cloth dropped on the whole nation. The moment someone raises their magic energy, the blanket reacts. This means the whole faction knows they are here. And we are supposed to be coming here as guests. All we did was Albion reveal himself. He is right. Don't be so skittish, Azazel. I guess so. I wanted to keep your identity a secret for a bit, Valley. I didn't want to reveal my cards like that. The white-haired punk snorted. He casually shrugged without care. You know me, I don't care about politics. That you do. Regardless, the pair proceeded to try crossing the border. But at that moment armored people took over. They looked nothing like the border force. They were wearing plate armor with SPBA insignia on their shoulder. Those are not normal beings. As it was the pair's time to show passports, the armored people motioned to pass the barrier. Leader of the fallen angels. Our Lord is waiting for you. Follow us. One of the armored men motioned to follow them. Oh, you guys do look like Mandalorians. Azazel nodded with an approving look as he passed the barriers, closely followed by the Valley. Our looks are inspired by them. Smallest of details, included. One of the soldiers mentioned that it had a double meaning. Something the leader of the fallen angel faction picked up. I see. In other words, from looks to fighting, they are Mandalorians. This means they know how to fight like those mad lads from the space opera called Star Wars. What Azazel doesn't even realize is that the genome and the experience these soldiers have are constantly upgraded. They are biological machines. Machines which can get upgrades depending on circumstances. This makes them even worse than any other main fighting force in the world. One thing for sure is that Quinella is a meticulous sadist. Anyone who tries to fight Marcus' faction will find it the hard way what this endless horde can do. While Vala simply observed these armored men from the side. They are strange. Their magic is particularly strange. Albion spoke directly into Vala's mind. It's as if they are handmade. Like tailored wood or sharpened blades to a specific level. In other words, they are not natural. The White Dragon Emperor pointed out. Precisely. They are man-made creations. Azazel didn't know what to think of these Mandalorians. His sharpened senses over thousands of years are telling him that these beings are alive but not quite there. This means they are living dolls. And if they are dolls, this means they can be created more. If this is true, then they are dealing with someone who most likely has the means to have thousands if not millions of soldiers running around. As the pair followed the group of Mandalorian look-alike, they left the capital airport. What waited for them was a futuristic-looking passenger plane just outside in the middle of the car park. A line of soldiers were stationed there as well. These were heavily ornamented guards which gave the fallen angel just the weirdest of feelings. These are good. Valley instantly pointed out. The white-haired teen seriously looked at this line of soldiers. His battle instincts are telling him that these soldiers are strong. Before he could comment more, a female voice got their attention. General Governor. Valley and Azazel looked at the white-haired maid. Artemis. A god. Curious. If you two would, Master is waiting for you in the shuttle, Artemis said with a professional voice. She sounded like an annoyed maid. But all it did only made the fallen angel more curious. So the rumors and tales were right. Marcus Goldman has utterly crushed Greeks. There was no war or anything like that. If anything would happen to Artemis in normal circumstances, it would be a war. But in this situation, Artemis became his maid and the Greek pantheon did nothing. Of course. Let's go, Valley. Right. The pair swiftly climbed the stairs and entered the spacious shuttle. At the end of the plane, a black-haired teen was sitting comfortably on a wide sofa. Behind him were more maids. A blonde and a redhead. There was a yokai-looking cat girl who was behaving like a cat and lazing next to him. Her head was on his lap while Marcus Goldman's free hand was stroking her hair. Marcus didn't pay attention, yet as he was looking at his tablet. General Governor, Sarah said you wanted to meet me. The inventor spoke first as he lowered his tablet and looked at the pair. Indeed. We can finally meet. I wanted to for months. As he said that, he saw Artemis walk over to Marcus' side. The goddess of the hunt behaves as if nothing is strange. Well, here I am. As the inventor said, the plane took off vertically, going up for a bit before proceeding to fly off. He motioned the pair to take their seats. The flight will be only for a few short minutes, but if you want you can sit down. My thanks. There are a few things which I wish to speak about. The leader of Fallen Angels walked over and took his seat opposite Marcus. The shuttle was more like a private jet, as it had seats arranged like a living room with a coffee table and all those fancy little things, like carpets and a small fridge with drinks. A very advanced private jet. Azazel has a few questions about how things work in this plane, but for now, business first, hobbies later. I assume you want to learn a few things about sacred gears. Of course. But, those can wait. Oh. Marcus was surprised that the geek in front of him wanted to talk about something else. I wish you to use your influence and persuade devils to open peace talks between 3 factions. I see, you want to use my connection with Seraphal to propose such a thing. Indeed. If one Satan of foreign affairs does such a thing, then I will second it, and fallen angels and devils will enter peace talks. Angels will have no choice but to enter the talks as well. Azazel explained his plan. And what do I get from this? I am glad you asked. I have 3 Vritra sacred gears. Do you want it? The fallen angel leader proposed with a smile. This, you are one evil man. Playing one's greed like that. Marcus joked with amusement. All his maids looked at the inventor with deadpan eyes. Look who's talking. Lucifer complaining about other people imitating Lucifer's techniques. It's for the greater good after all. Dumbledore would be pleased with your dedication. The teen joked for a second. Before getting somewhat serious. Ha ha ha. No doubt he would. Azazel understood the reference. No doubt that old wizard would agree with him. Both of them love peace after all. Fine. I don't see any reason why I shouldn't do such a small favor, knowing devils they will be delighted about this peace talk you are planning. Marcus doesn't mind, either way, these 3 factions don't have anything of imminent interest for him. Fantastic. Before talks can continue, the plane has landed in an open and wide cavern. By this point, Valle was already looking through the window, as he hadn't sat down in the first place. What piqued his curiosity was the amount of things this place has. There are rows and rows of these soldiers, planes which look like fighters, several types of those. Most likely some of them are carrier planes meant for army transport. Is that a spider robot? His gaze went to the far side where tall metal things with large barrels were walking. They were like spider tanks or something like that. Most likely that barrel is impressive. If it shoots power of destruction like they say this faction can. Albion commented on things he was seeing through Valle as well. As the shuttle landed, the group proceeded to leave it. As they got outside, they were able to see the scale of this place. We are fully underground. There are no support pillars. I assume you use alchemy to make the weight of the ceiling hold as it is. The fallen angel commented the moment he saw the expanse around him. What stuck for him was the lack of support pillars. Partially correct. Oh. I see. I can sense mana flowing through the walls. Azazel quickly started to figure it out. But, at the same time, the more he figured out, the more questions popped into his mind. Indeed. Now follow me. We can talk in peace when we arrive at my home. Chapter 50, Red and White Emperors. After arriving at the airfield, which is part of the barracks, the inventor took his guests to the maglev station and proceeded to board it. His guests curiously looked around, but the pair did take their seats this time around. I thought that the 3 factions were already negotiating peace, Marcus commented on what he heard from Seraphal some time ago. Wasn't his mission to obtain the cups from vampires caused them to get all skittish and start working on that peace? We are and we are not, Azazel said with a sigh. Devils, us and angels want peace. But we all have elements from the past. I have some cadres who don't want peace, devils have their old Satan faction who want to fight, their king faction is full of bureaucrats, and angels are a cautious bunch. Your presence made them feel pressure to start wishing for peace above everything else. I see, sounds bothersome. You don't even know half of it. The Governor General sighed even more as he leaned into the seat. These are comfortable. The fallen angel commented on the seats before returning to the mission ahead. As I was saying. You have an enormous pull on Seraphal, you know, being her boyfriend and all that. You could ask her to push through and put peace to a vote once and for all. Marcus nodded as he had a pondering look. And I will get those Vritra gear you have. Yes. Hearing such an instantaneous reply made the inventor pull out his phone. Very well. My message to Seraphal will be very simple. Azazel wants peace. But other factions don't agree. So I will ally with him to put some pressure on devils and angels. I am sure when my soldiers walk on underworld soil they will think of peace as only the solution. Azazel's eyes widened to a large degree when he heard that. This kid is hardcore. While Vala grinned when he heard that. This guy is his kind of guy. Hold it. There is no need to go overboard like this. This is not going overboard. It's a slap of realization when someone can't decide whether to slap him or her to get a grip. This is just that, a slap. Azazel slowly nodded to the explanation. The moment Marcus sent the message his phone started to buzz. The team put his phone on the loudspeaker. Marcus, what do you mean you ally yourself with Azazel? You can't do that. I can and I will. Tell your old coach to draw a peace plan ASAP. Otherwise, I will build an outpost in the underworld and feed fallen angels with limitless resources. Gah. You are the worst. You can't just throw around your weight in politics like that. Just do what your boyfriend says. Otherwise, there won't be any cuddling for a couple of months. Ag. Satan's damn it all. Just like that, she hung up her phone. There you have it. Marcus pocketed his phone and looked at the baffled fallen angel. Impressive. I will be waiting for a response. Once fallen and devil kind. Strike a peace, angels will follow. The Governor General was certain of that. Angels have the lowest numbers of all three factions. They wouldn't want to face the other two. One could say he is satisfied with this development. Finally, after so many years they are moving somewhere. I will be waiting for those Vritra sacred gears. No need. I have them with me. Azazel pulled out a neat-looking box and opened it. There were 3 orbs inside of it. I have 3 out of 4 Vritra gears. The last one had eluded me for a while, but my sources say that Sona Citri Peerage has the last one. Indeed, I have the data from that gear, and I could remake it. With this Vritra will be complete and I will have a full-fledged Dragon King. Marcus commented as he looked at the orbs. This is just perfect. He has Drag and Vritra now. Oh, I have the cups. I could get all the evil dragons, The inventor started to get all giddy. His collection of artifacts is coming together just nicely. You mean to say you would bring Vritra back to life? No, not in that way. I could keep him in a gear. But still would have use for it. I suppose one of my officers could have it. After all, Vritra is a powerful dragon king with an array of unique powers. Oh, I see. He would make one of his puppets wield Vritra gear, making it loyal to him. It's terrifying how he could make all of the gears he collected useful to him. And if he could replicate them, that would be even more horrifying. It's a good thing I don't want to pick a fight with him. Azazel nervously thought that to himself as he looked at Vala sitting next to him. I guess it's time to become friends. There is another thing which I would like to talk about. I suppose it's related to the person next to you. Marcus motioned towards the guy next to the fallen. Indeed. Allow me to introduce you to Vala Lucifer, the great-grandson of the original Lucifer. He is the current generation White Dragon Emperor. The inventor had the look of realization. I see. That's quite a combination. I assume you want me to check his sacred gear. Indeed, you can say this is an offering of friendship. Vala wouldn't mind fighting the Red Dragon Emperor you have stashed in your vault. Such data would be invaluable. Azazel smoothly mentioned that. Vala grinned when he heard about the possible fight. Ha, you truly know how to make someone tick. Indeed. I will agree if I can have a full skin of sacred gear and a piece of Vala's hair. My hair. Vala blinked for a bit, before casually pulling a strand out and handing it over to Marcus. Artemis and Atlanta who saw this had a pale look. This guy is clueless, isn't he? Giving a hair to a scientist like him. Even Azazel had a look of shock as he knew what this meant. He was even about to negotiate something else, but the strand was already engulfed in purple energy and floated over to Marcus' side. The inventor swiftly stored the hair away. This was perfect for him. A proper hybrid. Between Lucifer and a human. Another piece of the puzzle with the name Life. Many thanks. I will make sure I will use it properly and to the full extent. Azazel and the other 2 maids stiffly nodded. While Vala simply shrugged at him. Sure, whatever. So when can we fight? The current generation White Dragon Emperor didn't think much about this at all. His goal is simple, and that is to fight the Red Dragon Emperor. After the scans are done. So, I would say, less than 30 minutes from now. Fantastic. Marcus simply smiled seeing how easy it is to sway this guy. There is no doubt that he wouldn't mind becoming his test subject. While Azazel could only sigh. It appears the inventor in front of him realized how easy it is to sway Vala if he has a chance to fight a powerful opponent. The maglev arrived at Marcus' home, and the inventor led them through the corridors and arrived at an elevator. This will take us to my workshop. We are underground, aren't we? I suppose we are going even deeper. Azazel quickly noticed that there were no windows, only fish swimming above them. Yes. Ground is the best place to build, no one even realizes that. People could easily build buildings, even cities above us, and no one even realized that there was a supernatural faction right under their feet. Marcus explained with a small smirk. That's an interesting way to put it. The inventor nodded before the lift doors opened in front of them. The trio entered it. Before the doors closed, he pulled Atlanta into his hands, while the other girls pouted at him. The rest of you can go back to your duties. My lioness is more than enough to keep the company. The maids sighed in resignation, they nodded and returned to their jobs. Once it was clear, Marcus called his AI. Aurora takes us to the workshop floor. Certainly, sir. An AI. That explains a lot of things. This single clue was enough for Azazel to uncover a lot of things. Oh. Do tell. I had Athena here for a while. She was still struggling with certain things. I have no doubt. Athena is old school. Unlike her, I have been tinkering with modern technology as well. The Governor General explained with crossed arms, but then his eyes widened to a large degree as he realized something. But this, it explains your mastery over sacred gears. I never considered the fact that they could be ancient computers. My old man was a being beyond his age. Imagine having computers more than 4,000 years ago. The leader of the fallen angels said with realization. Just by visiting Marcus Goldman, he experienced a breakthrough in his sacred gear research. Indeed, you are correct. The inventor smirked at the fallen. You will see that firsthand. He said that the lift stopped at the workshop floor and the group entered the restroom, passed it and entered the wide workshop. What greeted them was Jupiter and all of its moons lazily spinning around. Impressive. Holograms. Yep. It's a technology one call realitas, a form of hard light holograms which can hurt. Even kill, if utilized properly. It's shards of small glass mixed with magic. It can interfere with humanoid beings' perception of what they see or smell, the same with a feeling of touch. It can replicate human body heat. It's a technology one am still developing and researching. Fascinating. Before Azazel could comment more, Vale took a step forward. This means you could face any opponent you want, depending on the amount of energy it's given. Correct. This is who you will be facing. With hand motion, a menu appeared and Marcus went through a couple of settings. Moments later, polygons gathered and a red armored being was standing next to the inventor. Red Dragon Emperor. Precisely. I have fully scanned booster gear. This model here knows all about boost and balance breaker. You can use several different difficulties depending on what you want. The more White Dragon Emperor heard about this, the bigger his smile was. Then what are we waiting for? His enthusiasm made Azazel shake his head. Atlanta just looked at the silver-haired teen with a deadpan look. This guy was feeding from her master's hand like a big boy. Sure. Aurora, I need a sacred gear scanner set, if you would. One moment. The floor opened up in front of them and a pedestal with several cables came out. Summon your gear. With a burst of white light, divine dividing popped out from Vale's back. Marcus proceeded to put the readers on his wings, on the part where energy is being held together. Don't resist the energy. It will wash you over. This will take a moment. Right. The White Dragon Emperor nodded as he looked at the red armored being standing not far from them. It had his arms crossed and was waiting for things to happen. This only made Lucifer's grin get bigger and bigger. Aurora, you can proceed. Starting gear scanning. A floating window screen appeared in front of Marcus and Azazel. The pair were looking at this. The Governor General was particularly interested in this. The percentage started to grow rapidly. Honestly, the fallen angel thought it would take longer than just a few moments. This was a gear made from Albion, one of 2 heavenly dragon emperors. And done. The scan is complete. Marcus proceeded to check the data. Well, it has the same issues as others I have acquired. The cache storage is full. This causes errors in the system. The reason why it has a balance breaker and other forms. Curious, it appears you have achieved Juggernaut Drive. Vale for a second was surprised. He hasn't told anyone except Azazel that he can use Juggernaut Drive. Yeah. I can achieve it in a couple of minutes tops. Before negative emotions overwhelm me. The Lucifer explained to the inventor. Fascinating. We could use that. Use what? The Juggernaut Drive. I will clean the cache and adjust your divine dividing. I will add the balance breaker as a natural evolution of the gear. Then you will spar with the red one. We will gather the data, cross-reference it with the data I have acquired and then add Juggernaut Drive. Meaning that you will have 2 natural forms. What do you think? Marcus looked at Valley when he said that. That's a deal. I have no idea what you said. But if this allows me to have Juggernaut Drive under full control, I am in. Fantastic. Let's get this going then. First we erase all the cache. Then run the maintenance. With a swipe of his fingers, Marcus proceeded to fix the gear. Azazel looked at this from the side. There was a perplexed look on his face. He might have overlooked the fact that he just unleashed something horrifying on the world. Bringing Valley might have been a mistake. But he needed to make sure Divine Dividing went through this maintenance. The moment he heard about maintenance on sacred gears, the moment he realized that it was the truth. The Juggernaut Drive was proof of how bad they can end up. The Governor General might have done this himself, but he had no idea where to start. But now, he realized that Marcus Goldman didn't just know how to make gears, he even knew how everything was run. As if he knows how Heaven's system even works, it's like he truly is an old man's reincarnation, or. The fallen angel's eyes widened as he turned stiff and then paled. He slowly undid his crossed arms. Or he is the reincarnation of Solomon. In his mind, he started swiftly connecting dots. How submissive is Seraphal, how he summoned her years ago. All of that falling into place. His means of understanding the gears, his power over devils, his supremacy over energies. By my old man, this is utterly terrifying. If Devilkind figures this out, there will be a civil war, paranoia will be all-time high. But for him to operate in the open like this and for everyone not to realize what is going on, this is just. Azazel realized that it was too late. Solomon has created a faction and no one even knows how to stop him. And this time around, the reincarnator won't die from old age. With tech like this, he will be a being similar if not superior to gods. And he helped him with that. He brought Valley. The moment the reincarnation of Solomon figures out Juggernaut Drive, all of his gears will have something similar. I will just pretend I have no idea what is going on. Azazel thought to himself as he cleaned off his sweaty forehead. Yep, it will be for the best. For now, he watched how Marcus proceeded to adjust the very gear from the very core. Adding new lines with the runes of several pantheons. This was extreme, to say the least. Some gods don't even know all the runes from their pantheons. But this guy is utilizing several. If this is the case, then at the very core of sacred gears were created from the art of multiple pantheons. Which makes sense since they have artifacts or souls stored from different backgrounds. Yeah, I need to write that down, I guess. I should start with Nordic and Gaelic first, then expand. The leader of the fallen proceeded to continue observing and learning while Val's back glowed white for a second. Ugh, what a strange shiver. Albion spoke through the wings. The adjustments are done. Marcus dismissed the window as he proceeded to walk over to Valley. Once he removed the cables, the White Dragon Emperor was free to move. Let's see. Balance breaker. Vanishing Dragon Scale Mail. With a burst of white, Valley was fully armored. Impressive. Before this it was like a switch, but now it's extremely smooth. Feels natural. The armored Lucifer explained as he looked at his hand. Good. Now let's proceed to the next step. Marcus looked at the side where the doors opened. Valley and the rest looked at the doors. With pleasure. The White Dragon Emperor said with an excited tone. He was waiting for this. The group proceeded to walk there. When Valley and Azazel saw what was in the room, they looked baffled. It was an empty white room. Let me explain this as simply as possible. Red's power can change according to what you want. I will set it up from 1 to 10. Think of this like it's a game with increasing difficulty. At level 10, Red's power will be at Drake's 100%. So be careful. Are you sure? This place can handle this. Albion spoke through the wings. I tested the durability of this place by blowing up the moon in a fight against Superman. You can do that here? Valley asked after getting over the idea of blowing up a moon. Once you get tired of fighting Red, I can arrange some fights with some exotic beings. Marcus smirked while hinting at something much more interesting than boring an old rivalry between White and Red. Damn, sure. This place is cool. The White Dragon Emperor started to get very excited. What irony this is. Azazel realized how absurd this situation was. Once again, Solomon's incarnation is having a Lucifer eating from his hand. Great. So we are leaving you here to fight, Red Emperor, while we will be watching from the workshop. Fine. Valley pumped himself as he watched how that awesome researcher left with Azazel and that cat girl. Honestly, he never thought this boring trip could turn into something as exciting as this. Whenever you are ready. Just say, Aurora, start simulation. Marcus' voice spread through the room. Aurora, start simulation. Beginning simulation. Activating hard light projection. Dispersing realitas particles. Light prism online. Activating adaptive ventilation. Simulation online. Valley looked around as he saw how reality in front of his eyes started to shift. The white room shimmered out of existence and was replaced by the city. A metropolitan city. New York. That was his first thought after he saw so many skyscrapers. But then he saw people shimmer into existence around him. Many of them were busy walking back and forth. Many of them started to point fingers at him, as he was clad in his white armor. We will be going with New York. I want to see how much damage you can cause. Such a city is the best way to scale your destructive power. Now for Red's power, as I said before, it goes from 1 to 10, each stage represents a percentage of Drake's power. So if you pick 3, it means armor has 30% of his strength. If you want to change, just ask Aurora. After Marcus said that, booster gear balance break armor proceeded to move around as if prowling and getting ready for battle. People who saw this started to take some distance as they could sense the atmosphere between these two armored people. Valid, don't mind them, they are not real. That inventor wants to see how you will react. Albion said to his host. I know. The young Lucifer expanded his wings, which hummed with power. Then he kicked out, shattering asphalt under his feet, and proceeded to lunge into Red Dragon Emperor scale mail. White armor fist collided with a red fist. Divide. Boost. The exchange was short as Valis swiftly overpowered the armor. This is not good. Aurora set his power at level 4. The White Dragon Emperor exclaimed as he sensed how weak was that armor. Very well. Wait. That's nearly half his power. Sure enough, red aura erupted from the Drake's scale mail. The red being blasted into Valley, who tried to block the incoming punch, but ended up being pushed into a skyscraper. The glass shattered into thousands of pieces as people started to scream. Drake's scale mail blasted Valley through the office floor, going through tables, computers, bookshelves, and other things, eventually slamming into concrete support pillars. Yeah. That's more like it. Divide. 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 The red aura shrunk considerably, but it quickly recovered as the Red Dragon Emperor used its signature ability. Boost. 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 Then its green eyes glowed as its other fist went into Vala's gut. Pierce. The teen Lucifer coughed blood as his armor shattered into thousands of pieces. Cough. What the hell was that? For a second his vision started to get dark. He nearly passed out. But, he swiftly snapped out from pain as he was smacked into the side and was sent flying from the office and right into one of New York's streets. The red scale mail followed after as it with a spin delivered a kick and slammed Valley into asphalt, shattering the remaining armor into pieces. Is that all you can do? White. Drake-like voice said from the armor. Not in the least. I still have a trick under my sleeve. Vala slowly stood up as he cleaned off the blood from his lips. Damn, this place truly rocks. I need one of these installed in Azazel's place. Even though he knows he could potentially die, he doesn't care. Such realism is utterly amazing. And he needs one as well. Watch and learn. I am the one who is about to awaken. I am the one who is about to awaken. Albion repeated the same line, which caused Vanishing Dragon's scale mail to fix itself. Workshop. Albion is repeating his words. Marcus mumbled to himself as he started to stroke his chin. He was wondering why. Synchronization. Atlanta replied with a wondering voice. Some wild beasts do similar actions. Mostly wolves when they circle their prey. The inventor's eyes widened as he finally realized. Resonance. He exclaimed loudly as he swiftly got up on his feet. He used his psionic energy to make sure Atlanta didn't fly off. The lioness huntress was shocked the most as she closed her eyes and thought that she would land face first on the diamond floor. But the psionic aura saved her and pulled back into the seat. Resonance. What do you mean by that? Azazel, who was sitting on a comfortable couch and drinking beer while looking at the battle, asked with a piqued curiosity. It's like Tesla said many years ago. Everything has a frequency. At this moment Albion balanced out his power to Vala's level and then proceeded to synchronize himself with him. Draconic energy, mental state, overlap voice, he does that to the point that their power signature becomes the same. This causes Sacred Gear, which was already in a bad state, to get confused who is who. The gear after all works like a dam which keeps Heavenly Dragon's energy in check. But what if the gear doesn't know which side it should dam? It confuses, which causes it to stop the dam process altogether. Marcus explained with an excited voice as he proceeded to run tests and simulations and observe what was happening inside the testing room. You might be up to something, but if it's true, then the Juggernaut drive transformation Valley is about to do will fail. Indeed. The gear's failsafe is running at its peak condition. As the inventor confirmed what Azazel said, it happened right on cue. The white burst which was supposed to happen didn't happen. In truth, the scale mail got dismissed and Valley was without any gear at this moment. Damn. The Governor General was spooked by how right Marcus was. It happened right in front of his eyes. Aurora, terminate the simulation. I got what I wanted. As you wish. The simulated New York shattered like a piece of glass. It only made Vale more confused. As he realized that he was in a simulation all along. It was so real that he forgot that for a moment. Can someone tell me what is going on? The teen Lucifer exclaimed loudly as he looked around. The doors opened. Come over here. The White Dragon Emperor nodded as he proceeded to walk over. Thanks to you, now I know how Juggernaut Drive works. Marcus started to talk first as he looked at the data in front of him. Yeah. But it failed. Vale said with a frown. Of course it did. You couldn't access it anymore. Only Balance Breaker worked. I didn't include Juggernaut Drive because of corrupted files. It always baffled me. But now you showed me how it works. The inventor clarified some more with an obvious voice. I did. But it failed. I couldn't even perform it. The White Dragon Emperor frowned some more. It's the method, not the transformation itself, Vale, Azazel said from the side as he was looking at the data as well. Honestly, on this trip alone he learned more than he did in the past 500 years researching on his own. Ancient computers, and Juggernaut Drive. These two things will allow him to have a breakthrough in sacred gear on his own. Maybe if he sticks around some more, Marcus will explain to him how he interpreted Balance Breaker as well. That would be just grand. Method. The resonance you have with Albion, bypassing the security of sacred gear to tap into full power. Vale blinked a couple of times before thinking for a moment. I guess it just clicks. I see. Since Albion is attached to you at the soul level, it happens naturally. The second coming of Solomon said with a thoughtful look. Anyway, I am going to add this sequence to the gear. Come over. The White Dragon Emperor nodded as he walked over, and once again Marcus proceeded to attach cables to the divine dividing. The moment he was connected, he swiftly checked over the logs. A small smile appeared on his lips as he saw the log which was recorded over the failsafe. For a second the sacred gear felt that there were two Albions. This forced an emergency shutdown as it was logged as a critical error. Just as I suspected, look. Marcus pointed at the screen, and Azazel nodded as well as he saw this on the screen. He was still learning the language used to code these gears. He barely understands several letters. So, one could say he is playing along. Yes, it appears so. The inventor smirked as he proceeded to remove the log and started to add another sequence to the gear. Just like with Balance Breaker, this sequence only goes to work when resonance is reached, and instead of turning off, Vale will be able to access all of Albion's power. Just to keep this clear. You may die if you are to use this power. Having limiters removed, you will be exposed to 100% of Albion's power. That's the point of Juggernaut Drive. Vale rolled his eyes when he said that. Technically it's less than that. The gear only holds a portion of Albion's soul. Azazel commented from the side. Oldman was only able to store some of it. The rest was destroyed through the fight. The pair of dragons entered an outrage. There were not that many means to stop them. Does it mean you have been there? But of course. It's an experience I don't want to relive. The fallen leader said with a somewhat pale look. He recalled something from that time. Ha. That's because we were kicking your butts. That's what happens when you intervene in our fights. Albion spoke through the wings. Indeed. You had. But I am alive and you are a piece of artifact created by my old men. The group except for Azazel grimaced when they heard the burn. Right, I am almost done. Marcus changed the theme of the conversation, as he was done with sequences. He copied and pasted all that into his database. Aurora proceeded to run its simulations and run diagnostics on gears it had scanned. In other words, the AI already had legitimate 100% copies of these two gears. It has already started to experiment on other gears which don't have beasts inside of them. But it was revealed to be a useless endeavor. Juggernaut Drive soon enough was classified as a dragon-only technique. Maybe if they are to find another beast and seal it away, they might get something similar. But for now, this only works on Draic and Albion gears. Done. You can retrain in the testing room. All right. With a burst of white, Vale's Juggernaut Drive made his armor look bulkier and much more wild. That 100% release of power has to flow somewhere. So it naturally has altered the armor. However, this time around the White Dragon Emperor proceeded to waste Draig's scale mail, which was at 40%. After sending the red armor flying into a skyscraper, Vale was feeling bored. Aurora. If I am to change it to stage 10, will red scale mail turn into Juggernaut Drive? With new data we received from you, it's possible, but this is not tested out properly, yet. Vale grinned behind the helmet. Then let's do it. I will be the test subject for this. Very well. Switching to the difficulty level 10, setting to 100% Draig's output. Half of the simulated city got illuminated red color as Welsh dragon scale mail started to change. This is just perfect. Valley exclaimed happily as he watched the transformation. He can't wait for a real fight. At their maximum capacity. They finally decided once and for all who is the strongest. Chapter 51, The Beauty of Resonance. Who would have thought that Valley was the key to this puzzle? Marcus commented with an amused voice. He was surrounded by floating windows showing all the data he gathered through the spars. He allowed Valley to fight as much as he wanted. Oh, boy did the White Dragon Emperor fight. He showed his Juggernaut drive several times. Allowing to record the resonance several times. It was a gold mine for the inventor. Sometimes you find treasure in the most unexpected places, master. His kitten softly commented as she was gazing at what he was looking at. You are right. But this is more than that. Until now, I have missed one of the most fundamental forces in the universe. Marcus lifted his hand and showed her purple energy flowing in waves. Gravity and waves which come with it. It's intricately connected to space and time. One could say I have focused too much on space to grasp time. But gravity is a key ingredient. Once one adds that to the viewing lenses, the field vision becomes more clear. So he inspired you. More like showing something obvious. The inventor chuckled, with some amusement. I suppose it makes sense. Your gaze goes very far. So you can't see what is in front. You are right. I need to spend more time with common people. I might see something fascinating and inspiring. Atlanta deadpanned at him. Like learning time travel in maths class. Or drawing weapons of war in some other random classes. She casually mentioned what he does in his classes. It's hard to call them classes when he does such crazy stuff. You know me well enough. My lioness. He leaned forward and kissed her on the cheek. There was a thin blush on her cheek when she heard that. Yes, well. Apart from the fact that you rediscovered gravity and that resonance thing. I can guess that you have decided to weaponize this fundamental force. Not yet. No, what Valley showed me was crucial in cross-species creation. With a hand wave, he showed her something. Atlanta's eyes widened as she saw. Biological combat model, Enterprise. Development possibility, 90.7%. Aurora already has run 3 million simulations. Synchronizing the frequency of the carrier ship with the biological body. It's not the easiest thing. However, we came up with a medium. Another resonance. With another hand wave, he showed another project. What is this? My version of the heaven system. Her eyes bulged out, and for a moment her mind went blank. Quinella proposed something a few days after realizing that there is a roof for how well we can prepare our SPBA. Synthetic memories can only carry so far. So why not create reincarnation for my soldiers? In other words, once they fall in battle, their experiences and souls enter this heaven. They get recycled in a specific manner and then sent into a new body. This way they keep their memories and adjust to new enemies. Atlanta paled as she realized not only he is going to have endless soldiers but they will have a cycle of reincarnation. But won't that impact conditions and their programming? No, in truth it will improve it. People on many occasions rely on a higher being, purpose, or directive. This is what the system is. It gives a certain superiority to other beings. Even when they die, they don't truly die. Just follow me, you can't die and live forever. The lioness gulped down for a bit. Before wondering how this is related to ships and these biological models. And how does this come to play with your ship and the girl? She asked after realizing that they had derailed from the original purpose. It's the middle ground. For one to access ship at any time anywhere you have to have some sort of space power. The ships will be stored in a special dimension, they will have special privileges to access these vessels. In a sense, it's an alternative version of Sacred Gear's circle. The base principle is the same. They circulate in the system and specific souls can access specific gears. Marcus explained to her that in front of them, a computer window showed the schematic of how this would work. These ship girls will have direct links with their ships all the time. As the system will be able to reach them anywhere where space itself exists. That's one crazy thing you are building. Are you sure you don't have anything else to do? Atlanta asked him with wide eyes. She knows well enough how dangerous those massive ships will be with all the technomancy pumped into them. The worst part is that these girls could access them anywhere, anytime. You sound like it's a bad thing. I am building because I want to. Just like how you go to hunt, I build. He explained with an assumed tone. His lioness looked quite spooked. Marcus saw it, that's where his amusement was coming from. It's quite obvious why he is making these girls, apart from personal reasons, he is giving his faction a specific taste. Just like any faction has its unique monsters, tales, and so on. He will have something uniquely to his. Easy as that. And besides, he remembered these girls from his previous life when he was playing those gacha games. He doubts they will appear on this earth. The splashes he is making would make it hard to do. No doubt his virtual reality technology will overpower phone games before they can truly settle in. Or, they will make something unique. One can only watch how this will develop. Whatever you say, master. Atlanta had no idea how to answer that. That reminds me. Tomorrow is the day when your shop is opening. His lioness reminded him. True. Tomorrow is Monday. What an interesting weekend it was. Marcus reflected on what he did in these couple of days. He helped Ares with his manor. Then he spent the whole day collecting data from Valley. He made a breakthrough without even working on it. Days like that are the best ones. Interesting. That's a strange word you use. What would you use? Monumental. You spent Saturday with Greek gods, and Sunday you struck a deal which will reshape the political landscape of the supernatural world. The lion girl reminded him what he had done just several hours ago. Honestly, Marcus almost forgot that he arranged something with Seraphol. Well, whatever. I guess. I am not big with politics. He shrugged without care before snuggling some more. Anyway, tomorrow I will be going to school, so let's go. As he said that, he picked up his kitten and proceeded to walk towards the lift. Atlanta just rolled her eyes and wrapped herself around him properly. Seraphol. Bam. Search on. Seraphol blasted into Surzek's office. Her forehead was sweaty as she was running the whole time and not using her teleportation spell. Whatever the reason was, it was urgent. It's as if she forgot she could do that. Most likely she got used to not using such spells because of her boyfriend. What is it? You don't just barge in like that. The Crimson Lucifer said with a sigh. That's not important. Listen. Azazel went to see Marcus. Whatever happened, he threatened me that he would join Fallen Side if Devilkind didn't agree with the terms of peace. Surzek dropped his pen as he looked at her with wide eyes. I see. Well, this is concerning. The current Lucifer started to think. Behind him, Graphia had a curious and somewhat perplexed look. You don't say. We need to call a meeting as soon as possible. Knowing Marcus, he could already start working on something big. Seraphol exclaimed with a seriously nervous look. Meantime, with Marcus. In his room, the teen was hugging his lion girl. He was stroking her chin and marveling at how beautiful she was. What's with this abundance of attention? Atlanta asked with a curious look. Not that she minded the attention. More like she was basking in it. Nothing, I feel like extra cuddling with you. Think of it as compensation for almost dropping you on the ground before. Oh. I see. In that case, I want to be hugged some more, and my back stroked. The lioness started to demand more attention. Back with devils. Call the council. We will reach that peace. Surzek stood up from his seat while saying that. The aura in the room turned extremely heavy. There is no way in hell he will allow another war. Already did it. Good. Then let's go to the council room. The Crimson Satan proceeded to walk, followed by Seraphol and Graphia. Damn it. Damn you, Azazel. I knew it. I need to stop any sort of meeting between science geeks like him and Marcus. They just bring chaos among normal people. The current Leviathan was brooding over this development. She has no doubt Azazel offered some sweet toys to her boyfriend and he caved in like a little boy. He might be one of the strongest beings in the world, but deep inside he is just a teen who likes his expensive toys. Damn it all. While Seraphol was brooding, Surzek was nervous, Marcus and Azazel joining forces. That's something he never thought about. A few minutes later, representatives from political factions proceeded to gather. Ajuka appeared as well. I expect a proper explanation for this meeting. The hour is unholy. Some nobles from the Great King faction complained as they looked sleepy. Marcus Goldman just threatened to join the Fallen Angel faction and supply them with limitless resources. This means airship, transformers, and his SPBA troopers. Maybe even an array of Neo Gears. Cough cough asterisk asterisk cough asterisk. Some of the nobles choked in their saliva when they heard that. What? Where did this come from? One of them exclaimed with pure shock and horror. They thought they were safe from his clutches. Azazel. Who else? Seraphol slammed her hand into the throne chair, shattering it in the process. This was the second or third armrest she blew up from her turbulent emotions. Why do we have to suffer for her failed romance? Some of the devils started to believe that Seraphol was unwinding by screaming at them and destroying public property. That crow most likely collected an array of sacred gears and offered it to Marcus. Getting in his good graces. Now he is using my Marcus to push a peace deal. This is what we are going to do. Draw a peace treaty as quickly as possible. Or Marcus will build an outpost in the underworld. If he does that, then we will be living with the consequences of having his armies here. Murmurs erupted throughout the council. Surzex and Ajuka just looked at this with indifferent expressions. They are waiting for a response. This lasted for several minutes before the council stopped. The one who stood up was Zekrom Baal. In this case, the course of action is clear. Azazel played us and forced our hand. We will draw the treaty as quickly as possible. We should establish a dialogue with the fallen faction as quickly as we can. Surzex sighed in relief when he heard that. Finally, they can start thinking about proper growth as a faction instead of thinking about their borders with fallens. While this was happening, the forces in the shadows got annoyed. The word swiftly spread out that devils and fallen are forced to sign a peace treaty. The word swiftly reached other realms of the underworld. It appears we have a short window to act. Skeletal being said to a teenager-looking girl dressed in a gothic dress. She was a beautiful lady, with elfish ears. Foo. I guess we do then again, this is fine. Erebus and I are more than enough to secure our target. She softly replied, her voice tainted with some arrogance. Then I leave this to you. Skeletal God said with a nod. Yes. Time for us to move out, the world has forgotten that we primordials exist. She said with a glee. You should instruct Tartarus to open his gates as well. We need all that manpower. He. Hades, you are a naughty boy. But this is fine, I will use this chance to finally leave this dreadful place. As you wish. Just don't forget Lady Nyx, we don't reveal who we are until we are ready. It will take a while for those bats to realize what happened. By then the trail would turn cold. I know. With a burst of darkness, the primordial was gone. Leaving Hades alone, who sighed. It's a pain to ask for primordials like Nyx and Erebus to join him. But he is not done. He already called other board gods to come. Like Ngramenu, the Persian evil god. This one is crucial for the creation of more beings to fight Marcus Goldman and his horde. Marcus Goldman, we shall see how you deal with the netherworld invasion. Hades' blue flames glowed even more potent. He can't wait to put the brat in his place for mocking his pantheon. Beating his niece is one thing, but taking another one as a future wife. Now that's crossing the line. But for now. He will turn devilkind into rubble. Before these factions can unite. He will take them out one by one. All the evil gods will help him with these upstarts. Once Typhon is out, it will be a matter of time. Hades cackled as he returned to his preparation. He has millions of souls to choose from for his army. It was time for war, he got tired of his siblings' idiocy. Next morning. Marcus groggily opened his eyes. He looked around for a bit. His vision was misty. It took him a couple of seconds to realize that he was in his parents' house. Oh, right. He mumbled to himself before putting his head back on this warm pillow. This pillow smelled nice, like apples and wilderness. Master, you need to wake up. He could feel his pillow breathing and moving, and it was talking. No, sleeping is nice. You can do that later. You still need to attend your school, or are you going to skip it? She said the skipping part with something like an accusing voice. It sounded like she would be very disappointed in him if he were to miss it. Damn it all, why is my cat this mean? Marcus realized what Atlanta was doing. She was guilt-tripping him. It's like he is a lazy ass, which makes her annoyed with him. Fine, but you will be helping me. As you wish. Sure enough, the pair got up from the bed. Atlanta stretched out like a cat. Marcus was already moving over to his wardrobe. It was old school. He needed to open it manually. For a second he almost pressed on it. As if it had a touch screen, but then he remembered it did not. So he was going through his clothes manually. Thankfully all of them are placed in an orderly fashion. Let's go, we will be taking a shower. The lioness didn't comment on that. According to Hippolyta, he has a switch. If he is naughty then he will do it, if not then he won't. So Atlanta didn't bother about that. A short shower later, the lion girl helped him dress up. In a sense, it was amusing for her. She had never done anything like this before. Sure, she helped young girls with their hunting gear and clothing. But this was different. It was as if she was a housewife or something along those lines. Still, after doing all that, they went to the kitchen and proceeded to make some breakfast. Thankfully both his parents are off to work. This is why the pair are relaxed like that. After a simple breakfast, Marcus kissed his kitten before walking off to school. Once he walked away, Atlanta sighed before looking around. Seeing no one was looking, she swiftly walked over to the back of the garage. The stairs opened up as she went over to Maglev train station and took the train to the main base. With a smirk, she went over to the entertainment dome. Time to have some fun. Since she is his house cat, the cat can do whatever she wants when the owner is not at home. Unlike others, her job is different. Sure, she is a maid, but a maid with very specific duties. So, the moment she was in the entertainment dome, the surroundings turned into a wilderness, primal wilderness. Once again it was a Cretaceous era. Let's have some fun. Atlanta summoned her computer screen with a brush of her finger. She started to choose her gear. She adjusted some of the weather patterns to make her hunt more bearable. Hot weather is nice and all, but she doesn't want excess realism at this moment. Once everything was set up, she proceeded to have some fun. Underworld. Lucifer's family house was quite a distance away from the rest of the population. So no one even noticed when the dome of darkness surrounded it. Erebus and Nyx are two of the most powerful beings of Greek mythology. These two primordial gods created an array of Greek gods. This means when they work together there is rarely any sort of opponent who could oppose them. In this case, rise of him Lucifer, son of the original Lucifer, was in a bad spot. What a pleasant surprise. What can I do for two primordials such as you two? A white-haired middle-aged man greeted the pair of arrivals in front of his house. We are here for Lilith. Erebus went straight to the point. Where do you get this idea that my mother is still around? Rise of him said with a straight face. You think we don't know? You devil kind are truly stupid if you think we are ignorant. Your hell is directly linked to ours. Hades is tracking everything from his domain. I see. Before Lucifer can do something, darkness surges from his shadow and stabs his legs. Forcing him to knee, more shadows manifested, quickly surrounding him. Wait. L, let me join you. You are a wild card. We don't need you. Besides, all devils are going to die. One way or another. Nyx spoke with sadistic glee as her divine power surged, swallowing Lucifer whole. My oh my. He didn't even resist. The primordial goddess was disappointed. She expected at least some opposition. I don't think he had enough power to resist, our combined energy crushed him. Erebus snorted as he proceeded to walk into the manor. I guess, so much for the so-called super devil. As the pair of primordials walked into the house they proceeded to check from top to bottom. Until they found a basement. In this basement, they found ritual sites and other things. Among them was a book and a ball of flesh. This is Lilith. Nyx was not impressed with what she saw. Yes. It's her energy signature, but it appears she is severely weakened. Erebus scanned the thing in front of him. Do you think we will be able to use her to create devils of our own? We need numbers to face someone who most likely has means of endless energy. The primordial of night commented on what she knew about Marcus Goldman. While Athena didn't comment on the fact that he has means of infinite energy, as gods who created beings before they instinctively knew that he had more power than he had shown. Producing numbers and technology like that requires a lot of power, and he is doing that effortlessly in a short amount of time. We could restore her to some degree. For now, we should return to Hades. Erebus said that as he collected the book. Fine. Darkness consumed Lilith as the pair disappeared with it. With Marcus. Classes start at 8. His shop opens at 9. His main break is around 10:35. Marcus was wondering what kind of reaction there will be to his shop. How quickly will the public realize how advanced the phones he is selling are? How quickly will his face appear on the evening news? Honestly, he was nervous to a small degree. More specifically, he is on edge and is waiting for the moment for anything to happen. Sir, the submarine is ready, and Enterprise refurbishment is almost complete. Aurora said to him via the earpiece he had. HNN, cool. Marcus casually responded as he was lazing around on the rooftop of his school. His gaze stayed on the lazy clouds. I should have brought something to eat. This is getting boring. He commented on the fact that he had nothing to eat. Then it's a good thing I am prepared, Sarah Fall said from the side. Oh, Sarah. Oh. 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 You nearly put the whole devil kind on the highest order of preparation. And oh, is the only thing you can say. She hissed at him, it was the angriest she could be at him. Good enough, I suppose. Having some sort of pressure is always good. Otherwise, your devil kind will become lazy bums. He still sounded as lazy as one could get. Sigh. Whatever. She realized that it was pointless. He doesn't care that much about devil kind in the first place, so getting angry at him like this is pointless. As she walked over to his side, she pulled out sandwiches she had prepared. The pair proceeded to eat. After eating several of them, Sarah Fall decided to ask. So what did he give you? Who? Azazel. Yes. Vritra sacred gears. I can now revive the dragon. And I was able to skin divine dividing. I see. I knew it. I knew he would give you something impressive for you to pressure us. The Leviathan was quite happy with herself for being able to see through what was happening. Please. I only called you once and you did everything yourself. He rolled his eyes at her. He got 3 gears for a simple call. That's what he calls a bargain. That is what is called to be an influential figure. Even if we don't want to agree. Your phone call forced us to start working on this piece in earnest. After saying that she got somewhat serious. In truth, something more is happening. More. Yes. Lucifer Manor was attacked. Rise of him Lucifer is gone. There is some residue of very powerful energy around the area. It's dark, and Ajuka can't quite make out what it is. As it's a mix of 2 energies. It appears someone doesn't want Devilkind to sign a peace treaty. It's only a matter of time when he figures it out. Marcus was certain that the genius of Devilkind would figure it out. That's the point. It takes time. Who knows what will happen in that time? Seraphol is more worried that this is not a one-time thing. I see, they may not want to hide forever but are just stalling for time. Precisely. Good. I hope Surzex can deal with this. Marcus got over it very quickly, as he grabbed another sandwich. If this becomes a big thing we might be going to ask for your help. The Satan Leviathan said with a worried tone. Rise of him may be an ass. But he is still one of the 3 super devils of the underworld. That depends on certain conditions. My assistance is not cheap, and having my armies march in the underworld is something your kin won't accept lightly. Yes, I know, but, just in case. Hey, we shall see. Depending on who the opponent is. If it is an interesting specimen I might do it for free. Same time if it's boring and you need help, I might as well pull my pillars from underworld altogether once I crush this opponent. Everything depends on who your kin is dealing with. He explained to her as he was wondering which enemy it was. Attacking Rise of him directly, why? What would they want? Oh. I see. Book of Lucifer and Lilith. He pondered before having a knowing look. Hades. Oh, I see. I can sense a desire for war from him and it's growing. Having Blessing of War allows Marcus to see war on the horizon, and this one is a big one. It appears the plot has shifted. Who needs Kokabeel when you have all the evil gods gather and form an alliance against him? The young inventor was flattered that several evil gods were gathering forces just to face him. But, he knows that there is more to this. They might attack Devilkind with full force. Once they have established themselves in the underworld they could begin the proper siege of Earth. Oh I see, they could use the entirety of European plains as their gathering grounds before moving towards me. There is barely any sort of supernatural there. Master. Seraphol's voice got him out of his thoughts. You have a look of realization. Indeed. Your kin should be prepared. This attack could be from several pantheons. Your people have quite a bit of enemies. Marcus mentioned that casually. You know. I have been blessed by Ares. I can sense when war is coming, and it's close for your people. Her eyes widened as she swiftly got up on her feet. May I request permission to leave? Do so. I will be waiting for your call and choice of your people. Seraphol even paled for a bit before she left with a summoning circle. Once she was gone, Marcus started to ponder. Now I know how Romans feel. They would always go to war to help their friends. But as they say, when 2 are fighting the third one profits. He remembered how the Romans created their massive empire by proxy going to help their allies. This was a similar situation. At this moment he has 2 people who are in high positions in Devil Society. Since he knows they will ask for help. Maybe even ignore the council if it's bad. He would descend to the underworld. But what he could ask from them in turn? Some lands. Possibly, who wouldn't want to own a piece of the underworld? Maybe get direct access to Greek hell. They have some interesting beings stashed there. Well, for now, he will wait curiously and watch how things escalate in Devil Underworld. Truthfully, after this Marcus has forgotten about the shop when Seraphol starts to talk about possible war in the underworld. So around the time classes were over his phone started to ring. Yes. Marcus, why are you on TV? Cough cough asterisk asterisk cough asterisk. The teen choked on his saliva, but he quickly got over it. Oh, and did you fall out with Seraphol? This new girl is beautiful as well. His father is casually commenting about Latia who was most likely on TV at this moment. Ugh, let me return home first. Sure. But I want one of those new phones your girlfriend is selling. Marcus rolled his eyes. Knowing his dad, he just wants cutting-edge stuff, just shit and giggles. Yeah. After hanging the call, the inventor proceeded to walk home. He was wondering what to say. How much to reveal? Maybe just tell everything. Hell, there is no need for him to beat around the bush. Well, as long as they were in his area of influence, no one could do anything. As he walked into his street, he could see vans in the distance. Those were the news vans. TSK. Bugs. Aurora deploys Realitas and sends them on a wild goose chase. He said that while pressing a button on his earpiece. As you wish. Sure enough, the vans drove away. They were most likely seeing something interesting. Marcus can't wait to see the news tomorrow. As he saw them drive away, the inventor entered his house and took his shoes off. He then walked over to the living room. He saw his father already watching something else. That's it. I thought my face would be on TV for longer. He was quite disappointed with the lack of exposure. It was on some morning news. I suppose you will be mentioned on Evening One again, once they have more to speak about. His father replied with a knowing look. That's the usual modus operandi of the news agencies in their country. This is not the UK or USA where news channels run 24/7, 365 days. I guess. So. Who is this girl? And when you started selling cutting-edge technology? It looks far too advanced. Current phones hold no candle against what you are selling. Yeah, he can't get around his father that easily. He might be a car geek, but he knows his technology. Well, you see. For a moment he didn't say anything, but then he lifted his hand and a purple aura surrounded him. One could say his look slightly changed as he brushed his hair back for a bit. Several years ago, I was chosen to inherit the power of Solomon. In history, he is known as the second king of Israel and the king of magic. That's not what I expected. What did you expect? Marcus asked his father, who got over surprisingly fast. You got visited by aliens or your future self, so simply time travel. His father plainly said with crossed arms. That is an interesting theory. But incorrect. Simply put, mythologies are real, and I inherited magic from Solomon. Solomon, huh, I guess that is something you inherited from your mother. Her grandmother was Jewish. True. Now that you mentioned. I did see that in my DNA. Marcus casually mentioned his DNA, he did research it extensively. So who is that blonde girl? She is a devil. As Solomon, I can form contracts with 72 pillars of devil kind. She is my Astaroth pillar and Seraphol is my Citri pillar. He explained to his father. Damn. Chapter 52, An apple doesn't fall far from the tree. So Solomon, huh, interesting. How did it all start? Marcus' father, Roland, pondered what his son just said. One afternoon his grimoire just appeared out of nowhere. With hand motion, the white golden book appeared in Solomon's successor's hands. It bonded with me, and no one else can touch it. Marcus tried to hand it over, but the book went through his father's hand. That's. Yes, I know. A quick way to tell that it is supernatural. Curious, anyway, so what have you been doing since you know all of this? Roland motioned at his son. He can see the obvious changes. Slowly dominating the supernatural world. The teen alchemist somewhat nervously mentioned that. In what sense? All. Psi what are we going to tell your mother? She should be happy. In what regard? Her son terrified Greek gods so much that Olympus decided to marry Athena to him. Excuse me. Yep. On Saturday, I was in Greece and helped Ares with renovations. Before that Athena went to see me, and stuff happened. In simple terms, there were some small conflicts and yeah. Athena is now my fiancée. That's. For a moment Roland leaned into the couch. His brain was catching up. How should I respond to that? I don't think there is a manual on this. Nope, as far as I know, there is not. Psi. Let's backtrack this. How did this start? I made an Iron Man-like suit and was doing some tests in Siberia. One thing led to another and I ended up fighting Artemis and her huntresses. I won, she didn't like that. So a few months later she found where I live. She challenged me to spar with no tricks. I won again, this time it was for keeps, and as you know, gods like her don't go against their word, so. She ended up as my maid. I have so many questions. The more he heard from his son, the more absurd it sounded. He has a goddess as a maid. And is engaged to another. I assume this is happening somewhere else. Because I haven't heard anything. If you had a battle with a goddess, there should be some sort of indication of it. That's because you know how I used to watch Dexter's Laboratory as a kid. Marcus derailed for a bit. No way. Yes. I have built my faction underground. Resigned sigh. A multitude of complex emotions flashed through his father's face. Eventually, curiosity triumphed through everything. Like father, like son. You know what? I don't care about the details. Can you show me? Roland jumped on his feet and turned off the TV. Then he dropped the remote on the couch and proceeded to rub his hands, wanting to see his son's lab. Sure. Let's go. As the pair exited the house, Marcus pressed his index finger on the earpiece. He commanded Aurora to deploy Realitas around the area. He doesn't want anyone lucky enough to see their driveway lowering down. Here it is. The moment the younger Goldman said that the moment the driveway proceeded to lower. Nice. As the driveway fully lowered, the pair proceeded to enter. The first thing Roland saw there was the parked BMW in a brightly lit whitish room. So you have finished repairing it? Very recently. I was busy with robotics, genetics, programming and other things. That's quite a spread out. It is. Mostly because of Solomon. Solomon's book taught me the basics of runemancy and alchemy. Mixing with my curiosity towards machinery, I blend those into something curious. Marcus motioned towards his car. Transform for me, BMW. The car's front lights glowed. The iconic transformer sound spread through the garage. The car proceeded to transform into robot mode and stood up. Holy. I know, right? The moment I realized how joints work and the alloy composition, I went right for the transformers. The teen with an excited voice told his father. This was the time to get excited to tell about his awesome stuff. Can you make my car into this? Roland had the look of a small child awakening in his consciousness. How could he not love Transformers? He grew up with the OG series. Who wouldn't want to have a space robot for a car? Sure. I can do that. Fantastic. The older Goldman was nearly dancing about this. By the way, what are we going to say to your mother? Then out of nowhere, he started to panic. Should we stock up her wine? I mean, she will flip. One of the reasons why I never wanted to reveal all my things. Marcus sighed tiredly. True, she will flip. She doesn't like our excess interest in hobbies. However, your mother does love you when you are thinking about your well-being and future. Then she shouldn't worry. I mean, I have a super faction full of robots, Mandalorians, and stuff. His father turned towards him and looked curiously. Mandalorians. Official name is Scientifically Prepared Biological Army, or SPBA. They are biologically created artificial soldiers, dressed in armor and wield futuristic weapons which shoot beams of energy which destroy bonds between molecules. In other words, you have a science fiction army which is so powerful that even Greek gods are afraid. Roland started to see the big picture, which made him have complex emotions. Yes. Do you want to see it? Another sigh escaped from the older Goldman. Fine, but we need to find a way to make sure your mother doesn't find out the fact that her son is a supervillain with a supervillain lair right under her house. That's funny. Jean said the very same thing. Jean. She is a reincarnation of Joan of Arc, the famous saint from France. Let me guess, she is a maid. Yep. Roland groaned hearing that. It appears his son has a very big hidden life. How long has he been working on this? Did all the time he said he was working on a car in truth he was building a secret hidden base and working in the supernatural side of the world? How ridiculous does that sound? Working on a hidden base under the garage. What is this? Sci-fi comedy flick? Like some James Bond or Austin Powers? Maybe not Austin Powers, that is too much. Roland's sweet dropped remembering that over-the-top parody of James Bond. Then let's go. BMW returned to car mode. With a nod, the transformer proceeded to transform back into its car mode with all the cool sound including along the way. The pair proceeded to walk further into the workshop. I started here. My first devil contractor built all the necessary rooms under the garage, and I then proceeded to install all the necessary technology. Which you created via alchemy and magic. And the water. Made from magic. That's where Seraphal comes in. She is my Citri pillar and is an expert in water and ice magic. I see, so no water or electrical bills. Oh right, those still exist. For a second Marcus forgot about those. When was it last time he did anything related to that? Yeah, it all started because I wanted to dodge bills. So I guess I removed it from my memory the first time I could. They do. But since you know how to use magic, we can stop using them. Roland is all up for not paying utility bills. Right. We can arrange that. I have more than enough Aurora bots to arrange the changes. Aurora bots. Manual labor robots controlled and maintained by artificial intelligence of my faction. Right, you have those too. The older Goldman should not be shocked anymore. Since he can make transformers, he could do the majority of stuff. First Marcus showed his earliest of places. The place where his computer was in the designing table, then the empty ritual room. This specific room was abandoned by this point. Then they walked to the testing room. Isn't this right under our house? Roland looked around for a bit, then his eyes spotted guns placed on racks. Are you using this place as a shooting range? Yes. The walls are reinforced with diamonds and fortification magic in the form of molecular fusion. It's close to the point that it's the most durable material in the world. There is barely anything that can affect it. Except of course a magic based specifically to damage it. Wait. Diamonds. You're saying this whole place is full of diamonds? Exactly, I have been using diamonds for years now. Alchemy is a very convenient art. The older Goldman went over and inspected the wall. He noticed that unique diamond-like glass surface. Amazing. He marvels at it for a bit before walking over and inspecting the guns. You know, your mother will flip when she sees that you are making weapons. For a second Marcus grimaced, yeah, about that. He looked at the ceiling. If only he knew. About the massive space station being built in the shape of a gun. Yeah, he is going to keep silent about that. Can't be helped. Supernatural is dangerous. Gods have their egos, the same could be said for other beings. For a mere human to resist is something they can't accept easily. I suppose you are right. Even though he replied seriously to his son's answer, he had a grin on his face as he wanted to try the weapon out. So how do I use it? Just point the weapon and shoot. No safety trigger. Nope. All the technomancy as I call it is created for my use, with few exceptions. I see. The older Goldman pointed the gun at the wall in the distance and pressed the trigger. A bolt of mana slammed into the wall at the far end. Impressive. It was like laser technology from Star Wars. Hey. Star Wars. I have a few Mandalorian-based weapons but for those you need to dress in armor, as they don't work otherwise. Then what are we waiting for? Roland had a similar grin to his sons. Apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Hungary. It appears everything is running smoothly, Carmela said with crossed arms as she observed the human village just outside their vampire castles. There are very few changes. What we need to look for is long-term consequences. Water and electricity don't cost anything and the new money system just started. It will take months to years for some changes to happen. This is more of a generational thing than anything. Quinella said that while her fingers were playing with strands of her platinum hair. I understand. But we still need to see how male-dominant side in Romania will act around the integration and the implementation of our master's technomancy. Snort. That's for you to do. I have finished my assignments. Your faction is fully modernized and is ready to follow what my creator and master want. I see. So you are leaving? Indeed. I leave you with orders to watch how this will progress and report to us if anything fascinating pops up. She is such a Girl Scout. Tough front but she is all gooey the moment her master is mentioned. Carmela was able to abuse that little trait. While Quinella is no doubt powerful, she is by no means extremely keen on certain things. Raw power and talent have blinded this assistant. Still, the Vampire Queen was able to get a few perks from this transition. Like healing chambers, DNA treatment, and diamond core heart just for their castle. It's sad to hear. I thought we would be friends. Scoff. If you are finished you may leave. The confiscator will be flying home soon. Unless you want to see the master. Quinella asked with a small grin. She still remembers in what kind of state she found the Vampire Queen for the first time. I might visit him on a different date, Carmela said with a small blush. Ha. Suit yourself. Quinella walked over and ended up sitting in the captain's seat. The Vampire Queen saw that it was time for her to leave and proceeded to walk out. Send our master my best regards. The assistant didn't even react as she was looking at something with wide eyes. For a moment the pale woman wondered what it was but she ignored it and proceeded to walk out. We fly back at top speed the moment that Vampire leaves the ship. Yes, mistress. I can't believe what an opportunity. Master decided to reveal his secret to his parents. I can't miss it. The beauty knows well enough what she is supposed to do. She needs to tell everyone how close she is to her master and creator. The best way to get brownie points is to get close to his parents and make them value her highly. Those bed warmers will have no chance. The moment Carmela left the confiscator, its Nova thrusters ignited and the massive flagship proceeded to fly. Realitas particle dispersal started soon. No one was able to see it anymore as the Daedalus-class airship disappeared from people's eyes. Roland is trying to grasp how far advanced is his son's faction. At first, he thought it was around 10 to 20 years old when he saw the phones. Then, when he saw a transformer it switched from 20 to a question mark. Then he saw the glowing diamond which generates power. That question mark turned into 3 question marks. Then he saw Maglev and his son's home away from home, holograms all over the place which only increased the vibes of sci-fi. Oh, and a golden lion cub. This is what Ares gifted me when I retrofitted his house. It's a Nemean lion cub you might know from Heracles' 12 Labors. What a beautiful creature. The fur looks like it's made from gold. The older Goldman observed from a distance as the lion looked as friendly as one would like it to be. Marcus is thinking of taming it properly once he has some time. At this moment the mythical creature is still in a large cage. Yes. Anyway, let's continue with exploration. The alchemist proceeded to lead his father deeper into his base. They still have a bunch of things to check. While the pair of goldmen are walking around, the maids are in a full-on scramble. This event has the potential of being a chessboard piece rearrangement. Marcus' parents are learning about his supernatural side. The maids are on the move. Artemis and Hippolyta especially are eager to meet his parents and show them how good wife material they are. So the moment they arrived at the main living room where the massive TV is located, the maids lined up and looked as professional as they could be. Welcome back, master. Marcus for a second had a dull look. He knew what these girls were doing. While Roland tried to come up with something. What could he say? Praise his son. He should, but what if these girls rat him out by accident and tell it to his wife? I suppose. Good day. Father, the one with silver hair is Artemis, the redhead is Hippolyta, the girl with cat ears is Atlanta, and the pair of blondes are Jean and La Fée. After introductions, the older Goldman looked at Artemis. This was a goddess. Same goddess they show in movies. Had temples been built all those years ago? He even learned about her in school all those years ago. It's hard to place the one he is seeing in front of him and the one he learned from these sources. It's hard to place a literal deity in a maid uniform. Are you real, Artemis? Correct. The silver head nodded. She then looked at Marcus. May I? Sure. With casual motion, she summoned her silver bow. And a thin layer of silver energy manifested around her. Godly pressure showed its fangs, for a short moment. Exclamation point. It was enough for Roland to know that this maid was the real deal. As you can see, Dad, she is the real deal. Why, yeah. But I am still trying to understand what has happened. For a second older Goldman stuttered, he never sensed anything like this before. It felt that this woman could crush his very being just by existing. This, well, I was arrogant, and it cost me. Master played me very easily into a corner. Which led me to this situation. Artemis explained herself, but it was very hard for her to do it. One could say she was trying to learn her lesson. I see. Dad, you know Artemis is not the only one who is of renown. Hippolyta is the war goddess and queen of Amazons, and Atlanta is the greatest huntress of Greece. I already told you about Jean, and of course, La Fée is a descendant of the world-famous King Arthur. Yes. I realized you have quite a selection of maids. However, son, how are you going to approach this subject with your mother? Ah, well. His maids started to smile when they heard that. Seeing Marcus' reaction to this made them realize something. They found his weakness. His mother. As long as Marcus respects his parents, no matter how powerful he becomes, he will always listen to them. Of course, they can't abuse that, but using it is fine. Well. I mean, as long as I am successful it should be fine. No. The alchemist scratched the back of his head as he looked at his father. Successful? Yes. But you ended up engaged to literal goddess. How are you going to approach that? Same way I approached you. Just tell it. The younger Goldman suggested that. Possible, but again. She might pass out. Roland said with a sigh. Ugh. You know what? Marcus pulled out his phone and proceeded to type to someone. I am going to leave this with Athena. Since she is my future wife, she will deal with that. When his father heard that, he instantly nodded. Good choice. Such tasks require specific types of tools. The pair proceeded to nod at each other. By primordials. These two are from the same cloth. The Greek trio's sweat dropped seeing the pair act like that. I know, Dad. Athena is intellectual, so she will have some means to explain to her properly. By this point, Marcus is brushing this issue aside and leaving this mess for Athena to deal with. However. Just a few short minutes, everyone heard a voice. Marcus. What do you mean I have to speak with your mother? An anxious Athena blasted into the living room. Her brown hair was all messy and she had a hard time keeping her glasses in place. Oh, Athena. You are quick. Marcus was impressed by how quickly his fiancée was acting on this. Dad, this is your future daughter-in-law. Dad. Athena squeaked like a small girl as she saw a man who looked similar to Marcus sitting next to her future husband. One could be surprised how a goddess is acting. But Athena is a perfectionist, and at this moment nothing is going according to her plan. And that is making her panic. Impressive. But is it just me, or have you found someone close to your mother in character? Roland pondered. By mother character you mean smart and strict? Marcus clarified with a plain voice. It's honor to me, you sir. Athena quickly got herself together. The honor is mine. I can't believe I met 3 goddesses in less than an hour. Roland by this point was operating on instinct, and a portion of him is thinking that he is dreaming and he will awaken soon from this strange dream. So, what do you mean by meeting your mother? The goddess of wisdom somewhat composed herself and ended up sitting down next to her future husband. Exactly as it sounds. I need you to explain, smooth it out that I have a faction and all that stuff. I know my dad loves technology, so it was easier to explain. Transformers do help. Roland chipped in from the side. Athena's lips twitched when she heard that. Of course, this was the case. Like father, like son. She remembered her first meeting with her future husband. So it made sense. Sigh. I will see what I can do. I am not used to doing such a thing. But since you want, I will figure out the best means to do that. Athena smiled while saying that. Her smile was a challenging one. She will accept this challenge and succeed in it. Great. Then we can leave this with you. Both Marcus and Roland sagely nodded in relief. Leaving this with her is the best they can do. More precisely, it's something they don't want to deal with. The goddess of wisdom sensed something was off. But she can't skip such an opportunity. Since this is solved, why don't we continue with the trip, Dad? We could, but... Roland looked at the ceiling. He could see that it was getting dark. What time is it? At this moment it's 19:07. Aurora said through the walls. Oh, Shit. The older Goldman stood up. I have to go. Your mom finishes her job in 20 minutes. I am supposed to pick her up. Right. I forgot. Let me help with that. Aurora, mobilize SPBA. Marcus said to his AI. His order has freaked out his father. What does he mean by mobilize? Wait. What do you mean mobilize? Exactly what this means. I am to mobilize manpower. Let's go to barracks. It's faster than taking Maglev back home. Fine, let's go. Mobilizing SPBA. As the pair rushed to the station, Athena could only sigh. This is why people have teleportation. But Marcus has chosen to spacelock the whole of the nation. Well, whatever, she proceeded to follow them. It's a fine excuse not to be in Olympus. As Marcus is mobilizing his forces for rapid movement. The airship arrived right above the barracks. Phew. Just on time to show off. Quinella proudly huffed. The beauty is connected to the Aurora network to check the latest updates. Fantastic. She swiftly proceeded to walk to the airship's runway, where a gunship was waiting for her. The moment she was in the gunship, it took off, leaving the confiscator, descending into the underground entryway and landing on the main runway. As it landed, she left the gunship and looked at the surroundings. She took a deep breath. Ah, home, at last. As she enjoyed the smell of metal, the overflow of mana and the sounds of thousands of soldiers doing their thing, her eyes eventually ended on the newest addition to the military. The Spider Walker. The main tank of their forces. A monstrosity with 2 barrels and a 360-degree ability to rotate its head. Because of its 8 limbs, it has 8 times the amount of motion capture. The head rotation works as motion capturing as well. This means it never runs out of power, it can recharge by walking or rotating its head. The best part is that they are very expendable forces, much more than SPBA. Simple combat artillery mechs. Of course, Quinella is not done. Not at all. She is thinking of introducing actual cannon fodder mechs. The beauty is following her master's methods of overwhelmingly crushing the enemy before the main force even descends. This includes cannon fodder, which should be used in wave fashion, followed by Starscream jet fighters, then Spider Walkers, and lastly the SPBA forces. Of course, before any of that even happens, they will have planetary bombardment from Ars Almadel Salomonis. As Quinella was recalling, she saw Marcus, her eyes widened in happiness. Finally, after days of not seeing him. But then she saw Athena, which made her scoff, and lastly, she saw Master's father, which made her straighten herself up. First impressions are extra important. Quinella, you are back. Quite early, if I do say so. Marcus said that as he approached her. He didn't stop as he continued to walk towards the gunship. The beauty followed right after him. I finished with infrastructure early, now what is left is observed. Great, we can talk about this after we are done with the current objective. Of course. His assistant eagerly nodded her head as she looked at the curious father of her master. Son, you can explain later. We need to hurry. Right. Underworld. In the depths of what is considered hell, a huge amount of movement has been happening behind the scenes. Hades, the Greek god of the underworld, has been gathering allies to face devils and in turn to face Marcus Goldman. His plan is very simple: crush the devil in turn, crush Fallen, and then proceed to lay siege to Marcus Goldman. The reason he believes this will work is that Marcus Goldman is a researcher. A researcher who is obsessed with sacred gears. None of his men or allies have those despicable things. This is why he can casually gather his followers after he is done with devils and fallen. They have no alliance. Devil nobles never agreed on an alliance with a human. This is why he can attack. From his spies, he knows that Seraphal wants him in as an ally or even a devil, but none of that happened. As long as I don't kill Seraphal or any other devil related to Marcus Goldman, he won't move against us and we will be able to gather more forces. As Hades was pondering on this, he walked over to where Ingramenu was creating monsters. How is it going? The skeletal god asked the phantom being. I already have created clones of Draig and Albion. It will take a few days for them to mature. However, they will only be good for basic assignments. Their minds have not developed yet. That's fine. I assume you have your original creation recreated. Yes, Azidahaka will be ready for the main battle as we speak. Fantastic. I am finishing settling a deal with Loki as well. He will join us with his followers as well. Oh. Fenrir. Precisely, and ice giants. Hades said with a small amount of glee. With ice giants and new beings created by Nyx and Erebus, his forces will be the greatest this world has ever seen. Of course, this was not all. Lilith is already being treated by his men. It will take time, but the Devil Mother will return and she will help him with the creation of new devils. With upgrades from primordials, these devils will be far superior to anything original Lucifer has created. However, for now, he needs to wait. Preparations need to be made. While in the depths of the underworld, gods are preparing for war. In Marcus' hometown, the pair of Goldmans are rushing to make sure Marcus' mother is not pissed because Roland is late to pick her up. Thankfully, with Realitas deployed, no one saw how a gunship landed in the car park of a supermarket. While this was a wild ride. I still need a car to pick up your mother. Roland said that while getting out of the gunship. The sounds of the engines remind him of that futuristic sound from Star Wars gunships which they were based on. No worries. With casual hand motion, he took control of Realitas particles and a window screen appeared showing another transport gunship carrying his family car. In about 2 minutes the car will arrive here. That's convenient. But how does no one see these advanced craft vehicles? That is because of the advanced technomancy which is deployed via the barriers, Quinella explained first. I assume these barriers are everywhere. The older Goldman asked her as he saw how people left the supermarket and completely ignored the gunship parked in the middle of it. This was an incredible and amusing sight to see. They are. Master has laid down his base throughout the whole country. So the barriers are spread out throughout the whole nation. Son, you need to stop making all the women call you Master. People will easily get the wrong idea, Roland said to his son as he turned around and looked at Marcus, who was looking at the sky towards where the gunship should be arriving. But that's how it is. He is my master and creator. Quinella looked confused as she moved her head to the side. Creator. Yes. I am an assistant biological model, Quinella. I am his ultimate creation. A being capable of interacting with technology through my mind alone. The silver-haired beauty proudly introduced herself. Quinella, I told you before, you need to ease people in. You can't just drop bombs like that. But I was designed to spread your greatness. How can I do that if people can't accept fundamentals? Quinella complained with a pouty look. She nearly stomped her foot. Son, we can discuss how you are creating life in a lab later. Yes. At that moment a much wider and bigger gunship arrived. It had a car stuck to it. How is it holding like that? Magnetism. It creates a field around something metallic it wants to pick up. A quite basic principle, but it gets work done. Not just magnetism, Master. You forgot that it uses space magic as well. Quinella chipped in from the side. Yeah, and that. It's based on technomancy I am using to rebuild ships and submarines. Roland deadpanned for a bit. So he has submarines and regular ships. Just how little did he see? He spent over 4 hours exploring the garage and the base. I see. Yes, and we are just on time. Dad, I will see you later. I am not supposed to be here. I need to return to work on my car. Marcus grabbed his assistant and very silent-looking Athena, who was just by all means tagging along. While her body was here, the mind of the goddess of wisdom was far away. She was thinking of scenarios of how she would approach her future mother-in-law. Right, do that, return to working on your car. The older Goldman sarcastically nodded. Working on a car. What a silly excuse, I can't believe I felt like that for so long. Chapter 53, Hell is on the move. Quinella silently followed Marcus as they were walking towards Maglev Station. They have returned to their base after dropping the alchemist's father at the supermarket. The platinum silver-haired beauty could sense some nervousness from her creator. Master, are you all right? I am fine. He said with a resigned sigh. Marcus doesn't know how his mother will react to all of this, Athena clarified as she could understand his behavior. This is one of those strange moments. He nodded at Athena's words. I could calculate it if you wish. The assistant swiftly suggested to them. That's fine. I will take that damage head on. He sighed again. As you wish. The assistant nodded at his choice. Now come, we will take the maglev home to see my parents. The pair nodded at him. This was something they expected. Marcus should have taken the gunship to the docks just so that he could take the maglev back to the garage. That time could be used for him to think. But there are no proper landing places in the docks and it is far too far away. So he just took a flight to the barracks. As the maglev arrived, the trio boarded it and the train proceeded to move towards the garage. Roland was sweating buckets. His wife looked furious. The reason for this was that he didn't take his phone and she called him 54 times. The reason for this was that he was with Marcus and he didn't take his phone with him. I was worried sick. I called you 54 times. I tried to call Mark but he didn't pick up either. I thought two got taken by the police or something. Why would we be taken by the police? What do you mean why? I heard over the radio that Marcus is selling advanced technology. Oh right. I don't doubt that NATO and other countries will want that tech, but how little do they know? After seeing the barracks and the technology used there, Roland felt pity towards the nation's military. Don't worry about it. If he knew he would be in trouble he wouldn't have started selling. His answer didn't help her to relax. And who is that woman? His manager? I never heard about it. She said she was his girlfriend. I thought Serafal was his girlfriend. Roland proceeded to grimace. That was the issue. He has more than one girlfriend and even a fiancée. That's Latia Astaroth. Oh. You know her. I heard about her from Marcus. And the whole thing is extremely complex. I can tell more once we are at home. Fine. It took longer for Marcus to return than it took for his father. So by the time Marcus entered his home, his mother was already in the kitchen heating her lunch. Mark. Explain yourself. Rose, Marcus' mother asked with narrowed eyes. She knew it was him who entered the house. She turned around and looked at a pair of beautiful women who followed after her son. And these ladies? Related to my shop? Well, more like related to the whole thing. Your father said it was something more complex. She looked towards the living room. His father already washed himself off from all of this. Yes, well, the phones I am selling in that store are much more advanced than anything in this world. That's because I will have been studying supernatural magic. Supernatural? Like your sister who was learning the occult all those years ago. She has been playing with those cards for days. Athena looked at Marcus who looked back at her. Tarot cards. She is good at reading energies from people. You know, feeling positive and negative energies. The alchemist explained smoothly to the goddess of wisdom. Yes. But much more than that. You see. A book appeared in Marcus' hands. I was chosen to inherit Solomon's magic. Which is alchemy and inscriptions, more precisely like magical letters. This allowed me to rapidly develop the technology. Athena trembled when she heard that. He was the inheritor of Solomon's magic. That's. Makes so much sense. No wonder he could beat Artemis so easily. And develop all of that. He had foundations left to him by the king of magic. How did that book? Athena, can you show something more fancy? As you wish. The Greek goddess lifted her hand and a white owl appeared in her hand. Exclamation point. The owl flew over and landed on Athena's shoulder. This is Athena, also known as the goddess of wisdom and warfare. Goddess. What would a goddess want with us? The pair of girls looked at Marcus for a bit. That's complicated. No doubt. Did you do something? Quite a bit. Solomon's successor didn't even know where to start. Mark. Spit it out. Well, simply put, I started to make waves in the supernatural world. I can see that. His mother looked at the literal goddess standing in her kitchen. Yes. Well, one thing led to another, and I ended up fighting Artemis. I won and I got some more attention and eventually Olympus allowed me to marry Athena. Oh God. Before she can collapse, Marcus already used his psionic powers to catch her. That went well. Athena commented from the side. Master, what did you just tell me a couple of minutes ago? About ease people in. Quinella teased her master. Marcus rolled his eyes and ignored her comment. Quinella and Athena, I leave my mother to you. I need to restock everything. I am pretty sure she will want her wine to digest this information. Understood, master. I will tend to her. The pair proceeded to take his mother to the living room where Roland was. Hey Mark. Since you're getting some booze, I want some beer. Marcus' eyebrow twitched for a bit when he heard his father being quite happy about free alcohol. Fine. Marcus' shop opening was quite a strange development. For one, it opened as a single shop in a small town. The town barely had around 30,000 people. However, it didn't take long for news to spread. Because the phones this place is selling are utterly insane, by all accounts. A large touch screen, front and back camera, very long battery life, and the OS was extremely smooth. The original apps it came with were interesting as well. Several social apps which people haven't seen before. They were tailored for such phones. Less than 6 hours after the opening of the store, the news vans were already there. Journalists and reporters wanted to talk. Latia was ready for them. She was ready to lay waste towards these news agencies. Her people were already there, and none of these people will be able to spin their stories. Nope, she simply won't allow it. Miss, you said that you are the shop manager of Goldman Technologies? One of the reporters asked. That is correct. May I ask from where such advanced phones have appeared? Another one asked. Appeared? Not quite. The idea of selling advanced phones came up when I saw that my boyfriend is extremely talented with technology. I used my family's resources to give him raw materials, the rest was his ingenuity. Latia smoothly explained. But the reporters were baffled. Is she saying that all of this was done by a single guy? Are you saying that these phones were created by one individual? No. What I am saying is that he built the first one and the rest was made in a factory. Still, to make phones like this they need appropriate technology and years of development, they need supply lines. All of that. For such a thing to happen, at least some information should have leaked. Advanced technology like this appearing out of the blue is simply not heard of. It's almost like magic. Can we learn more about this genius who created this phone? The reporters proceeded to grill the devil heiress, who was prepared for them. The journalist didn't even realize that all the questions they asked were not their original ones. Not even once did they mention other companies or competitors. Or what they will think. Latia made sure they only asked questions which made them look good, especially her boyfriend's genius. Why not? She knows Marcus' parents will watch this, so she needs to show them how much she likes him. It will go the extra mile if she does that on TV. Later, evening. It was quiet in the living room. Marcus with his pair of girls were sitting silently waiting for his mother to wake up. If she passed out from such a simple thing, how are you going to explain the rest? Athena commented while sipping her tea. While Roland was drinking his beer, Marcus and Athena were enjoying tea. That's why you are here. I am not the goddess of emotions. My domains are more towards strategists and scholars. However, I will try to do my best. That's fine. Athena ended up leaning her head on Marcus' shoulder. If not for the strangeness of this situation, it would look quite a romantic evening. However, the mother of the alchemist ended up snoozing off since she was after work. Master, it appears you won't be able to speak with her until morning. His assistant pointed out. Yes. Do us a favor and take her upstairs. I am going to sleep as well. There was a glint in Quinella's eyes. She smiled and nodded at his commands. As you wish. The silver-haired platinum beauty used her psionic powers to lift his mother and take her upstairs. Funny how his father already went to watch TV upstairs in the bedroom. He was most likely asleep as well, after all the crazy experiences he went through. Anyway. I will be returning tomorrow, depending on your mother's schedule. For now, I have to return to Olympus. Marcus nodded at her, and then he remembered what he sensed today at school. Fine by me, I will text you. Oh, and since Ares has blessed me. I could sense that your uncle, the one living underground, was plotting something. His urge for war has been growing. Exclamation point. Athena pushed her glasses up. Her look turned serious. I will discuss that with my father. Knowing his paranoia, he will watch Hades extra carefully. She said that with a matter-of-fact tone. Something both of them can trust, and that is Zeus and his paranoia. Very well. That's something I can trust about him as well. If not, I can deal with him myself. Though it depends on where his urge for war is directed. Thinking of using that to your advantage? The goddess asked with a smirk. You know me well on that. I can't say no to research material. Yes. I suppose, but I have to go. Marcus nodded and proceeded to help her with leaving his home. Thanks to his strong barriers, even a goddess is treated like a normal girl. As the pair left, only Quinella was left, who smirked from ear to ear. The beauty proceeded to walk to Marcus' room and got into his bed. It was time for her to wait for his return. Once he is back, they can do something naughty. Around 30 minutes later, when Marcus returned to his room, he saw Quinella sitting there, on his bed with a smile, as her fingers were playing with her hair. Master, I was waiting for you, she spoke with a purring voice. His assistant has suffered a lot. Yep, the platinum silver beauty calls it suffering, as she was not around her creator. It was the greatest torture to date for her. This is why she is going to make sure she recovers as much as she can. His reaction to her was a small smile. He knew what she wanted. So he ended up sitting on the bed, and she swiftly ended up sitting on his lap, while facing him. Does the master want his assistant to help him with his rest? It's her job and duty. Quinella proceeded to speak in the third person. Her voice was sultry and suggestive. I suppose, I do need to rest. His hands went to her considerable breasts. He slowly proceeded to undress her. Later, underworld. This is troubling. If what you said is true, then something is developing which we don't know. Surzek said with a pondering frown. Rise of him is gone and the residue which they found is divine, but it had the attribute of darkness to it. So a dark god of some sort attacked him, or ambushed, and now Seraphol is telling him that Marcus has predicted an attack on the devil kind. Yes. Marcus did say that something is on the horizon. Seraphol explained some more with a frown of her own. Right on time when we are planning a peace treaty. How, classic. The Crimson Satan with a forced smile joked as he looked through his office window. It's not time to joke about this, Surzek, Graphia said with a frown of her own. I know. We need to mobilize and be ready for anything. I am going to see Ajuka and see if he has anything. After saying that, Surzek left the office, leaving Graphia and Seraphol behind. What is going on? I haven't seen Master for a while. The maid whispered to Seraphol after walking over. He was blessed by Ares to feel when war is coming, and he just saw that. I see, this is troubling. It is. I have an ominous feeling about this. The Queen of Lucifer slowly nodded. Something big is coming and they have no idea what it is. A black-haired woman dressed in a black dress was looking down on a castle. This was the old Satan faction's headquarters. They thought they were smart. But this is the underworld. We have been here far longer than they have been. A girl dressed in gothic clothes said with a grin to the other black-dressed woman. Absurd black energy radiates from the gothic-dressed girl with elfish ears. She lifted her hand and darkness consumed the whole area, turning the place into a pitch darkness akin to the night itself. Let's go. The pair of women descended to the castle. As they arrived, the devil forces were mobilized already. What is the meaning of this? Who are you? The brown-haired woman asked with an arrogant voice. Leviathan. The woman with the black dress said with a monotonous voice. That is correct. That weakling is a descendant of Leviathan. Oh, how mighty has fallen. The gothic girl said with a mocking grin. Who are you two? The brown-haired woman, who can be identified as a descendant of Leviathan, snapped angrily. Calm yourself, Kateria, that girl is a god. The man next to Kateria said with a nervous look. Ha, me. A god. You have a death wish, little bat. If you can't recognize a primordial, then why should you be alive? P primordial. Why you are Nyx. Ha, what a reaction. However, we are not here to discuss my greatness. Do you see this woman next to me? Nyx pointed at the spacey woman who was dressed in a black dress and lush black hair reaching her waist. She had no shoes or anything, only a dress, but the power this woman was radiating was massive. This is Lilith. Your ancestor, and she is here to collect what is hers. Nyx enjoyed the pure shock of these devils. Lilith. She is still alive. What do you mean collect what is hers? Kateria and the other men, Shalba Beelzebub, looked with concern. They felt dread. Lilith. Proceed. Nyx motioned to do it. Leviathan, Beelzebub, Asmodeus. Lilith with a monotonous voice pointed her hand palm at the devils. A black aura surged from her as a beam of black water rushed towards the devils. The group of devils' eyes widened as they tried to dodge, but Nyx grinned with a sadistic glee as her darkness pinned all the devils with minimal effort. Then this black water swallowed all the devils, melting them away, turning them into energy and water. Once that was done, the water returned to Lilith and merged with her. As this has happened, Lilith's eyes had more life now. How is it? You feel stronger now? Nyx asked curiously. I am. I can use their powers now. Lilith said that with an indifferent voice as she showed how she could control black water now. Perfect, ha. You can now give traits of original Satans. Nyx almost danced seeing this. Now their forces are even stronger. Ha, this is getting exciting. Let's see how well you fare against this, Marcus Goldman. Now let's collect the stranglers. Maybe we will find someone interesting. The gothic girl with a grin looked at the castle. Lilith nodded as the pair proceeded to descend towards the ground. It was time to clean the stranglers. That Azazel. How stupid is he? I can't believe he is planning peace. A man dressed like a nobleman threw items from his table on the ground from sheer anger. This was Kokabeel, one of the cadre fallen angels. He was one of the highest-ranking people in the fallen angel faction. This fallen never got over the fact that war had halted before any of the enemy factions could have been destroyed. That moment on the table, in a flash of blue flames, a letter appeared. That signature. Kokabeel for a second forgot his anger and walked over and took the letter. He proceeded to read through it. Ha ha ha, if we won't wage war, then there is no need for me to be here. The fallen angel proceeded to laugh as he finally found people who were willing to fight his common enemies. Very well. In that case. A sickly yellow circle appeared underneath his feet as he was teleported away. Second, he appeared in front of the entrance to a large cave. This was the entrance into the depths of the underworld. The true hell. As he walked deeper, a portal opened for him. Kokabeel grinned for a second as he passed through it. Where he appeared was the depths of hell. In front of him was a castle. It was menacing, built from the darkest of material, something akin to obsidian. Once he entered the castle, the fallen walked to the throne room where he found Hades waiting for him. Kokabeel. Lord Hades, I wasn't expecting a letter from you, of all beings. The fallen angel was shocked, to say the least, that a Greek god like Hades would want to meet him like this. Especially the content of that letter. The circumstances are special. I want to ask you this. Do you want to wage war on devilkind? A feral grin appeared on Kokabeel's face. I am. Then are you willing to join my forces? I can promise you soldiers, resources, and much more. All I ask is to cause confusion and shatter whatever alliance the fallen angels and devils are building. Hades smoothly proposed. Ha ha ha. Fine. I didn't want that alliance either. Neither did I. However, there is one thing you must be aware of: do not engage anyone in the human world. That is my only requirement. If you wish to fight devils, you have to do it in the underworld. That is fine. The fastest way to start the war is to attack Rias Gremory and Sona Citri. True. But this would involve a third faction. Oh, of course. Marcus Goldman. I have heard some crazy rumors about him. Kokabeel nearly laughed when he said that. He remembered that Greeks were involved with Marcus Goldman. If that human has Artemis as a maid, then he has some serious firepower. You are not wrong. But to deal with Marcus Goldman first, we have to deal with the puppets. Attack devils, cause some chaos. Delay the peace treaty, do that and my underworld will support you. As Hades said that, he motioned with his hand and pitch-black armor appeared floating in blue flames. This armor is forged in the depths of hell, with the help of Angramenu. It's empowered by Draig's and Albion's flames. It's poisonous to everyone who is not its wielder. Kokabeel's eyes widened. Hades just dropped a bunch of wild names. Angramenu assisted in this creation. Angramenu is one of the earliest ever known, crazy scientist types. So it's not a surprise that it could make an armor of this. That is correct. I have several powerful gods who are on my side and assisting in preparations for this war. The question is, will you take this armor? It will improve your fighting capacities. This is to make sure no one stays in your way to declare war on devilkind. Hades explained with a casual tone. And the side effects of such armor? It will feed on your negative desires. A warning, don't get overwhelmed by them. You wouldn't like the results of that happening. The Greek god of the underworld warned his newest ally. Kokabeel snorted. As if something like that will stop him. While the fallen snorted, Hades' flaming eyes slightly narrowed. One could say he was looking down on the fallen angel. This, however, is hard to read when the god is all skeletal and doesn't have proper facial features. That's good enough. I suppose extra power doesn't sound bad. Kokabeel walked over and took the armor. He could feel this thing merging with him. Like liquid metal. A smile crept on Hades' lips as the scheme worked. Since you agreed to my conditions, you can take any minions we have here. I suggest any of Angramenu's toys. My fellow god wants his creations to be tested out before the main war. Very well. After Kokabeel left, from the shadows Ebris walked out. He had a frown on his face. Was it wise to give him that armor? I thought we were keeping our assets until the time was right. He, this is not one of our main armors, Erebus. Angramenu walked out from a shadow as well. His flaming eyes flicked with glee. Then. That armor is built specifically for Kokabeel to face devils. The armor's true purpose is for Kokabeel to be overwhelmed by negative desires until I can take full control over him. None of us truly trusted that crow. And Lilith's essence is infused with it. In the end, that armor's end goal is to fuse with one of the two remaining super devils. Erebus finally understood. This was a Trojan horse. Yes, so you understood. We need Cerzex. The moment we have him, we will take his power of destruction. Once we wield it we will be closer to Marcus Goldman's power. Ngramenu, who started to see Marcus as his greatest rival, said with glee. Hades nodded at his associate's words. Only Erebus frowned at this. He was annoyed. Hades, Nyx, and now Ngramenu are obsessed with this human. Just how low they all are going to fall. How could a single human cause such a commotion? These pesky mortals are a temporary existence, they come and go. Their lives are so short that a primordial like him doesn't even remember another human's name. Yet, now this human rose through ranks, and even ended up engaged to a goddess. From his pantheon. No less. Such a crime has to be punished. A temporary existence aiming for something only a god or primordial such touch. Simply unforgivable. However, it was different for Ngramenu. The evil god of Zoroastrianism sees Marcus as a rival in creation. It has been many years since he was this excited. This is exciting to face a creator of this caliber. The evil god was very grateful that Hades pointed him towards his new rival. Now, all that is left is for them to release their creations and see how they will fight. May the best creator be victorious. Ha ha ha. Let the war of worlds begin. Ha ha ha. Ngramenu started to laugh uncontrollably as he sensed that Kokobeel had already started to gather his minions. Fallen are on the move to cause chaos and destruction in Devil's territories. Now it's only a matter of time. Chapter 54, Quinella, in school. 99.7%. 99.8%. 99.9%. 100%. Calculations are complete. All conditions have been met. Proceeding with Heaven's System project. Secondary objective, Golden Armory, is all clear, allocating resources for its construction. Project Biological Battle Model, Enterprise is all clear, beginning DNA creation by resonance method. Project Silver Dragon Empress is all clear, beginning hybrid DNA creation. Entering standby mode. Aurora finished all of the calculations and assigned all the duties for 4 projects at once. In the depths of the processing facility, the assembly lines roared to life as mana started to flow into it. Robotic hands came out from the walls and started to use magic circles to change mana into a clay-like substance. All of the robotic hands' actions were precise and quick, the clay swiftly turned into diamonds while other hands already started to carve runes into them. Once the diamonds were complete they were moved out of the assembly lines picked up by the Aurora bots and then taken to the ritual chambers. In these rooms, there were at least a few dozen bots which were already carving rows and rows of circles. All of these are Heaven System-related magic circles. To make a complete replica of this system Sephiroth Graal was needed. It's the most important piece of the puzzle, as if this item is in possession control over souls is possible. The flow itself can be taken control over. But this is not all, the key piece is that you can use this to attach or detach anything to the soul as well. This piece of gear gives one a full understanding of the soul. With this system the plan Marcus had for his battleship girls is complete and he can now start working on it. Well, he doesn't need to as he has given the green light to Aurora to start building it the moment the maths is done. This is exactly what happened. The circles were done in a short minute and then the ritual started. The diamond the size of a room glowed and all the circles rushed into it, merging and creating a ball of light inside the diamond. This was the Heaven System in its true form. It's a nexus of magical energy, however this was not done, the next part is the Golden Armory. It's another diamond which was soon prepared similarly. It works similarly to sacred gears only that they are not in circulation. What Marcus planned is a space where weaponry can be stored. More precisely where ships can be stored. For this the moment diamond is completed in the ritual room it is taken to the shipyards where Enterprise has been kept. Since shipyards have one of the biggest assembly lines in Marcus faction, the tools needed for the maintenance of the ships have begun its assembly over there. It will take a while, but Marcus will have a chance to see Enterprise before it's stored in Golden Armory. Morning. What a strange dream. Mark engaged to a goddess. How on earth did I cook this up? Rose, Marcus' mother mumbled to herself as she descended to the ground floor and went to the kitchen. She stopped in her tracks as she saw a silver platinum-haired beauty with an apron cooking something. Her long hair is done in a high ponytail. There was a large smile on her lips. Oh, good morning. Yesterday, I had no chance to introduce myself. I am Quinella Aurora, Master's assistant. Master. Oh, right, I mean Marcus, I am his assistant. The reason why I call him Master is that I am one of his creations. Creations. Indeed. I think. A couple of years ago he went to see a genetics lab, over there he learned the basics of genetics and then proceeded to study it. Thanks to that I was able to gain a biological body. I need something to drink. I can make some coffee if you want. Quinella was quite clueless about what she meant by a drink. The biological assistant is quite new to the whole of this. Sigh. Fine. One coffee then. With a nod, the assistant girl proceeded to take the kettle and pour some water into it. As this was going on, Rose looked at the girl. She is trying to grasp how this is classified. If she is a creation, then how should it be classified with their common sense? Is Marcus her father? Does it mean she is a grandmother? All of this is making her head spin. After a few moments, she couldn't stand it anymore and started to ask. So, how does this work? He created you, so he is like your father. Quinella blinked a couple of times as she processed the information. No. That is a big no. There is only one man on this planet that I would love, and that is Marcus Goldman. I was created to be his assistant and a lover. There is no way I could see him as a parent. That's just wrong. The girl even looks grossed out. But think of it this way. He is so good that he can even make a lover for himself. That's the level of his genius. Quinella had a chance to brag about her creation in front of his mother. That's right. Even his mother should know how absurdly incredible he is. Fine. A couple of minutes later, by the time Rose was drinking her tea, Marcus entered the kitchen. So when were you planning to tell me that you are engaged to Athena? And are creating girls? Is that even legal? Cloning and genetic alterations of people who are not agreed to are illegal. What I did is none of those. I created DNA from the ground up. Marcus smoothly explained as Quinella swiftly and elegantly prepared a cup of tea for him. And Athena? She was a delegation from Olympus when we first met. After that, Olympus decided to propose a marriage between us. I agreed because it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to marry a goddess. And why didn't you tell us about it? She asked with narrowed eyes. Because it will take a long time to explain. Ugh. Rose had no energy to argue with him first thing in the morning. By this point, it's too late to change anything, and from the looks of it, he is rooted in all of this far too much. Knowing her son, this is exactly why he revealed all of this at this point. So that she couldn't do anything. Just keep it in moderation. With a resigned sigh, she said it to him. I am just a teenager working in his garage, mother. How could I possibly do anything bad? Marcus with an innocent voice replied to her worries. Right. After a few more minutes, Quinella brought everyone breakfast. By this point, even Roland, Marcus' father, sneaked into the kitchen when he smelled the food. This is impressive. The older Goldman praised the assistant of his son. The food was delicious. Thank you. I went through countless simulations to be a good chief. Quinella puffed her chest while saying that. She has access to my artificial intelligence's processing power. This allows her to simulate a bunch of things. She used that to boost her cooking skills. Marcus casually explained. She pouted at him when he explained with such an indifferent and casual voice. Right. So, how on earth did you create a living being like that? Roland asked with a sigh as this was getting weird. His son just pulls out all that. Calculations mostly. I built up a very powerful computer which did all of that. Once I studied DNA fully, I drew Quinella's image and proceeded to tailor DNA to that look. The alchemist explained in simple terms to his family. So does this mean I won't need to pay my medical bills anymore? All his father and mother understood that their son was good at biology, so they didn't need to pay for medical treatment anymore. Precisely, so when you need anything, just tell me. After saying that, the group proceeded to continue with their breakfast, but then the doorbell rang. Latia inspected herself before ringing the doorbell. It was finally time. She will reveal herself to her master's family. She had presents and other things ready. So when doors opened up, it was Quinella, which made Latia straighten her back. Oh, it's you, come in. Marcus' assistant wasn't too excited to see this blonde devil. Same to you, it appears you have finished your assignment. HNN, yes, now come in. The silver platinum-haired beauty motioned to enter the house. The devil heiress did just that. Once inside, she looked around. This was the first time she was in her master's family house. As she got in, after taking her shoes off and putting on slippers, she walked to the kitchen with a pair of bags. Good morning, let me formally introduce myself, I am Latia Astaroth. The blonde elegantly introduced herself. Good morning. Morning. Morning, take a seat. Marcus motioned for her to sit next to him. I hope the whole shop thing went smoothly. The younger Goldman asked curiously. With all the preparation done, there is very little which could have gone wrong. As she said that, she pulled out one of the bags and placed it on the table. Inside there are a set of phones. Since they all belong to Marcus, I thought you should give them to all of your family members. As Latia said, she pulled out the phone boxes and handed them over to his parents. What a crafty woman. Quinella internally pouted at this development. She should have done something similar. Oh, they look nice. The whole front is a screen. How impressive is that? Roland was the first one to comment on how nice it looked, even before he pulled out from the box. Yes, let me show you how it's done. The blonde devil proceeded to show everything. While Marcus looked curiously from the side the whole process. His gaze then went to the side. He noticed the time. Mom, I think you are going to be late. Exclamation point. Rose's gaze snapped to the side. There were only a few minutes left. Oh. The woman swiftly got on her feet and proceeded to rush. I can help. My car and driver are still here. We can take you to your workplace. Oh, that's fantastic, dear. After Latia and Rose left, Marcus, Roland and Quinella were left behind in the house. You didn't tell her that Latia was a devil. I kinda forgot about that. But is she? Well, I guess her looks are supernatural. His father even forgot about the fact of devils. They have goddesses, an artificial intelligence with a biological body, hyper-tech, in the middle of it. He forgot that the blonde was a devil. Well, it doesn't matter anymore. I suppose we could mention it one day. Marcus casually shrugged it aside. By this point, it doesn't matter that much. I guess. So what now? With all the reveals, what are you going to do? I don't think you even need some sort of guidance. As someone who got engaged to Athena of all people. Is it even people? She is a goddess, so I guess a being. The rest of the people should look to you for guidance. Roland spoke with a pondering voice. Should he even work? Should Marcus even go to school? Is it even needed? The whole reveal was so big that it could easily change the dynamics of everything. What am I going to do? The younger Goldman looked at the clock. I will go to school, I still have projects to do. By project, he means he is using the students in the school as inspiration for future projects, Quinella said from the side as she was quiet the whole time, acting like a proper assistant and only chipping when she needed to. Oh, I see. Well, that's fine. However, will you be able to do it? Now that you have the store and everyone knows your face and what you did. Your father is right, master. It will be difficult for you to return to how it was before. Quinella agreed to his father's words. Yes, I can see that. But I still have my projects, and I need my environment. The girl rolled her eyes when she heard that. I could simulate the environment if you want. You created illusion-based technomancy just to play around with the fact that you wanted to simulate Darth Vader invading Earth. Excuse me. Roland snapped exclaimed when he heard that. That's right. Master created a particle. Based on how the biological body reacts to the outside world. Just so that he could experience an invasion from a fictional faction invading Earth. The assistant explained to her master's father. Damn, I don't know if I should be impressed or shocked by your dedication. Yeah, I don't know. If it's going to be annoying I will drop out. But first I need to see how it's going. Marcus ignored how Quinella was telling an embarrassing tale about his early realitas dives. Instead, he was wondering about his school life. Honestly, he is not a wimp to drop out because of attention. Though part of him, the weeb part, is protesting about excess attention. Sarah Fall is busy, so she can't attend, but I can take you. Marcus immediately got an idea. He can take his assistant. Of course. She will be his reinforcement. Master. You want me to attend school? With you? With a smug look, Marcus pulled out his earpiece. Aurora, enroll Quinella in my school. As you wish. Oh, and Dad. I will be renovating this house. Since my hidden life is revealed there is no need to hold back. Ring asterisk ring asterisk. Before Roland can comment on the upgrades his phone starts to ring. He checked it out. It's Lillian, your sister is calling, I wonder if she saw the news. The older Goldman picked up the phone and started to talk with his daughter. Marcus could hear the borderline screams and gushing tone of his sister. I have to go. The alchemist quickly proceeded to get up from his seat. Quinella looked curious about this. She realized that her memories which were database before, hold barely anything on his sister. This is confusing. Master, your sister, this Lillian, is there something wrong? Not quite, she is over top normie. It's hard for me to explain but I simply leave her alone because she always wanted that normal life. I don't know if it's hard for me to be involved with her. If I get involved I will impact her normal life, so keep away from her and watch from the shadows. Even when he said that Quinella felt some hidden anger. If you say so. She decided to ignore it as well. Since he doesn't like it. You should prepare for school, my dear Quinella. Oh, sigh asterisk. Fine, since my master wants me to do it. Latia returned just in time to take her master to school, her gaze stayed on Quinella who was dressed in the female version of his school's uniform. She was somewhat jealous that she was ending up studying in the same school and class. The devil heiress is slightly romantic towards such a thing and would like to do the same thing. Sadly, her public persona is that of an adult and manager. So she has to live with it. Master, you should give these phones to your classmates. The blonde devil offered the other bag to Marcus. You think? Yeah, it's a good PR trick, Latia smirked as she proceeded to explain. The news will be following you for a while, and once they start asking students about you they will tell good stories because of the phones they got, for free. Sigh. Fine, I see your point, but this feels like a drag. Marcus agreed with a lazy tone. A black 7th class BMW rolled into the school's car park. The teen is pleased that his devil girlfriend is following his taste even though the car she got is the one he likes. That's one of the things he likes about devil girls. They adjust to what the guy likes. As they arrived, the pair left the car and the black car turned around and left. Well, I can give a couple of points for the aesthetics. Quinella started to rank the school. She looked at a gray concrete 3-floor building. One could say it was built like Lego, but instead of plastic blocks, it's concrete blocks. Don't think too much. This was built with efficiency in mind. You can find these kinds of schools all over the nation. They are identical. Ah, yes, communism. One thing we could learn from them is the efficiency. Marcus snorted with amusement as he shook his head. We are already doing that. Aurora bots are a perfect example of efficiency and fast factory creation. Oh, right. She looked ashamed for a bit. Is this a human thing? Like she knows it, but at the same time, she does not. Until someone points it out. She no longer has that computer-like answer for everything. Unless she is doing that on purpose. No worries, you are as cute as always when you know it and when you act clueless. Marcus' hand swiftly coiled around her waist as he pulled her closer. I see. Good to know. Quinella was reminded that she was indeed one of her master's ultimate creations. No matter what the circumstances, he will always like her. This made her profoundly relieved. As they were walking towards the school, everyone was looking at him. Only him. Sure, the hot chick around his hand was gorgeous, but at that moment his fame was outshining the girl's beauty. It's one of those moments, of course. Moments later everyone is wondering who she is, and what about the blonde chick on TV? Wasn't that girl his girlfriend? So who is this girl? Her hair is unique, to say the least. As the pair entered the school they went to the principal's office. His reason was the transfer, which was done by Aurora. It's a child's play for the AI to make a new person appear. The whole class was whispering about the news. Marcus Goldman, who knew he was a genius. Well, some of them realized that he would spend the whole day doing something with his notebook. Many of them thought that he was doodling, drawing cars and things like that. Who knew he was the real deal? Bro, do you think he will continue to attend? I bet he will transfer to one of the world's best universities or something. Paul, one of the classmates, said with a curious tone. He remembers Marcus since year 1. They used to sit together, but over the years they drifted apart. The reasons were quite obvious at this point. For one, Marcus is a car and tech geek. That kind of stuff is not that interesting to early teens who just want to play and have fun. By that point, when they were in high school, they were almost like strangers. This reveal on TV only confirmed that Paul knows nothing about his classmate. I guess. Why would he come to this school now? Regardless, his scores were always top marks. He could score top marks in classes in which he was not even paying attention. Remember those couple of times when he interrupted our history teacher? The guy knew more than that old hag. Justin, Paul's neighborhood, exclaimed with a laughing voice. The pair continued to talk about Marcus and the random stuff the inventor used to pull over the years. However, they had to stop midway as a couple of classmates entered the class with flustered looks. Yo. Victor, what's with that look? Marcus is coming to class. I saw him arrive in a black BMW. He arrived here with an exotic-looking girl. Justin and Paul blinked a couple of times. He is coming to class. Around 5 minutes later the morning classes started and the homeroom teacher was late. But then, she arrived with Marcus Goldman and another girl. Holy shit. What is this goddess? What's with her hair? It's like her hair reflects colors from the surroundings. The guys were thinking the same thing. This girl was not regular. Well, let's start the classes. I would like to introduce the transfer student. She is moving in here because of the circumstances surrounding Marcus Goldman. The homeroom teacher said that while she looked at Marcus. The teacher didn't know how to feel about this. This teen should be working in some high-tech lab making revolutionary tech, not attending classes which he doesn't even listen to. But it's not her place to discuss people as weird as this teen. Hello everyone. My name is Quinella Aurora. I am Marcus' assistant, or more precisely his secretary. At that moment every single guy in the class imagined this girl in tight office clothes. Quinella, who read everyone's mind with her psionic powers, could only sadistically grin. Sadly for you boys, I am dedicating my life, my soul, and my body to this duty. Her words shattered whatever ideas everyone had. Quinella was pleased with the mental despair she could feel from everyone. That's how it should be. Well, do you have anything else to say, Miss Aurora? Nothing of importance. Quinella casually replied. Good, then take your seat. The alchemist's assistant nodded and proceeded to take her seat not far from Marcus' seat. The silver platinum girl ended up sitting with another girl. The moment she took her seat she smiled at this girl. This smile only made the girl have goosebumps. For some reason, she was having instinctual fear. Like, only a single wrong move and it's over to her. The thing was, why would she feel like that? They are in school, where everyone is learning. Why would there be any sort of threat to her life? A couple of minutes later the homeroom teacher gave Quinella her book. The girl casually opened it and proceeded to see the material. I see, so this is the level. The assistant started to swirl her hair with her finger as she was checking the contents of the book. By this point she is not studying it but more like checking if the book is accurate. That's because she doesn't need to study, she is living in artificial intelligence with access to the internet and Aurora network, and she can access excess knowledge at any time. So, The girl next to her gathered her courage to ask. What is it? Is it true? What is true? Quinella with an annoyed eye roll asked back. Can't this little girl just spill it out? Marcus making those phones. Such a question made the assistant have a deadpan look, her eyes looked quite cold and full of annoyance. He is the greatest man of this century, one in millennia genius. What he is selling is a downgrade to what he has in his workshop. The reason for this is that humanity as a whole is not ready for his creations. Why do you think he has an assistant? And a bunch of girlfriends? Only the best have such things. The silver platinum-haired girl tried to hold back with her viper-like comments. One thing which triggers her the most is ignorance towards her master and creator. Okay. This girl is hardcore. The student commented to herself when she saw the look that this exotic girl was giving her. After hearing that, she decided not to talk anymore, and instead looked at Marcus, who was holding his head with one of his hands, the other hand was doodling something on the paper. Well, calling it doodling is wrong, he is most likely modeling something or solving some mathematical equation. As the class was over, Quinella swiftly left her desk and went over to sit on Marcus' lap. She realized that the whole school thing is not bad. She has exclusive time to sit on her beloved lap. She should have proposed something like this before. That's right. Before I forget, hand out those phones. Latia wants that PR thingy. The assistant's shoulders sagged the moment she heard that. She was just about to cuddle with him. Very well. Once again she stood up and picked up the bag with the Goldman Technologies logo. Many students already noticed the bag, so they were wondering what it was for. Some had some hopes Marcus was going to advertise his stuff by giving it away. In a way they were right. Quinella proceeded to pull out the boxes with phones from it. I have 10 phones here, I will give them for free. Who wants them? She asked with an indifferent voice. The quicker she is done, the quicker she can cuddle with Marcus. While there were many greedy and shocked faces, none of them approached because of his assistant. One could say she looks scary. Don't worry, this is a PR stunt by my manager. Marcus stopped drawing and explained to the class. PR. As in public relations. Correct. My company is telling everyone that my phones do work, and we can even give them for free to show that they are legit. After the inventor explained, the hesitation was gone and everyone rushed to check them out. I see. Then I'll take one. Yeah, me too. It was like moths towards the fire. In the meantime, Quinella slipped off and swiftly ended up once again sitting on her master's lap and started her cuddling. I did what you wanted, now I am free to cuddle, she giggled into his ear as she proceeded to snuggle. Yeah, you just don't move too much, I don't want to redraw. Marcus didn't mind the cuddle, the only issue is that she shouldn't move that much. Okay. Quinella looked at what he was drawing. Her eyes slightly widened, it was one of those scale mail sacred gears. Well, more like neo-sacred gears. She finally made a connection when she saw the title, it was Golden Dragon Emperor Sacred Gear. He was making a pair, while the Silver Dragon Emperor was a girl with a neo-sacred gear, well, 2 of those, he is making just a gear for the golden one. Well, this one is going to be interesting, who will be using this gear? For a second Quinella pondered, to her knowledge there is no one he is planning to give a gear. So it's for himself. Regardless, she will be watching with interest. Later, same day. After school was over, well, it was quite a boring day. It was boring as Marcus effortlessly dodged the journalists, the annoying people ended up putting his classmates in the spotlight by filming them and asking questions. It appears the PR trick worked as everyone is gushing about their new phones. In the meantime, the younger Goldman slipped back into his workshop. He got the notification that many of the projects which were in the early stages have moved forward after analyzing the resonance phenomenon. The power of the waves and frequencies is an extremely interesting subject. So, Marcus without a second to lose went to the genetics wing of his base. And went to see the DNA of his two new creations. So these are the new girls. Quinella looked at the pair of girls floating in the medical pod. The pair had long silver hair, though they were not truly alive. They lacked souls. Not that the assistant cares about this. What she was thinking is that in total her master has created 3 girls and all of them have silver platinum-like hair. This reveals a peculiar like about him. Does he have a thing for silver hair? Well, Artemis can attest to that. Marcus paid extra attention to her. The whole thing even started when he provoked Artemis. Correct. The one on the left is the biological combat model, Enterprise, and the one on the right is Silver Dragon Empress, Guyuna. Peculiar name, why Chinese roots to it? Quinella asked him. Now she wonders why her name is Quinella. There has to be some sort of explanation for it. That's because their roots are stories. More like novels I used to read. Guyuna is a silver dragon which has power over space and elements. Where the golden dragon has power over time and power itself. Unparalleled physical strength. While Enterprise's current looks are based on a game related to girls who are something like the incarnation of military ships. The girl frowned when she heard that. The information I have doesn't compute. It makes no sense. At that moment Quinella was wondering where her master picked this info up. She never saw him read or play games. Don't sweat about it. Maybe one day I will tell you the truth. Marcus mysteriously smiled as he looked at his assistant. I see, fine. I suppose there is something I don't know about you. The AI-turned girl pouted at him while saying that. Even she, the perfect creation of her master, doesn't know everything. Heh. Relax, I am entitled to have my mysteries. Now proceed with your objectives. We need to prepare their souls. As you wish. For now, she decided to forget about this thing and start doing what she was supposed to do as his assistant. Meantime, Underworld. In one of the bars in Devil Capital City Lilith, doors opened up as a man in a black suit walked in. He looked like a high-class individual. A peculiar striking feature he had was elf-like ears, and a murderous look he had. The moment his eyes saw his target he grinned. His grin was a feral one. With a casual motion of his hand, he created a spear of light and threw it at the devil. The drinking high-class devil didn't even have a chance as the spear went right through him. What happened next was screams and looks of horror as they realized that a fallen angel just killed a noble devil. Let the war begin. Ha ha ha. Chapter 55, Echoes of Approaching War. Screams erupted from the bar as the corpses of high-class devils dropped on the floor. Kokabeel just killed 2 young devil nobles, just like that. He didn't target random people, nope, he used Grigori-gathered intelligence for this. He is sacrificing his faction spies just to do this. And he doesn't mind. He is defecting anyway. Let the devils find out that Fallen have an extensive network of people serving them. They even have devils who have been feeding info to the Fallen for wealth. Nothing matters. Only war. Ha ha ha. Run. Run, little bats. Bring me your leaders. The war-hungry fallen angel laughed loudly while enjoying the sight of the terrified people. This was not the only place where Fallen had attacked, it was happening all over the underworld. Kokabeel's allies were slaughtering devils who had some renown. The more damage they caused, the bigger the chance of this war happening. And that is all he wants. With another casual motion, the cadre fallen angel created a light spear and threw it at a random person, killing it with ease. This was pure chaos and destruction. It should be more than enough to cause a big scene to attract one of the Satans. Yes, that's it. Make a scene, cause chaos. Destroy. Kokabeel's inner voice ravished the destruction which fed the desire of the fallen angel. Ha ha ha. Where are your Satans? How much do I need to destroy to make one of you appear? There was no need for a large scene for the Satans to pick the provocation. Surzex. Seraphal gave him a look as she sensed a fallen angel, a powerful fallen angel right in the midst of their capital city no less. Yeah, it was as we expected. Renegades from fallen angels have moved out. Azazel did warn us he has those. Warning us does mean a thing. These are his people. Just denouncing them doesn't mean a thing when a bunch of them have killed pure blood devils. The Leviathan snapped angrily as she was getting up to deal with the renegade. She only hopes that Marcus doesn't just pull her out the moment he finds out that she is using her neo-sacred gear at maximum capacity. No, I will deal with the leader. You take Graphia and deal with the stranglers around the area. Fine. The Crimson Satan moved out. It's time for the city to see that their true protector is still capable of fighting. With a burst of black and red, a spear of light ended up disintegrating before it could destroy a building. Ha ha ha. So you finally appeared. Kokabeel with crazy laughter looked at Surzex. Something is odd about him. The Crimson Lucifer looked at the fallen angel with narrowed eyes. He looked far too deranged. Something has happened to this cadre. You think you alone are good enough to make us wage war on fallen angels? When we all want peace. Peace. Who wants peace? Certainly not me. With a blast of sickly yellow, Kokabeel summoned his spear and rushed towards Surzex. You are not qualified enough to make me go serious. With a burst of black and red, power of destruction orbs rush towards the fallen. But before they can hit Kokabeel, they end up being disrupted. Like something is interfering with the structure of the power. They burst into pure energy and simply cease to exist. Surzex swiftly dodged the attack to the side as he tried again to attack the fallen angel. But once again his power of destruction got negated without any sort of issue. I used a different amount of power and density, it ended up the same. This time around, the Surzex were shocked enough to let Kokabeel get close. At that moment the fallen angel's eyes started to burn like he was a completely different being. I got you. The possessed fallen grabbed the Crimson Lucifer. As black liquid started to sip out from the cadre and proceeded to flow into the Satan. What are you? What is this? The most powerful devil to date tried to struggle, but something was wrong with his powers. Struggle all you want, but this liquid is made from Lilith's essence, the very same essence which gave birth to your kind. Can you resist the very power which created you? You. Surzex's eyes turned wide as horror started to settle in. He watched how this black liquid flowed into him and proceeded to merge with his body. The moment the fusion was done, Kokabeel released his hold and started to fall to the ground. He looked like a husk as his life essence and power were completely drained. It was used to fuel the very armor which has fused with Surzex. What is this? The Crimson Satan tried to struggle, but he had no idea how to struggle. He could feel the darkness of some sort starting to cloud his vision, his thoughts starting to get dull and slow. Little by little his limbs started to not listen to him. Something is possessing him. Damn it. Lucifer's magic circle appeared under him as his body summoned it, but it wasn't him who did it. The very next second he was gone, and by that point, Kokabeel's body had turned into dust. However, one wonders, what happened to his soul? Welcome, Crimson Satan. A smooth voice greeted Surzex. The current Lucifer looked around, only one of his eyes could see what was going on. Hades. Indeed. Welcome to Cocytus. We have prepared a special place just for you. As the Greek god said, next to him a phantom being appeared as well. He had flaming eyes. The Crimson Lucifer wondered who this guy was. He can sense an extreme amount of evil and its power is off the charts. Engra Manu has some uses for you. We will require your power of destruction to fight the greatest threat to the current supernatural world. Engra Manu. Surzex's eyes bulged out. This was the incarnation of evil itself. The Greek god is working with this being. You, what is the purpose of all of this? Who is this threat you speak of? Your kind. Your kind who made contact with that man. If it wasn't for your kind constantly interfering with mortals, Marcus Goldman would have never found out about supernatural. He would have lived his mundane life and died of old age. Yet, because of your kind, he now is engaged to my niece. His existence mocks every supernatural faction. Engaged to his niece. Artemis. No, she is his maid, Athena. There is no news about this. Regardless, for now he needs to get out of here. He tried to summon his massive reserves of mana, but all of this energy was diverted to the black armor he was wearing. Resist all you want, but this armor was created precisely for you. Now, Crimson Lucifer, it's time for you to give your power of destruction. Engra Manu lifted his hand and pointed at the armor. That moment excruciating pain surged through the whole body of the Crimson Satan. Ah! Something is wrong. Where is Surzex? Seraphal returned after dealing with a bunch of average fallen angels. Her senses, which cover large swathes of land, can't pick up the current Lucifer. I don't know. My connection with him is. That moment Graphia's queen piece just popped out from her. What the? The pair of devil girls looked very concerned. The thing is, Graphia can't just go to a Juka. Because of the Ars Goetia which her body has. Did something happen to Surzex? Could be, and if he got weakened, the Ars Goetia variant has removed the evil piece the moment it felt it could, Seraphal speculated while picking up the queen's evil piece. Yes, possibly. You should go and return to Marcus' side. I will tell everyone that you went to look for Surzex and never returned. I understand. This is for the best. Graphia took the piece and disappeared with her magic circle. She looked very eager to do that. While she was gone, Seraphal bit her lower lips. She was feeling jealous. And worried, of course. But mostly jealous of this development. I guess, I need to start organizing things. The current Leviathan went to look for Ajuka and Falbium. The aftermath of the renegade fallen angel attack was horrific. At least 10 high-class devils died, and Surzex and Graphia went missing. The rest of Surzex's peerage proceeded to help Seraphal, who was now covering Lucifer's position for a while. She was now loaded with extra work so much that she was going crazy. While Ajuka proceeded to look for ways to find Crimson Satan. He quickly found out that he was teleported to the depths of the underworld. Which is not good, as that place holds many things. Especially many bad things. He concluded that one of the evil gods who resides there is working on something major. For that, the armies are on high alert, no more excuses. They surrounded the entrances to the depths of the underworld all over their territories. The same was with the fallen who rule the other side of the planet. The peace talks for now were delayed as they are working to solve the issues of the renegade elements of their factions. Devils quickly realized that the old Satan faction was gone. In the most literal sense. None of their members are around, their castles are empty, and they have remnant residues of evil, or more precisely dark gods. This is similar to the incident with Lucifer Castle. The energy residue, at least half of it, is the same. The being is the same as the one who attacked Lucifer's residence, but it's different from the one who attacked the city of Lilith. This means there are at least 3 gods who are working together. Ajuka gave his report to the council. Any idea who they are? One of the councilmen angrily asked. By this point, it's clear that it's not the fallen but someone worse working behind the scenes. Sadly, we don't have records of evil or dark gods' magical signatures. Many of them were sealed or exiled before we even started gathering such information. The current Beelzebub said with a resigned sigh. Sadly, they don't have allies who could give them some tips. What we can do is prepare for war. A defensive war. They are targeting us. They took Surzex from us in broad daylight. Seraphal said with an angry voice of her own. Very well. Then prepare defenses. Already on it. Falbium with a lazy voice said from his throne. I will see if we can get Marcus help as well. That won't be necessary. It's not his conflict and we don't need to involve him. Zekrom Baal said with a sharp tone. If they bring that guy into the underworld, then he won't leave. And that will spell doom for their race. Seraphal internally clicked her tongue. She wanted to have Marcus next to her just so that she could have the feeling of safety. At this moment she is feeling dreadful. Evil and dark gods are on the move. And they are working together. That's horrifying. Such a thing should have never happened. How do they work together for one common goal? As the council session is in progress, the word has spread. The Crimson Satan is missing. Something happened which forced him to leave, or he was caught and moved. Either way, it has sent shockwaves of terror through the devil kind. The ones who are taking this the worst are the Gremory family. Venelana walked away from the manor and looked around for a second. She made sure no one was around. A magic circle appeared underneath her feet as she teleported away. Appearing in a room she hasn't been for a while. This was Marcus Goldman's underground home. With the connection she had, she knew he was in this place. So she walked through the corridors and ended up taking the lift to the lower floors. Walking past his workshop, she entered the genetics wing. I should have known. The brown-haired Baal sighed when she saw Graphia standing some distance away and waiting for any sort of command from her master. Venelana, I assume you are here to ask for help to find Surzex. The silver-haired maid asked with a knowing look. Yes. But it appears master is busy. Lady Gremory said that with a resigned sigh as she saw him and his assistant working on something. They are arranging something. It looks like pictures or something much more complex. After quite a bit of time, Marcus was done and turned around. He saw Graphia and Venelana standing there. Oh my. What guests I have. I understand my maid. Who is busy being the queen of the most important devil in the underworld. But what can I do for the devil lady who doesn't like serving her lord? The alchemist and inventor teased his Baal pillar. Venelana grimaced for a bit. She is in quite a difficult position. Master. I have returned to your side. This time permanently. Graphia proceeded to speak as she saw that Venelana had nothing to say. His head maid showed him the queen piece. It has been removed. He took it from her while asking with a curious tone. This was something he didn't expect. Yes. On its own. I assume something has happened to Surzex. Graphia proposed a possibility. Yes. My senses are telling me that the piece doesn't have any power anymore. Marcus with a nod confirmed it. But, even if Surzex is dead, the pieces would still function. Venelana exclaimed with worry from the side. Did something happen to her son which is worse than death? Then someone has drained him, taken all of his power, the pieces are connected after all. Marcus pondered as he proceeded to walk towards his workshop. Quinella, I leave the cleanup duty to you. The inventor looked at his assistant for a bit, giving her an order before walking out with the pair of devils. Yes, master. The trio walked to his main workshop. As always, the room is here to bring awe to people. As this time around they were looking at the holographic image of the Milky Way galaxy spinning leisurely. Aurora, scan this for me. Marcus lifted his hand and showed the red chess piece. Scanning. Blue beams of light from all directions scanned the evil piece. Scan complete. Seconds later a window appeared in front of the inventor. There are no signs of any sort of demonic energy, it's as if someone drained everything from this piece. After reading through everything he commented with a fascinated look. This was an interesting mystery. Then. Whoever took your son has completely drained him of all his power. Now the question is if he is still alive from experiencing all that. And if he is alive, will he ever regain all the power he has lost? The successor to Solomon pondered with a serious voice. Now, what does the devil kind know about this? Graphia. Marcus asked the ex-queen of the Crimson Lucifer. The last bit of information I got before leaving Underworld was that it appears that at least 3 deities are working against the devil kind. Ajuka thinks it's evil and dark gods, an alliance of some sort. The silver-haired maid explained with a smooth voice. She wasn't holding anything back. My master, I request your assistance. I don't think devil kind will survive if the evil gods unite and attack. Venelana asked him with a worried tone. Lady Gremory, there has to be a reason for our master to act. You have the least leverage here to ask anything. Graphia's voice was indifferent as she spoke with the mother of her previous king. I know, and I am willing to do anything. Don't speak so casually, Venelana. You have no idea what I could do. Allowing my forces to enter the underworld will cause even bigger chaos. Do you think your kin will just allow me to scan and search for your son? As Marcus was saying that, he brushed his right index finger down and another window popped. He proceeded to go through menus as he selected the Space Center and ordered the construction of an additional 3 Daedalus-class ships. Raising his total to 4, at the same time he is ramping up production of SPBA and Aurora bots. Then he proceeded to allocate resources and start building the spaceport. No more waiting. The reason for this was that he realized that Hades was on the move and was building a large faction of deities and other creatures. While the successor of Solomon is not afraid of that, what he is afraid of is losing valuable research materials in conflicts. Then use your influence and convince them to allow me to enter the underworld. He said with an eye roll. I will see what I can do. Do I have permission to leave? Venelana asked with a respectful tone. Go. Once you have something, tell me. As you wish. She then proceeded to leave. Once gone, the maid inquired with a curious voice. Are you sure you are planning to assist Devilkin? No. Not to assist them, that's not my goal, Graphia. What I want is what lies in the depth of the underworld. Having the possibility of scanning and researching deities from multiple pantheons is the greatest gold mine of them all. And Hades, who is behind this, is doing it nicely. He is creating a mine like no other. Hades, the Greek god of the underworld, is behind this. Graphia exclaimed with a shocked voice. She lost her composure for a second. Precisely, my dear Graphia. The god is petty for my engagement to Athena. I can sense his desire for war. My senses penetrate the barriers between realms when I am using all my might. He can't hide his desire for conflict from me. Marcus said that as he returned to the control panel, he went to his space station and rearranged the construction priorities. Finishing the main cannon is now priority number 1. The assembly lines on the station are finished, so changing the focus of construction is very easy. I see. The silver-haired maid gulped down with some nervousness. Then why is Hades attacking devils? Her eyes widened as she realized something. Hades doesn't care at all. Devils for him are stepping stones for whatever he needs, the excess grounds, staging grounds for his armies. Maybe that. Then, you are going to wait. I am already increasing the production of my soldiers as well. We are entering yellow condition. As he said that, he brushed his finger down on another window. This window has 3 colors. Green, yellow, and red. Though no one was speaking in the barracks, SPBA started to scramble into position as cloning vats roared to life. The creation of soldiers started. Cositus, Underworld. A large black lake was bubbling with energy as souls from the underworld were flowing into this lake. On one side they are flowing in, from another pitch-black armored being with glowing eyes are walking out. Their armor is a mix of Norse, Greek, and Persian hieroglyphs. The dark aura they emit is similar to that of devils, Greeks, with some mix of pure evil. These are the new foot soldiers created at the hands of Angramenu, Lilith, and with some help from Loki, who was assisting with the magic of his pantheon. What a glorious sight. This is our answer to Marcus Goldman's artificial army. An army which cannot die. Angramenu with a crazed voice exclaimed with pure happiness. Next to him were beings like Hades, Erebus, Nyx, Loki, Tartarus, Hypno, Lilith, and Thanatos. They were standing at the edge of a cliff overlooking a valley. In this valley thousands if not hundreds of thousands of souls were being converted to whatever creatures these deities were making. Combined with Grim Reapers, Nyx and Erebus creations, and Loki's giants, we have a very flexible army. Hades said with a pleased mod. Clap clap asterisk asterisk clap asterisk. What a sight this is. How many years has it been when I saw something like this? The gods and primordials looked at the newest arrival. Indra, so you did accept my invitation? Hades said with a surprised tone. Indra. The other gods looked surprised as well. Don't mind me. I have my reasons. Oh. Do tell. As you can see, we have an alliance, and our resources are quite deep. I can see that. You have quite a bit of firepower, and I could add some of mine. Angramainu looked quite shocked to hear that. Indra. The Heaven Emperor, the one who hates evil, is thinking of joining them. I have 2 requests. If you agree to them, then I will throw myself into your group. Speak. I want Cao Cao's soul. And I will join you if you prove yourself. Defeat devils and fallen, and my forces join yours against Marcus Goldman. The aloha jacket-wearing god with sunglasses said while showing 2 fingers. His 2 requests. That is my final offer. You saying Devis will march to war with us? Hades asked with disbelief. Indra joining and Indra's forces joining are 2 different things. That is correct. That human needs to be put in his place for thinking that he stands next to the divines. It's not his place to decide such things. This brat made it personal when he killed one of my own. Now tell me if you agree. Indra's voice turned quite serious when he said that. The pressure he emits makes even the strongest of the gods in Hades' group sweat a little bit. Your terms are agreeable. The god of the underworld summoned his staff and tapped the ground with it. Moments later a soul arrives in front of Hades. It formed into a man in his early 20s. This was Cao Cao. Lord Hades. The man looked around, his eyes looked around. He somewhat looked nervous seeing so many gods. So many evil-looking gods, especially Angramainu, which looks like a living shadow. Oh, and there were flying eyes in the shadows as well, which emits a divine aura. Cao Cao tried to ignore this one, it feels far too diabolical. Go, your god is waiting for you. My god. The man looked confused for a bit. So he turned around and saw Indra standing there. Lord Indra. Come over. The Indian god motioned to walk over. The moment Cao Cao was next to Indra, the Heaven Emperor reminded the group about his promise. Remember Hades. Destroy those 2 factions and my armies are yours. After saying that the pair were gone. TSK. Such arrogance, Tartarus said in annoyance. Are you sure he is trustworthy? Nyx asked with some concern. Indra is known to throw childish temper tantrums and wants to wage war against Shiva. It's fine. He can join or decline, what matters is that I know his true feelings towards this. As long as he hates Marcus Goldman he will always be sympathetic to our cause. Fair enough. As long as he doesn't interfere, I don't care. The primordial of night shrugged and looked towards the ever-increasing army. In the distance, she can see several large dragons snoozing. One of them is a massive blue giant with the lower half being serpentine. That was their trump card, the king of monsters Typhon. The creature terrified even Zeus. At this moment this being is put to sleep and is waiting for the war. Getting him to join them was not hard, the promise of never-ending powerful enemies was a sure way to make him join. Not that they lied, as Marcus Goldman can create beings for him to fight. Ku. For the time being don't come to the underworld and stay in Kuo under Marcus' protective barrier, Seraphal said to her sister. The pair of Pirajas were stupefied hearing that Crimson Lucifer was missing. That devil kind is preparing for war. All of that is far too much. Especially, since the pair of heiresses believed that their siblings were unbeatable. Rias was impacted the most since her brother and Graphia are gone. I have arranged this place to be protected. The current Leviathan said with a small smile. Marcus didn't mind arranging extra protection for this place. Which satisfied Seraphal to some degree. Same time she is wondering why he agreed on this so easily. Sister, do you know what is going on? Sona asked with an anxious look. All we know is that evil gods from hell are banding together and they are preparing for war. Since where we live we are most likely in their way. Truthfully, Seraphal has no idea yet what is going on. She is telling the most likely hypothesis the Devil Council has come up with. And my brother? Where is Serzex? Is there any news on him? Rias asked with a worried look. Now she is angry at herself for being weak. If she had more power she could have been more helpful. I am sad to say this, but Serzex has been pulled to the depths of hell. All we know is that his teleportation circle destination was Cocytus. Cocytus. The crimson-haired heiress exclaimed with horror. Isn't Cocytus the ice prison? Where are the most dangerous and wicked criminals kept? We do not doubt that he was forcefully moved to that location. I have already tried to contact Hades about this. But he is not responding. Greek gods, again. My gut feeling is telling me that Skullhead is planning something. Is it because of Athena's engagement and Artemis has been humiliated? Is Hades trying to get back at Marcus by attacking us? Seraphil's political mind is working overtime. The more she thinks, the more she sees this happening. Attacking Marcus head-on is suicidal. He has the most defensive position in the supernatural world. So what is the next best option? Attacking anyone connected to him. Which means me, or the devil kind. The current Leviathan realized that it was maybe her who caused this to happen. A guilty feeling started to gnash at her from inside. But we have to do something. He is the current Lucifer. The strongest devil. Rias argued from sheer despair. Do you think I don't know? But we can't simply walk into Cocytus. It's not our territory. It's governed by Greek gods and its prison grounds. We, like any other race, are dumbing our most notorious criminals there. But, still. Rias, the only thing you can do right now is train and practice your powers and grow stronger. You need to be prepared, just in case. The underlying tone of Satan made the girls in the room stiffly nod. But that moment golden light descended from the windows. Something large just appeared right above them. Can you sense it? Yeah, mana, huge amount of mana. It's like something dropped above us. Rias and Sona used their connection to the barriers. They are shocked to see an enormous airship. Or more like a spaceship floating above the school. The barriers didn't even react to this arrival. This is Confiscator. Marcus has sent his ship. Seraphil was shocked the most. This was his flagship, the thing which brought terror to the Pantheons. One could say this is his symbol of power. And now it is here. But why? Is he taking the security of Kuo to this level? Seraphil didn't realize that this was only 25% of the mobility his faction could use. After all, another 3 ships are on the way. What in the world? Is he mad? Revealing this to the public. Sona, while severely impressed by the sheer presence of this ship, was horrified if regular people would see it. No worries, it should not be visible to normal people. Seraphil was around 75% certain. She needs to double-check in person. Right. The voice of your tone doesn't give me confidence. The younger Citri said with a deadpan voice. She proceeded to walk towards the doors. The only one who was lagging was Rias. In turn, her peerage which was with her was lagging as well as they were looking at their king. Still, they proceeded to walk out and look at the floating ship. It was enormous. Compared to the building around them. This thing is several hundred meters long. The pair of long barrels under the belly increased the fear factor. As they were looking at the ship, they looked around to see if anyone else was looking up. To their relief, no one was gazing at the sky with terrified looks. Is this the same technology he used in that simulation run? Only now can he use it anywhere he wants. Sona realized that after thinking about this. Yes. In a way. He had hard light technology before, but he upgraded it after you visited Sotan. Me. Yes. Or more precisely when your bishop mentioned Darth Vader. Really? Momo, who was the one who mentioned it offhandedly, could only have complex feelings about this. Sure, the tech looks revolutionary. But, what about if it gets used by the wrong hands? Yes, anyway. Seraphil didn't finish talking as she saw gunships leaving one after another from the airship and landing at the back of the school. Let's go. I want to see what kind of orders these SPBA have. The current Leviathan motioned for them to walk with her. Alright. The group of devils walked around the school and saw gunships after gunships land, and Mandalorian lookalikes left the gunships and started to assume formations. It looks like they are making camp in the back of the school. Sister. I don't like armies camping in the back of our school. Sona quickly fixed herself as she was with Rias here. We can think of something. Seraphil giggled nervously. Chapter 56, Enterprise Awakens. Did you hear that? One of the devil soldiers asked his fellow soldier. Hear what? I just heard a screech. The soldiers shivered as they looked at him with annoyance. Really? Do you have to mess with us when we are guarding doors to the literal hell itself? The whole battalion of soldiers was guarding one of the entrances to the depths of the underworld. It was a massive cavern, so saying that something was screeching from it in the middle of the night made all of the men experience goosebumps. Asterisk screech. Asterisk. Before they can react, they sense a lot of movements. Something or some things moved like a blur. The soldiers tried to intercept, but their spears collided with long nails. Damn. These nails glowed with black and red power and sliced through the soldier's spear. The creature's claws cut the spear effortlessly. Power of destruction. And no way. The next second, the creature's other hand slammed through his gut, killing him. He was not the only one who lost his life. The entire battalion got killed with minimal effort. Once the coast was clear, more and more creatures poured through the cavern into the surface of the underworld. After the black armored creatures, it was hellhounds, Cerberuses, giants and other nightmare things. All this was happening all over the underworld, not just in devil territories, but in fallen parts as well. Fallen angels' lands are especially vulnerable as they don't have numbers like the devil kind has. A lot of their territories are empty. So these hell monstrosities quickly got their foothold. Governor General. I know. The current situation is bad, and there are far too many of these things. Not only that, they don't die. Azazel stabbed one of the black armored creatures. The thing collapsed but swiftly reformed and once again was rushing at him. Old man. What? The moment I get close, my demonic energy stops responding. And these things wield power of destruction and some other devil bloodline powers. Valley exclaimed as he was already fully armored in his balance breaker. That energy. I sense Ngramenu and some other things from it. Albion said through his wings. Ngramenu. The incarnation of evil. Yes, that god of evil. Damn it. Azazel pondered for a bit. But he decided that the best way to stop this is to eliminate the source. Valley, let's go. We are going for the source. Barakiel. You take the command. The head crow commanded his forces. If they have any chance, only Valley, and he could do that. No one else has enough power to face someone like Zoroastrianism's evil god. Very well. The pair proceeded to fly towards the cave entrance. They passed all the black soldiers who rushed from the caverns. There is no end of these things. Valley was shocked to see so many of these things coming from the depths of hell. That's because these are souls, all those who did not go to heaven. There are many of them, far too many, hard to count such amount. Ha ha ha. What do I see? The head crow and his pet little bat. A female voice giggled through the area. Extremely dense and terrifying energy surged in front of them. The pair stopped in their tracks and looked at the enemy before them. It was a female with pitch black hair and elvish ears. Her gothic clothes fit her dark aura. You are. Ah, yes. The ignorance of the newer race, my presence alone, would terrify any lesser god. Yet, here you are, standing in confusion. Well, no matter when I'm through with you, you will know how terrifying a primordial can be. An absurd amount of power started to radiate from her. The entire underworld started to shake. Valis started to grin from ear to ear as his power also surged, transforming into a bulkier form. He accessed his juggernaut drive with a thought. Ha! Little Bat wants to play. Fine. Let's play. The White Dragon Emperor rushed forward and tried to punch, but the black-haired girl's casual smack shattered his armor and sent him sailing away into a mountain. Azazel looked worried when he saw that. The crow pulled out something from his pocket and activated it. Oh. Do you have a toy to add to the mix? Let's see what you can do. Balance breaker. A dragon voice said from the short spear as the energy engulfed Azazel in golden armor. How amusing, head crow can make armors. My oh my. Someone is trying to imitate his daddy. The primordial made fun of the Governor General as she waited for him to attack. Something like that. I picked up a few tricks from Marcus when I visited him. The moment Azazel mentioned Marcus, the girl in front of him lost her grin, and instead, she turned serious. Question mark. The armor-clad fallen angel noticed that. He was wondering what is her story. What does Marcus have to do anything with this primordial? I see, since Marcus Goldman himself helped you, then I don't need to worry about your survival. You can easily take my full power. You can handle it, right? I don't need to worry about you breaking down for me. The more she spoke, the more sadism she radiated. Jealousy. Is she jealous? Azazel wondered about that, but before he could do anything, Nyx was already in front of him. The fallen angel couldn't even follow her movements. Slap. A powerful slap destroyed the Governor General's armor and sent him flying many miles away, shattering mountains in progress. Fake, you are fake, you said Marcus Goldman helped you. But none of his creations would shatter like this. She shook her head in denial. There were apparent signs of something going on in her. Whatever, let finish your faction off, and then, focus on devils, the primordial giggled as she rushed towards Grigori. Pained groan escaped from Azazel's mouth as he looked at the sky. He was lying in a pile of rubble created from his landing. You are not paying enough, Azazel. I didn't sign to fight Greek primordials. That was Nyx you were fighting. Have you lost your mind? That slap of hers took all of my energy to counter. If not for me, you would be a dust of blood. Fafnir started to rant in Azazel's head. That's right. The head crow asked Fafnir to become the core of his pseudo-gear many years ago. But only a couple of days ago was he able to program and organize the sacred gear to be as closely related to an authentic sacred gear as possible. I hear you. I think my spine broke, can't move my head. Lucky you, not many survive an encounter with pissed off Nyx. Yeah, so, why she is pissed off? How should I know? She is a Greek. They are either loving or mad. It turns out you lost your coin toss as today she is mad. Azazel grimaced when he heard that. Turns out Fafnir is right. He was very unlucky. Well, you are talkative this time around. I am tired and stressed. I am off to sleep, don't die on me. You are the only one who can let me out of your dodgy gear. After saying that, the head crow could hear the dragon snoozing. Shit, my body hurts. The fallen angel dismissed the scale mail and collected the orb. He grimaced from just doing that. It appears his right hand is still functioning, but the lower body is dead, his left hand included. With such injuries, he will be in hospital for a long time. Or. He looked at the orb in his hand. Yeah, sorry, Fafnir, but this is for the survival of fallen race. Azazel summoned his circle and disappeared. Appearing in an empty room, he arrived with a pile of rocks, landing on the ground with a loud thud. Ow. Governor General, I request your explanation as to why you arrived here. With luggage like this. Synthetic voice of a female brought the fallen from his pain-induced hallucination. Rai, can I ask Marcus to heal me? And talk with me as well? I am willing to give him Dragon, King, Fafnir. Midway, he passed out. It appears he used the last bit of his strength to explain. Very well. Marcus walked through the doors of his genetic wing in shorts and a t-shirt. Aurora woke him up at 2 a.m. He forgot all about sleeping when he heard that Azazel crashed into his teleportation room with a broken spine. He offered Dragon King Fafnir for healing and the opportunity to talk. Something he is more than willing to speak. Who wouldn't want a Dragon King? It was another piece of collection to his vault. How is he? Multiple injuries to his head, spine has completely shattered in multiple locations, and only a tiny portion of it functions. An image of Azazel's internal organs appeared in a window. As he looked at it, he picked a cup of hot chocolate from his kitten, who brought it for him. Well, he got quite a beat down. Sip, the inventor commented while taking a sip. Yes, he received an attack on his head, which shattered his body. It appears an outside force of some sort mitigated the damage. Scale mail. Yeah, it appears Azazel finally has semi-working gear. Though it's in alpha state. Marcus agreed with her, as Hippolyta brought an orb, the very same which she took from the crow when she brought the fallen angel to the genetics wing. Scan the orb. This dragon is from the Norse pantheon, they might want him back. Understood. What are you going to do? Atlanta asked him while looking at Azazel. The black-haired crow was floating in the medical tank. The healing process already started. Robotic hands were working on his spine at this very moment. Hades has started his invasion, and the fallen are the first victims. I will wait to see what he will propose to me. And the devils. Seraphol, Venelana, and people who are related to them might be already fighting. What is your stance against that? Hippolyta asked with a curious look. She is wondering if he will march for war. If my devils get hurt, my ladies will be teleported here. Ars Goetia is versatile enough to notice when my devils are in danger. I see, but you know it won't solve anything. Knowing you, you care what those girls think. Marcus rolled his eyes and flicked his finger on the redhead's forehead. I do. But at the same time, I won't beg to join the war. Nope, devils want me. They must fix things with their race and invite me to their war. The inventor plainly explained to his maid. The redhead slowly nodded. She understands that well enough. But she is Ares' daughter. War is part of her existence, and it's in her soul. It's itching for some war. For now. I shall analyze the new data I get from them. Not every day I get the strongest fallen angel and legitimate living dragon king fall on my lap. He smiled at Hippolyta before walking back to his workshop. Aurora, notify me when Azazel regains his consciousness. Understood, master. As he left, the pair of ex-huntresses looked at each other. I guess we should prepare for war. The Amazon queen said with a small smile. She checked the amount of points she had. The war goddess realized that she had accumulated enough to buy herself a Neo sword berth. You thinking we will be able to enter the front lines? Atlanta, with a lazy voice, walked over and leaned into Marcus' seat. She looked disinterested. Knowing him. We will be standing behind him on the bridge in his airship. Besides, his new biological models will awaken soon. With them around, I don't think we will be able to do anything. The huntress said lazily as her tail slightly moved up and down and then from side to other. The lion girl was very lazy at this moment. Since she got up at midnight, she slept with Marcus when Aurora woke them up. The lioness was there as well. She didn't care that much, but Quinella was livid from such an awakening. She didn't show her dissatisfaction to her creator, but the assistant was very angry for getting interrupted from her sacred time with her master. Quinella's anger is on the ones who are waging this war. More precisely, a super-advanced AI anger, not some anger of the average person. Atlanta is not even bothered about this whole conflict. There is no conflict when Marcus AI is preparing for something akin to genocide. There is no such thing as war in the AI vocabulary. Whoever it is, the lion girl is feeling pity for her enemies. Hey! I know that look. You lazy bum. You recently became very lazy. If you don't do something, you will grow fat. Fat? Do you think I can grow fat? I live with someone who can change my looks with a wave of a finger. Atlanta rolled her eyes and sighed in resignation. Lucky you. Anyway, I have to enjoy every moment I can. Half dead, Azazel dropped into Master's teleportation room a few minutes ago. From looks of it, the residue of aura he has around him is that of Nyx. Artemis said that to her sister over the phone. Though so much, we can't access the underworld, as it's sealed off from our end, we assume Tartarus used his abyss powers. We can't access the land of dead or any other realm in Hades' domain. Athena said with a resigned sigh. It appears the war truly has started. Not any war. Genocide of fallen and devil races. The forces they have are not just some random. They are pure evil, enchanted souls wielding powers of devils, Olympus magic and some undead spells. Those souls must endure torture just to exist, wielding those armors. Athena explained with a pained voice. Do we even know the reason for this war? Why would Hades do such a thing? Many factors, mostly likely his dislike for being saddled with more work in our situation. I do not doubt that his conquests will lead to him attacking Marcus' faction. Good luck with that. I can't see Hades winning. Master's creations haven't revealed themselves to the wider world yet. No one knows what exists in the tunnels of his faction. Artemis was more than confident after being with him for a while. I know what you mean. What concerns me is the collateral damage. And the possibility of a vacuum of power left in the supernatural world. Suppose biblical factions are to die. Marcus would take over all that space. Such an event would lead to more conflict. Doubtful, knowing Master he doesn't like expanding his lands. You must consider that you can't take everything with you. Artemis' eyes widened. Athena was right, if Marcus finds something, he will build a base around it. Well, then, tough luck. The goddess of hunt said that with a strained smile. Anyway, I have to go. Another meeting to attend. Then I will see you later. The goddess of hunt lowered her phone, a tired sigh escaped from her lips as she dropped her phone into her bed. With Athena becoming his official fiancée, the goddess of the moon can now call her sister and speak in situations like these. What now? What will Marcus will do? Such large-scale conflict brewing on horizon. The silver-haired beauty mumbled to herself as she leaned into her seat. How many years has it been? Now that she thinks about it, previous wars pale in comparison. Nyx, Erebus, those names send goosebumps even through her back. But, she believes in Marcus' advancements. She can attest to that from her experience against him. There are very few beings who could potentially be more powerful than him. This is fascinating. Dragons truly are the incarnation of power. Marcus said with an impressed voice as he looked at the data he had just gotten from scanning Fafnir. Aurora, apply the new data we got from scanning Fafnir. Already working on it. The inventor checked through the screen as he was satisfied with what he saw. With these new readings, he can apply this formula and allow the dragons to manifest outside the sacred gears. He could summon Draig and Albion as well as Vritra now. But this is not the end. The inventor has those stashed cups, so why not bring back the evil dragons? But those things are dangerous, why not modify their urges? I could alter their memories and make them more controllable. After pondering this briefly, Marcus summoned his control window and went through the sacred gears he had sealed away. Selecting the Sephiroth Graal, he activated the power of the cups. The thing is, he has connected the cups to his AI. So, in a sense, the soul world is operating like Google. Only a little bit more dangerous. The dangerous part is that Marcus could lose sight of his original goal. That's right, he checks some random people and their souls. But he swiftly gets back as he realizes that they are boring. Eventually, he downloaded the souls of evil dragons. The list is not bad. He downloaded Apophis, Grendel, Azzy Dahaka, Layden, and the Niger. For more, he didn't check as he needed to look for them individually. Now, these dragon souls are locked in orbs created the same way Big G did with heavenly dragon souls. Marcus will make gears out of them properly, but for now, since he has some time, he must check Enterprise before it is locked away forever. So he swiftly left the workshop and boarded his maglev. More than 10 minutes later, the inventor was looking at the massive ship stored in the dry docks. What a beauty. Your actions are quite random, Atlanta commented on his random behavior. I guess it is. I remembered that I did not have much time. Enterprise will awake soon, and the carrier ship needs to be ready for action. The teen explained to his lioness as he touched the ship's hull. I am certain that you are the one who decides everything. The girl will wake up when you think it's right. The huntress said that with a confident voice. I guess it is. Aren't you becoming a cheeky girl? He teased her as he realized that Atlanta was becoming outspoken, just as when they first met, when she tried to break his neck and turn his body into a pincushion. Good times. Am I? I don't know. I guess I am learning more about you the more I spend time with you. The lioness plainly explained to him. He chuckled upon hearing that. Even now, the lioness knows she can say whatever things pop into his kitten's head. Not many things could happen to her. All Marcus could do to her was push her into bed and do things. It's not like she is disobedient, she only comments on a few things. I guess you do. He pulled her closer to himself as the pair floated up and landed on the deck of the carrier ship. The deck is enormous, as big as Daedalus ship's runway. However, it's nothing compared to his confiscator. The airship is 250 meters long. Thus, the confiscator is around twice as big as the carrier ship. But that is fine. Marcus Enterprise doesn't need an enormous carrier ship since it has a mech form. A 100-meter giant mech is more than enough. As the pair explored the ship, they went to check the turrets, which will shoot hypercompressed power of destruction, an experimental tech, followed by missile pods, which, again, is experimental tech. The missile uses wave theory, which is, in simple terms, called graviton or gravity missiles. It's very destructive stuff, according to preliminary calculations. I thought you need to test the things before you use them. According to the protocol. Atlanta commented as she noticed new things he was using. Wartime exemption. Wartime is the best time to test new tech without worries. He said with crossed arms as he gazed at the new design turrets. It reminds him of turbolasers used in Star Wars. The barrel used on them is thinner, and it's packed full of compression and accelerator circles. All the barrels run on a single central system, which uses a singular rotation system to switch the ammo type. When they shoot, they are all compressed power of destruction beams. And that is just the defense of the ship. The primary offense of a carrier ship was always the fighter jets, this is no different. Enterprise has 4 prototype bombers and 24 Starscream jet fighters. All of them are custom built to fit with Enterprise-specific coloring. Marcus went the extra mile for authenticity. They all have that eagle painted on them and have secondary colors of blue and white. Such coloring makes these Starscreams unique as they don't have Decepticon colorings. No other group will have them. All of this makes Enterprise unique even among his faction. The inventor already saw the reaction of his assistant. She wasn't happy about it. And that's just cute. Apart from the weaponry, the ship has a pair of diamond heart cores, one for the ship's structure integrity and one for weapons and support. There is a large enough assembly line which can rebuild destroyed fighters and bombers. Then, the place, which was crew quarters, is now fully equipped to run SPBA. These foot soldiers are not regular either. In a sense, they are Marines. Marcus played with their coloring as well. For support, the Enterprise carries 4 gunships which can deploy these Marines. As always. You are going that extra mile. Atlanta commented on his over-the-top preparations for his newest member. But of course. Enterprise is one of my favorite World War II ships. Right. The lioness is not that easily convinced. As the observant one, she noticed the difference. She watched how he worked on the car and how he worked on the ship. Her master has a particular attachment to the biological model of the Enterprise. The huntress issue is from her lack of details. She had never heard from older members about this girl. This girl and the other silver-haired girl, the new Dragon Empress, are something they have never heard or seen him talking about before. From the looks of it, there should be a source material. Because all his created girls are very unique. It's far too special to be just a simple and random idea. Like the Silver Dragon Empress. Her name is Guyuna. Why Chinese? Why does she have extreme control over the elements? Why space? And why not time? All those require some sort of background information and a reason why. All these mysteries only make her more curious, as her master has no reason to explain. Not that she is requesting him to do that. It's simple curiosity, a simple ever-growing curiosity. You don't sound convinced. That's because you have many favorite ships. I saw the list. Does this mean you will make them all special and unique? The huntress asked with a curious look. But of course. The lioness simply smiled at him. This smile was a forced one. Part of her wonders how Quinella will feel. Marcus' first creation's special status will wind down. After inspecting the ship, a portal has stored it away in Golden Armory. With this, Enterprise is ready to awaken. However, his dragoness soul is still in an incubation state, unlike Enterprise, who got her memories from resonance with the ship. Yes, the girl will remember when she was just a vessel. On top of that, he added some subtle changes to ensure she was the Enterprise he knew. This work made him spend most of the day arranging memories, synthesizing what base SPBA know, mixing these memories up and building bridges between being a ship and a person. With the memory arrangement completed, what is left is to wait for the ship girl to wake up. I did start making Enterprise first, lack of data made me focus on Guyana. But thankfully, Valley helped me with that. Let's go back to bed, kitten. Fine. But you must get a bigger bed if you want me to continue sleeping in your parents' house. The lioness complained as the bed he was sleeping in at that moment was too small for 3 people. Consider it done. Marcus accepted it without a second thought. His hands wrapped around her waist and pulled her closer. Snuggling with his lion girl is one of the best things. Sometimes, she even uses her tail to wrap around him. And those ears are just too cute. The best part in all of this is that only he can call her cute and cuddly. If someone else does that, she will turn that person into a pincushion. Even with war ragging in the underworld, none of that touched Marcus at this moment. He returned to sleep in his bed. With lioness in his hands, he quickly snoozes off. By the time the alarm clock rang, the teen inventor decided to skip school. He needs to prepare for war and wait for Azazel to wake up. So he sent out a clone of his with the help of Realitas particles. Everything was just perfect. Master, I thought we would retrofit your parents' house. Quinella said with a slight frown as she looked at Atlanta sitting on his lap. The silver platinum-haired beauty was annoyed with his bed warmers slowly encroaching on Marcus' parents' house. It was supposed to be her haven for a bit longer. Oh, right. You can do that. I am sorta busy today. The beauty clapped her hands when she heard that. This is fantastic. Leave it to me. If you want. Oh, and don't forget to install a bigger bed. Marcus reminded her what Atlanta said last night. Of course. Good, now let's eat. With a nod, his assistant proceeded to eat. She started to hum from happiness. The reason for her happiness is that she will be able to demonstrate to his parents how dependable she is. At such a crucial point as well. As she is getting 2 rivals. Real rivals. Not some bed warmers. Fellow biological models. Such beings are making her nervous. So, she needs any sort of head start she could get. As Quinella ponders upgrades to his house, Marcus returns to his base. His destination is the genetics wings. What is his status? I worked on his spine over the whole night. I was able to restore all of his spine. But it will take a considerable amount of time for him to recover. The crow won't be fighting for several weeks. That much. Even with all my tech. We can't accelerate the recovery of the shock his body experienced. If I were to stop the painkillers, he could experience cardiac arrest. I see, this is a blind side on my part. Marcus fully agreed with what he had heard. He forgot about active nerves. I will solve it once I have time. With a new idea typed down on his notebook window, the inventor continued his work on the soul of Guyana. He has to synthesize her memories from scratch, unlike Quinella or Enterprise. So, this is the most time-consuming. Her body was ready a while ago, even the Cutahawk he used to see in her pictures didn't go unnoticed. So, all left is synthesizing the primary memories needed for full functionality. Marcus doesn't want his dragoness to be too childish or too mature. Slowly, a pair of violet eyes opened. The silver-haired beauty looked around, a look of realization manifested in the girl's eyes. She knew she was in a medical tank. The AI registered her awakening, and a subroutine started, draining all the liquid briefly. Once she could stand, she looked at the floor with some wonderment. So this is how it feels to stand on solid ground. Biological combat model, Enterprise, how are you feeling? That's a mouthful, call me Enti. Acknowledged. Where is Admiral? Admiral. The girl's eye rolled at the AI confusion as she crossed her arms under her considerable burst. Our creator. Don't be so stiff. Following orders is all fine. But I am the embodiment of a ship. Thus, your master is my admiral. Easy to follow. The beauty explained her reasoning as she left the water tank and looked around. Her memories are peculiar to her. She has a complete background in everything. But having memories doesn't mean she has done those specific things. Master is just a few rooms away, working on souls. I see, then I guess I dress up myself. Before she could do anything, the doors opened up, and grinning, Marcus walked in. Enterprise. Finally. The inventor strolled in, his pace was quick. He was in a hurry. Admiral. The beauty took a few steps and ended up hugging him tightly. Marcus, for a second, looked shocked. He was sure he had fixed her mental trauma of dying. However, one could not gloss over death so quickly. There. Welcome, I have been waiting for your awakening for a while. He patted her naked back, stroking her long hair. Yes. I am ready to serve you at the best of my capacities. From that excitement, the embodiment of a carrier ship proceeded to tell him that she was ready for action. I don't doubt you. But for now, you need to dress up. He teased his ship girl with a smirk. His tease was super effective on her, as she started to blush. All right. The silver-haired beauty stuttered as she looked around quickly, looking for her designed clothes. Chapter 57, Goldman Family. Enterprise placed her sailor's hat with an eagle symbol on it. Her eyes were on the mirror, inspecting herself in it. Her clothes were classic sailor girl uniform, a short black skirt, black knee stockings, sharp, high heels, and a white shirt. On top of that, she had her captain's hat and a black military jacket. Admiral, Enterprise is ready for military operations. The silver-haired girl turned around and looked at him, expecting orders. She knows they are in condition yellow, and war is happening. While the conflict hasn't touched them yet, she prefers a surprise assault. Marcus took a few steps and got close to his first ship girl and stroked her cheek. Now. My auntie only awakened. We can fight later. For now, you need to reach your 100%. Blush crept to her cheeks as she looked away from his gaze. I understand. My mana reserves are around 70%, it will take a few days to reach total capacity. Good girl. For now, take it easy, your admiral's orders. Yes, as you wish. She nodded respectfully, trying to keep her eyes looking at his. It was challenging for the incarnation of a carrier ship who had never done anything like this before. Marcus smiled, seeing her behaving professionally and cutely at the same time. While he had a straight face with a small smile when talking with Enterprise, internally, he was gushing and barely controlling himself. His reason is that he finally has one of his wives. He went through memory lane when he was designing Enterprise's biological model. His memories were initially vague from the teenage period, but he quickly recovered them, courtesy of his psionic powers and Athena's blessing. Now, he remembers that period quite well. Marcus remembers that Enterprise, the ship girl, not the ship, was one of an array of wives he had in the phone game. It was a gacha game where one needs to collect ship girls to fight some alien monsters. Cliché, yes, but it did its trick. Enterprise was the game's face, same with Kiana, Kaslana. For a second, he stopped in his tracks. His train of thought abruptly stopped. Wait a moment. The inventor, out of nowhere, brushed his finger down and, mentally, went through commands, opened the notebook app, and started to type down. Imaginary space is a space where anything can happen. The Herscherzers use crystals to access this space to wield their law. He typed it all down in a single breath before using his other hand to stroke his chin. He did a checklist mentally. Well, by my philandering ancestor. It appears I have everything needed to create Honkai and its powers. Admiral. Are you okay? He turned around and saw Enterprise looking at him with worry. Instead of saying anything, he dismissed the window, and his hand went to her cheek and stroked it gently, making the girl's blush return with force. Of course I am fine. I have my auntie here. Her blush turned atomic as she started to panic. What? It's okay. Why don't you join me for a cup of tea? He offered her his hand. Why yes. It would be my pleasure. The ship girl forgot her blush and swiftly accepted his hand without hesitation. As the pair left, they ignored the maids in the room. They were there the whole time. Atlanta wasn't even bothered with such action from her master since she knew that for a few days, he would be hyper-obsessed with his new creation. The lioness is one of the exceptional girls as his other maids, like Artemis, started brooding. The moon goddess is, after all, goddess, and she still has those echoes of pride. She saw the ship girl as another rival. Unlike Atlanta, who understands the pyramid of hierarchy in this place, the silver-haired goddess does not. The pyramid still eludes her. Do we know any details about this new woman? Artemis asked with crossed arms. She had that infamous frown on her pristine face. Artemis, you do realize that we have access to logs? Everyone does. SPBA already has a complete profile on her. We are part of a scientifically and magically hyper-advanced faction. Profiles do exist. Lu Fei said while massaging her forehead. Why does she have to be part of this group of inept people? Oh. Show me. The witch swore under her breath about annoying Greeks. With a finger stroke, she summoned her window. Panic appeared on her face as she quickly dismissed the pop-up window. It was a gallery with over 3,000 pictures of Marcus Goldman. Atlanta and Hippolyta, who saw this, grinned like a pair of cats. They can't wait to tease this cold witch. As I was saying, just go to projects and press on to check the logs. Lu Fei ignored the looks the pair were giving to her. The list is here. As you can see, there is a whole list of things. The Pendragon girl pointed to the logs, her eyes noticed something interesting. Oh, wow. Master ordered 3 new airships, expanded the SPBA by 300% and rearranged the space station building queue. The blonde witch sounded intrigued by the new information. So he is preparing for war. Hippolyta was pleased by this news. The question is if we are going to fight. Jean chipped in from the side. The reincarnation of the saint wants to know if she can prove herself in this conflict. More spending points are always good in her books. Depends on the enemies. Atlanta pondered as well. Depending on how big the war will be, if the front lines are broad, they could be sent out. But, after seeing the pair of silver-haired beings made and almost entirely ready for war in just a week, there is a chance they won't have a chance to fight. Depending on how he produces them, Marcus could mass-produce super beings en masse and overrun any battlefield. All of that depends on his whims. That doesn't matter. Artemis snapped the maids out of their thoughts. Now, show me information about this girl. Sheesh. Relax. Lu Fei grimaced, seeing the infamous Greek goddess outburst. With a finger motion, the witch pressed on the newest entry. All the maids gathered around her, they wanted to learn about the ship girl. They saw a picture of Enterprise's face on the left, while the right side had biometrics and statistics. Full name, Enterprise CV-6. ID number, MGOC-02. Classification, Biological Combat Model, Ship. Type of energies, Tukey, Magic, Psionic. SPBA rank, Commander, Separate Brigade. Combat Strength, Pantheon Tier. Armaments, Neo-Sacred Gear, Freedom Call, Bow Type. Enterprise CV-6, Golden Armament. Linkage to Golden Armory, yes. Linkage to Neo-Heaven System, yes. Protocol Overwrite, no. Flagship, Enterprise CV-6, MGTS Class, Experimental/Wartime Exception. Additional traits, built-in Aurora Network HUD, Experimental/Wartime Exception. She is classified as Pantheon Tier. Even Quinella isn't at that tier. Lu Fei got spooked by the details, her eyes with curiosity looked at the new additions to the list that were not there. I don't know how to feel about that. I mean, how does he know it has enough power to level a pantheon? Artemis questioned with a huff. Sure, he might have defeated her, but her pantheon has some crazy beings. That's because of the ship. Atlanta, who saw Enterprise in person, pointed it out. She can summon an enormous ship with the firepower to level many things, including a pantheon. Show me Quinella's page. I want to see what she is packing. Atlanta asked the witch, there was a curious glint in the lioness' eyes. Sure, 1 second. Lu Fei went through a few windows, entering the central database and selecting the assistant's profile page. Full name, Quinella Aurora. ID number, MGOC-01. Classification, Biological Assistant Model, A.I. Type of energies, Tukey, Magic, Psionic. SPBA rank, Second in Command. Combat Strength, Superclass. Armaments, none. Linkage to Golden Armory, yes. Linkage to Neo-Heaven System, yes. Protocol Overwrite, yes. Flagship, none. Disappointing. I thought she had several things stashed away. But she has nothing. Quite barren. The maids commented on the AI's lack of things. They are ignoring that Quinella is not supposed to be a combat model in the first place. Hey, can we check Master's profile page? Hippolyta asked with a glint in her eyes. Sure, let me raise it. Lu Fei casually agreed to the request. With a few brushes of her finger, the witch revealed his profile page. Full name, Marcus Goldman. ID number, 0000. Classification, none, creator. Type of energies, Tukey, Magic, Psionic. SPBA rank, Supreme Commander. Combat Strength, Planetary, last measured 37 days ago. Armaments, all weapons. Linkage to Golden Armory, yes. Linkage to Neo-Heaven System, yes. Protocol Overwrite, yes. Flagships, Confiscator, Daedalus Class. Scavenger, Attila Class. Satisfied. Lu Fei asked the goddess who was reading the profile page. Yes, looks interesting, I will check my own later. After satisfying their curiosity, the maids returned to their jobs. They look awkward just standing in the medical tank room and looking at one holographic screen. Sure, let's ignore that he has the potential to blow up a planet. The blonde witch mentally commented on that one glaring detail on the page. She returned to Enterprise's page and looked at the new experimental stuff he used in the new ship girl creation. The longer this continues, the more evident it is that Marcus is making a pantheon whether he wants it. It's happening on its own. What is it? Do I have to meet your parents? Enterprise asked with a nervous look. Yes. You have to. I need to show one of my greatest creations. The ship girl slowly nodded her head. Her admiral's enthusiasm makes her nervousness buffered down quite a bit. It doesn't change the fact that it's embarrassing. She had no time to gather herself. Seeing such important people means that she needs to prepare. Mentally, at least. She was ready for war because of the yellow condition, yet she must endure this. As the driveway lowered down, the pair walked out of the underground garage. The silver-haired girl looked around and took a deep breath. So this is land, feels nice. The ship girl slowly looked around. As a ship, her memories come from sailing the waters and fighting. Then, transitioning into a biological model excited her to experience the other side. Peaceful, isn't it? One of the reasons why I like this place this much is the quiet. Reminds me of the ocean. Enterprise agreed before adding some more. I mean the journey itself, battles can be loud. Indeed. Now let's go, Dad should be at home by now. Yes. As the pair entered the house, Marcus could see 3 Aurora bots doing some manual labor. His assistant's get-up was that of a manager with glasses and a high ponytail. Does she have a cosplay fetish? Her seriousness for specific tasks transcends work and touches her clothes as well. For a moment, he wondered if it was his doing. Has his hidden anime geekiness touched his creations? The inventor looked at his ship girl and her 100% authentic clothes. Yes, I guess it is my influence. Master. You are back. Quinella, like a butterfly, glided over to his side and hugged his arm as if not seeing him for several hours was a big deal. Eventually, she noticed the other girl standing on his right side since the assistant hugged his left hand. Enterprise. Yes. Assistant Quinella. It is a pleasure. The silver-haired girl greeted the fellow platinum-haired girl. There was a weird sort of tension between those two. But Enterprise is an incarnation of a ship, not a proper human. So, it annoys her more that her admiral uses other ships instead of her. But there is still a tension between these two, being his creations. One can't escape biology, they want to impress him. Likewise. Quinella nodded and then looked at Marcus, who was watching them interact. The pair won't bicker in front of him, nope, that's a one-way ticket to seeing the disappointed face of their creator, and that is something they don't want. Master, check out all the things I have upgraded, she started to pull him deeper into the house. Enterprise followed the pair, the ship girl has a built-in HUD, which helps her to adjust to this new life. Everything of interest is highlighted and explained to her. They went to the living room. The room felt enlarged as Aurora bots had removed the useless furniture and used that material to create a wall-sized TV. Did you ask my dad if he wanted this? Before Quinella can answer, his father walks into the room from the kitchen. Mark. These robots. Can I keep one for myself? They make just the best sandwiches. Roland said holding a half-eaten sandwich in his hand. The older Goldman then noticed a new girl standing just behind Marcus. New creation. The inventor's father had a gut feeling. He noticed that his son's creations have this peculiar style in dressing up. What gave it away? Marcus asked his father. Instead of answering, he raised his eyebrow as if asking, really? Fine, yes, she is. She is a ship girl. The inventor swiftly got behind Enterprise and placed his hands on her shoulders. She is a living embodiment of a carrier ship Enterprise CV-6. I recovered from the Pacific Ocean. After doing all the fixing and retrofits, I decided to use the ship in some fashion. So, with the discovery of resonance, I created an embodiment of a vessel which can control the ship like her own limbs. So, she is the soul of a warship. That's. The man pondered for a bit before sighing in resignation. I know your mother will kill me, but that's amazing. Don't worry, I have a solution. Why don't I bring the Titanic from the Atlantic Ocean and give it to her? She always cries when she sees that movie. Marcus suggested that as he was still holding Enterprise's shoulders and slightly leaning into her. Silverhead's face was straight the whole time, but internally, she barely held herself from blushing. It's a cruise liner, where would you keep it? And where is the carrier ship? Roland massaged his forehead from the sheer absurdity of his son's suggestion. Auntie's ship is in a different space, and we could have Titanic in the docks. It's not like it's that big. Marcus rolled his eyes. He is confident in the dock space he has built. Ugh, fine, to keep her from freaking out, we need to distract her. Admiral, I could recover Titanic if you wish. It would be an adequate testing mission. The beauty suggested to her creator. Admiral, huh? It appears you are flying through ranks, son. Roland joked as it was the only thing he could do after that whole strange theme of conversation. It's natural for me to call him like that. As regular humans say, it's a gut feeling. So how does it work? After getting the weirdness digested, more like overwhelmed by curiosity, Marcus' father wanted to understand what this girl was, for real. Works what? Enterprise asked with confusion, but before they could progress, Marcus started to pull her to the couch. Why don't we take a seat first? Okay. Once they were seated, the conversation continued. At the same time, Quinella looked at this with inflated cheeks. It's only for a while, it's only for a while. She is a battle model. Not an assistant one, just a battle model. The assistant chanted to calm her annoyance and get her jealousy under a grip. It would be very embarrassing if she were to snap. Fine, I will finish with retrofits first. Then I can steal the spotlight. Underworld, fallen territory. Retreat. I hold them off. Barrakiel exclaimed with a commanding tone. Don't be ridiculous. They are going to kill you. Shemhazai exclaimed with annoyed anger. Then what do you suggest we do? If I don't hold them off, we will be overwhelmed, and fallen angels as a species will die off. The remaining cadre stopped for a bit and looked around. Those dark creatures, evil versions of heavenly dragons and Greek primordials, have butchered off the majority of them, with a small amount of them remaining. Fine. I will make sure we escape properly. Shemhazai thoughtfully nodded as he had a hardened look. Good, if you see my daughter, tell her I am sorry. Barrakiel flew away after saying that. He called forth his mana and made himself into a beacon to attract attention. Hordes of creatures and the pair of primordials noticed him, roars of evil dragons followed. Let's go. We don't have much time. The fallen angel motioned for his comrades to move. The rest looked where Barraquel went for a second before rushing after Shemhazai. The fallen angels will not forget Barraquel's sacrifice. They will return with allies to beat these invaders. With devils. Seraphal, with the other two Satans, Ajuka and Falbium, looked at the map on the table. So far, we figured out that they are Greek, Norse, and Persian in origin. I have already contacted those pantheons and asked for clarification. Norse answered the first as they promised to send Thor and Baldur to deal with Loki and his giants assisting these primordials. Greeks told me that Hades has sealed his realm of the dead, and they can't enter it through their side. And what else do they say? Well, Zeus didn't offer anything. He told us it's our fault for living so close to the, I quote, dumping grounds of the pantheons. Nyx and Erebus don't answer to Olympus. Hell, Zeus is afraid of primordials. So it is not a surprise he won't offer anything. Just great. Aha, since we can't ask the Greeks for help to deal with them, why not send Marcus Goldman to widen his collection? Seraphal suggested to the pair. You think Marcus will come to our aid? He is to be married to Athena, so by extension, Greeks are related to him. Ajuka's and Falbium's eyes bulged out when they heard that. A human marrying a goddess. What in the world has happened? If this is the case, then we can invite him. I will deal with the council myself. Ajuka quickly caved in. At first, he was reluctant because he was unsure what the men would want. But if it's a family thing. Don't get me wrong. Marcus wants research materials, and it just turns out there are many of these materials running around in the underworld. Being engaged to Athena is just a good excuse. I see, it's an excellent point to point out. I will remember this in future reference when I ask for Marcus' assistance. Ajuka nodded as his gaze returned to the map. Apart from that, they are not attacking us yet. That's because they are securing areas which we haven't taken control over. There are many mountains and other sites with little to no access. They will prove perfect for them to use as forward bases. Falbium explained with a serious voice. It's only a matter of time. Once they are all set, we will be in trouble. From scouts who witnessed the fall of fallen angels, they have 3 dragons, evil versions of Drake, Albion, and Azidahaka itself. They are monsters who only get stronger and more developed as we speak. The current Asmodeus responsible for military affairs explained about the dragons under the control of the gods of hell. This is just great. We have to face heavenly dragons as well. Seraphal sarcastically complained. Many of these combatants are above our fighting strength. Falbium reminded her. Yeah, we need Marcus Tech to fight off those black armored beings. We need cannon fodder just like these gods have. Meantime, with hell forces. Pity, the little crows escaped our wrath. Nyx, with sadistic glee, commented on the escape of fallen angels. Doesn't matter, sister. We have their lands, and Ngramenu can proceed with his ritual. We have more than enough space. I guess, but it saddens me that they escaped even if they were much weaker. They won't run away for long. Once we seal off the underworld, they won't have a place to run, hide, or retreat. We will take them out one by one if need be. Erebus smoothly explained how they would exterminate the remaining fallen angels. As the pair continued the conversation, the other gods arrived. Tartarus, with Ngramenu, proceeded to begin the ritual to seal off the underworld and turn it into their backyard, where they could play as much as they wanted. Nyx's and Erebus creations, Hypnos and Orinos, joined the ritual as they started to add magic related to dreams and sleep. Their powers are an excellent addition to this ritual, as the weaklings will fall asleep, and the hell forces can take them down in their sleep and add them to their ranks as undead wraiths. A nice garden. As the four gods started to work on the ritual, Loki and Hel arrived to see the primordials. Odin is sending Thor and Baldur. My daughter just notified me of their imminent departure. The god of mischief and the frost giant said with a frown. Erebus and Nyx noticed the newest addition to their cause, Hel, the goddess of the Norse underworld. Problematic but not unexpected, we have prepared for such a possibility. Erebus pulled something from his shadow and threw it at the Norse god, who caught it casually. This is something Ngramenu created in case others started poking their heads into our business. I am not a big fan of that Phantom's creations. What happened to that crow is proof. Loki complained about the way they acquired Surzek's power. Kokabeel was expandable, and you are not. However, this amulet is dangerous. You will acquire Thor's power for a price. It's a technique based on an evil curse, and it will kill Thor. The power you will receive will be darkened, it will permanently mark you. Father. The goddess Hel wasn't pleased to hear what would happen to her father. It's okay. Very well, I will do it. Maybe this will wake that old geezer up. Once, 2 of his sons died. Erebus smirked upon hearing that. Sure, just don't die there. The primordial said with a knowing look. The god of mischief nodded. After that, he walked away to his devices. He didn't hear the last words Erebus said. You wouldn't want to know what will happen when you die after getting Thor's power. Ngramenu is called evil incarnate for a reason. Back in Marcus-controlled lands. Are you sure it's fine? A girl with auburn hair asked the older girl with black hair and brown eyes. Meeting the king like that? Without mentioning that we are arriving. The girl continued with her nervous mumbling. It's okay. It's not like we are doing anything strange. Besides, I am bringing you there. You wanted to meet the next Solomon, the king of magic, with your sacred gear. You will surely get his attention. The older girl softly encouraged her to calm down. How can I be calm? Sounds of futuristic engines stopped them in their tracks. Multiple gunships arrived in the airport area. The aircraft's doors opened as armored soldiers jumped out from them. Either they were jumping out, using ropes or other means. Before long, the armored men surrounded the pair of girls. Magicians, identify yourself. One of the armored men announced through a loudspeaker. Oof, it appears my brother wasn't expecting me at all. I don't think your brother knows that you are a witch. He should know. I told him a bunch of times. The older woman complained with a frown. I am Lillian Goldman, Marcus Goldman's sister. The armored men instantly got confused as they looked at each other and started to mumble something about data, not computing. 3 of the soldiers walked over and inspected her from a different angle. Information we have on you doesn't match with what we see. According to the protocol, we need to see evidence. The leading soldier explained to the older girl. Sure, here is my passport. The witch gave the passport to the leading soldier. The Mandalorian lookalike took the ID and started to scan with his HUD. This is confusing. I need to contact the High Command. The soldier just got even more confused because the passport does match, but he is sensing mana from the witch, which should not be the case. He turned away and proceeded to contact the High Command. Ma'am. I have Lillian Goldman here, who says she is Creator's sister, but I guessed. They have no idea you are a witch. The girl with auburn hair complained to the older witch. I guess they don't. I won't be surprised since I left my brother to pursue his goals. How could I know Solomon's book would choose him as his successor? I guess. My apologies. You are all clear, we shall take you to your parents' home. They all are waiting. Great, then let go. Come on, Meredith. See coming. For a moment, Rose forgot about the robots improving their home, and instead, they went outside to see the arriving gunship. Marcus' mother is still processing the hyper-technology stuff she sees in front of her. The woman is still eyeing her son for creating another woman. You don't just make people like that. As the gunship arrived, the side doors opened, and Rose finally saw the so-called Mandalorians. They had futuristic rifles. In other words, they were legitimate soldiers who could kill. My thanks for the lift. Lillian thanked the soldiers as she and another much younger girl exited the gunship. The pleasure is ours, we apologize for the confusion. As the Mandalorian lookalike apologized, they saluted Marcus before returning to the gunship and flying away. Well, that was fun. Not every time I get a lift from a LAAT piloted by Mandalorians. Lillian said that while she looked at the disappearing gunship. I don't understand. You said you were in the capital. But, my SPBA picked you up from the national airport. Marcus said that while taking a step forward. I was in the capital, I never said which nation's capital, though. I see, and the whole witch thing. He motioned at her get up. Lillian was dressed in blue robes accompanied by a witch hat. She was a bona fide witch. You look surprised, little brother. How many times have I mentioned that I was a witch? I thought it was a witch in a ha-ha, not the real deal. Marcus looked at her with an awkward look as he was still processing this. Well, does this prove it? She lifted a finger, and a blue and golden circle appeared around her finger. Marcus had leaned forward and then back, he massaged his forehead, he needed to recharge, so he leaned into his ship girl's shoulder. I think my brain just farted. I need to reboot. The inventor mumbled while leaning into his ship girl. The incarnation of the warship patted his head while softly saying, there. Mark, are you that shocked? Rose couldn't understand her son at this moment. You have turned an AI into a girl, then you turned a warship into a biological girl. And you are saying that you are shocked that Lillian is a witch. The older Goldman lady looked at her daughter. By the way, we will talk about you hiding that too. Of course I am. It's monumental, Mom. It's not like it's hard to solve equations. You won't find it hard when someone gives you 10 euros, and you give 2 euros back in exchange. It's the fundamentals of math. Ugh, don't give me that nonsense. You know well enough that it's not that simple. If you asked me that a couple of months ago, then I would have agreed with you. Sigh. Why can't my children be normal? In the end, Rose just gave up. After an awkward reunion, the group returned to the house. For a couple of minutes, the pair of magicians inspected the house upgrades. The obvious gaze from Marcus towards the auburn-haired girl makes the older sister finally introduce the girl to him. Let me introduce you to Meredith Ordenton. She is a member of Golden Dawn just like I am. I thought you were a hairdresser in the capital. The inventor commented with an eye roll. And I am. I do own a hair salon in London. Lillian cheekily smirked at her little brother. And I thought you were just a teen who attends school and, in his free time, tinkers in his garage. The older Goldman sibling can play the same game. Indeed, that is what I do. Aha, lying through his teeth with a straight face. Mr. King of Magic with armies powerful enough to terrify Greeks. All that from my garage, believe it or not. Marcus continued with his tune, which made his witch sister give up and instead focus on the auburn-haired girl beside her. As I was saying, this is Meredith. She has a powerful sacred gear. I wanted to show her to you, well, she wanted to see her idol. Lillian. What? It's the truth. Idol. Marcus interrupted the pair. Yes. You are the king of magic if you haven't realized. I know that, how do you know? Mom. Remember? You said to them, and they said to me. Sigh. Baltic Sea coastline. An old man with a group of armored women appeared on the beach. They looked at the resort town in front of them. My lord, is it all right for us to drop in like that? It's okay. He will come here in a few short minutes. The one-eyed man said with a smirk. He can already sense a massive vessel moving towards their location. Chapter 58, A Visit from Odin. Latia has freaked out with the whole war situation. First, the Fallen get invaded and crushed in moments, and then Marcus accelerates his projects with disregard for regular people. The blonde devil has acquired over 70% of the land for the spaceport. But the remaining 30% was a village, and her family was subtly removing people from it at this moment. And now, she needs to hurry as the construction work has already started. The issue is that the space center is underground, and now they need to build a building above the center. That building is not some average thing. It's several kilometers tall. And 14 kilometers in diameter. It's the biggest thing in human history. People from the city not far from it can see it without binoculars. It's a massive object. Realitas would work briefly, but the particles don't work in rainy situations. The moment it starts raining, the building will be visible. However, for a moment, she needed to forget about this, as when she was at the site, someone activated the nationwide barrier alert system. Great, what now? The blonde focused on the barrier and saw Odin. At the edge of the barrier system, he was waiting at the beach. Latia, take Icarus, the airship just rolled out from the assembly line. Marcus directly spoke to her mind. Why you want me at the helm? It doesn't matter anymore. My sister is with Golden Dawn. They already know I am Solomon's heir. Right, let's just terrify my people more. Not only do they have to worry about evil and dark gods, but Solomon as well. It is what it is. I can't change the hand devils have. However, I can assist them. For a price. As you wish, my master. In the end, all she can do is follow her master. A gunship arrived and picked her up from the village she was working in. A few moments later, she saw Icarus, the second Daedalus-class airship, rise from the space center. It was an identical ship to Confiscator, only it had a name carved on the side of it with the serial number 02. Icarus, the son of Daedalus, a pair of father and son who wanted to fly. The sun flew too high, too close to the sun, the wax from the wings melted away, and the sun perished by falling into the sea. I do hope the same fate doesn't follow this airship. The blonde girl was pondering on Greek myths. The gunship landed on the runway inside of the airship. The devil girls looked around inside the ship. She was awed to see that the vessel was fully equipped. It only was, what, a couple of days. That's right. The Space Center constructed this in a matter of a few short days. Including the Starscream jet fighter squads and an entire battalion of SPBA. Such production speed is unnatural. Even for Marcus. Did he beef up his assembly lines? That's stupid. Of course Master did. It should be obvious. Energy for him is not an issue. The issue is how quickly he can assemble things and how fast he can grow his soldiers. Power is not an issue and never was. So, inventing faster and more streamlined methods is all he needs to produce massive vessels in just a few short days. A couple of beautiful females dressed in military uniform walked over to Latia. Mistress Latia, the airship Icarus is ready for its maiden voyage. Shall we set course to the Baltic Sea coastline? Yes. Do so. We can't make Odin wait for long. Otherwise, we will look unprofessional. Of course. Master sent word that he will catch up with us soon. According to him, he can't waste this opportunity to speak with a chief god. I see. That's a relief. Latia was relieved at the same time. She realized that it was true. Marcus had never spoken with a head of a pantheon before. The vampires don't count, as they are a lesser faction. The blonde followed the officers towards the bridge. The devil girl had never been in one of these airships before. As silly as it sounds, she wanted to see the interior. And my lord. One of the Valkyries squeaked, seeing a massive airship arrive to greet them. Its turrets pointed at them as the front opened, and jet fighters proceeded to leave the vessel and circle the area. Relax, they won't shoot us. The young man is very interested in us. Odin lifted his hand, motioning for his Valkyries to calm down. Right. The warrior girls gulped down seeing all the mech and gunships leaving the airship and dropping soldiers off, which, in the process, the soldiers started to surround them. My, what a spectacle. So professional. The old chief god slowly nodded to himself while seeing everything before him. Swoosh. The sound of energy-cutting air spread through the area as an armored man descended from the sky. The armored being slowly floated down, the helmet retracted, revealing a teenage male. I wasn't expecting guests. It's already past midnight. May I ask what brings you to my little country? Ah, Marcus Goldman, we come in peace. My name is Odin, and I am the chief god of the Norse. You might have heard about me. The old man introduced himself while stroking his beard in a relaxed fashion. There was no sign of alertness from the ancient god. It was as if he was on a holiday trip. Odin, you say? Well, what a guest. Why don't we take this on my new airship? It just rolled out from the assembly line. Fine by me. A few moments later, a gunship landed in front of Odin. The chief god walked inside of it with leisure in his steps. While his Valkyries were the opposite, they were all skittish. As the gunship went up, another ship floated over next to Icarus. It was a carrier ship. Enterprise, being the Girl Scout, went after her admiral as she received no orders to stand down or mobilize, nothing. So, being a good girl, she went right after her creator. When she arrived next to Icarus, she floated to the airship and landed in the hangar bay side entrance. Her vessel shimmered into golden particles and ceased to exist. It has returned to the armory. Admiral. NT. Marcus looked at his ship girl, who walked over to his side. He was at the armory, robotic hands were taking off his armor. As the robotic hands stored the armor, he walked over to her side. What are you doing here? You are about to meet a strong god. I thought I should be by your side at such an event. She seriously explained to him. His reply was a smile as he lifted his hand and stroked her chin. My auntie is so cute when she is this thoughtful. Her cheeks turned red when she heard that. Admiral, not now. We are having important guests. She exclaimed with mock anger. Right. He stopped teasing her and, instead, turned around and took his lab coat from a soldier who brought it over for him. Let's meet the chief Norse god. Marcus put on his coat while motioning his ship girl to follow him. Yes. As the gunship landed, the side doors opened, Odin walked out and looked around. The hangar bay was full of soldiers and advanced technology. Just how advanced is this Marcus Goldman? Silver-haired Valkyrie looked terrified and awed. Her voice could barely hide the panic she was feeling. Advanced enough to assist us. The chief god simply replied to her. Right. Now follow me, I want him to see what we can offer. The ruler of Asgard said with a smile. His words have somewhat confused the Valkyries. What does he mean? They didn't realize that Odin planned to sell his Valkyries to form an alliance. And why not? He has too many of them as it is. As the group from Asgard walked over, they saw Marcus Goldman dressed in flip-flops, casual slacks meant for running, a simple t-shirt and a lab coat. His clothes were a telltale of laziness, something he pulled out randomly from his wardrobe. I apologize for my clothes. I was sleeping when you decided to drop in. No worries. I would have chosen a better time, but as we speak, something big is happening in the underworld which requires me to come to see you. Odin went straight to the point. He even ignored the massive source of mana next to Marcus, unlike his Valkyries, who were staring with disbelief and growing horror. That girl was as strong as God. Oh. What do you have to do with the underworld? Normally nothing. Norse has its own 9 realms. We have northwest connection to that place. However, Loki has joined the side of the gods of hell and is pulling my pantheon's reputation through the dirt. I have already sent Thor and Baldur to assist the devils, I would request you to join. And I am willing to pay you handsomely. Interesting. Come, let's get some tea. I don't get visits from chief gods that often. Marcus motioned for them to follow. They walked towards the main lift, which could take them to the bridge, but the bridge was not their destination. Tell the bridge to set course towards Scandinavia. I drop my guests there once we finish with our discussion. Marcus said to his silver-haired companion. As you wish. Now, back to your request. I assume there is something big going on that you need my assistance. Thor and Baldur are not weaklings. The teen inventor returned to the conversation with the chief god. My sons are powerful, but they are at a disadvantage. Loki took his ice giants and Fenrir, if my sources are correct, then Hel has joined him as well. Fenrir, that's a god's lair. Precisely, I don't want my sons to die before my time. And worse of all, if Fenrir gets on the loose, he will destroy the devil kind. I am not even mentioning what those dark gods have with them. And here you are offering me to go there. I assume you have something good to offer for me to join that battle. Marcus asked him as they arrived on their floor. The lift doors opened as they walked towards a meeting room. I have some offers. Not that I need much to persuade. You have a relationship with the devil kind, being the next Solomon. One of the devils is in this airship as we speak. Odin smiled while saying that. Enterprise, who was behind Marcus for a second, stiffed. She knew it was supposed to be a secret that her creator was the successor. So the news came that far. The teen ignored Enterprise's stiffness. Nope, I did my investigation. Being a ruler for so long has become boring. I needed some entertainment, and watching you was just that. The ancient god said with a sagely voice. Ah, yes. People sometimes forget that Odin is the god of wisdom as well. I am not surprised, and you are right. It doesn't take me much to interfere in this war. You could say I am procrastinating and waiting for devils to beg. Amused snort. I see. Well, then, you don't need to worry, I will help you. You can enter that place with my permission. In a sense, you are doing a favor to the Norse pantheon. You are my representative there to deal with Loki and his forces. You can collect any trophies you want from this war. Anything Loki works with is fair game, including Fenrir and Hel. Even those two. Isn't Hel your underworld goddess? Odin waved his hand casually when he heard the question. It is evident that she will be a hassle. I plan to seal Loki away, and Fenrir and Hel will try to release him. It's better if they stay with you. The chief god shrugged his shoulders. In other words, they are troublemakers, and you will leave those with me. Precisely, you have a reputation in dealing with goddesses. There was a grin on the old man's face. You are not wrong there. Indeed. As I said, you can collect everything you want from that war. Greeks have washed themselves from this. Devils have no power, and fallen angels have ceased to exist as a faction. That leaves only your faction. Precisely, and I am inviting you to do your thing. To make it more interesting, I am even offering an alliance. Marcus blinked a couple of times. You didn't misheard me. As you said, I am a god of wisdom, and my eye sees more than others can see. This, are you sure? I am someone who does as I please. Being in cohorts with me is a first-class ticket to trouble. I do know that you have a close relationship with Greeks, how close I don't know. But I am a betting man. I know you are becoming a superpower like no other. That is something I want to see. I see you want a front row seat. Indeed. Honestly, you are the first leader of a pantheon who approached me like this. Fine, I agree. What is this alliance you speak of? Marcus is willing to agree just from the simple fact that Odin doesn't have a pole in his ass like other pantheon leaders. Nothing major, simple non-aggression pact. I am even willing to offer you a gift, or more like gifts. Gifts? Yep. I have brought the best Valkyries my Asgard has produced. Pick any two you like. They will be yours. All the armored girls' eyes bulged out. This bribery was what their god was planning. He is going to give them away. You came prepared. Marcus was more amused than shocked. He should have known the old fox could pull something like that from his ass. Of course. Youngster. You should know that I take pride in my preparations. I know you are a collector. You collect sacred gears, you collect females. He then looked at Enterprise. You even turn warships into females. You are just like me, a man of culture. Men, like us, should stick together. PFFFF, ha 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 ha. You are right. I never expected to hear this from a chief god. But this is refreshing. The teen inventor laughed out loud when he heard that. While the successor of Solomon was enjoying this conversation, unlike the Valkyries, the warrior maidens were blushing and looking away in shame. They can't believe their god would speak like this. It's a good thing we are on the same page. Odin snapped his fingers, and a scroll appeared on the table. He then used magic to make the scroll reveal its content. This is the non-aggression treaty, read through it. The one-eyed god motioned for the scroll to fly to Marcus' side. The inventor grabbed it and read through the content. He read through the whole thing in a few short moments. Looks good enough. It has all the basics one would have for such a treaty. With hand motion, a pen appeared, and he started to write on it as Odin had already signed his part. Once Marcus finished signing, the one-eyed god motioned with his hand, and a copy of the scroll appeared and floated over to his side. With this, the paperwork is done. Now, why don't you tell me which Valkyries you want to keep? The old god grinned while making the scroll disappear. Lord Odin, it's not appropriate. One of the Valkyries finally spoke up. Please. None of you have boyfriends. I am doing you a favor. The chief god waved his hand in dismissal before looking at Marcus. Young man. I have issues with the current generation of Valkyries. They don't have boyfriends and are constantly nagging me as if it's my fault. We don't nag you for that. Don't make it up. The blue-haired Valkyrie huffed with some anger. See. They are getting angry at me for their shortcomings. That's the reason why I am thinking of shrinking their ranks. Which one do you want? That blue-haired one is currently Brynhildr, the one with red eyes and blonde hair is Thrud, maybe you want that with silver hair. She is Ross Weiss, exceptionally talented in overall magic. Odin smoothly suggested, making the three girls blush even harder. I thought Brynhildr is your daughter. She was the original one, I mean, but that was a long time ago. I have made her name into a title. The leader Valkyrie gets the title of Brynhildr. I see, in that case, you can keep your Brynhildr since she is the leader. I can take the other two you offered. Marcus looked at the blonde Valkyrie. She looked just like Thrud from Fate Grand Order, the only difference was she didn't have those two tiny wings which operated like antennas on her head. Fantastic. The chief god looked ecstatic before looking at the Valkyries. You two will be serving Marcus. He will offer better working deals than your current job, that much I am certain. You have quite the confidence in my employment options. The inventor was somewhat shocked by what he heard from Odin. Please, no need to sugarcoat it. You have means of infinite energy generation. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been stuck in such a small area. Your war machine is rapidly growing, but your territory is not. And no, your vampire conquest doesn't count towards your governed territory. You haven't touched those areas. Marcus slightly frowned from hearing that. Odin was like that old CEO who knew what the new CEO was doing like the back of his hand. It was impressive and a little bit concerning, these gods of wisdom can be a pain in the butt. Hey, you are right. The teen simply agreed. There is no need to hide something that is obvious. He then used his link with Latia. He decided to leave the Valkyries for the blonde devil. He knows his Astaroth pillar will explain the perks of working for him. Precisely, serving you will be far more interesting than this old man. The chief god nodded before looking back at the duo of Valkyries. Now, off you two go. Be but Lord Odin. Rossweiss complained as she didn't know what to say. Don't embarrass me further, I am trying to solidify the relationship between our two factions. Your job is to follow my orders. So do that, or should I dismiss you? You understood. It's funny how Rossweiss was the only one who complained, as Thrud was already standing behind Marcus and waiting for orders. The girl was exactly how she was in Fate Grand Order. She follows every command. A few moments later, a blonde girl with blue tips opened the meeting room doors and entered. Excuse me, master, you called me. Latia respectfully bowed. Is this the devil you turned into your pillar, Marcus? Odin asked curiously. Latia Astaroth, my Astaroth pillar. What a surprise, you turned Ajuka Beelzebub's niece into your pillar. It's not that surprising, considering my other pillars. Let me guess, you could cripple their whole race with a single move. Odin grinned, he finds it amusing, as god of war, such crippling moves certainly make his day. Something like that. The blonde devil slightly frowned upon hearing that. But she didn't comment. It's not her place to do that. Latia, these two have been gifted to me. Tell them the overall picture, and of course, this girl here, Rossweiss, cares a lot about her employment situation. The silver-haired Valkyrie looked somewhat ashamed for a bit. The tone of his voice tells her that he found it amusing. But it's not amusing to her. Her salary as Valkyrie and Odin's assistant is abysmal. She wants to know if she will get better. Of course. Leave this to me. Latia understood his assignment, she then motioned for two of them to follow her. At the base. Phew, finally done. Who would have thought there are that many things to learn about when it comes to maids? Valerie Teep sighed as she finished with her last simulation. She scored 100 out of 100 points in the maid's exam. However, the moment she is out of the entertainment dome, she is greeted by the head maid and the goddess of the moon. The pair of silver heads looked intimidating when they were together like this. How can I help? Valerie Teeps. Master has an assignment for you. Oh. He wants you to be his representative in Kuo, where Rias Gremory and Sona Citri currently reside. Head maid explained with a professional voice. It sounded far too great. Valerie nearly squealed from happiness, but she controlled herself. But. Knowing him, he wants to test you out, Artemis said smoothly. I see, it makes sense. Of course, he wants to see my allegiance. Valerie had no doubt he was expecting her almost to give herself to the devil just to be close to her childhood friend. But the blonde Drampier didn't spend excessive time studying the art of being a maid just for nothing. Then, I shall do what he wishes of me. Good, then follow me, I shall teleport you to Kuo. Artemis motioned for her to follow. Leaving Grafia alone, she looked at the damper girl for a moment. The head maid wants to see how good this trophy is. In the middle of the student council room, a silver circle manifested. Sona Citri's eyes looked confused as she wondered who was teleporting here. The barrier placed in the town of Kuo blocks anyone with hostile intentions from passing in. The technique used to differentiate is something still eluding to the heiress. Thankfully, this means the current person arriving here is not a hostile one. Once the glow settled down, a pair of maids stood before her. Sona Citri, I am Artemis, this is Valerie Teeps. Hey Artemis. The devil heiress stood up and straightened her back. Her peerage did the same. It is an honor to meet the famous goddess of the hunt. The rest of her peerage followed after her and greeted her as well. The goddess got used to being just a maid, so it is refreshing to see that people still remember her as an Olympian. Yes, well, my master has sent me here to tell you that from now on, Valerie is stationed here. From my understanding, she knows Rias Gremory's bishop. The damper. I have heard about him. Sona nodded in understanding. Yes. In an emergency, Valerie will fully command forces deployed in Kuo. As Artemis explained, the damper girl was pondering what this all means. She barely worked for her master. She barely did anything to get this much responsibility. Is he interested in Gasper? His sacred gear is very dangerous. She pondered on this some more. Eventually, she realizes that Marcus has left this to her. Fine. I will do that. I will pass this test. Any questions? When can I meet Rias Gremory? This. Well, Rias is not herself after what happened to her brother. Sona reluctantly replied to the damper maid. The war, how is it going? Artemis asked curiously. It's terrible. Very terrible. It's nothing like we have ever seen. There are millions of those creatures, they all wield the bloodline powers of devil kind. In front of them, our bloodlines cease to work. And these things are just the grunts. Several Greek gods work with them, like Hypno. The Citri heiress purposely mentioned Greek to Artemis, who understood well enough. Nyx and Erebus are beyond the control of Olympus. There is a reason why she used to be left alone to her own devices in the underworld. It's not Olympus' fault that you all decided to live on that world's surface. Artemis smoothly said in a single breath. If you have complaints, you should speak with my father. I have no hand in current dealings of Olympus, as you can see, I am just a maid. The silver-haired goddess almost smiled, saying that. There is a certain amount of satisfaction in dropping all the shit on her father's faction and washing her hands from this business. Well, I did my part, we shall watch your work with interest, Valerie. With a burst of silver, the goddess was gone. Even if Artemis was not around, Sona didn't complain in the open. Nope, she knows the barrier system has ears. If she says something, the goddess might return. And that's something she doesn't want. Can I see, Rias Gremory? Valerie asked once again. Sure, I want to remind you that she is not herself. Her brother is missing. Sona comments as she remembers how her rival looked since her last visit to see her. Atlantic Ocean, Norway's coastline. The massive airship Icarus was floating above the cold waters of the northern Atlantic. Right below them is the wreckage of the World War II warship Tirpitz, a German battleship of the same class as Bismarck, one of the most dangerous vessels in World War II. After signing the non-aggression treaty with the Norse, Marcus dropped the chief god and his remaining Valkyries in Scandinavia and floated towards the Atlantic Ocean. But then, he remembered the Royal Navy and Royal Air Force had sunk one of the most dangerous ships just off the coast of Norway. Well, it's more like washed ashore upside down. As far as he remembers, in his previous timeline, Tirpitz ended up being scrapped. This time, it was left alone like this. Well, whatever, he won't ask why. Better for him. The inventor floated down from his airship and used his psionic powers to walk on the water. His ship girl followed after him. But this was where Marcus looked at her with curiosity. You can stand on water without using any power? He asked with a curious gaze as he was looking at her feet. I don't know. It feels normal. I suppose it's the resonance method used to create me. The aircraft carrier girl said with a knowing look. She was speculating. It's probably your soul and type of mana generated in your body. He pondered out loud. Well, let's go and see Tirpitz. Enterprise nodded as the pair walked on top of the water. The duo walked closer to the partially submerged massive warship. It was no understatement to say that the Bismarck class is an enormous vessel. Around 250 meters long, it was one of the greatest and biggest warships in the world. Only the Yamato class was a little bit bigger. Even then, they had their distinctive perks. Enterprise looked at the enormous ship. There was a particular look in her eyes. I feel loneliness. It's strange, maybe because of the creation process. But I can sense certain things. Your Icarus has a certain arrogance, being one of your airships. But this, Tirpitz, she is lonely. The silver-haired ship girl said with a strange look. All of this was new to her. Fascinating. It appears I have opened a Pandora's box of some sort. Instead of being freaked out, Marcus is very interested in this development. He wonders what other little tricks his ship girls have. That's why having Tirpitz refurbished and a biological model built will increase the chances of discovering something fascinating. Marcus walked over and touched the cold steel of the ship. He then activated the storage ring and sucked the ship in. Admiral, there is some remaining steel around this area. Very well, let's collect them as well. After that, we will go to the Titanic. As you wish. Back to Kuo. Rias looked spacey as she sat in a dark room, looking at a wall on the other side. She has been like this for several hours now. Rias, are you in? Sigh, why am I even asking? I can sense you. Sona exclaimed loudly. What is it, Sona? I am busy. The crimson-haired girl proclaimed with annoyance. Does your busy involve inspecting walls for hours? Don't be a smart-ass. Rias snapped back. Right. Well, I have someone who represents Marcus Goldman's faction. A maid walked into the occult research room. The Gremory heiress looked at this blonde maid. There was a slightly expecting look. Rias was expecting something. I am Valerie Teeps. You might know me from that time in Romania. You are the one who suggested to take Gasper as my bishop. Yes, that. I am here on behalf of my master, Marcus Goldman. I command his troops stationed here. Rias' eyes widened. Did she just say, command his troops? You command over 2,000 troopers dispatched here. 2,000. I think you don't realize, but the bulk hasn't left the confiscator. The total amount of SPBA is 5,000 and 1,000 rangers. Wow, that spaceship holds that much. Rias and Sona were both shocked by the number of soldiers. The classification is airship, but yes. Say, can we borrow them? Rias asked with a strange look. Nope, I am here to make sure nothing spills out from underworld to this devil-controlled area. Valerie smoothly declined. Ugh. Rias, you do realize they are men from a different faction. We should already be lucky that Marcus is serious about his investments. Investments? Don't be silly, he hopes that someone attacks this place. It's for the greater good of science. The damper girl who studied protocol knows very well that everything is for Marcus' advancements in science, for his science. He has sent the confiscator to confiscate anything of value dropping into this area. Yeah, but my brother is missing, and no one is doing anything. You do know that the master would do something if there is anything for him, according to recent data. Icarus, the second airship, is to move into the underworld soon. My master is considering providing support on behalf of the Norse. Norse. I thought they only sent Thor and Baldur. Sona was very shocked by this development. Correct, master, a few short hours ago, signed a treaty with Odin. Valerie's words were like thunder clapping in broad daylight. If someone like Odin acknowledges Marcus and his self-made faction, it's an official player. One would say they finally acknowledged the elephant in the room. The first thing Marcus does is enter the fray with his advanced weaponry. Chapter 59, Night and Darkness. Ajuka casually deflected an attack coming his way. It looked like reality itself had deflected it for him. He casually sent it back at incoming wraths. The current name Devilkind has decided for these things, and the name is Wraith, named after evil spirits. These things were evil spirits. Spirit inhabiting armors. The current Beelzebub already gathered quite a bit of data on these things. And his current assessment is grim for his kind. Sure, he will survive, and most ultimate class devils will survive, but the rest. Those wraiths will eradicate all of them. This attack would spell doom for Devilkind. Satan looked at the sky and saw black clouds consume everything in its path. It's spreading in all directions. A barrier? No, a space lock. They are locking us away from Earth. The current Beelzebub felt urgency. He needed to destroy this thing. If they were locked away, it would spell a certain doom. Even for him. At that moment, his demonic energy surged as he used the Kankara formula and smashed hundreds of wraiths from his path. He made space itself crush their armors. That way, they could not return. After saving a city from the onslaught of wraiths, Satan Beelzebub rushed towards his next assignment. But midway, he stopped as the dark clouds turned into hundreds of eyes looking at him. You are a god. Tartarus is my name, Satan Beelzebub. Some sweat appeared on Ajuka's forehead as he knew well enough who had such a name. But I am not your foe this time around. Shadows gathered as a phantom being with burning eyes appeared in front of him. You are one of the beings who created these wraiths. Your energy signature is all over them. Indeed. I am Ngramenu. Evil itself. You are behind all of this. Ajuka finally realized who was pulling the strings in this conflict. Sorry, but you are wrong. I am the one who is providing the numbers for the main forces. Satan Beelzebub's eyes widened. Who was the one pulling the string? Slowly, he connected the dots in his mind as to why no one could access the Greek side of the underworld. Hades, he is the one who is doing this. Not bad. Not bad at all. You will do nicely for me. Ngramenu pointed his phantom palm, and pure black and red energy gathered and released like a beam. Ajuka swiftly used his Kankara formula, but he swiftly realized that it didn't work. The green-haired devil swiftly dodged the beam. Aren't you interested in why your power didn't work? Tartarus is manipulating space. He made it impossible for me to alter the space. No. That is incorrect. While the space operates on different frequencies, I fused my power of destruction with curses and soul attributes. Not only do you need to calculate regular power, but the curses and the soul behind it. Ngramenu bragged about the power he developed. How do you wield the power of destruction? Scoff. You are foolish to believe such power is only accessible to your devil kind. My greatest rival can wield it, and so can I. Prepare yourself, Ajuka Beelzebub. This time, it's not just a battle for survival. It's much more. Ngramenu rushed at Satan. Ajuka called forth his demonic power, but Ngramenu's eyes glowed, and the devil's power ceased to work. TSK. Of course, he can do that. He tried to fight back, but his Kankara didn't quite work. He tried to calculate, but it would take a while, and the evil god in front of him relentlessly assaulted him. Eventually, Ngramenu's divine energy touched Ajuka. Anger, fury, hate. A surge of negative emotions forced Devil Beelzebub to stop for a second. But it was all the evil god needed. The phantom being grabbed the devil by his head. Your body is mine. Ngramenu, for a moment, spoke with the voice of Ajuka Beelzebub, sending chills through Satan's body. At that moment, the most intelligent mind of the devil kind realized what happened. The evil god doesn't have a form, it's a shadow, a phantom being. The incarnation of evil doesn't have a true form. Thus, fusing with Ajuka wasn't hard at all. Ngramenu's curses and negative emotions overwhelmed Beelzebub's mind, and the phantom god was able to merge with the shell. A black miasmic glow consumed the pair once it fully settled, a single being stood. Dressed in black Satan armor with green highlights, this being looked like a Juka, the keyword looked like him, but it was not him. The lush green hair turned black with only a few strands remaining green, and a thin miasmic aura surrounded his body as he was radiating demonic and divine auras mixed as one. It appears your power rose considerably, Ngramenu. Tartarus spoke after waiting for a while. Not only did his power become mine, but so did his memories and mind. His genius is now my genius. While Surzex is powerful, there is no discussion there. He isn't as helpful as a Juka. A Juka's Kankara formula and inventions are now mine. A Juka spoke. His voice was strange as it had an echo of Ngramenu. It sounded like Ngramenu was manipulating what the body was saying, creating a lag between voices. So then we are ready. He, in a way, we are. Let's conquer the remaining devils. Push them to the brink. Let them escape, and then we will wait for my rival. If he doesn't come, we shall invade the human world. Ngramenu said with a grin. His red eyes were glowing menacingly. He can't barely contain his excitement. Seraphol threw several ice spikes, which disintegrated before the collision. TSK. In that case. The current Leviathan summoned her pen, and upon activating it, she transformed into her Sailor Moon uniform. The wraiths might cancel her demonic attacks. But the same can't be said about the pure mana she can use with her balance breaker. With a wave of her magic staff, she blasted the hordes of the wraiths away. Not bad. A girl's voice commented from a distance. Seraphol looked at the source of the voice, her eyes widened as she saw a girl with elf ears dressed in a black goth dress. Your aura. You are the one who attacked Lucifer Manor. The twin tails, Satan said with a frown. It was me and Erebus. That super devil who was living there was extremely weak. I want to see how strong you are. The primordial rushed to face Seraphol, who called forth her mana and blasted at the primordial of night. Seeing that the devil was throwing power around like that made Nyx pissed, so she answered back with her mana. Ice and darkness collided. Ha! You think you have more power than I have? Dream on, little girl. The black-haired primordial tried to overwhelm Seraphol with sheer force, but the Leviathan didn't even look winded. Instead, she continued to flex her mana. Is that it? Is this all primordial like you can do? With a roar, Seraphol froze the entirety of Nyx's released mana. The primordial of night pulled back several steps. She just realized that Satan can fight against her using more than half of her power. This is impossible. You are supposed to be the weakest of the bunch. Weakest? Excuse me. I am the strongest female devil. Even stronger than the original Leviathan. That bar is so low that I don't even know how to measure. Nyx snorted, hearing Seraphol compare herself to a stronger version of the original Leviathan. I guess. Still, this is power I got from Marcus. So there is no way I will lose to you. The primordial of night's eyes gleamed with an unreadable look when she heard that. I see. It makes sense. Ha, asterisk. Nyx started to laugh as dark miasma started to roll from her. The earth beneath their feet began to shake, and the city in the distance started to shatter and crack. Nyx began to release all of her power. Show me then. Show me how good his creation is. I want to see it myself. With a blast of insane speed, Nyx tried to claw Seraphol. The primordial goddess hand was full of darkness, it deformed her hand, which looked like something from a nightmare. After all, Nyx is a primordial who can alter her looks if needed. And at this moment, the primordial is entering a frenzy. Seraphol tried to block the attack but ended up pushed back. Let me show you what limitless power looks like. The Leviathan answered back as her mana roared to life, the twin-tailed girls brushed the claw aside and released an excess amount of ice. Nyx frowned when she sensed that Seraphol's reserves were not falling. It's like they are constantly getting refilled. The primordial and Satan exchanged several blows, which led them to cause the world to tremble around them. I see. So that's how it is. It appears Marcus Goldman is a true genius. The gear he gave you allows you to wield infinite energy, the downside is the output of this energy set at a specific level. All I have to do is attack you with more than you can produce. Hey, you sound like you can increase your power anytime, Seraphol giggled while saying that. The laugh was more to calm herself than mock the primordial she was fighting. Then you have no idea who you are fighting. Look around you. The current Leviathan looked around. The sky was pitch black as some sort of dark clouds were everywhere. Darkness and night radiate with me. I am more like a living energy than an individual. Let me show you. Slowly, Nyx became a more demonic-looking being as her power radiated with the surroundings, raising her energy further. The twin-tailed devil girl looked at the primordial with wide eyes. The incarnation of night just casually eclipsed her power. So this is the power which made even Zeus terrified. Now scream for me, little bat. A massive demonic hand descended on Seraphol. The crushing force behind it made her want to dodge it, but the pressure behind that motion made her incapable. Damn. Before she can feel the pain, someone slaps Nyx's hand away. Do I need to repeat myself, Sarah? A very familiar voice spoke to her. Satan Leviathan opened her eyes and looked at who was before her. Master. The girl squeaked silly. Then she just hugged his back for dear life. Meantime, Nyx looked at her hand for a bit and then at the newcomer. Who are you? How did you appear here like this? We sealed the space of the underworld away, only we can teleport in this place. The primordial of night spoke with a questioning tone. Reverse summoning. It's not a hard thing to do, and for my name, it's Marcus Goldman. I don't think you have heard about me. Tremble. No. I have heard about you. Everyone knows you, I am waging this war to meet you. Oh my. A goddess fangirl. Never met one before. He looked surprised. Yes. Show me what you can do. With a furious look, the primordial rushed towards the lab coat-wearing teen who looked like he arrived here from his living room, entirely unprepared for battle. With a casual flick of his wrist, he sends the primordial flying away. He then pulled Seraphol away from himself. With a casual hand motion, he ripped space apart and threw the devil girl into it. Wait. I can't leave. Yeah, about that. We will talk about it later. Once he said his piece, he sealed the space away. Then he looked at Nyx's demonic visage. Roar. The primordial molded pure darkness energy and released a massive blast of energy at Marcus, who gazed at the incoming attack with a lazy look. He lifted his hand and tanked the whole thing with his extended palm. Is this it? Is this the power a goddess like you can produce? He casually commented as he lowered his injury-free hand. Nyx dumbly stared at the outcome of this. Impossible. How can you be this strong? It makes no sense. I am good at biology. If you study hard enough, you can be strong as well. I see how it is. If you don't want to tell me, I will make you. He frowned when he heard that. Is this girl blind? Nyx rushed at him with even faster speed as she tried to stab him with clawed hands. Her attack rate was absurd, as she was getting faster and faster. But then Marcus grabbed her hand and stopped everything with a simple motion. Then he showed his palm to her face, and purple energy gathered into a ball. Have you ever experienced a psionic burst attack like this? It can turn your brain into a mush. Boom. Purple blast consumed her whole demonic form as he released her hand and made her fall to the ground. Slowly, her demonic visage shrunk, and her original looks returned. Marcus landed on the ground and looked at her. Are those elf ears? He stuttered as he recalled the only picture of Nyx ever made in DxD. Well, I guess I will be taking you with me. His psionic aura surrounded Nyx and lifted her into the air. With a hand motion, he cut the space open and walked into it. This is strange, someone passed through my abyss barrier 3 times. Tartarus exclaimed with annoyance. You said no one could breach your barriers. Loki complained to Tartarus while waiting for Thor and Baldur to come over. They are having a hard time considering Tartarus barriers. Up until now, no one could. It's my rival. I could sense my rival's presence in the underworld. He was where Nyx was supposed to fight Seraphol Leviathan. Ngramenu spoke with a smooth voice. He wasn't moving or going for a fight. No, he knows Marcus Goldman will invade. That's the reason why they even send Nyx to fight Seraphol. Once Seraphol is in danger, he will come, and he did. Now, he will want to fight them for hurting his devil girl. That would lead to a full-scale invasion. The group's plans are pretty flexible. It's either they invade, or Marcus Goldman will invade. It's better if he is to invade because this way, they could have defensive positions. At that moment, Erebus' gaze snapped to the side. Nyx is gone. He took my sister. With a blast of darkness energy, the primordial of darkness blasted towards when the fight should have been. It appears we suffered our first defeat. Ngramenu wasn't shocked by Nyx's defeat, in a way, he was happy that such a thing had happened. It means he needs to improve something to counter the loss of a primordial goddess. Ah, yes, the evil pieces. Let's make something out of these. The evil incarnate pondered on the knowledge he had acquired. Ajuka was a brilliant being. His evil pieces are an ingenious invention with a massive amount of potential. And now they have ended up in the hands of an original mad scientist. While Ngramenu is thinking about improving the Wraith forces, Erebus arrives at the site of the battle. His gaze was erratic as he was trying to sense the remains of energies in the air. So this is the energy of Marcus Goldman. Good. Very good. I will use this to find you. And then you shall die for what you did to Nyx. The primordial revealed a mad look as he teleported from the underworld to the human world. That fool. Tartarus sensed the teleportation. Let him go. He will be a fine bait for us to see how good my rival is. Ngramenu sensed the disturbance in Tartarus and swiftly stopped him. Are you sure? They are primordials, and their fighting strength is essential for us. It's okay. We are already at the point where Indra will join us. It doesn't matter if Nyx and Erebus are gone. The incarnation of evil didn't bother much with these losses. As Marcus reappeared in the hangar of the airship Icarus, he quickly got hugged by Seraphol. Master. I am so happy that you saved me like this. The current Leviathan hugged her as much as she could. There. The inventor patted her head, making her start feeling embarrassed about this. She quickly pulled her head away. He swiftly noticed that there was a knocked-out Nyx floating next to him. Master. You brought that troublemaker with you. The twin-tailed devil looked at the primordial with weariness. This enemy is a dangerous one. Of course. Nyx is my biggest fangirl. So I will take care of her. A shiver went down Seraphol's spine when he heard Marcus' hyped voice. One thing for sure is that he doesn't need more hype. Rumble. This energy. It's similar to Nyx. The devil girl looked around. The airship didn't even react to the arrival of another primordial, but the stiffness in the air was there. Yeah, it appears Erebus is here. Marcus proceeded to walk towards the hangar's side entrance. He created a psionic clone to watch over the incapacitated incarnation of night. Once he was at the edge, he proceeded to float and meet the primordial outside the airship. Marcus Goldman. Return my sister to me. Erebus roared with fury. His dark aura was rolling out like a massive tsunami. No. I will be keeping your sister. The inventor ignored the absurd energy radiating from Erebus. The primordial's power rose even more as black armor surrounded him. The alchemist's eyes narrowed when he saw the armor. He could sense different types of energies radiating from this thing. Albion. Draig. What kind of creation is this? The primordial rushed at Marcus with reckless fury. Fist collided with the teen's palm, creating a massive shockwave above the Atlantic Ocean. Is this it? I thought you were one of the oldest and most powerful beings, but you are all talk. The inventor was disappointed with the output generated by the incarnation of darkness. Let me show you what real power looks like. With a pull, Marcus slammed his knee into Erebus' gut. Crack. The armor, like cheap porcelain, shattered upon impact as the pieces of it started to fall into the ocean beneath them. So fragile. Swash. Crack. Swash. Crack. The primordial couldn't even follow the movements of the inventor, even pain lagged. He only felt pain several moments later, which erupted through his body. With a powerful stroke, Marcus' fist collided with Erebus' chest. The incarnation of darkness felt that his body would implode from inside as he staggered back. Is this it? Are you done? Don't get conceited. I haven't shown my true form. Darkness surged as Erebus proceeded to turn into darkness itself. Well, he tried. But nothing happened. What is going on? My mana is not responding. You are naive. You thought I hadn't analyzed your mana signature. Impossible. My power is darkness itself. I don't care. Even if you are piss itself, you have a signature, and that is something I can analyze. You are naive to come and face me like this. Do you think you are special? Challenge me when you haven't destroyed my armies and creations. I have no time for likes of you. Marcus summoned his ring of destruction and condensed a ball of destruction before releasing it at dumbstruck Erebus. The primordial of darkness was still catching up with what he just witnessed. The beam of black and red was the last thing he saw as he got deatomized. Once the blast settled down, a piece of primordial hand was all that was left behind, which Marcus recovered. Not bad, I might be able to do something with this. He encased the hand in psionic energy and returned to Icarus. When he landed in the hangar, Seraphol and Enterprise walked over to his side. Is he gone? Yeah, for now, at least. Knowing how primordials are living natural phenomena, Erebus could recover. Under my watchful eye, of course. He said while motioning the floating hand. Right. Seraphol didn't know what to say for his reckless actions of having primordial gods' body parts. Don't worry, he won't be harassing your kin anymore. Hell, I just took out 2 of the enemy's main combatants, you should be happy. I wish, devils are losing on all fronts. Their forces look as if they don't have an end. Primordials like Erebus are just an extra. As she explained, her eyes went to Enterprise, who listened patiently. And who is this girl? For some reason, Seraphol was feeling more dread. This is Enterprise, remember the ship I recovered from the Pacific? That's her. Ha. The twin-tailed devil mentally tried to put those together. You already completed that project. Yep. He nodded at Seraphal and then looked at the beautiful ship girl. Auntie, this is Seraphal. She was the one who gave me the idea to make biological models for ships. You can say it was her idea. The current Leviathan grimaced. It was not her idea. She simply considered it. Out loud. Oh. Then you have my gratitude for proposing such a thing to Admiral. I already enjoy living as a biological being. Alright, you're welcome. I have no idea what this even means, but whatever. Master, about the war. Will you consider joining us? Seraphal swiftly forgot the strangeness of the ship girls and instead asked her master about the elephant in the room. About that. I am already preparing for it. Odin contacted me and asked me to join. We signed a non-aggression treaty and considered being friendly factions. Seraphal somewhat dumbly nodded at what she just heard. Marcus is sort of allied with the Norse. Even the devils couldn't do that. Yeah. So, Aurora set course for the base. We can pick up Titanic later. I think we should enter the battlefield in the morning. Understood, setting course for base. The current Leviathan sighed for relief, her eyes gleamed with sadism. Finally. She can pay back for all those freaks did to her home. Rosweiss was feeling weak in her knees. When Odin said she would like it, he wasn't lying. Her income depends on her performance. The concept of insurance doesn't exist. If she is sick, the faction will fix her, her living accommodations covered, and the possibility to rise in ranks. The more she listened, the more she felt weak in her knees. What the devil girl said all sounded like paradise and not work. However, she realized a simple and obvious detail. It made her blush. She would need to serve one man however he wanted. These circumstances made her curious. Is it something similar to an arranged marriage? Or something like that? Something done by her god, no less. Well, this is something her mind hungry for romance was thinking. Rosweiss looked at her fellow Valkyrie. The blonde warrior maiden didn't blink at anything the devil girl pointed out. The blonde girl was all duty, and if Odin told her to serve, she would serve without blinking. Sometimes, she is jealous of how Thrud could be such a warrior, with unshaken motivation, never questioning anything, a role model Valkyrie. Do you have any more questions? Latia asked the pair as she explained everything. Will we be integrated into SPBA? Thrud asked with a soldier-like voice. That depends on Master, Latia clarified with a nod. As you are not maids or his pillars, the classification for your position is still unclear. He never considered getting Valkyries to serve him. The blonde devil pondered on this issue. I see. Then, I will ask Lord Marcus once I see him. I wish to serve him the best of my abilities. Thrud, with a soldier-like voice, reminded the devil girl that she was a Valkyrie. Same. Rosweiss, not to fall behind, swiftly nodded as well. Very well. It didn't take long for Icarus to return to base. The massive airship was floating above the construction site. The spaceport's construction site was enormous compared to the airship size, which alone can tell Marcus how much difference there is between seeing an image and the real deal. The inventor has not forgotten his trip to space and the sheer scale of things in the void of space. For now, he needs to process the tower and the amount of this it can produce. The spaceport tower can hold 9 Daedalus-class airships. While having a dock is essential, the actual Majesty lies underground. The radius of 14 kilometers underground will be a space center which will operate like dry docks which can build ships, space stations, and even foundations for space colonies. Once the construction of new items or ships is complete, they are moved to the surface by powerful magic circles. Marcus is quite excited about his future space journey, more so after seeing the spaceport construction. But first, I must deal with the last generation to move to the future. As he thought about the last generation, he arrived at the Space Center construction site where robotic hands were building 2 Daedalus-class airships. Well, building is an understatement, as Aurora is constantly thinking of ways to improve the speed of the construction. Confiscator was the prototype, while Icarus was a test for new construction methods. By this point, these 2 ships will be streamlined products. Unbelievable, just how fast this place expanded. Seraphal looked around where they were standing at the edge of the construction site. She couldn't see the other side. Only after narrowing her eyes and using her demonic power could she see the wall in the distance. Around 14 square kilometers of assembly lines for space development. Well, for now, we are using this to feed our war machine. Airship 03 and Airship 04 are the first ones. Depending on how the war goes, we will have full docks, which means 9 airships. I don't think the underworld is ready for your military, to that level. Seraphal grimaced, imagining 9 of these descending on her homeland. Those front cannons shot power of destruction, a more synthesized version, which is more dangerous and less controlled. And if it's not enough, well, these ships can be retrofitted for space. I could keep them there. Having a fleet of spaceships has been a men's romance since around 1980. Star Wars. Star Wars. All Serafal could do is grimace some more. There is a reason why it was called sci-fi, as it is supposed to be space fiction. But this guy before her is committed to making it a reality. It would be one thing for the betterment of humanity or something like that, but he is just making all of this for himself. He still thinks that it's stuff he is working on in his garage. Yes, well, let's talk about your magic girl gear. He changed the subject, turning around to face her. I received the data your gear sent me while you fought Nyx. I think it's time we upgrade it. At that moment, she forgot about that man's romance for space, and looked at him with a heated look. This moment reminded her how magic girls get upgraded uniforms mid-series or something like that. She can't wait. Yes, sir. Please. Ugh, don't call me sir, it makes me sound old. This time, Marcus grimaced as he looked at her and then at Enterprise. Let's go. We will drop Tirpitz first and then return to my workshop. The pair nodded at him as they proceeded towards the maglev station. By the schematics of the spaceport, it will have trains which will move armies, machinery, and other things on these trains. At the same time, the airships have assembly lines inside of them. They are far too small to generate items needed for fast deployment. Those assembly lines' primary purpose is for infinite journey, or infinite battle, as they can produce fighters and SPBA units. But something like retrofits and other upgrades can be done by the assembly lines on board, it will be slow. Quinella, with a sleepy face, arrived at the docks. These midnight wake-ups are starting to annoy her. At the peak of her beauty sleep, people wake them up. For such a crime, they should be killed or experimented on. Or something like that. It's annoying that her quality time with her master is being interfered with. As she left the maglev station, she walked over and went to see him. Her eyes ended up on a massive blob of rust, which assembly lines were working on. For now, she ignored it and walked over to his side. The beauty leaned on his shoulder, she ignored Serafal and the other girl. Master, permission to terminate everyone who gets in the way of our sleeping. She exclaimed with a sleepy voice. Marcus smiled upon hearing that. He moved to her side and pulled her into his hands. Don't worry, we can deal with those perky godlings, and then you can sleep as much as you want. Thanks. Oh, that reminds me. For a moment, she forgot her sleepiness and looked at him with excitement. There are 2 nameless airships. Can I have one? Serafal's mouth opened as she realized the same. He has not named them or given them to anyone. Well, more precisely, he hasn't given the command of the airship to anyone. Why yeah. I want the other one. Serafal got his attention as well. Only Enterprise looked at them as if they were stupid. Imagine not having a personal warship. How awkward is that? Right, calm down, you two, we can discuss this properly. Marcus didn't expect them to ask for airships. Chapter 60, Entering Battlefield. I suppose I could give you 2 a flagship each. Marcus wasn't against that. It might be even better this way. Any ideas for the names of these ships? The platinum-haired assistant of his pondered for a bit. She then had a look of realization. I know. I think I will name my one, Axiom. Marcus slowly moved his head to the side and looked at Quinella wide-eyed. At that moment, he had a flashback. He remembered how she mentioned that she would prefer to live in a white tower. Well, she mentioned that leisurely after he named her and gave her a form. He then tried to recall anything he added to her programming, such as for the white tower. It's never there. He never enforced specific likes on her. Sure, there are shackles in her programming, but this was random. That time, he ignored her fancy for a white tower, but this time, it was the second time. Say. Quinella, what kind of weapon would you take to a battle if you could? Any specific preferences? As his assistant, she aims to answer all his fancy and random questions. No, what do you prefer? If you had a large arsenal of weapons. I guess, a sword. Marcus' eyes for a second trembled as he proceeded to hug his assistant more fiercely than ever before. I see, this is very good, an exciting development. The inventor said with a smirk on his lips. Quantum physics. Some sort of soul entanglement. It could be possible to have some sort of echo. She is a very powerful psychic, after all. The younger Goldman realized that his Quinella has a very uncanny resemblance to the OG Quinella. She developed likes to what the OG version used to prefer, like the White Tower. Even a name for the flagship is the same name she used to name her church, Axiom. He even asked her preferred weapon, and she answered with a sword. That makes 3 things. 3 things they have in common. These things were not part of his programming. How interesting. While Serafal was confused, Quinella didn't comment on the fierce hug. Nope. the more the merrier, in her opinion. Well, with tirpitz placed for refurbishment, we can return to my workshop, we must prepare for war. He said that while hugging his assistant. And me. You. Yeah. You gave her an airship. What about me? Serafall pouted and puffed at him. Right, forget about that. What do you mean you forgot? We only talked about this a few short minutes ago. One forgets about such minor things when he realizes that his creation based on fiction turns into reality. He mumbled that to himself as he looked at the heat source he was hugging. How amazing is that? It made him think if he would visit other realities. It's a possibility. Sure, you can take the 04. He casually handed over the airship capable of levering a pantheon. Yes. Oh, can I repaint my axiom? Quinella asked him. Sure, I even insist. Oh, if you come up with some ideas, send them to me as well. Since you have your airship, I could classify it as an independent battalion. This means original colors and even original machinery if you want. He said with a gleam in his eyes. Now he was interested, he wanted to see how much had been carried over from the original Quinella. Oh, that's great. I can start playing, as Quinella said. She was about to get out of his hug, but then her eyes trembled with conflict. She didn't want to leave, his assistant had a conflicting look. Don't worry, we can hug as much as you want later. He jokingly commented as he noticed the hesitation in the platinum-haired girl. Oh okay. As she swiftly left to have fun. Marcus looked at Serafall next to him and Enterprise some distance away, gazing at the battleship. We should go as well. Gah. Wait. I need to customize colors and name the airship. You can do that in the Space Center if you haven't noticed, we are in the docks. He eye-rolled at her competitive spirit. Not wanting to fall behind Quinella is fine, but she needs to be smooth as his assistant. Oh, right. As the trio proceeded to walk back, Quinella was already on her way to the Space Center to organize everything for her airship and the battalion she would have under her. Admiral. What is it? What happened? You emit quite a bit of happiness. Enterprise was curious. His happiness level was at a similar level to when she first woke up. You noticed. Of course. You made me psychic for a reason. The ship girl nodded at his response, she was even feeling slightly offended that he thought that she was not sensing anything. True. Well, you see, it appears there is some sort of resonance with my Quinella and the source I have based her on. Huh? What do you mean by resonance? Serafall asked with confusion. As the trio arrived at the station, they waited for their ride. Exactly what I am saying. Quinella mentioned 3 things unrelated to her experience as a living being and what I have programmed into her. Are you saying that something is happening to her? Satan Leviathan is starting to freak out. No, relax, nothing like that. You can say that I am finding clues to different realities. He shrugged off her panic. Still, don't you think it's dangerous? She is an integral part of your faction. It's not like that. Nothing is happening to Quinella. Nothing could happen without us finding something. If you haven't realized, the fortifications here are considerable. What I think is happening to her is some sort of quantum soul echo or mirroring from a different reality. Wait. Hold it. Retract that for a moment. What do you mean she is like her other reality version? Explain. Serafall's eyes started to spin. It was like she got a status ailment, confusion from a Pokemon game. Think this way, I am aware of other places and have based my creation on games, web novels, and stuff like that. In a sense, they could be so identical to their counterparts that they are reacting to each other. But for this to happen, a large amount of power is needed, Admiral. As far as I know, while I might be strong enough to collapse a dimension, I don't know if my ability could reach another reality with a different set of rules. His ship girl was quickly able to follow what he said, she never questioned any of it. I know, but I am not talking about raw destructive power, I am talking about the weight of a soul. I see, so gravity. A different type of gravity. Gaha, what are you two talking about? Serafall was feeling like a baby between these two. Marcus snickered, seeing her reaction. That moment, their train arrived, and the trio boarded it. As they got into their seats, the inventor summoned a window screen and, with hand, motioned to change into what he wanted. Observe. A pair of papers appeared between the devil girl and Marcus. They were white and placed one on another, a small gap existed between them. When you have something heavy, a large black ball appeared on the top of the paper and dressed down, starting to bend in. It starts to cave in from the weight. Oh. That's how planets spin around the sun. Basic gravity, but the same applies to power, soul, and many other things. Think this way, why do you sense someone's forces? How can you tell that it's concentrated in one place? It's because your power reacts to that individual's power. Oh, true, when someone is strong, it has a heaviness to it. Serafal nodded, remembering people like Surzex, Nyx and, of course, Marcus. Indeed, but don't get me wrong, we haven't researched this enough, we have no idea how a heavy soul reacts to reality or if it's dense enough to touch another reality. All of this is speculation based on gravity. Another case is my Quinella is an almost perfect copy of Quinella on the other side, and they are resonating. He shrugged after explaining his theories. Or both, her soul is dense enough to resonate with Quinella on the other side. Since they are nearly identical, the resonance is in effect. The question is, Admiral, is it affecting them both? Enterprise question made Marcus think. While Serafal was pouting silly, it was annoying that he was creating beings which could keep up with him. So smart as expected of my auntie. Marcus praised her first, which made her use her hat to hide her face. So cute. But yes, what you are saying could be potentially valid. When I created her and you, I wanted it to be as authentic and perfect as possible to what I remember. I understand. The ship girl looked at her hand, closed her eyes and tried to do something. Relax. It's not like it's that important, it's more like my gaze is reaching an even bigger horizon. Yes. However, I don't want to disappoint. The inventor smiled as he went over and sat beside her, pulling her in a one-hand hug. No need to care about that. It's not like my auntie can disappoint me in any way. The silver-haired beauty's blush returned with force as she looked away. She is not durable enough to take such comments. As morning arrived, Lillian and Meredith wanted to see Marcus, but his bed was empty. It looked like he left in a hurry. He is most likely busy with the war happening in the underworld. The witch of the Goldman family said with a sigh. Yes. Our timing is not the best. The girl nodded with some sadness that her idol was busy and she couldn't talk with him. It's my brother's. He decided to become famous when evil gods were waging war on the underworld. The older Goldman sibling complained to her friend. Yeah, that. Meredith had no idea how to argue with that. It's like he can decide when evil gods invade. While the pair of magic users were thinking about how to spend time, quite a bit of action was happening in Marcus Base. Over 10 hours have passed since the inventor returned from the Atlantic Ocean. Marcus didn't waste time, 03 and 04 airships are operational, and the SPBA forces are fully mobilized and ready for action. Ars Almadel Salamone's main cannon is active, and the targeting system is online. Initial forces are ready for action. That's right, another 5 airships are already underway, followed by more troops. Several mecha prototypes are already going through the testing phase. The inventor rarely designs weapons, but this time, he spends the entire night creating more means to end life. Once everything was ready, Marcus Group boarded their airships and flew west towards the Baltic Sea. They have people to pick up before entering the underworld. As embarrassing as it is, Baldur and Thor couldn't breach the abyss barriers cast by Tartarus. So, the Norse asked if they could join their group. Marcus quickly agreed with that. Though once again, Odin's action spooked Solomon's successor, the Allfather knew that Inventor was about to leave, so the one-eyed god messaged him. As the 3 airships arrived around Gotland Island in the middle of the Baltic Sea, 3 beings flew over to them. Enterprise and another silver-haired beauty with lilac eyes followed Marcus to the hangar. As the trio walked over, the 2 gods and a familiar white armored being flew into the hangar. Valley. I wasn't expecting you. The helmet retracted, revealing somber-looking silver-haired Lucifer. Nyx punched me from underworld in a sense. A single punch knocked me out, my friends rescued me. By the way, can I summon them? They want to join me in the fight. Valley asked him. The fight against Nyx made him humble, as he wasn't like that in their first meeting several days ago. Sure. Marcus agreed and then looked at the pair of gods. My apologies for not telling you about Valley. I am Baldur, and this is my brother Thor. The less bulky blonde Norse respectfully introduced himself. It's fine. Valley, in a sense, is a welcome sight. Marcus smiled, seeing the white dragon emperor. The girl behind Marcus on his right moved her gaze towards the armored-clad devil. Her gaze was unreadable. She was scanning Valley. Right, you just want more data. Valley snorted at the inventor's response. You know well enough already. That's great. Anyway, you guys can stay here or come with me on the bridge. It depends on you. Thor quickly declined the suggestion. He looked like he was in battle mode. Me and my brothers will stay here. Loki's rampage ends today. Brothers. Valley, you got adopted. Marcus asked with an amused look. In a way. Anyway, Thor is right. The moment we are in the underworld, we have things to do. Fine. Then sit tight, we are leaving in a few minutes. The inventor said his piece and proceeded to return to the bridge. The pair of girls followed right after him. The girl with lilac eyes looked at Vala before following Marcus. That girl, she is a dragon, a legitimate dragon in human form. Albion spoke directly to Valley. Lucifer's descendants looked at the silver-haired girl. This girl's clothes didn't fit with the current situation at all. She had a similar punk style to him. The dragoness wears a black and purple hoodie, slim-fit shorts and white leather high heels. Yeah, and her power is absurd. I could feel it was slowly growing. That's because it feels fresh, like very new. She is likely his latest creation. And that other girl, she is even more weird. She feels metal, like some sort of avatar of a machine. Albion pondered on what he felt. No doubt something Marcus created for his faction. Yeah, we might be able to see them in action. Vala slowly nodded, that is, if he doesn't get destroyed again. The enemies they are facing are dangerous gods. For now, he should think about it and instead summon his friends. With a hand motion, his white dragon emperor magic circle appeared as he summoned a trio of people. The first one of notice was a black-haired cat girl dressed in a kimono with 3 tails. The second one was a warrior dressed in ancient Chinese armor, with light brown hair, wielding a wooden pole, and lastly, a blonde man dressed in a black suit. There was a sheathed sword on his hip. He looked like a swordsman. So this is it. Not bad at all. The first one to speak is the light brown-haired Chinese warrior guy. He looked around with some excitement. After all, there is something to look at. There are thousands of men lined up, followed by mechs behind them and a bunch of parked jets. It was a whole army inside the hangar of the airship. They look robotic to me. Not that interesting, Naya, the cat girl shrugged with a bored look. While the blonde man in the black suit looked on edge while looking around, he was looking for someone. So this is it. I am finally inside, just wait, Lu Fei. I will get you out of this place. They might look robotic, but I saw firsthand how dangerous these can be, Valley replied to the cat girl's comment. He then looked at Baldur and Thor, who walked over to the edge of the hangar. They are going to go off the moment they cross to the underworld. Sure enough, everyone felt a massive surge of mana flowing through the airship. Such an enormous amount made newcomers stand on the edge. Seconds later, the vessel moved. They are moving into another dimension. Underworld. Lands controlled by the Citri family are full of lush vegetation and countless lakes. The family is renowned throughout the underworld as leading experts in medicine and hospitals. However, this time around, these lands are swarmed with black-armored ghost-like beings who simply won't die. One of the hospitals ended up being protected by an ultimate-class devil named Serord Baal, the heir of the Baal family, the Great King family. Unlike other devils, Serord uses physical strength and Tuki to utterly destroy any of the incoming wraiths, which evil gods made these wraiths with the idea of nullifying demonic and bloodline powers. There is no end to these things. Serord's knight complained as she saw an endless amount of enemies. Try using your powers not directly on them but around them. The Queen of Serord's peerage commented, as her powers are working somewhat. Keisha Abaddon, the Queen of Serord's peerage, wields the power of a spatial hole. In a sense, it's like miniature wormholes. Redirecting attacks is partially possible for her as long as it doesn't touch the creature. So, throwing things at them is possible as well. Not that it does much damage. All the Queen can do is slow them down. It's not like they feel pain. Something like making them fall will not hurt them. As they continued to defend the hospital, which had Serord's mother, the group didn't even think about leaving as their king didn't want to, not only because of his mother but other patients as well. But such resistance will eventually come biting them back. Oh my, what do we have here? Crushing divine energy descended on the place as a woman dressed in black robes slowly landed on the ground. Her distinctive blue and red hair made her look unique. You are. It doesn't matter who she is. We will defeat her. We have to. Serord said that as he landed in front of the goddess. He looked slightly winded as he had been crushing these wraiths for hours. Such confidence, but I must give credit where it's due. You survived longer than other pillar families. The devils in young Baal's peerage paled upon hearing that. What? You look shocked. All of the Satans are gone. After the Satans, we have the ultimate class beings like Dehazer and other less-known beings. While they are strong for devils, they are no match for actual God. Let me show you. As she said that, she spread her hands and green and black energy surged. Creatures started to rise from the ground and merge with the wraiths, creating something even more horror-inducing. You are the Norse underworld goddess. Seeing that this goddess can control the dead made the devils quickly realize who she was. Correct. Now die and join their ranks. Improved wraith beings rushed forward. They looked like ghostly horrors, wielding Norse weapons like axes and shields, with a corrupting death aura. They were on a different level in the sense of formation battles, they acted like an actual army. Regulus, let's do it. With a burst of gold, Serord merged with a Longinus sacred gear and formed a golden warrior who rushed forward to fight Hell's forces. As the battle slowly became one-sided, a silver spear slammed into the ground and caused a massive shockwave, sending all wraiths and devils flying away. Only the goddess Hel covered her face from the burst of energy as she could tank such a shockwave. Who dares to interrupt my battle like this? The Norse goddess snarled. She was having a great time. She was so close to getting a soul which could control a Nemean lion. Are you the Norse goddess of underworld hell? A beautiful female voice asked from above them. Everyone looked up. The combatants saw a silver-haired girl with silver draconic wings slowly landing on the ground next to the spear. Yes, and you are. My emperor has struck a deal with Odin. The Allfather exiled you and Loki from your pantheon. I am here to take you in. The girl plainly explained with a borderline bored voice. Ha! Do you think you can take me in? Haven't you noticed? My forces surrounded you. Surrounded? You call this surrounded? An army of mosquitoes. Let me show you what I do with mosquitoes. The silver-haired girl's wings proceeded to glow. Balance breaker. A female draconic voice spoke from somewhere. Silver energy surrounded the dragon girl. Her height slightly increased as she ended up clad in lithe silver armor, and her spear got much more ornament and royal. Most importantly, this transformation magnified her power many times. Who are you? What a stupid question to ask. Wasn't this war waged to attract my emperor? You beings from the previous generation sure have gal to pull him out from his garage and then ask what am I? I am his dragon, his empress, the silver dragon empress, Guyuna, and now I shall teach you why you should not provoke a sleeping dragon. With a casual lift of her spear, all of the wraiths contrasted. It looked like space had shrunk around them. The move squeezed the very existence out of them. With a simple move, the silver dragoness crushed Hel's army into metal scraps. Damn. She controls space. But the scale. How strong is this girl? Keisha was awed by the sheer scale of space control this girl could wield. It's like she is a goddess of void of some sort. Goddess Hel looked around as she saw the aftermath of the attack. All that was left was scrap metal. Shall we? I still need to test my powers. You see, I am pretty grumpy after being awakened and shipped to the battlefield. Instead of getting a beautiful welcome, all I got was wartime regulations. Now I need to release this pent-up desire to crush bugs. The taunting and annoying voice from the armor-clad dragon girl is starting to bug the underworld goddess. Fine. I will show you what happens when a little girl thinks she can fight a goddess. With a furious roar, the Norse goddess lunged at Guyuna. However, the black-robed goddess just floated, her movement slowed, and it looked like she stopped moving. Well. I am waiting. Are you going to attack me? The armor-clad dragoness moved her head to the side. She is pretending to be confused. Oh, right. I am sorry, my power is so strong that I don't even know the limits of it. Let me reel it in so that you could attack me. The goddess midair trembled from anger as she realized that her opponent was mocking her. With a roar, she released a blast of death and decaying energy towards the silver-haired girl. But once again, the blast didn't even float out from the Hell's area. Careful, don't kill yourself, I still need to bring you back to my emperor. With a single step, the dragon girl appeared behind the Norse goddess. The red and blue-haired woman tried to turn around, but her speed of turning around was slower than a turtle. Guyuna's spear ended up slapping Hel's face. The force of smack nailed the underworld's deity into the ground. There was no competition. It was a one-sided beatdown. Still, the goddess tried to stand up and try to attack. This isn't over, *oof*. The silver-haired empress fist slammed into Hel's gut as she collapsed on her knees before assuming the fetal position. She was twitching from all that pain. How pathetic is this? I can't believe he sent me to do this. The dragoness helmet retracted as she looked at the collapsed form of the Norse deity. She then looked at the onlookers. They all looked shocked at the short, one-sided beatdown. You all should return to the hospital and find somewhere safe. My emperor's forces have arrived. Soon, this place will turn into a battlefield. The Silver Dragon Empress said to the devils. Who are you? I never heard of Silver Dragon Emperor. Serorg replied to the armored dragon girl. Emperor? I am Empress, my emperor is my emperor, we are a duo of new dragon emperors. New, is that even possible? Look at what is before you and come to your conclusion. I am not here to persuade anyone. Guyuna countered his words with an annoyed shrug, then used her spear to pick up the goddess Hel. In a sense, it looked hilarious, as the dragoness was treating the goddess like a sack of potatoes. Once she got what she came here for, she flew away rapidly. Well, it's more like reality pushed her towards a direction at enormous speed. This girl's powers were not some draconic abilities like boost or divide, no, this was manipulation of space at an absurd level. Damn, who is this emperor? This guy created a hot girl. Rook of Serorg complimented after seeing the dragoness looks. Pretty sure it's Marcus Goldman. He is here most likely to find out what happened to Satan Leviathan. As far as I know from the rumor, she was his girlfriend. Serorg said with crossed arms. He doesn't know how to feel about the whole idea that forces from all sorts of pantheons are treating the underworld like some sort of sandbox where they can play war. Damn, dude just created girls for himself, no wonder Satan Leviathan is so grumpy all the time. Serorg's peerage members tried to lighten up the mood. Not that it was helping as those ghostly creatures destroyed everything, only the main building standing, which they were guarding. Elsewhere, underworld. In the skies of the underworld, Baldur and Thor have cornered Loki, who was wearily looking at the Norse gods. That's enough, Loki. It appears your friends have abandoned you. Thor mocked the trickster god, who was smiling the whole time. Behind Thor, some distance away, was Baldur, who was here as an extra just to make sure Loki didn't trick Thor into something absurd. In a sense, this was the Norse telling the devils that they were treating this situation seriously, well, as serious as it gets with their pantheon. They have no interest in evil gods and their war. But removing Loki and his goons is something they will help with. Not quite Thor. The frost giant rushed at hammer-wielding god, who scoffed at the idea of fighting Loki of all people. Their difference between powers is vast, like the ocean. Their fists collided midair, causing a large shockwave. Loki lost this collision as he was sent flying back, but there was a pained smirk on his face. You think you can take both of us at the same time? Don't make me laugh, Thor looked at his hand, which started to darken. What is this? Aang. The blonde god started to scream from the sheer pain he was feeling. What did you do to Thor? Loki. Baldur swiftly rushed over to inspect his brother, but the spreading of the darkness continued through lightning god's body. Ha ha ha, courtesy of Ngramenu. He gave me this pendant to deal with you. You fool. Why are you taking items from the incarnation of evil? Have you lost all reason? Baldur snapped at the frost giant for his foolishness, but at that moment, Thor's scream turned inhumane as he turned into a blob of black dirt. Impossible, Thor is one of the most powerful gods in the world. How can this thing consume him so quickly? As the oldest of Odin's sons looked at this with sheer disbelief, the black dirt rushed at Loki, whose grin had turned feral. The black dirt started to merge with Loki as his skin turned frost blue, and his height increased to around 3 to 4 meters. Loki's power immensely grew as he took Thor's power. No more mocking, isn't it? Let me show you my power. Baldur. Loki swung his fist, which was full of black lightning, rushing towards the Norse god. Baldur swiftly dodged and proceeded to summon his weapon, but Loki's other fist slammed into him, sending him flying into the mountains in the distance. The punch was devastating as the world was spinning for the oldest son of Odin. Now, witness the power I have acquired. The frost giant's body glowed with black haze, and torrents of black and green lightning descended where Baldur had crashed. His power is unstable, some attacks are dangerous to me, but others just tickle. The Norse god noticed that Loki's new form was unstable as well. His limbs inflate and then shrink. You are all talk, Loki. You can barely handle Thor's power. Ha! You are jealous that I took it instead of you. The frost giant scoffed as he charged forward and tried to smash the smaller god with his enlarged body. It appears that power is corrupting his mind as well. Baldur proceeded to annoy the god of mischief even further as he realized that frost giant was becoming more unstable. As if I need power. You are the only weakling around here, Loki. You dare to call me weak when I took Thor's power. With a roar, Loki's fist inflated as he smashed the Norse god into the ground. Baldur coughed some blood from the impact. Not taught now, are you? Loki proceeded to pin the oldest son of Odin to the ground and then started punching the daylight out of him. A rain of fists, full of black lightning, descended on the Norse god. Going faster and faster, the frost giant proceeded to laugh wildly with each delivered punch until he just stopped in his tracks. What is happening? Haven't you realized yet? You took Thor's powers through a curse, and the same curse started to affect you as well. Sure enough, Loki started to melt like a slab of ice left in the desert. Baldur swiftly removed himself and took some space. He watched with fascination and anger how Loki, who had Thor's power, simply melted away, and then the black slob of mud got on crimson fire and burned out. Damn you, Ngramenu. This was all the Norse god could say before passing out from all the damage he sustained from the attacks.